Chapter 181. Break through everything. Only after breaking through can we see the light. Yihua completely abandoned the flank defenses, concentrating all the energy of the ship's shields on the front. On the bright blue screen, not a single insect could stand a chance against the ship. In the weapons bays on either side, rotating machine guns spewed flames, ripping through the insect swarms with chains of ammunition, shredding any that dared approach. Energy weapons fired simultaneously, each burst carrying a line of insects. The 6 automatic machine guns on either side of the bridge also spun and spewed flames. Yihua stood on the bridge, gripping the joystick, issuing commands one after another, in a continuous stream. Reduce left engine power by 25%. Turn left in 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, full right. The seemingly contradictory orders were issued, but the operator's innate execution allowed them to instantly complete the required operations. Yihua stared intently at the incoming insect swarm from his left, his protective shield instantly deployed. Using the swarm's thrust, he maneuvered the ship to the left amidst the swirling insect sea. The massive stern swung, pulverizing the incoming insects. He had managed to clear a gap several hundred meters wide through the swarm. The blaze of the thrusters blew the small species in its path to charcoal, scattering them with the wind at the slightest touch. Another ship followed closely behind, brushing past Yihua's ship and crashing heavily into the swarm, becoming a new vanguard. In the mecha cockpit, Junwei's face paled. Partly because these tiger girls were still as crazy as ever. On the other hand, the incessant tremors hadn't ceased since she plunged into the Zerg swarm. The entire ship heaved and pitched, its speed fluctuating constantly due to the impact, seemingly adjusting minutely. The fluttering speed, back and forth, and the frustrating sensation quickly pushed her to the limit of her endurance. Outside, the Zerg swarms obscured the sky, and organs and limbs flew everywhere, making her, already nauseated, even more unable to hold back. But closing her eyes, she felt the intense dizziness return. "Sister Junsho, you are my sister?" She pleaded helplessly, a pale blue halo enveloping her. Junwei finally breathed, feeling a slight sense of relief. But her face remained pale, and even her golden eyes had lost their former brilliance. She felt as if her soul had been shaken apart by the fierce collision. She truly couldn't ride on a ship like this. Yihua was still shouting at the top of her lungs over the communication channel. "Can you do this? If not, get out of my crew." In 3 seconds, full power on the left engine. Reduce the right engine to 50%. Turn right, full left rudder. Emergency evasive maneuver. A large species rammed the ship, causing it to shift sideways, merging into the path created by another vessel. Remove full rudder, full power on all engines. "You dared to ram me. I'll remember you. Just wait until I turn around and come back. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your last name." The large species shook its head, letting the bullet chains lash it, sending sparks flying. Just as it tried to adjust its course and continue the pursuit, the 2 ships had already surged into the distance. Even amidst the insect swarm, their speed hadn't diminished much. Crazy. This woman's gone crazy again. The mech in the weapons bay looked at the dent in the bulkhead where she was standing, her scalp tingling. They had managed to install the weapons bay in the safest possible spot. But reality showed them that no place on Yihua's ship was safe. High-speed descent, 320 degrees, elevation, 15 degrees. Horizontal maneuver. Damn it, push forward. Show off the ship's belly. Let them ram. Suli finally saw exactly how Yihua operated his ship. Now with another ship providing cover, the 2 ships took turns, transforming into unbridled wild horses amidst the Zerg tide, bounding around and trampling the Zerg again and again. A dozen elite species roared one after another, commanding the Zerg to pursue and intercept, but Yihua always found the perfect opportunity to crush them in their weakest spots. She never engaged the elites head-on. Whenever she saw them closing in on her, she would maneuver her ship to evade them. This undoubtedly relieved Suli. She was a little crazy, but not completely insane. The fully powered armed transports outran all the Zerg in speed. While lacking in agility, Yihua's skill more than made up for it. Golden spears hovered in the air, the occasional sound of deflated air valves echoing. Suli, clutching the machine gun in one hand, fired relentlessly while maneuvering the golden spears, seizing the opportunity to strike at the elites. Without the mecha's power, the spears struggled to penetrate the Zerg's defenses, but with Junsho's shield behind them, things were different. Every time the spears found their target, the moment they darted forward and made contact with the Zerg, the massive shield would appear, slamming down on the spear's handle like a hammer. The spear pierced the shell, causing the elite to let out a deafening roar. This shameless attack made the elite's ferocious jaws shrink back. Yihua's frantic voice echoed through the communication channel. "Boss, did you see that? That elite is baring its teeth at you. I have a short temper, and I can't stand it." Su Li wanted to retract her notion that Yihua wasn't crazy. How could she not be crazy? What lingering rationality remained in her mind was spent on making excuses. On the battlefield, someone always went mad. Yihua, the one driving the ship, Su Li, the one sitting on it, or all of them. Yihua ultimately succumbed to the temptation and charged the ship towards the severely injured elite. Perhaps a last shred of clarity still lingered in this madman's mind. While Su Li frantically tried to eliminate the elite, she maneuvered the ship close to its face, executing a dangerous tailspin. The stern, covered in layers of beetle armor, swept past, bearing the immense weight and centrifugal force of the ship, striking the elite's head hard. "Look, I'm going to give you a real smack." The sharp mandibles pierced the hull, but then, its massive head instantly exploded. Su Li tilted his head to watch as the headless body was sent flying backward, crushing a large swarm of Zerg. Even without a head, the elite's body continued to tumble and struggle on the ground. Its sharp legs pierced into the bodies of one Zerg after another, crushing them one by one with its subconscious twitching limbs. At the stern, the massive mandibles pierced the armor. Embedded within the thick armor, a complete set of Zerg mouthparts was a terrifying sight. Chapter 182. In the ship's cabin, Yihua's eyes flushed slightly. The overwhelming swarm of insects before her made her dare not even blink. The opportunity to fight was fleeting. What she saw wasn't a way to defeat the enemy, but a way to escape alive with the ship. Crazy, if she wasn't, everyone would be swept by fear. Amidst the overwhelming swarm of insects, everyone saw her trembling with excitement, but no one knew that she was also afraid. But she couldn't show her fear, only roaring and roaring like crazy, wanting to lead everyone out of the swarm. Comrades' complaints? Inward complaints? Vomiting? Unsteadiness? All of this was based on one premise: their survival. There were countless pilots in the entire alliance, and human pilots were even more numerous. But Yihua dared to say that she was the only one as crazy as she was. Take care of the comrades on board? Sail the ship properly? Bullshit. She already exhausted all her energy searching for a way out. She couldn't care less. She wouldn't even devote her energy to such matters. This is a battlefield. This is war. Sacrifice is inevitable. If you're afraid of dying, what's the point of fighting? It's because of excessive hesitation that more unnecessary sacrifices are made. The armed transports have limited combat power. To fight their way through the insect swarm, they can only maximize their limited advantages. The ship's main guns have limited power. The secondary guns have limited power, and even the machine guns are only effective against small and medium-sized species. Is standing at a distance, manipulating the ship's weapons while firing and running, like a stray dog, being chased and attacked by insects, the correct way to use a ship? What if they don't follow you and head straight for their target? Without a swarm of warships, it can only serve as a space fortress for escape. Even in swarm warfare, such a small thing can only serve to transport troops and supplies. Swarms have their own methods of attack, but they don't have a swarm of warships right now. Whether it was during the raid on the large Zerg nest, or the current massive Zerg swarm, armed transports can be used in one and only one way: use their superior collision resistance and power to confront the Zerg head-on. Retreat? Fight while retreating? Harass from the side? What for? Tickle the Zerg swarm. If they don't charge in, attract the attention of the Zerg elite, and pin them down. What will happen to the tens of thousands of people in the rear base? Alone bravery. Personal heroism? She made this choice simply because it was her only choice. Fight with all her might, sacrificing as much manpower as possible from the Zerg swarm. Only in this way, after both ships were completely destroyed and their crews lost, could the casualties in the rear be minimized. They couldn't even let the Zerg swarm get close enough to use the base's artillery fire for cover. That would render the ships completely useless. She, Yihua, didn't have the skill to maneuver such a massive vessel through a Zerg swarm under concentrated artillery fire. So, we have no choice but to fight. We have to fight even if it means risking our lives. There's no fairness in this world. As the captain, she can decide the life or death of her crew members for the sake of the tens of thousands of people behind her. Everyone should have realized this the moment they stepped onto the ship. The fate of the base's personnel rested with Su Li and Han Hai. But on her ship, until Su Li changed the combat orders, her words were decrees. Secondary guns fully charged. In 3 seconds, straighten the bow and fire both cannons. Clear the path for ship 2. A dazzling blue light shot out, dispersing the insect swarm in front of Ship 2. Ship 2, braving 3 large species, once again broke through the insect blockade. Dark clouds thickened, with only a few cracks allowing a faint glimmer of light to peek through. The 2 captains stared intently at that ray of light. It was the only visible hope in their eyes. Turn left 5 degrees, follow ship number 2 closely. Observers, report the situation. Keep your eyes open. If anyone blinks and misses the opportunity, I'll kill you. Master, 3 elites are surrounding us up ahead. What the hell is the use of telling me? I'm behind you. Find the boss. Su Li was a little dazed. Yi Hua's boat skills reminded him of the transporter drivers he'd driven back in his infantry days. Those drivers were all about shaking you to death, slamming on the brakes. They were ready to rip you from the back to the front. Avert your view. I'll take care of it. The Dawn 2 in front suddenly rose, and Su Li, standing on the deck of ship number 1, immediately spotted the 3 elites not far away. The golden spear transformed into a golden thread, swerving from behind and piercing the back of an elite mantis's head, bursting out. The mantis's armor was much weaker, so if most elite species were high attack and low defense, it would undoubtedly be much easier to defeat them. However, on this battlefield, there were clearly quite a few with thick armor. With a soft cry over the communication channel, the speed of ship number 2 increased again, visible to the naked eye. Su Li looked up, seeing countless Zergs swarming from all directions, both in the sky and on the ground. If it weren't for the ship's positioning guidance, everyone would be lost in the Zerg swarm. Without the cover of Legion-level firepower and the distraction of numerous battle groups, the Zerg swarm had reached a terrifying density. He even suspected that if he left the ship, he would completely lose track of it and be trapped in the Zerg swarm. Even piloting the Regal, there was hardly a single place within sight where he could locate and teleport. Based on the Zerg swarm's direction, it was easy for him to determine that this massive wave was heading for him. The Queen's intention was simple, to crush him to death here with a massive swarm. Jun Shou, do you see that? Jun Shou in his arm shook his head slightly. Finding the Queen amidst the overwhelming Zerg swarm requires not only exceptional eyesight, but also considerable luck. If she's hiding at the entrance to her lair, spotting her is a pipe dream. This is one of the main reasons for the Zerg's endless proliferation. The Queen's whereabouts are difficult to pinpoint, yet she possesses immense intelligence. Sensing trouble, she'll flee at full speed. Once allowed to retreat back into her hive, within a few years, she'll once again breed a vast number of elite species. These difficult and repulsive enemies are each deeply detestable. Aboard the ship, Su Li maneuvered his golden spear, striking and slaying one large species after another. He finally released his machine gun and, through the armament agreement, deployed the anti-ship energy cannon, repeatedly firing at the overwhelming Zerg swarm. A deep sense of unease welled up within him. It made his hair stand on end. Chapter 183. The swarm of Zerg, covering the sky and the sun, consisted of 2 giant swarms. Destroying him with just one Super S-class pilot would be a waste of talent, especially since he only had 2 ships and 20 squadrons of mech girls. But on this battlefield, Yi Hua emerged as a wild card. The stalemate that had kept the battle going until now could be attributed entirely to the repeated successes of the 2 armed transports. Though their results were still far inferior to those of the entire Zerg swarm, with the cover of the ships, and his harassment and killing of elite species from the side, Yi Hua's skill in piloting the warships meant they might survive, as long as he avoided any fatal errors. The Queen would undoubtedly misjudge her team's strength. But 2 giant swarms might seem like a lot, but were they all there was? The entire Lingsui star, just from the satellite imagery, was densely packed with countless large Zerg nests. A giant Zerg swarm is composed of, at most, the forces of 8 or 10 large hives. What about the rest of the forces? A queen could maintain an outpost for 10 years, preserving its evolution, without resorting to ruthless action. Is it merciful? It simply doesn't want to consume everyone, and extinguish its own evolutionary potential. But after his arrival, it began to ruthlessly attack. Compared to the first mutual probing, this second attack was more formidable. Logically, it should have been an outpost. Yet, he only saw 2 giant Zerg swarms. After lying dormant for so long, he thought they'd be able to produce a major force, but this was the end. If he were the Queen, at the moment of decisive action, even if the enemy was only a Super S-class pilot, he'd be willing to risk 5 or 10 giant Zerg swarms, just to ensure a foolproof outcome. So, was its focus still on the base? He hadn't sent the Mech from the outpost to support them, because he had considered a second possibility. The tens of thousands of people currently at the base were also its target. Using 2 giant Zerg swarms to contain him, He could kill them if he could, but if he couldn't, he still had the tens of thousands at the base as a backup. Then the question arose, where was the queen? He could now conclude that it had trapped him here, partly to hunt him down and partly to trick the base personnel into sending reinforcements. Was it preparing an ambush along the way, or was it right there on the battlefield, observing the unfolding battle with aloof eyes? It had seen his void teleport ability. At least the Zerg on the battlefield had seen it, so it was likely that it had seen it too. This meant it would never place itself in a dangerous position, exposed to the view of others. But why did it split up into two groups, knowing full well that it possessed the ability to teleport? It could have returned to base at any moment to provide assistance, so what was the point of doing so? On the communication channel, Yihua's commands, the observers' reports, and the voices of the various operators repeating their orders converged and reached his ears. Insects slammed into the shields and the deck, shattering with a cacophony of sounds. A swirling stream of thoughts swirled around him, leaving him momentarily confused. But the nagging feeling remained, a constant reminder that he had missed some crucial information. The terminal suddenly lit up, displaying a virtual image of Han Hai. Before she could speak, Suli heard the deafening roar of artillery fire. The human regiment's artillery positions had already been deployed, and they began to lay barrage upon the Zerg swarm. As expected, the Queen had chosen to attack two battlefields simultaneously. Commander, a massive Zerg swarm has also appeared near the base. According to the cloud scan, it's comparable in size to yours. Han Hai's voice was tinged with bitterness. At this point, support had become a joke. The base was now struggling to cope with itself, and had no spare energy to support Suli. Cold sweat ran down Han Hai's back at the thought of the two elders initially attempting to take away 2,000 mechs. If they had been allowed to take the men away from the outpost would have been shattered the moment they came face to face with the Zerg. In the newly carved weapons bays on the mountainside, high-level mechs clutched energy weapons. Dazzling blue light, a brilliant blue that burst forth against the glaring daylight, shot towards the dense Zerg swarm. The main guns, removed from the transports, charged again and again, sweeping towards the Zerg swarm before them. Teams of power-armored warriors, nestled within the mountain walls, used their heavy firepower to suppress the approaching Zerg swarm. Shells and explosives were unleashed incessantly, yet even then, Han Hai could still feel the overwhelming pressure. A pale blue shield immediately enveloped the entire valley, protecting the entire position. Rather than reassure her, this only made her heart tighten. Even with their vast reserves of heavy firepower and personnel, they were still facing such a difficult situation. She couldn't even imagine how Suli could manage to deal with a Zerg swarm of the same size with just 2 ships and 20 squadrons of mechas. Master, wait a moment. I'll grab Juanza and go help you right away. Lightning rubbed her reddened eyes. She shouldn't have been so greedy. She should have gotten up early and gone outside with him. Nonsense. Stay at the base and obey Han Hai's command. Right now, every bit of strength is crucial to the base. I can still hold on. Han Hai, command of the B-class frigates is also transferred to you. If necessary, they can conduct close-range attacks from space. Defend the entire base. Then, wait for me to return. Suli hung up the call and immediately closed his eyes, instantly merging his mind with Junwei's. He had no time for reflection or hesitation. Perhaps he should just go crazy like Yihua. Since he couldn't do both, he would just give it his all on one battlefield. Several spears suddenly appeared in the sky, and with a surge of telekinesis, they instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they had already pierced the heads of many large species. The only difference between a large insect swarm and a giant insect swarm is that the giant insect swarm has more insects. It doesn't matter, just kill them. As long as the queen insect doesn't give birth on the battlefield, there won't be much of a problem. Even the most overwhelming insect swarm will eventually be annihilated. Round shields also appeared in midair. He divided his attention between manipulating 2 weapons, launching targeted attacks on the surrounding large species. In his mind, the small golden tree suddenly began to dance. As the ripples of telekinesis expanded, it became increasingly excited. As the golden branches swayed, the lines on its trunk flickered. The leaves rustled, and a somewhat childish voice slowly echoed in his mind. South, to the south. Chapter 184. The sudden, childish voice made Suli's mind freeze. But in a moment, he understood. It was the mechanical tree sapling providing guidance. What lay to the south was self-evident. It hadn't reacted to the numerous elite species on the battlefield. This could only mean that there was a queen in the south. Looking south, he saw nothing clearly obscured by the dense swarm of insects. Not even a single queen, not even an elite species, could be seen. Perhaps because of its small size, the sapling could only provide a vague direction. Yihua, the ship must maneuver due south, but be careful to maintain proper control and avoid letting the Zerg know. Our target is south. Huh? How about you take the lead? Yihua had never met such a difficult person. Can't you just open your eyes and take a look? See what's happening around you right now. Turn south amidst this overwhelming Zerg swarm, sure. But how can you head south without being spotted by the Zerg? How do you steer? Fly backwards? Or even go so far as to become invisible? Come on. Here's the ship's rudder. Her eyes were sore and swollen. But that didn't stop her from watching Su Li's performance. She wanted to see how he would steer if he were the captain. Did he really think the Zerg swarm was blind? A single person on a boat, and he was making demands. At worst, it would cost everyone on board their lives, and she accepted. She just wanted to see how he steered. Su Li paused, then spoke rapidly, his voice radiating with conviction. The queen is to the south. Yihua's eyes lit up, and he quickly reduced the thrusters to minimum power, using the ship's inertia to tilt the hull slightly. You should have told me earlier. Watch. The massive transport ship's engine suddenly misfired as it moved forward, and facing the oncoming insect swarm, it was abruptly pushed off course. It was clear that the pilot had struggled several times to reignite the ship's engines, even accelerating against the tide several times to escape the insect swarm's encirclement. Countless insects clung to the protective shield, biting and pounding at the energy shield. A shrill alarm echoed throughout the ship. The other ship, apparently unresponsive, continued on its original trajectory, drifting further and further away. The energy shield's strength was rapidly decreasing. On the deck, Su Li's eyelids twitched wildly as he watched the dense swarm of insects gnaw at the shield overhead. What a stunt! Is this a performance or a genuine error? He couldn't tell. He recharged his anti-ship energy cannon and fired at the insects on the shield. But faced with such a formidable number, the energy cannon could only barely clear a passage several meters wide. But soon, the passage was filled again by the surging insect swarm. Don't panic. Increase your speed by 2 points, and they won't be able to hold on. Yihua's voice on the communication channel reassured him. Junwei stared in amazement at the insect mandibles that had already penetrated the energy shield before him, wishing he could pray to all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens for help. Jun Shao's maneuvered his round shield against the shield, acting as a pedicure for the dense swarm of insects. Over 20 round shields spun at high speed, sending sparks flying wherever they passed. Even with broken legs, the insects still used their mouthparts to gnaw at the shield, sliding down under the gaze of the crowd. Bright green blood smeared the protective shield, causing the scalps of all the mecha girls who saw it to tremble. Their perseverance was so relentless, as if they were willing to scrape every layer of the shield off with their fangs. In Su Li's mind, that childish voice chirped cheerfully. Closer. Closer. How much further? Still. So much further. The golden branches swayed, their answer-making veins pop in Su Li's forehead. The queen's presence here seemed somewhat illogical. But considering her eagerness to evolve, it did seem plausible. 2 giant Zerg swarms at the base, plus these 2. Was it overconfidence in the Zerg's strength, or was it underestimating the combat power of the outpost? With only 4 giant Zerg swarms, she actually chose to divide her forces. Su Li didn't think much of it. He handed the controls to Yihua and the shield to Jun Shou. He stared, searching back and forth among the southern Zerg swarms. But as far as the eye could see, a bustling swarm of insects crawled about like a continuous black wave, making it impossible to discern what lay within. From time to time, small species leaped high from the waves, then plummeted to the ground. The ship remained at a certain height, out of reach for them. This distance was practically the limit of vision. But he couldn't let Yihua descend any further. If the queen insect became alerted, it would either swiftly maneuver and reposition within the swarm or turn and flee. One chance. If it failed, no matter which option it chose, the chances of catching it again would be infinitely reduced. Large species raised their heads and spewed streams of acid at the ship's bottom. Yihua didn't dodge, letting them spit. The ship's bottom, clad in the armor of large and elite species, was impervious to acid. Su Li didn't tell her how long she needed to advance, so she simply kept going. As the ship's speed increased, it once again gained the ability to break through the insect swarm. Ship 2 seemed to have finally noticed Ship 1's deviation and hurriedly turned around, heading towards Dawn 1. Its pale blue secondary guns cleared Dawn 1's path. After firing twice, it quickly headed towards Ship 1. But it was still too far away from Ship 1, and even if it managed to reach it, it would take some time. In her mind, golden branches waved again and again, their frequency increasing. Even without it saying a word, Suli knew it was approaching. Amidst the insect swarm, a pair of compound eyes flashed a faint red glow. Saliva flowed rapidly as it gazed at the flickering pale blue protective shield. It could sense that the golden figure was the key to its evolution. If it could only obtain her, or him, it could elevate its life to a new level. It had been who knew how long since it had encountered such high-quality, coveted genes. Its limbs trembled with excitement, a long-lost feeling. It gazed up at the approaching figure on the ship, and emerged from beneath the large species it had been hiding in. 6 powerful legs, densely covered with barbs, flanked its vast belly. Its slender legs, densely haired, trembled slightly with its excitement. Its arms, on its somewhat thin and narrow upper body, seemed underdeveloped, one large and one small. On its shrunken chest, the unmolted shell was scattered here and there, extremely unevenly distributed. It gazed at the golden figure above, and lowered its center of gravity. Wait a moment longer. The shield's energy was nearly depleted, and the ship would automatically switch to backup power. Those few tenths of a second were the perfect opportunity for it to strike. Chapter 185. Suli held his breath, concentrating, gripping the joystick tightly. His spiritual energy emanated, establishing a deep connection with Regal while closely observing everything around him. The ship was alone, and the other ship was too late to rush to its aid. The protective shield was in even greater danger. Under these circumstances, if he still couldn't trick the Queen, he would have to accept his fate. In his mind, the golden branches trembled more violently, and the childish voice seemed to be tinged with saliva. Down, down! So greedy. The pale blue protective shield shattered. A pitch-black figure appeared in an instant, sprinting straight towards the ship's deck. Its sturdy forelimbs provided immense jumping power. In less than a second, it had leaped from the ground to the front of the ship. At such a breakneck speed, no one could track it. In a hunt, as long as the hunter possesses sufficient patience, they can strike their prey with a single strike at the perfect moment. It had waited a long time, so the moment it leaped, it knew everything was secured. With the right timing, location, and people, it possessed nearly every advantage. It even extended its fangs, as if eager to savor the delicacy about to arrive. Thanks, Queen. The pheromone buried deep within its genetic code taught it a behavior called two-way rushing. At that moment, it felt as if this phrase had been vividly illustrated in reality. A golden shadow suddenly rose. As pale golden ripples spread, a golden hand transformed into a phantom, grasping the Queen's neck and slamming it to the deck. The sudden, choking blow plunged it into complete bewilderment. Its limbs twitched and struggled, scraping against the alloy deck, leaving distinct dents. It felt its head instantly shatter. The powerful blow sent a violent shockwave through its immense brain, which had been so painstakingly developed. Beyond the initial brutal impact, the increasing force now made it suspect its head would be slowly crushed until it exploded. The cold deck brought a sudden clarity to its mind, and it forced itself to power up despite the intense pain. Why? It had clearly planned everything. No one could surpass its extreme speed. Yet, why was it pinned to the deck? At such speeds, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to react. Yet, why? Why could someone, even while moving at top speed, still grab its neck? Is this something a human could do? Is this something a nasty lump of iron could do? No one would be so kind as to tell it. But reality will. The golden mech clamped its neck with one hand, and pressed its knee firmly against its body. Suli watched it struggle, even scratching the deck, and then he raised his hand, and grasped the base of its legs, pulling them directly from its body. Jun's Shou directly sent the severed long leg into the void arsenal. He looked up at Suli with eyes filled with admiration. This was already the second one, his master, in just 1 month. No! Less than a month, had encountered the Queen again, even pressing it against the deck and rubbing it. She raised her foot and kicked Junwei. If only she were the master now, it would be perfect. Junwei ignored Jun Shou's jealousy. She lowered her head, watching herself pry open the Queen's legs bit by bit, a surge of excitement welling up in her heart. It had so many legs, 6, could be pried open 6 times, if there were any centipede like Queen's. Junwei gasped, then prying open those legs would take forever. Yehua. Got it. Speed up. Charge. Yehua's excited, trembling scream echoed over the communication channel. The protective shield rose again, and the ship rapidly lowered, crushing the dense swarm of insects on the ground. She had been holding back for so long. Let's go crazy. With the Queen in hand, she no longer had to worry about the insect swarm attacking the base. Just go for it. Crush them to your heart's content, then fly the kite. She stood on the bridge, gazing at the golden figure on the deck, her whole body trembling. A queen worm. That was a living queen worm. He had accomplished something no one in the entire history of the Alliance had ever done. He had actually captured a queen worm alive. And one that had come to him on its own. This man is a con man. While I don't know how he discovered the queen worm, there's no doubt that Yi Hua was also complicit in this deception, even putting in some impressive acting. An intense pleasure seemed to penetrate her soul, from head to toe. She couldn't help but moan softly. What a queen worm eager to deliver food. This was the legendary two-way rush. I thought the two ships were going to fight tooth and nail, shedding their blood in this swarm of worms. But who could have imagined such an unexpected surprise? The insect swarm went wild. With the queen in Su Li's grasp, the swarm gathered like crazy, losing all its initial rhythm. The remaining elite species roared in unison, charging towards the armed transport. They didn't even care how many of their own kind they trampled to death along the way. All they cared about was their captive king. Painful howls emanated from the trapped neck. Su Li finally pulled its thrashing legs free and lifted it into the air. He surveyed the flat, plump body 3 times, unable to recognize the queen before him. What kind of insect was this? He simply grabbed a steel cable, tied it into a slipknot, and looped it around its neck, tightening it. The remaining cables were wrapped around its body a dozen times. He fished out a device for collecting brainwaves and placed it next to the queen's massive head. He stepped on it with one foot and pressed a sharp spear against its forehead. Give the order. Let the swarm self-destruct. His words were cold, devoid of any emotion. The queen's compound eyes betrayed no trace of emotion. But Su Li could clearly sense her body trembling violently. He didn't know if she was shaking in pain or out of fear and despair. But he didn't care. His sole purpose in capturing the queen and keeping her alive was to obtain the brainwaves he desired. The spear pierced its skull slowly. The rudimentary carapace provided the perfect fulcrum. As the spear pierced deeper, his icy voice rang out again. I know you understand. Give the order. Let the swarm self-destruct. The trembling beneath his feet intensified. Before the queen could give her order, a roar from the elite suddenly rang out from outside the ship. The dense swarm of insects suddenly slowed, even showing signs of breaking up. Master! Look over there. Even before Jun Shou finished his words, Su Li was stunned to see a massive elite species raise its body. As its brainwaves spread, a vast swarm of insects began to converge on it. He turned his head to look in other directions. Even some of the elite species originally on the battlefield had stopped their attacks. The ship instantly broke free from the insect swarm and emerged into the long-awaited sunlight. But instead of feeling any warmth, Su Li felt as if he were sinking into an icy cave. He knew he had forgotten something. Chapter 186. What he had forgotten was that there might be more than one queen on this Lingsui planet. Su Li stared intently at the legless insect before him, awestruck. All the absurdities were instantly confirmed. The strange and sudden appearance of the insect swarm, and the legless monster that arrived right at the start, all proved that this was not the queen Su Li had fought before. This one before him might have been a trick. It needed a fellow queen to share the burden when it attacked. And judging by the current situation, it seemed that due to its limited manpower, it had even sent its own men to monitor the entire battlefield. If the legless monster was defeated, it would immediately stop the insect swarm and seize all of its troops. As expected, before Su Li could force the queen to issue another order, the elite species reared up again. After a tremor, the insect swarm surged straight towards the northern base. The spear in his hand lashed fiercely at the legless monster, forcing it to roar again and again. But for some reason, the insect swarm that had originally obeyed its orders suddenly abandoned it and followed the giant elite species' footsteps, rapidly advancing towards the base. The visible insect swarm numbered 3.5. But secretly, no one knew if there were more. The plan to kidnap the queen was completely disrupted. Without telling Yi Hua, Su Li, driving the Regal, instantly arrived above the giant elite species. He thrust his spear down. The thick, long whiskers swung and whipped the spear, causing it to slightly deviate from its target. It missed the gap between the armor plates and slashed heavily on the carapace, sending out a series of sparks. The round shield flew, slicing straight down at its leg joints. One after another, smaller species swooped forward, risking their lives to block the shield's attack. The smaller species' unusual behavior undoubtedly shocked Su Li even more. Compared to the immature queen, this elite species was clearly even more powerful. And this feeling was incredibly familiar. Yes. There was no mistaking it. That elite species that had driven the Zerd tide southward, and this one was definitely under the command of the same queen. She was concentrating her forces. She was taking what others had and using it for herself. Beads of cold sweat crept onto his forehead. He simply couldn't bear to think about it, but he had to face reality. Han Hai. Check the cloud map. Tell me, besides these two battlefields, have there been any sudden Zerg swarms elsewhere on Lingsue Star? Outpost command room. On the virtual image, red dots lit up one after another. Han Hai's face drained of all color as she watched the massive Zerg swarm suddenly appear on the cloud map. She slumped into her chair, her entire body drained of strength. Not to mention the two Zerg swarms before her were already too much to handle. There were still 7 similarly sized Zerg swarms on the cloud map, moving towards the outpost. Yes. There are. A lot. 7. Commander, this time we. Don't give up. Juanza. Let Juanza go. Take the 2 elders with you. Remember. Ignore the Zerg queens. Prioritize the large elites. They're definitely not far from the Zerg swarm. Find them and kill them. We must kill them before the Zerg swarm merges with them. We can still fight. As long as we kill them, there's more to fight. Su Li's spear finally pierced the elite's head. It fell heavily to the ground, its brain completely shattered. But the centipede, still alive, continued to surge forward. Yi Hua, turn the ship around. Have that queen give me the order. Have her give the order. The transport ship drew closer, but the swarm showed no sign of stopping. Su Li teleported directly back to the deck. He grabbed the steel cable, pulled the queen up, and lashed it with his spear. Stop them. I said stop them. Amidst its furious roars, the queen's compound eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed to revel in Su Li's current fury, glaring with its massive eyes at the golden mecha before it. It understood human language. Naturally, it understood Su Li's insane anger. But it simply stared coldly, saying nothing. Su Li stared at the stubborn, legless monster before him. Although he didn't know why it had suddenly developed such a resolve, he knew clearly that it was impossible to get it to issue commands again. Since it's useless, then die. He threw it to the ground, raised his mech's foot, and crushed its head with a single blow. In his mind, the golden branches stretched, as if deeply nourished. His speech became more fluent. East. The closest one is to the east. I can feel it. Yi Hua, can the ship still withstand the onslaught of the insect swarm? How large? Su Li's face was bitter. Same size. From now on, we're fighting for our lives. 7 insect swarms. I have only one request. Even if it means shattering the ship, you must stop the remaining 7. Yi Hua's body trembled slightly, but he didn't respond. Damn, she's crazy. But not stupid. One swarm of insects pushed her to the brink. Even more so, 7 swarms of the same size. Is there still time to retreat? I mean, a B-class frigate. It won't give us that chance. Yi Hua stared blankly at Su Li, who had crushed the queen's head on the deck with one foot. After a long pause, she nodded firmly. She had no idea who this it he was talking about was. Perhaps the being that made Su Li so cautious couldn't possibly be easy to deal with. Then fight. Give me your location. Damn it, I'm going to fight the Zerg today. Su Li, I never admired anyone in my life. But you're right, you're just my cup of tea. This time, if you survive, I'll treat you to a drink. I'll ask Han Hai to join us. Nazi, catch the biggest one. Drink the spiciest. Don't worry. You'll definitely survive. After this fight, I'll put lightning to sleep no matter what. Jun Wei's hair bristled. She didn't understand why the topic had suddenly turned so inappropriate. It didn't matter if she listened to it herself, but Junshou's face flushed slightly, his ears perked up. Su Li ignored the 2 mecha girls' antics. After syncing the cloud map transmitted from Han Hai to Yi Hua, he quietly gathered his equipment. It finally revealed its ferocious true form. This was the Queen Zerg Su Li had always remembered, cunning and insidious, and incredibly patient. Many of his assumptions about it were wrong. In some cases, they were ridiculously wrong. The number of queens on this planet exceeded everyone's imagination. If it could sustain the outpost for 10 years, it could certainly sustain the other queens for 10 years. Perhaps, it had already completed further evolution, possessing the ability to leave this planet at any time. Chapter 187. And now, it began to reap. It harvested both the outposts and the numerous queens. Perhaps the outposts had always been a backup. What it truly desired were the various queens bred across the planet. The outposts increased troop numbers, and its own sudden rise gave it the perfect excuse. The genes of tens of thousands of people made it envious, unable to contain itself. A chilling feeling washed over it, The thought was far more shocking than the Queen's devouring humans or mechs. It hid in the most secure and reliable rear, commanded remotely via brainwaves, and only suffered the loss of a few swarms of Zerg and a few elite species. It then dragged humans and mechs, along with its own kind, out into the open. Winning or losing was immaterial. All it needed to do was sit back and reap the rewards. Su Li felt his skin tighten. A drop of sweat fell, hitting Jun Wei's combat uniform. He realized then that he was covered in cold sweat. The ship roared, ignoring the swarm of insects hurtling toward the base. It was too late. They had no time to waste any more time here. They sped eastward, increasing their speed to maximum. Golden branches danced. Perhaps the only person on the battlefield who seemed to be bursting with joy was the little creature in his head. In the cockpit, the drooping golden head suddenly rose, a faint blush on its face. "Master, if you survive, can you sleep with me too?" Jun Wei didn't know how she uttered the words. But she clearly realized that the crisis before her was truly a matter of life and death. 7 equally sized Zerg swarms mean 14 giant ones. If I don't say something now, I might never say it again. Sleep. Everyone. No one can escape. I'll all sleep. In a flash, Su Li had come up with the best way to defeat the enemy. Kill the elite before it issues a command. The elite's commands actually take precedence over the Queen. No matter how hard this fact was to accept, he had no choice but to accept it now. The elite's kill order was higher than the Queen's. This might sound unbelievable, but it happened in reality. We couldn't let them bring the Zerg swarm back to base. Kill the elite, then hold the Queen hostage. Theoretically, they could take the Zerg swarm anywhere they wanted. And then, there was the little sapling in his mind. If necessary, he could kill the Queen and feed her further. If it could grow to the point where it could provide the Queen with precise positioning, then this battle would still be fought. Beyond the mountain wall of the Cold Essence outpost, the 20-kilometer defense line was easily shattered by the Zerg. Deafening artillery roars erupted, heavy cannons spewing flames, plowing the ground outside again and again. Roars, shouts, and the sound of commands being issued. In the tunnels within the mountain wall, black power mechs scurried about. Heavy ammunition crates were directly deployed at fixed locations according to the weapons agreement. The continuous artillery fire had rendered all artillerymen deaf, leaving them reloading mechanically. One human power mech after another crouched in their firing bays between the mountain walls, unleashing a continuous barrage of bullets. Above them, the outpost Class B mechs, armed with heavy snipers, covered the mech teams fighting ahead. Amidst the roar of gunfire, the soldiers' curses rang out. Facing the Zerg swarm, the only part of their bodies that could spare a moment was their mouths. What the hell? Why are there so many? Stop complaining. If you have time, pull the trigger. I never let go. Energy beam shot out, tearing the Zerg swarm before them into pieces. Up on the mountain wall, the main guns removed from the armed transports recharged again and again, targeting the elite species on the battlefield. While the C-Class main guns couldn't kill with one shot, they could still inflict damage. Han Hai stared intently at the virtual map before him, repeatedly adjusting the firing parameters of his artillery positions. Too fast. The Zerg were advancing so fast, they suddenly emerged from the ground, catching everyone off guard. If the outpost hadn't just reinforced its defenses, they wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single wave of attack. Send the warband out to attack? Face a horde of Zerg? The moment they step out, they'll be ripped to shreds. Mechanic Squads 1 and 2, push forward. Push forward. Clear all large species from the defensive line. Mechanic Squads 3 and 4, cover the positions. We can't let a single medium-sized species break through. Mechanic Squads 5, interspersed, and cover the positions. Those in the rear, focus on the rhythm and coordinated fire without interruption. 3,000 mechanic girls were deployed on the battlefield. Besides the 5 squadrons of the 1,000 mechanic girls in the front, the 2,000 high-level mechanic girls in the rear, all wielding high-level energy weapons, emitting blue light, and providing cross-cover fire. They formed the first line of defense outside the defensive perimeter, firmly halting the massive Zerg attack. On the battlefield, 032 led the team, roaming the battlefield, searching for one large species after another. The 200 mecha girls were divided into several small teams, mostly composed of high-level mecha girls from the outpost. Maneuvering and interweaving, the huge black and red mechas moved around, casually killing any small species that came their way. They had followed Su Li for a long time, and were already accustomed to his fighting style. With a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, the heavy sword rubbed against the insect armor, sparks flying, and the gun in their hands was inserted into the insect's mouthparts. blowing its head off with a single shot. In each team, at least 2 mecha girls holding shields provided cover for the charge. They were always positioned at the flanks and rear of the team. Defense? What defense? As long as the attack was swift enough, the only enemies they had to face were sudden attacks from the flanks and rear. 032 slammed the massive shotgun directly into the insect's mouth, pulled the trigger to empty the magazine, and took several steps forward against its body before kicking it aside. In previous operations, such interspersed roaming missions often meant risking their lives. Even now, it was still a life-or-death struggle, but it seemed much more effortless than before. The training in hive assaults had deepened the mecha girls' coordination. Even amidst this overwhelming swarm of insects, as long as they weren't surrounded and intercepted by several large species, their chances of survival would greatly increase. For the first time in her life, 032 felt that even a sea of insects wasn't as terrifying as she had previously imagined. With a dozen teammates, who had been with her day and night right behind her, she had nothing to worry about. All she had to do was keep moving forward. As Sully always did, behind her, her teammates would do their utmost to protect her. Small teams of high-level mechas spread across the battlefield, blossoming in all directions. Unlike the Zerg's tactic of massing troops, their elite forces were sufficient to forge ahead resolutely amidst the massive Zerg swarm. The roars of large species echoed across the battlefield, unable even to be drowned out by the rumble of artillery. Chapter 188. How many times have I told you? 1 strike, 1 kill. 1 strike, 1 kill. We don't have time to waste on a bug. I'll kill it with 1 strike. Shut up. I don't want to hear them cry anymore. Could you please strike faster? Zhang Chongping felt his head buzzing as he listened to Li Tianlong's complaints. Jiandun tilted his massive shield, blocking the Zerg's attack. He then kicked his own shield, taking advantage of the swing, thrust forward, and pierced the Zerg's mouth with the tip of his shield. After this battle, if I'm still on your team, I won't be named Zhang. I'll be named Li. That's big. Pay attention. There are only 2 pilots on the battlefield. Such a bright target, no Zerg would want to miss it. Let me tell you something, if I get dragged away by the Zerg, you hurry up. Give Dad a ride. I don't want to become part of the Zerg, and then the next time I see you, I'll be seeing you through their eyes. 2 pilots? Is my dad dead? Pa! Shut up. Even if you were eaten, I don't know if you'd be able to provide nutrients to the Queen. I'm afraid your mind, filled with so much rubbish, will be purged as soon as it goes in. So the next time you see me, it's probably not through the eyes of a Zerg. The mech girls behind the 2 men said nothing, they simply followed them, advancing towards the Zerg tide. No one thought they were joking. The communication channel fell silent after a brief exchange of words. It was as if they were the only ones left on the battlefield. The whistling of shells, the resounding crackle of explosions, the distinct rustling of insects. In this small area, facing the overwhelming swarm of insects, they were left alone with only each other. Every time they lifted their feet, they stepped on the corpses of insects. The further they advanced, the more insects killed by the artillery fire piled up. But they couldn't load the flight module. Minimizing the area where the insects could launch a surprise attack was the key to survival on the battlefield. Each person in the squad was responsible for only 1 or 2 directions. Everything else was left to their comrades. One cluster high explosive bomb after another was thrown into the swarm of insects, clearing one clearing after another. Sister Kaling won't have to worry this time. Yeah. The construction team will probably be a little worried. With so much food, they're working overtime to build a cold storage facility, and they don't know if they'll make it in time. How's old Sue doing? I don't know, how about you take a guess? My master is amazing. No need to guess. It's just 7 insect swarms of equal size, right? For him, this would be a piece of cake. Zhang Chongping's hands were constantly working, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Right. How could I not understand this brother I grew up with? He's a human, not a god. And it's so simple? You might as well just let him spit and drown Ling Suishing. Be careful. He rushed forward, pushing Li Tianlang aside. The sharp jaws slashed across the giant shield, sending out a shower of sparks. Yurong stumbled, then spun quickly, piercing the insect's mouthparts with her spear and swung it hard. No wonder old Sue likes using a spear. It's really useful. Also, could you push me a little harder next time? It was so sudden, I almost tripped over my left foot. Zhang Chongping couldn't even free a hand to wipe the sweat from his face. Shut up. If you have time for that, use it on your eyes. Your hands. How many times can your father save you? Li Tianlong's white fur was already damp with sweat. In the cockpit, he felt his stomach twist and turn. His hair stood on end as a large species crawled over the pile of insect carcasses and poked its head out. Just as Li Tianlang was about to launch an attack, the large species' head exploded before his eyes, shattering to the ground. It was sniper support from far away on the cliff face of the base. "Thank you, Godfather, for saving my life." "That's enough." Adrenaline surged, and Li Tianlang's hand speed increased again, the rifle in his hand leaving a trail of afterimages. The past of galloping on the track now seemed like a distant dream. Chasing the enemy to flee in panic? Now, there were no more fleeing enemies. Everywhere they looked, they were their mortal enemies. Their green eyes made it seem as if Li Tianlang had raped the entire female member of their long-lost family right before their eyes. "Come on, you bastards! Watch my little steel gun. Whether I can pierce you or not, it's over." The mech squad and the insect swarm collided again, merging rapidly, both indistinguishable and distinct. In the command room, Han Hai monitored the battle, finally picking up his communicator and calling for support from the B-class frigate. In the sky, the massive ship broke through the clouds, slowly descending with a strong sense of oppression. In all weapon bays, all energy weapons, except the main gun, instantly opened fire. With the frigate's powerful firepower, all the mech girls could clearly feel the pressure they faced suddenly ease. The fully charged main guns finally fired after the ship descended to a certain altitude. A blinding blue beam of light burst forth, instantly reducing all insects in its path to dust. Isn't it too early for a B-class frigate to intervene now? Not too early. We need to quickly eliminate the Zerg swarm before us. Use all our strength and eliminate its remaining manpower as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the massive Zerg swarm converges, we'll have absolutely no chance. Han Hai clutched the communicator tightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally gave the order for the main human battle group to attack. Hatches opened one after another on the mountain wall. The power armors, already lined up, poured out one after another. They knew that leaving the base would be a matter of life and death. But they also knew that this was a soldier's fate. Charge! Charge! Calls rang out, and black power armors, carrying human warriors, charged towards the Zerg swarm. The rotating machine gun dragged the ammunition belt, hurling small, individual high-explosive shells one after another. Unlike mech combat, the human warriors' fighting style was more like a reckless death squad. They lacked the advanced piloting skills of the pilots, nor could they coordinate with the mecha girls. But they also possessed courage and a determination to fight to the death. Each power-armored unit would unleash all its ammunition. They were accustomed to unleashing all the high explosives they carried upon entering the battle, except for the glorious bombs that would cause a secondary explosion. For they had no idea how much longer they could advance, let alone how long their lives would last. The unwavering commitment to using all their massively destructive firepower was a shared belief among all human warriors. Kill one if you can. Kill two and you're guaranteed a win, don't worry. Bugs can reproduce, and their mothers are no less capable. 18 years later. He'll be a powerful man again. It's just that my mother in this life is shorter, and I'll have a different mother in the next. People can die, but the defense line must be there. They don't know if there's an afterlife. But they know that if the defense line is lost, the Zerg will be able to march unimpeded. Then, in their next reincarnation, they'll probably have to wait in line to be cannon fodder. Chapter 189. Han Hai had never commanded a battle of this magnitude. Those vibrant lives had now completely become numbers. 038's eyes flushed as he stared at the ever-decreasing numbers on the screen, his heart bleeding. As far as his eyes could see, Han Hai's hands, clenched tightly beneath the table, the knuckles whitening, revealing that her inner self was far less calm than she appeared. The Legion had barely been established, and now it faced its current dire straits. How could she not see that Han Hai before her was already struggling to hold on? She was also holding on. Who in this base wasn't holding on? Yi Hua, piloting an armed transport, had to withstand 7 insect swarms. Forget an armed transport. Even if she were piloting a frigate, it was doubtful she could return. 20 squadrons of mecha girls, plus Junwei Juanshou, were the only forces at Su Li's disposal. How could he hold on? The 2 high-level combat elders had already followed Su Li's orders to attack the elite species. Everyone was risking their lives, and no one knew if there would be a tomorrow after today. In the valley, the human regiment's charge had already sounded 3 times. Each time, a regiment of 5,000 men rushed to the battlefield. In just 1 hour, the charge had already sounded 3 times. A total of 15,000 men had been deployed outside. In the entire base, aside from the artillery regiment, only 1 main regiment remained. Han Hai felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of enemy were they facing? She even felt that every move she made was within their expectations. Han Hai had never underestimated the Queen's intelligence, but judging by the current situation, she had indeed underestimated the enemy. Jun Zhe suddenly appeared in the command room, her face pale. 2 elders have already killed 3 elites on the periphery, but they can't locate the Queen. I searched for ages among the 3 swarms, almost failing to return. But I found nothing. There are so many of them. I can't see them at all. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face. She wiped them again and again with her sleeve, but couldn't stop them. Go back. Follow the commander's orders and kill the elites. The commander will find a way to deal with the rest. I'll go back now. Her figure vanished from the command room, leaving only a few glimmering spots on the table. 038 stared intently at the cloud map before her. The swarm on it was getting closer to the base. With every step they took, the situation at the base became more dangerous. She stared at the base on the cloud map, gritted her teeth, and sent the last human regiment out. Fire and smoke, sacrifice and devotion. These are always the main themes of the battlefield. When the first power armor detonated, a profound sense of tragedy enveloped the battlefield. The personnel on the local battlefield retreated in an orderly manner, waiting to rest and restock their ammunition before returning to the battlefield. Soldiers, blood-soaked, dragged their comrades from their armored vehicles and carried them to individual medical pods. Their clothing rapidly dissolved within the pods, staining the transparent liquid red. Rays of light swept across the soldiers within, instantly analyzing their injuries and formulating treatment plans. Multiple robotic arms moved across their bodies, using biotechnology to rapidly restore muscle fibers and severed limbs. Aside from damage to functional organs, which couldn't be healed promptly, all other injuries could be treated in a remarkably short time. A medical mecha girl wandered through the medical bays, monitoring the wounded's recovery. The humans sent to Lingsue Star were all veterans. They possessed a mental fortitude far superior to that of ordinary humans. Even in the stalemate of battle, seriously wounded, they lay in transparent medical bays, completely immersed in isolation fluid. Mute, they kept giving the familiar acquaintances in the medical bays the finger as the robotic arms moved around. Even war couldn't break their resolve, and neither could injuries. The only thing that made them frown was that the creatures of their comrades were larger than their own. Outside the base, one of the 7 insect swarms. Suli pulled out the shield embedded in the elite's head and brushed off the blood. The golden mecha shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. He looked up, and the insect armor beneath the transport was already beginning to show signs of mottled peeling. An armored transport, after all, has its limits. The limits of defense, and the limits of energy. The frequent use of the protective shield, even with the backup energy source simultaneously recharging, the continuous high-intensity combat still caused the energy supply to be insufficient. How much longer can the energy supply last? Damn, it lasts longer than you can imagine. The constant high pressure made Yihua's mind go haywire. She stared at the 2 trembling queens on the deck, her eyes gleaming. 3. Kill one, and there are still 2. She still has a massive swarm of insects following her. All she had to do was lead this swarm of insects into the one ahead. And then catch the 4th one. When the queen's plan finally revealed a little, she was so frightened she almost wanted to lash out. But with Su Li's utterly insane decision, she instantly calmed down. If there's one thing anyone with a brain fears most, it's undoubtedly a desperate madman. She was a madman. Su Li was even crazier than her. Charging through a swarm of insects to capture a queen was something she never considered before, and she still didn't dare think about it. But someone, right under her nose, taught her a lesson. So, you can actually catch insects like that. So, this certain death situation can be averted this way. A golden figure appeared on the deck, lashing out with his shield before the 2 queens. With each blow, the other 2 shuddered. In their eyes, the golden figure held no trace of majesty, only malice. I'll teach you to disobey. I'll teach you to disobey. Seeing the queen's massive body being whipped until its original form was unrecognizable, he seemed a little tired. He leaned on the massive shield in his hand, and slowly turned his head. A chilling feeling made the 2 queens subconsciously embrace each other tightly. He suddenly disappeared from his position, and when he reappeared, he was clutching the neck of one of his kind. Then came a familiar scene that made their minds tremble. Heads slammed violently against the deck, followed by the blushing, forced flexing of thighs. The shrill roars made them shudder again. Their legless bodies huddled together like cricket pupae, desperately trying to curl up, fearing he would turn around and whip them in displeasure. In the cockpit, Junwei stood nearby, his eyes gleaming. Master, we already had 2 of you. Is it my turn next? Chapter 190. Su Li had a hypothesis when he captured the second queen. Bugs rely on their genetic hierarchy and pheromones to determine ownership of a swarm. But if an individual is strong enough, they can break through the constraints of hierarchy. It's like a great general in a dynasty facing the princes and dukes of numerous vassal states. This also explains why an elite species beside that queen can command the swarm of bugs surrounding this underdeveloped queen. Its pheromones are definitely stronger than those of this underdeveloped queen. Furthermore, with their appearance, the queen's royal power will fall, sparking these underdeveloped creatures to a desperate struggle. Just take care of those ridiculously powerful elite species beforehand, and see how obedient these ugly creatures will become. Gather your bugs. We're on to the next one. The huge golden shield pressed down firmly on the queen's head. If it said no, it would be gone. 2 obedient queens were enough to take its swarm away with them. Their wisdom allowed them to command absolute leadership within the swarm. But conversely, it also taught them the meaning of fear and the importance of assessing the situation. Especially with a role model, insisting on one's own path seemed particularly foolish. Without the diehards, the swarm of insects that covered the sky and the earth began to move again. This time, they passed the armed transport piloted by Yi Hua and charged towards the swarm in the opposite direction, determined to fight to the death. 03 and 04 finally reunited with Su Li. They stared in amazement at the scene before them, then glanced at the queen bound on the deck. They opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. As the Zerg swarms collided, they began to doubt their own vision even more. For the first time, they felt as if their long lives had been wasted. 2 black waves merged, the Zerg's roars echoed, and the primal fight sent shivers down their spines. Sharp jaws tore through the limbs of their fellow Zerg, and thick plumes of smoke rose as streams of venom erupted. Countless small species swarmed densely, clinging to the bodies of medium and large species, biting them desperately, leaving marks on their shells one after another. And with a simple flick of their heads, the large species could send entire swarms of small species blasting through the air. The reckless, back-and-forth battle was filled with a primal and violent aesthetic. For those Zerg fighting bravely, they perhaps didn't even realize the significance of this battle. They only knew that the king's will was the blade's point. 03 and 04 glanced at Su Li standing beside the 3 queens and swallowed subconsciously. So, a queen could actually control a swarm of insects to attack another? They had no idea what was going on with Su Li's brain. Should they say he mutated, or were humans just naturally prone to sleight of hand? Looking at the 3 legless queens tied to the deck, the 2 of them fell even more silent. They say that when kings don't meet, they face off. But now, 3 queens stood on the deck, glaring at each other, each one more brazen than the other. They weren't fighting for life or death. Instead, they kept urging their own swarm to attack, fearing that if their swarm slowed down and was struck by a shield. Why was his queen so obedient? Jiunze, go back and bring the 2 elders back to assist in the defense, then bring Heiyu. Jiunze nodded emphatically, grabbed the stunned 0304, and instantly disappeared from the battlefield. In the communications tower command room, 038 watched the massive Zerg swarm converge, her heart utterly shattered. In her opinion, the queen didn't deploy her troops directly into the battlefield, but instead began to gather outside. It was undoubtedly her intention to take the base in one wave. Does the frigate carry any unconventional weapons? Something with high lethality. Han Hai shook his head slightly, his chest heaving. With this battle at this point, the only thing they could do was for their own leader to break the deadlock. But how could they do that? She had no idea. Intercepting the elites would break the deadlock. Such an action could delay the coordinated Zerg attack on the base. But against a Zerg swarm of that magnitude, even if it could, the effect would be minimal. Only by drawing the Zerg swarms in one by one would they have a chance of defeating the enemy. But was that even possible? The limitations of her thinking made her rack her brains, but she couldn't figure out Su Li's solution. Perhaps, she shouldn't have taken over command of the entire base. Watching the casualty information being compiled, her heart trembled slightly. This is the weight of life that every Legion commander must bear. Those cold numbers were living lives. But these lives silently vanished as the numbers scrolled by. She knew war entailed sacrifice. But the thought of those lives lost emptied her chest. She was different from Yi Hua. Since leaving the factory, she had been transferred to her home planet as deputy captain of the inspection team. She had adapted well to everything, from mobilizing personnel to managing supplies. But the weight of life weighed heavily on her. If Yi Hua were here, this mecha girl, a veteran of real battlefields, would probably roar and lead the charge. In this respect, she and Su Li were very similar, Though it might seem a little unconventional, they could always be relied upon in crucial moments. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the command room. The excitement that had just risen on Han Hai's face slowly subsided after he saw the indescribable expression on 03.04's face. She clenched her fists tightly, glanced at the dense insect swarm on the cloud map, and stood up resolutely. The base was not without fighting force. It still had 038, and a team of mecha girls coordinating the command. There were also 2 elders and herself. Charge out. If they too died in battle, then there was still the final artillery regiment in the base. That's how war with the Zerg works. When there's no retreat left, all that remains is mutual destruction. Is Heiyu also on the front lines? Where is she now? The master needs her. Junzei, a look of excitement on his face, grasped Han Hai's hand and shook it. Huh? She stared at Junzei's face in astonishment, the resoluteness crumbling in an instant. She turned to look at the 2 elders, only to find their expressions still indescribable and slightly strange. Han Hai, you take command. We're heading to the battlefield. They didn't even give her a chance to question, simply jumping out the window and deploying in midair. Hurry! Kill a few more. They're almost done. We can't make things look bad here. What do you mean? With half a regiment's worth of troops, it's still like this. I'm embarrassed. Han Hai stood by the window, listening to the 2 elders' mumblings as they retreated. His mind was in a turmoil. Sister Han Hai, where's Heiyu? On the battlefield. Chapter 191. My master needs me. Those 5 short words completely lifted Heiyu's spirits. The anguish she felt on the battlefield instantly dissipated. She felt as if her long wait and dedication had finally been rewarded. Look! Her master didn't call out to anyone else. He only called out to her. He needed her. Even amidst the raging gunfire and smoke, the intense battle, the near-death struggle, it was worth it. Even if she could die with him for the next moment, it would be worth it. He needed her. At this most perilous moment. He needed her. She couldn't bear it any longer. She was already eager to open her cockpit and force him into her. Heiyu suddenly realized that her desire for him had always been so intense. Oh, you truly are an irresistible, charming, intoxicating, and devoted woman. She kicked the insect away, the long swords in her hands vanishing into a shadow as she stabbed the insect's mouthparts to pieces. Junzei watched her somewhat frantic expression and quietly stepped back. Heiyu unfurled her magic and, amidst the insect-strewn battlefield, quickly approached Junzei's side. She held a mirror in one hand and lip gloss in the other, her movements leaving only a shadow. Her gaze lingered on the blood on her cheek, her hand wiping it off briefly before she pulled out her compact and added a little shadow and highlight. In just 5 seconds, the bloodstain seemed to come alive, vibrant and alive on her face. She gave her makeup a final check and glanced at Junzei, who stood there, stunned. Let's go! This battlefield is so dangerous. How dare you just stand there and stare blankly? Junzei suppressed her inner complaints and raised her hand to grasp Heiyu's arm. A swarm of insects that covered the sky and the earth. At a single glance, Heiyu's heart leaped into her throat. The dense, endless swarm was more than 3 times denser than the area surrounding the base. Just one glance, and she felt her legs weaken, her balance unsteady. It's okay. If the situation wasn't critical, why would the master call me? He thought of me at the most critical moment, which means... Her immediate gaze caught sight of the golden figure standing on the ship's deck. Then, she saw 3 elegantly bound, legless creatures standing at the front of the deck. Instantly, Heiyu's legs softened. She stared at the 3 figures intently, her eyes slowly widening as an indescribable excitement erupted. Junzei quietly released her grip on Heiyu's arm. She had been at the base for some time, and had come into contact with all of Su Li's mecha girls. Lightning, though a queen, was easy to understand. Hongying, though also a queen, was reserved and simple. As for her sisters, she knew them beyond all understanding. Only Heiyu was hard to see through and understand. Although she always smiled when they met, Junzei could sense a sense of distance beneath that smile. And now, the excitement that seemed to solidify and radiate from her eyes made her swallow subconsciously, and take 2 steps back again. Mecha girls cultivated from human brain cells were said to be somewhat abnormal. She wasn't discriminating against anyone, but she was more or less afraid. The 3 queens standing on the deck, commanding the battle at the top of their voices, shuddered in unison, as if sensing something. Heiyu rushed forward and arrived beside the golden mecha. She tilted her head back, gazing at the 3 enormous queens before her, her eyes gleaming with a brilliant light. She was so excited that her body was trembling slightly. A smile clung to her blood-stained face as she stared at the queens without blinking, rubbing her hands together like a child whose parents had promised to buy her a toy. Master, is this for me? They all turned their heads in unison, glancing at the mecha girl in the black dress beneath them. Her smile was beautiful, but it made the three of them swallow subconsciously, feeling a chill run from their buttocks to their skulls. Yes. But they're not yours yet. With them, can we move forward with our research? Heiyu nodded quickly. We can push. Three of them. One pushes forward, one pushes backward, and the other one can do some tricks. The golden mecha quietly moved to the side. For some reason, Suli also felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly began to doubt Heiyu's true purpose for these constant night raids. Seized on him? That was certain. But what kind of desire? He suddenly felt more debatable. Otherwise, why hadn't she taken the initiative once in all this time? Master, are you letting them control the insect swarm, attacking it? Heiyu's voice was laced with indescribable excitement. She had sensed the endless possibilities of the three queens from Su Li's manipulations. He truly was her chosen master. The outpost was a life-and-death struggle. Every inch of defense seemed to be filled with human lives. Yet, facing 7 swarms of Zerg, he remained calm, even striking directly at the heart of the situation and capturing the queen. Queens had been captured before in the Alliance's history, but no one had ever captured a queen alive. The struggling, twisted limbs before her, their obviously underdeveloped appearance, sent a shiver through Heiyu's heart. From the arms of varying sizes to the incompletely molted shells, her gaze roamed over their shrunken bodies, inch by inch, unable to avert her gaze. The queen's terrified gaze. Junzei believed she must be terrified, because if someone looked at her like that, and extended their claws, she would surely scream. Heiyu's tiny body was so insignificant compared to the queen's massive bulk. Yet, just this insignificant little creature, with just a glance, caused the three queens to roar once again. The cool little hands that caressed their bodies seemed to be touching their ethereal souls, inch by inch. That chill, with its endless chill, seemed capable of freezing them in place. Junzei swallowed and took 2 steps back in his mech. This woman, so reclusive, had finally revealed her true colors before the queen. Luckily, I guess I hadn't offended her. Slurp. An untimely sound echoed, causing all the mech girls on the deck to step back. Even on a battlefield, the sound was too abrupt. Heiyu greedily caressed the queen's coarse fur, then moved to her side to examine it. With interest, he inserted his delicate hand into the wound left by her severed thigh. On the deck, a series of gasps echoed, and everyone instinctively turned their gaze. They didn't need to look. Just hearing the queen's pitiful cries automatically played out all the scenes in their minds. Chapter 192. In a swarm of insects, a single queen was no match for a swarm of 3 queens. Its swarm was rapidly declining, and just as it was about to turn and flee under the protection of the elites, a golden figure blocked its path. The specially crafted steel cable, coupled with a special knot, allowed Suli to swing it with ease, precisely looping it around the fleeing queen's neck. The immense force pulled it, leaving it only time to secure the noose with both hands before it was hauled high into the air. Several elites stared in confusion as their king suddenly soared. Before they could react, they were pinned to the ground by a combination of golden spear attacks. I leave this to you. Suli snapped the queen's neck and dropped it onto the deck. Let them fight the remaining Zerg swarm. Remember, keep them at a distance and don't approach the base. If there are still Zerg swarms left after the fight ends, you can use them to test the accuracy of your commands. Suli, who had originally considered staying a little longer to gather energy for Xiaoshu, completely abandoned that plan after seeing Heiyu's look. She could strike fear into the queen with just a glance. Clearly, she could unleash her own strength to reinforce the base battlefield. His intuition told him that the largest queen had more than just these few tricks. Even if he had already broken through her current methods, she must have a second plan of action. New reinforcements, or an ambush. It was still waiting for them to reveal more of their trump cards. It would never reveal itself without seeing all their trump cards. Suli even suspected that even if all its cards were revealed, it wouldn't reveal itself, insidious, cunning, and extremely selfish. And incredibly patient, never exposing itself to the light of day. Suli suddenly became curious about the extent of its evolution. To be able to raise a queen beetle, its intelligence was unquestionable. But he wondered if it had considered that he had already gradually dismantled the 7 insect swarms it had planned. The golden tree swayed slightly in his mind, humming with contentment. The nourishment from several queen beetles had given it a faint golden glow. From its roots, tiny golden rays rose, and some of the tiny roots grew thicker and more luxuriant at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Li, about to initiate the void transmission, paused for a moment, suddenly struck by a feeling. Could it be him it had been waiting for? A golden figure appeared on the battlefield, its mental power instantly connecting with the lightning of the fierce battle, unleashing the skilled general. A red halo spread out, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. As the golden mecha's phantom unfolded, the battlefield resounded with the warriors' desperate cries. Everyone saw the golden figure appear on the battlefield. In this increasingly stalemate, his appearance was like a shot in the arm, piercing everyone's heart. Jun Shou's amplification activated simultaneously, and the range of general expanded again. All those caught within it felt their various indicators rapidly increase, and the previously agile enemies suddenly became sluggish. The shouts and cries of killing echoed through the battlefield, deafening. The stalemated defenses seemed to have been revitalized, and the advance began once again. Han Hai glanced out the window, as if on cue. The first thing she saw was the golden shadow. He's here. He's finally broken through the insect swarm, and returned to base. She felt a surge of certainty, collapsing into her chair. He's back. Brother's back. It's stable. It's really stable this time. 038 clung to the window, half of his body leaning out, waving excitedly. No one questioned her words. Even though Su Li was alone, his mere presence reassured everyone. This battle can be won. The 7 Zerg swarms outside are in chaos. Complete chaos. They're not converging. No, they are converging, but they're killing each other. I know he can do it. Whether it's a competition, taking over the base, providing long-distance support, or even now. He can do it. He can do anything. He can do anything. 038 was so happy she was incoherent. Su Li's appearance instantly released the pressure she'd been feeling. Yes. He can do it. He can do it all. Han Hai silently repeated 038's words, gazing at the golden shadow outside. Tears welled up in his eyes before he knew it. Su Li's voice echoed across the communication channel. Pass my order, charge the frigate's main guns. All artillery regiments, change firing parameters. Coordinates 78,500 and 52.56337. Blanket bombing in 3 minutes. Everyone, evacuate within 3 minutes. The combatants advancing were stunned at this, confused as to why the highest commander had ordered a retreat when the opportunity to advance was so great. Yet, their strong military instincts ensured their immediate obedience. A large number of combatants retreated rapidly. A long gap suddenly appeared in the previously intersecting battle lines. A golden shadow suddenly shone brightly, and several golden ripples swept across the battlefield, freezing the Zerg who had just reacted and were about to pursue him. He had single-handedly stopped the overwhelming Zerg tide. Atop the mountain wall, hatches opened one after another, and soldiers in power armor quickly dragged the wounded through them. A number of battered and scarred mechas stood at the front of the mountain wall, staring intently at the figure standing in the center of the battlefield. 3 minutes wasn't a long time. The artillery regiment adjusted its firing parameters at breakneck speed, and shells shot up into the air, pounding towards the ground where Su Li stood. A cold sweat trickled down his back. In his mind, the small tree, having received a vast supply of nutrients, finally tugged at his spirit with its branches, sharing its vision. Beneath the ground where he stood, dozens of brilliant points of light clustered together, scattered across a small area. His guess was correct. It was waiting for him to appear. Dozens of elite species began to move rapidly, moving toward the surface. In just a dozen seconds, they had broken through the final barrier between the tunnel and the surface, raising their massive jaws to face the hail of artillery shells. The golden figure vanished from its spot. The dense barrage of shells landed, causing a violent boom. Everyone felt the ground tremble violently. Heavy artillery shells pounded the ground, directly engulfing all the elite species within the blast radius. Under the intense bombardment, even the elite species could not withstand it. Overwhelming numbers of small and medium species rushed in, shielding them from the heavy damage with their bodies. They roared deafeningly, but under the relentless bombardment, they could barely move a single step. Everyone looked at the battlefield in front of the base, their hearts pounding with sympathy. If they hadn't evacuated immediately, surrounded by dozens of elite species, not many would have survived. In his mind, a huge, dazzling light flashed, causing Su Li to clench his fists involuntarily. He had finally found it. No wonder he searched for so long, only to find himself going in circles and receiving no useful information. This was actually hiding underground in the outpost. Chapter 193. The frigate's main guns blazed with brilliant blue light, wiping out every Zerg in their path. At the moment the elite appeared, such a bombardment, every shot could maximize its effectiveness. Without further orders, the mechs instinctively raised their energy weapons and launched another attack on the Zerg swarm. Sully looked at his team. The outer armor was tattered, and green blood had already congealed on the black and red bodies. Their bladed weapons were slung at their sides, and the ammunition belts they were carrying were mostly empty. Some were missing arms and legs. Some were even dragged by their comrades, leaning against the mountain wall, still unwaveringly unleashing their firepower on the Zerg swarm. The sky had darkened, the sunset only a shimmering crimson, and the sky was a vibrant crimson, illuminating the pervasive smoke. They had emptied their ammunition, and their energy weapons were on the verge of being scrapped from prolonged use. The ferocity of the battle left the 3,000 mecha girls with no time to even reload their weapons. Not all of them possessed void arsenals. After prolonged, intense combat, they had reached their limits. That momentary shift in attack and defense was merely a fleeting glimmer of lightning's inherent abilities. Desperate circumstances kept them steadfast, and faith kept them standing. Teams of restocked power armors emerged from their firing ports and opened fire again at the insect swarm, attempting to relieve the pressure on the mecha girls. No one was left. Sully knew that all he could do now was fight tooth and nail. Lightning and Hongying approached the instant they received the order. Junsho grabbed the two mechas' arms and instantly stepped into the void node, heading towards the bright spot of light in Sully's mind. Within the vast, empty insect nest, 3 mechas suddenly appeared. A blinding light blazed instantly, illuminating the entire dark nest in crystal-clear detail. With a single glance, Sully was on the move. He didn't need to see the entire nest structure, he only needed to see his enemy clearly. The massive, coiled figures were covered in dense leg segments. The coiled bodies seemed to fill the entire cavern. Above the massive centipede's head, connected to a slender, plump body. It, or rather, she, was more evolved than any other female insect he had ever seen. Long lavender hair fell, concealing the fullness of her chest. A flicker of surprise flashed across her bright purple eyes at the sight of Sully. The slightly parted lips added a touch of spirit to her expression. A pair of horns curved against her head. Her entire upper body bore no trace of Zerg, revealing the figure of a voluptuous beauty. Her face was rosy and white as jade. She bit her lower lip, a delicate, pitiful expression that made one want to attack furiously. A faint purple light flickered in her eyes as she looked towards Sully. The 3 mechas' forward momentum suddenly halted, their sharp spears hovering just in front of her plump breasts, unable to advance any further. She sniffed the exquisitely sweet aroma emanating from the golden mecha before her, causing her violet eyes to narrow slightly, a flicker of intoxication. His sudden appearance startled her, but then she realized it wasn't entirely unexpected. Although she didn't know how he had located her, it didn't matter anymore. After all beauty comes from unexpected encounters. Her slender fingertips shone, with a captivating purple sheen. She twisted her body slightly, and a rustling sound instantly echoed through the nest. Countless legged legs scaled the rock face, their sharp toes piercing the ground. Adjusting to a comfortable position, she finally raised her hand to touch the sharp spear upon her chest. A warrior, for the queen, is the greatest reward. A flush washed over her face. She surveyed the motionless golden mech before her violet eyes certain that no knight could resist the queen's favor. She stared at the 3 mechs before her, now lost in hallucination, and a charming smile curved her lips. The bright red mech trembled, as if forcibly suppressing its inner desire. She twisted her body with amusement, causing the lavender mist to quietly spread, once again, filling the entire nest. The originally colorless air suddenly turned pale purple, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Release. The spirits long suppressed on the battlefield, combined with the highly hallucinogenic mental poison and her spiritual guidance. No one could withstand this shock from within the soul. They fought bloody battles on the battlefield, and dared to take a desperate gamble to attack the insect nest despite extreme disadvantages. She felt heartfelt admiration for their courage. Take your time. Savor it, whether it was their unparalleled courage or the utterly despairing despair that erupted in the moment of clarity. To her, it was all supremely delicious. She could even feel the slight tremor on the tip of her tongue. She had seen too many people. She had been active on the battlefield since the time when Lingsue Star was still the main battlefield. The more valiantly one fights on the battlefield, the stronger and deeper the desires hidden within. And against such an opponent, she often doesn't need to resort to excessive tactics. The most difficult thing in this world to understand is the human heart. Thankfully, she doesn't need to. She only needs to firmly grasp the weaknesses of human nature, and then she can easily defeat the enemy. Su Li froze in the cockpit, veins bulging on his hand gripping the joystick. All that remained in his mind was the chaotic battlefield. He stood there, fighting bloodily. But the endless swarm of insects was endless. He had no idea when it would end, so he could only strike tirelessly. Swords bent, spears shattered, and even the heavy shields were pitted and corroded by the venom, completely losing their protective power. A large force of 3,000 followed him in a spirited attack on the insect swarm, but after a fierce battle, only a dozen mechas remained by his side. Looking around, countless mechas lay crumbling across the battlefield, while the dense swarm of insects showed no sign of abating. He didn't know what it meant to be a hero's end. He only knew that he was still alive. As long as he was alive, he would bravely move forward. Dark clouds pressed down, obscuring the sky, even if he was the only one left in the end. He would tear a hole through the sky. Can you still hold on? He glanced at Lightning beside him. The bright red mecha lowered its head, trembling slightly. A moment later, Lightning's excited cry echoed. The moon shines brightly before my bed. Brother, you smell so good. Su Li stared at Lightning beside him in astonishment, puzzled as to why she would suddenly say such a thing at this point. The strong sense of dissonance made him suddenly feel a sense of strangeness. In his mind, the small golden tree swayed again, and a faint golden light emanated, finally connecting with Su Li's mind again. He tore away the purple mist that enveloped his mind, and his eyes instantly regained clarity. It's more delicious than meat, but not as expensive, and every bite is so crunchy. In the field of vision, a bright red figure approached the terrifying queen's side. Its entire mecha embraced one of her segments, rubbing it up and down, looking downright obscene. Chapter 194. The images in his eyes intertwined with the whispers of Lightning in his ears, leaving Su Li, who had just regained consciousness, somewhat dazed. Which was the illusion? The battlefield raging with gunfire, or now, after regaining his composure, cold sweat instantly covered his back. What a joke. Your mech doesn't have a mouth. If it had a mouth, you just go for it. The queen's methods were truly unpredictable. Even though he had been fully prepared, he still fell victim. Looking at the bright red mech rubbing against its legs, he didn't even know what to say. Thanks to her reminder, he was able to break free from the hallucination. But why didn't he feel the slightest desire to praise her? Hanging on the other side, sat awkwardly on the ground. The mech, over 20 meters long, had made her curl up into a small ball. Su Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at her young girl form. One of her hands was spread out, as if holding a mirror, while the other, scooping something from the air, she slapped her face with it, seemingly in a state of complete perfection. The iron hand slapped the iron face, making a sharp slap sound. He finally understood where the distinctive sound effects of those small species exploding in the air in his illusion came from. So it was dubbed live. Could the purple-haired woman he'd seen at the beginning also be an illusion? He looked at the queen insect, only to find that she looked just as he had seen her. She was so pitiful, it sent a ripple through anyone's heart. Just one glance. Su Li's mind quickly sank, instantly connecting with Jun Wei and Jun Shou's minds. He had no idea what they had seen, and they both fell into a daze. But as the blinding golden light shone, a golden shadow rapidly unfolded within the hive. Ripples rippled, directly breaking through the lavender mist. Dozens of spears emerged, whistling as the queen stared in astonishment. They pierced the centipede's body beneath her, pinning her to the wall with lightning speed. He leaped forward and grabbed the queen's neck. As she stared in shock, he swung his round shield, severing her upper body from the insect's body and holding it tightly in his hand. She wasn't as petite as he imagined. That slenderness was only in comparison to the enormous size of her body. Looking at the massive ration bag rubbing against the outside of his cockpit, he swallowed subconsciously. It was impossible to be greedy. After all, one bite would kill her. Lightning! Wake up! He shouted. But the latter was addicted to the crunching sensation. Even as the giant leg in her grip trembled wildly, having lost its main body, she clung to it tightly, unwilling to let go. The queen's face was filled with astonishment. This man was far more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. How had he escaped the illusion? Didn't he know how to be gentle with women? Wasn't her figure attractive enough? He just grabbed her neck and cut her in half, as her long purple hair fluttered, revealing the lavender lines around her abdomen. It resembled a captivating tattoo, emitting a faint glow. The lower half of her body, without a main body, twisted wildly, but pinned by the spear, it could only dig its legs futilely at the mountain wall. A piercing scream emanated from the queen's mouth. Even after being cut in half, she remained undying. Instead, in terror, she summoned her subordinates. Severed by the brainwaves at close range, even Su Li, with his immense mental strength, felt his mind go blank. Fortunately, Xiao Shu intervened in time to protect his mind. Snap! The scream abruptly ceased. She raised her hand to cover her pretty face, gazing at the cold mech before her. He was actually hitting her with his shield. She, from her entire life, had never been treated this way. This direct, unspoken violence. Why? Su Li had always marveled at the Zerg's vitality. The Queen's vitality was truly insane. Even without her torso, she still had the energy left to attack his mind. This forced him to be on high alert, raising his shield once more. Snap! 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 No! The Queen was stunned. You didn't communicate at all, just started fighting straight away. Are you polite? This is the Queen's favor. You, how did you break free? Don't hit me. Su Li ignored the Queen's cries, tightened his grip on the shield, and slammed it hard against her head. He could feel that even at this point, the creature in his grasp showed no fear. This was wrong. A coward, her body chopped in half, still had the energy to talk back. If she just trembled a bit, it would have been the most basic respect. Since when have villains been so righteous when heroes robbed their homes? Is this still the same Queen who hid in the gutter, calculating only for others? No, she must have other recourse. Su Li discarded his shield, drew his spear, and pressed the tip against her chest. The spear slid along a graceful arc, following her struggles. For the first time, he felt that the sharp spear couldn't find a foothold. Don't move. If you move again, I'll stab you straight in. The Queen's body stiffened, half of her body frozen in shock. Her swollen eyes were filled with disbelief. I'm not human, you're a real dog. Do you want to hear what you're saying? You killed me, and I can't even move. Tell me, what else do you have in store? The Queen was stunned. She stared in astonishment at the empty nest. The densely packed cocoons on the former insect platform were now empty. She had already set her last few dozen elite species into the ground ambush. Tiny larvae crawled about on the ground. Even if these tiny creatures climbed onto the mecha, a bite would break their own teeth, not to mention damaging it. She herself was her ultimate backup. The mental poison mist, and the guidance of her spiritual power were invincible. But now, it had backfired. She didn't know what Su Li had seen in his hallucination, but she could keenly sense that his malevolent aura remained undiminished. He had seen her maddening body, and inhaled the poison mist. He hadn't succumbed to the hallucination. Was he still a man? He wasn't just killing insects in his hallucinations, was he? The pain from the wound below was far less intense than the continuous blows to her face. But even the continuous blows to her face couldn't withstand the collapse of her faith. She opened her lips slightly, about to say something, when she saw a blinding golden light emanating from the mecha's cockpit, piercing her mind. The light, like a steel knife, pierced her mind, scraping along her skull bit by bit, making her feel as if her skull was starting to loosen. Her mind was completely tangled. As Su Li stared in astonishment, a golden mark suddenly appeared on her forehead. Jun Shou's grip loosened. The upper half of the queen insect's body fell to the ground with a clack, and the golden light instantly transformed into a cocoon, trapping her tightly within. In her mind, the golden branches twisted wildly. Hurry, hit her. Her reaction is too strong. I'm almost there. I can't hold it back anymore. Chapter 195. The golden spear instantly struck the light cocoon. The previously calm cocoon twisted violently the moment the spear reached it. Although Su Li had no idea what Xiao Shu was up to, he still swung his spear and struck with all his might. To prevent the queen from launching a sudden counterattack, he mobilized more than a dozen round shields and surrounded the light cocoon, striking it repeatedly and vigorously. He aimed to give her no chance to resist. He could guarantee that the meatballs produced by such force would be absolutely springy. The battlefield at the outpost was already a shambles. Han Hai knew that Su Li had chosen to confront the queen head-on, leaving the battlefield to them. The bright yellow mech had made its first foray out of the pass. She had little real combat experience, but at such a crucial juncture, she had to step up even without it. At this point, the command system was completely unnecessary. It was time for them to contribute their strength. She knew she might not be a match for the Zerg, but she had to be there. The outpost was a unified whole. From the Legion commander down to the common soldiers, no one could retreat from the battlefield. Their newly formed Legion might not have a long-standing military spirit, but they all shared the conviction to fight to the death. A figure with flowing blonde hair suddenly appeared in front of her mech, blocking her path. She wore a half-body armored skirt, leaving half her arms bare. A longbow, seemingly intricate in shape, gleamed with a cold, sharp edge. Her golden ponytail was raised high, and her whole body exuded a sense of competence. The mere sight of her back sent a shiver through the air, as if imbued with an endless sharpness that made one dare not look directly at her. "Who are you?" She slowly turned half her face, her golden eyes shimmering with a mixture of coldness and murderous intent. "Junyu." Han Hai stared at the golden figure before him. She slowly stepped forward, each step imposing with unwavering composure and sternness, as if she had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. "The situation is urgent, so no more nonsense. Just stand behind me. I'll take on this horde of enemies." As she slowly stepped forward, a golden mecha emerged, and she grasped the 20-meter-long bow. She turned and stepped back, slowly drawing the bowstring to full length. Burning golden energy converged into arrows, a dazzling brilliance that made Han Hai, in the cockpit, clutch his chest. Although there was only one mecha, she exuded an immense aura simply by standing there, drawing the bow. None of the June sisters were simple. It seemed as if everyone acknowledged their uniqueness, so much so that Junyu's moment of appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. The energy density within the arrow of light caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. The intensity of the energy within even surpassed that of a Type B frigate's main gun. Is this truly the energy a mecha girl could muster? What kind of structure could her mecha possess to withstand such a powerful concentration of energy? And her method of firing was actually a bow and arrow? Could the mecha tree have been a bit biased when it produced her? A loud bang. It was clearly just a bow and arrow, yet it emitted a buzzing sound that even heavy artillery could not match. Everyone watched as the light soared into the sky, then exploded in midair, transforming into a hail of golden arrows. With unmatched force, they charged headfirst into the insect swarm. Countless insects screamed. Under the dense, high-energy rain of arrows, they had no power to dodge. They were pierced through by the rain. The intense energy burned through their wounds, the intense pain tearing at their nerves, and in an instant, they were reduced to stiff corpses rolling on the ground. Even the thick armor of the elite species was riddled with holes, under the erosion of the arrows. One by one, they collapsed helplessly in their path. A thunderous cheer erupted across the battlefield. She had indeed not disappointed. She single-handedly carried an army of thousands. She had dispatched the remaining dozen or so elite species with a single arrow. Even the vast insect swarm was decimated by her single arrow. Han Hai stared at what was unfolding before him, his face filled with disbelief. This is foul. This attack method, this intensity, this is foul. You destroyed something that even a B-class frigate couldn't do with a single arrow? You're the illegitimate daughter of the mecha tree. Even Junwei and Junsho combined aren't as skilled as you. Inside the base, the heavy artillery finally stopped roaring. In the distant horizon, two armed transports sped towards them. Before they even approached, Yihua's somewhat maniacal laughter echoed over the communication channel. "You bastards, your mothers are back." The two ships slammed heavily into the insect swarm, and 20 squadrons of mecha girls detached from their hulls and charged straight for the outpost. Everyone on the battlefield saw 3 extremely ugly insects on the front deck of the armed transport. They all let out a roaring cry, controlled by a black and gold mech. Under everyone's astonishment, the insects, as they rushed forward, lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. They were like souls torn away, transformed from ferocious mortal enemies into corpses. The noisy battlefield seemed to have been paused in an instant. A complete silence descended. No more roaring artillery fire, no more clattering mech engines, not even the rustling sounds of the Zerg. The golden mech unfurled, and a single figure stood at the front of the pass, motionless. She was like a general guarding the pass, standing alone before a vast enemy force, unmoved. The battle is over, as a mech finally gave way and collapsed to the ground. A sense of unprecedented relief welled up in everyone's hearts. It's over. It's finally over. The intense battle had lasted until now, and almost everyone was struggling to hold on. Now, they were finally done. Cheers, curses, hysterical roars, and bursts of sobs, hidden and unnoticed. All sorts of sounds merged into a heart-wrenching slogan. Victory. Han Hai's eyes moistened again. She suddenly thought of Su Li, still struggling in the hive. He had left in such a hurry that even if she wanted to provide support, she wouldn't have known how. Looking down, she spotted Junyu, still standing at the pass. A glint of hope flashed in her eyes. "Hurry! Commander is still fighting the queen in the hive. Hurry, what are your limits? Bring our men and rush to support." Han Hai unfurled her armor and quickly reached Junyu. But as soon as she touched him, he collapsed backwards. She instinctively supported her, only to discover she had fainted with her eyes wide open. Junzei quickly walked over, took Junyu from Han Hai's hands, and held her by the collar, dragging her along the ground. "Don't worry. She's fine. She's just exhausted. A golden mecha suddenly appeared in front of the narrow pass and unfurled. Several figures descended from the sky, each with a strange expression on their face. Seeing them all before him, Han Hai finally let go of all the burdens in his heart. He knelt on the ground and sobbed. Chapter 196. A single battle cost half a legion 1/5 of its resources. Of 3,000 mechs, over 200 perished, 600 were seriously injured, and the remainder were all lightly wounded. One of the 4 main regiments was annihilated in a brutal battle. The damage to various weapons pales in significance compared to the loss of personnel. In total, the entire outpost faced 4 massive Zerg swarms. Such a feat is truly remarkable no matter the context. Half a legion withstood the attacks of 4 massive Zerg swarms, including nearly 100 elite species. This was a feat never before achieved by even the main legions. Not to mention the 7 peripheral Zerg swarms, each consisting of 2 massive swarms. They were unexpectedly diverted from the main battlefield by 2 transport ships, and then, using extraordinary means, they were all eliminated. The Queen was captured alive. This has never been achieved in the history of the Alliance. And now, the 3 living queens were still tethered to the transport ship like pets. No one was uncurious about them. Though the human soldiers didn't dare get too close, they still bravely commented on the queens from the corridors along the mountain wall or in their own cabins. Amazing. I seen dead queens more than once, but this is the first time I seen one alive. Want to go down and touch them, or take a picture? Hiss. You're so cool, you go first. I won't go. The squad leader is even braver than me. He's also very brave. Last time, he said he even eat insect feces. Hiss. Is this true? I was wondering why his face is always purple and black. Maybe the poison hasn't cleared up yet. Who knew? This time, half his body is gone. He's in the medical bay, recovering. Why don't we drag him out? If he doesn't survive, the Queen will still have something warm to eat. You're almost there. I think, you bastard, you want more training again. Several mech girls scurried through the corridor, drawing the attention of many soldiers. On the stretcher they carried was a pale mech girl, missing a leg. Speaking of our 3,347th Regiment, it's really showing off this time. What 3,347th Regiment? We're now called the Dawn Regiment. Yes. The Dawn Regiment. The military has given us special permission to expand, supposedly to set an example for the entire army. I heard that people from all the major regiments have applied for transfers. They're desperately trying to get here. How nice of them. We fought the war, and they're the ones reaping the benefits? What a joke. Yes. The commander agrees. I heard a lot of military merits were awarded this time, a 15% increase over the normal amount. The commander said. In addition to the normal military merit awards, the extra 15% will be distributed to the soldiers. You don't need to tell me about this, it's all posted on the list. Furthermore, the Corps commander has allocated a significant portion of his own military merit to support the families of the martyrs. Honestly, I only lost a leg this time. If I had lost my head, I still have a share of this benefit. Are you stupid? Maybe. Sometimes, it's better to be a little stupid. Living every day with the certainty of death, following a Corps commander like this, even if I do die, my life will be worth it. And the military merits will be a way to give my family an explanation. The topic suddenly turned serious, a common occurrence among soldiers. Especially among those who had spent years on the battlefield, these roughnecks simply didn't know what to say if they couldn't say 10 sentences without some emotion. This time, it's truly dire. The Corps commander has said that from now on, we must fire the first shot of the counterattack. Starting tomorrow, all mobile teams will begin hunting and slaying the remaining Zerg. Slaying the remaining Zerg? How can you kill them all? I mean, on a desolate planet like this in enemy territory. The veteran raised his head and glanced sideways, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He wiped his stubbled face and said confidently, "Did someone tell you before that half a regiment could achieve such a feat? Do you believe it?" "I do. I believe anything the regimental commander says. If he told me I was a woman, I'd rip my dick off right now." "Go ahead. You're useless anyway, except for peeing. By the way, do you think it'll split after you rip it off?" "Hush. Why don't you ask the female soldiers?" A female soldier walked past the 2 men, her eyes tinged with disdain. "Oh. No need to ask. They're like whistling all day long. You can tell you've never been to the women's restroom. It says on them, 'Squat back and don't stick your heels out.'" A bearded veteran looked at his comrade with shock and took 2 steps forward silently. He had never imagined that the comrade he spent so much time with would be such a jerk. Tell me more. The post-war hospital was the busiest place. The lightly wounded were treated in the medical rooms of each regiment's base. Those who could make it to the hospital were all missing limbs. This group of people repaired their broken limbs, and, during their recovery period, used crutches to run around the yard. Su Li came to the hospital to visit a patient, but unexpectedly ran into someone he knew. Brother Su. Commander. He looked at the young face before him, his gaze fixed on his leg. His entire right leg was wrapped in gauze. It was undoubtedly a newly formed leg. It's fine, just crushed. His casual response left Su Li feeling a bit uncomfortable. Xu Qiang still looked so energetic. Even though he was seriously injured, he still loved to grin, just like when he was in the 7th Legion. Hey, you really weren't kidding me. There are so many mecha girls here. Of course, could I have? How many of us from the 7th Legion have come? A lot of them are acquaintances. When the old Legion commander heard you needed people, he pulled together the backbone and elite members of each squad. He actually managed to gather half a regiment. But after this battle, well, it's boring to talk about this. Anyway, we really made a name for ourselves this time. My former squad leader has called me several times. Honestly, with our record, I still feel like it was a dream. Su Li frowned and patted Xu Qiang's shoulder solemnly. Then you better get used to it quickly. There will be more dreams like this in the future. Xu Qiang's face was filled with excitement, and he loosened his grip on his crutches. Su Li quickly reached out to take his crutches, looking at him excitedly and saying, Captain, I can now spin a pen simultaneously. Tell me, am I one step closer to becoming a pilot? Of course. Such rapid progress? You're certainly talented. Well, let me tell you. I'll organize a pilot training class. I can get some training equipment and other supplies from other sources. Once you recovered, remember to sign up. Xiao Chang was stunned when he heard this. He'd just been saying it casually, to relieve his excitement and anguish. But after hearing Su Li's words, all his anguish instantly vanished. He took the crutches from Su Li's hand and quickly returned to his ward. From now until he's discharged, no one is allowed to get him out of bed. Not even to the bathroom. Chapter 197. Su Li watched Xu Qiang leave with a mixture of anger and amusement, feeling a pang of bitterness. All he could do, and had always done, was to give hope to these warriors and mecha girls fighting on the front lines. War never ends without its victims, he knew that, and Xu Qiang knew it too. The sacrifice of a regiment not only ensured the survival of the outpost. Beyond the tangible results, the symbolic significance of this battle was even greater. The alliance had long been weak, and the entire military, from top to bottom, was holding its breath. No one liked a monolithic defense. And the victory at the outpost was just the beginning. They still had many battles to fight in the future. After conquering Lingsue Star, they had to keep pushing forward. To achieve this goal, let alone the sacrifice of a regiment and 200 mecha girls, even if it meant risking everything, the entire military and the mechanical island would have absolutely no objection. The small golden tree in his mind looked a little weak, but the energy of the several queens clearly nourished it immensely. Between the swaying branches, tiny specks of golden light drifted, producing one tiny seed after another, resembling peppercorns. A mature golden seed had already left the body and entered the system's backpack. This was a seed of the mechanical tree that had come from his mind. Perhaps because it hadn't yet fully grown, it lacked the ability of the tree on Mechanical Island to nurture mechanical girls. Furthermore, he keenly sensed that, while both stemmed from the same source, the abilities of the tree in his mind differed slightly from those of the mechanical tree he imagined. For example, seeds, after clearing a planet of queens, it can be planted on that planet. It will release sufficient pheromones to suppress all Zerg on the planet, preventing them from breaking through their genetic barriers and becoming queens. This means that no matter how many Zerg remain on the planet, no queen will be born. It will also, in a highly deceptive way, release pheromones to the outside world, preventing the entry of foreign queens. If the one on the mechanical island possessed the same ability, then the Zerg's advance would be impossible. Even if the Zerg desperately reproduced, without the queen to coordinate, they would become a chaotic mess, devouring each other in their quest for evolution. Furthermore, it had a function that completely surprised Su Li. Taming the queen. In the hive, when the purple-haired half emerged from the golden cocoon, despite her bruised face and nose, one could still see a tree-shaped mark on her forehead. Su Li and several other mech girls watched helplessly as she devoured her Zerg body, then vanished in a golden cocoon of light. That massive figure, hundreds of meters long, hadn't even left Lightning with a single leg, leaving him drooling with rage. The mech girls didn't know, but he knew perfectly well. The cocoon of light was currently nestled beneath the tree's roots. Each root entwined itself around it, seemingly providing it with special energy. The tree's visibly weakened state was precisely due to this. In the medical wing reserved for the mech girls darted through the corridors. In a treatment room, Junze crouched over a large medical pod, manipulating a robotic arm to repair the severely injured 032. The flesh could be repaired with diluted mechanical tree sap and nutrient solution, but the damage to the body caused abnormal circuits in the core, requiring the medical robot women to repair them piece by piece. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her hands pressed against the joystick, not daring to relax at all. A mechanical core hovered above 032's body, flickering with a faint light. Repairing the core is a complex process, requiring different methods depending on the severity of the damage. Fortunately, she possessed the corresponding principles, and a faint energy emanated, enveloping the entire core. She held her breath, the structure of the relevant circuits recurring in her mind again and again, connecting her mind to the robotic arm, deeply sorting out and reconstructing them. Suli stood quietly behind her, observing the naked 032 in the medical pod, scratching his head awkwardly. Careless, he set aside the small wildflower he had plucked from the cliff face and slowly exited the medical room. He hadn't realized that the mecha girls, like humans, were completely naked during their medical consultations. "Master, what are you doing here?" Lightning glared at himself, pinching his waist, his words tinged with malice. "Oh, I came to see 032. You know, she's been on the front lines, and she's been seriously injured." Lightning approached naturally, slinging her arm around his, her gaze scanning his face suspiciously. "So does it look good?" "It's beautiful." "No, I mean I didn't have time to look." "Didn't look closely." "I didn't see it at all." Lightning paused, tilting his head to look at Suli, a bright smile on his face. "Master, do you think I'm stupid?" "No, my Lightning is so smart." He swallowed. For some reason, ever since Lightning saw the queen insect's true form, her nerves have always been a little fragile. Now she's always on guard against thieves. He admitted that he had glanced at the enormous round thing. After all, to be honest, although he had seen large ones, he had never seen one that was scaled up to its full size. It wasn't that he meant to look. It was simply the deep-seated curiosity of the human being that got the better of him. "By the way, I've broken off several queen beetle legs for you from Junwei's armory. They're different types. You can give them to Keiling and have her. Sister Keiling is in the next ward." "That Sonling seems." Lightning scratched his head. "She's in the ward at the end of the hallway." Suli suddenly realized something. It wasn't the queen beetle issue or 032's situation that had made her sensitive. Honestly, without Keiling's kitchen, the quality is a bit hard to describe. Have you tried the kitchens of the various regiments and companies? There's no soul. Do you understand soul? It's that delicious feeling that shudders and strikes directly at the soul. Suli truly didn't understand. He only cared about nutritional value and what was edible. His pursuit of taste remained at the level of deliciousness. Perhaps, he was destined not to be a glutton in this life. For someone who had spent 2 lifetimes fighting on the battlefield, having something to eat was actually quite good. He glanced at Lightning, whose face was serious, as if the topic he was discussing was a matter of life and death, and asked uncertainly, "Well, I also hid a few boxes of noodles for you. Do you want any? The spicy, refreshing kind? Maybe some with pickled vegetables." Lightning's eyes lit up, then a hint of suspicion crept in. She wished she could turn over Su Li's shabby bed 800 times a day. She knew what was under it better than anyone. Where did the noodles come from? Chapter 198. On the deck of the armed transport, Hong Ying stood upright at the edge of the ship, every muscle in her body tense. Her gaze darted endlessly over the faces of the 3 queens, as if the slightest sign of abnormality would have her springing forth and slaying them instantly. Heiyu, rarely seen wearing a white dress, was clearly overjoyed. She was clearly overcome with joy. In her mecha girl form, she stood in stark contrast to the queen's enormous size. Even so, as her tiny figure passed by, the queen instinctively curled up. Her body trembled. If they showed fear before Su Li, then they showed terror before Heiyu. Death was certainly a terrifying thing. But a life worse than death was clearly even more torturous. After one battle, they had fully grasped the morbid and dark mind of the petite woman before them. Her varied and complex commands sent a chill down their spines, even for the experienced queens. Just asking, has anyone seen insects doing handstands, splits, and handstands on the battlefield? As brainwave commands were input one by one, Heiyu, having completed all the collection work, turned to look at the 3 female insects before her. Their underdeveloped faces were drooping, but it was clear they were trying their best to please. A flicker of thought flashed in her eyes. As researchers, striving to squeeze every last bit of value out of experimental materials is the essence of experimentalists. However, for now, their assistance in the experiment has basically come to an end. Master, do you have any plans for them? She glanced at Han Ying, who nodded and said, starting tomorrow, the main battle group will cooperate with the action team to eliminate the remaining Zerg on Lingxue Star. Master's intention is to take them, and collect as many remaining Zerg as possible. Oh, all right. Then hand it over to the action team. This data is valuable, and I need to complete the experiment as soon as possible. By the way, Han Ying, remember to persevere in what I told you to do. Han Ying blushed, a hint of discomfort flashing across her face. Is this okay? I mean, what's wrong with that? This is all for Master's health. Han Ying, we've been sisters for so many years, and we've never been hypocritical. We formed this offensive and defensive alliance for the sake of shared success. Don't worry, as long as I succeed, I will never forget your unwavering support. I don't mean that. I mean... Heiyu gave Han Ying a deep look. The deeply ingrained mechanical principles of a mecha girl were indeed not so easily circumvented. She didn't understand. It was just a simple psychological suggestion. Just do it a few more times, and it'll be fine. It's just stink bug powder. Just something to warm the middle and replenish yang. How could that be considered harmful? Have you never seen the frenzy when lightning shook her master, or how she beat him until he vomited blood? Even a fool like her can circumvent the rules, but you, a smart person, can't. Don't worry, we're doing this for our master. Besides, if you really need more, don't we have you? We have you. Heiyu's casual words pierced her heart. Thinking of the feeling of being spiritually filled, Han Ying shuddered, blushing and nodding emphatically. Don't worry. I'll persevere. 3 times a day. Huge doses. Heiyu displayed a teachable expression and patted Han Ying's shoulder meaningfully. Sister, keep this confidential. Remember, the June sisters are organized, and Lightning was the first to sign a core contract with the Master. We're in a very awkward position. If we can't take them down in one fell swoop. She pointed at the command tower, then in the direction of the hospital, clicking her tongue. Look what's behind that. Is it a building? Those are pairs of eager eyes. Eyes? My dear sister? 038, 537, 536. And that Han Hai. Haven't you noticed that piercing look in her eyes? Sister, don't think you can rest easy just because you have incredibly long legs. She also possesses peaks and ridges we don't have. Huh? This so much? So we must strike first. As long as the dosage is right, we'll definitely be able to take control in a week. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to shake your hands vigorously, we'll have the advantage. I get it. I'll definitely shake vigorously. Heiyu, with a strong sense of mission, shook Han Ying's hands firmly. Sister, I'm relying on you for the next few days while I'm gone. With that, she turned, gathered all the lab equipment, and resolutely walked towards the basement, pulling the cart. Behind her, Han Ying lowered her face, blushing shyly, her eyes gradually becoming determined. In the communications tower's control room, Lightning stared in amazement as Suli pulled out one food item after another, seemingly performing a magic trick. Her eyes began to overwhelm her. She didn't even know whether to focus on the table full of snacks or on Su Li's unique abilities. Those colorful bags weren't snacks at all. They were her lightning-fast life. The door to the command room flung open. Yi Hua, carrying 2 barrels of wine, entered the room and saw a table overflowing with snacks. Her eyes lit up, and the cigarette in her mouth trembled. Ah! We're so in tune. Boss, you could smell the wine from way off. I'm telling you, this is some good wine. It's a shame I'm in the hospital, so I was expecting no snacks. But who would have thought you have the foresight? Anyway, let's have 2 drinks today and become sworn brothers. You get the best of everything. Stop. Dry or wet, thick or thin, it's all yours. Eat and drink, you'll do it all. If you're free, invite 2 acquaintances, and we'll have a couple of drinks. The battle's over, it's time to relax. Once the patients are discharged, we'll have a grand celebration. Suli quickly stopped Yi Hua when she heard him about to go on another long speech. He had no interest in turning into a dog. Yi Hua narrowed his eyes, his cigarette curling slightly around his lips. He understood. She put down her drink and scurried out. In a matter of moments, 038, Han Hai, Han Ying, her apprentice, and the June sisters. A dozen or so mere mech girls swarmed in. Suli took a quick glance and was stunned. It wasn't that he saw any strangers. He was extremely familiar with all the mech girls present. And, with the exception of June Shou, they all clearly shared one characteristic. Instantly, he glanced up at Yihua. He pulled Han Hai by the hand and forced her to sit down beside him. Cigarette in hand, she smacked her tongue at him. The slight upward brow made her meaning clear to Suli without words. No need to be polite. We're one family. It all spoke for itself. Chapter 199. In a flash, Suli recalled his former boasts. Beside him, Lightning pouted sullen. The thought that these people were out to share her life and hers infuriated her, and she glared at Yihua with eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive. Don't worry. I saved plenty for you. Lightning's expression visibly brightened, transforming once again into the affable, golden-haired man. In the command room, as Yihua opened the first bottle of wine, Suli finally saw what a true female man looked like. Hey! Enough of the nonsense. The battle was won, and the man is still alive. Damn, that alone is worth a toast. I'll fill mine first. First toast, to the heroes who sacrificed on the battlefield. She lifted her glass and poured the full contents onto the floor. Second toast, to my brother Commander Su. I, Yihua, have never surrendered to anyone in my life, and he's the first. I'll drink first. Anyone who doesn't drink is looking down on my brother. The mecha girls' faces changed, and they all filled their glasses. Yihua smiled calmly, winked at Suli, and then took the wine from his glass and gulped it down. 3 ounces of wine flowed smoothly down his throat without a single bubble. She grinned, sighed contentedly, smacked her lips, savored the drink, and then raised her third glass. This toast is for myself, no problem. I'm sailing a boat out there, braving the wind and the waves. Even if I don't break through the wind and waves, it's still a struggle. If I hadn't held back the massive insect swarm, everyone here can imagine the consequences. I'm not trying to take credit, I'm just bragging. Would you like to drink? If not, don't blame me for dragging you aboard for a day trip to the cold Starworm Tide. The mech girls exchanged glances, then pick up their glasses and follow Yihua in a gulp. After 2 glasses of wine in a row, Lightning, who had only consumed a mild lubricant, blushed rapidly. She didn't even have time to take a bite of her snacks. With a slight flutter of her eyelids, she collapsed onto the sofa. Hey! Yihua smiled. She scurried over, picked up Lightning, set it aside, and plopped down beside Suli, wrapping her arm around his shoulders. The rich aroma of alcohol, mingled with a sharp aroma, wafted in his face. The familiar taste of nicotine on her bright red lips gave Suli a slight shudder. He had no idea how much the mech girls before him could drink, but he knew Yihua could drink 1,000 drinks without getting drunk. Boss, one for you. Suli couldn't resist her enthusiasm, so he took the cigarette from her hand and placed it between his lips. At the outset, without much talk, half a pound of wine was already down. Each of the pilot girls blushed slightly, and under the influence of alcohol, the atmosphere in the command room gradually relaxed from the initial restraint. Hong Ying, who prided herself on her alcohol tolerance, lowered her blushing cheeks as her gaze wandered over the snacks on the table, but after searching, she couldn't find anything suitable for drugging. Just as she was about to reach out to search, Yihua stared at her. In a few words, she guzzled down 3 more cups. Yihua beamed, focusing on his particular area. Jun Zhe wasn't there, and Jun Yu wasn't awake. And Jun Wei and Jun Shou before him. Ha ha. Not worth mentioning. Suli stared at Yihua in astonishment, wondering how his pilot girls had offended her, for her to single-handedly target and defeat them one by one. Seeing Jun Shou also carried away single-handedly, he finally realized that he no longer had a personal cyborg girl by his side. Yihua laughed wildly. She propped one leg against the table and nudged Suli with her shoulder. Boss, clear out everyone who's in the way. The alcohol was starting to take effect, and he felt his mind slowed down considerably. Before he could comprehend what she had cleared, he felt a soft body being tucked into his arms. Han Hai's face flushed, his eyes a bit hazy, clearly having been drunk as well. She leaned over Suli, sniffing him constantly. She couldn't tell if it was the alcohol or some strange smell on him. Oh, my sister's dizzy. Boss, don't you even give me a hand? Suli felt his arm being pulled up and forced onto Han Hai's body. He felt something soft against his touch, and he burped subconsciously. A strong smell of alcohol washed over him, slowing his brain even further. He pinched it subconsciously, but before he could savor the sensation, he heard 038's cry of surprise from across from him. Looking up, He saw Yi Hua had sat down, leaning heavily on 038's chest. She shook her head contentedly, found the most comfortable position, rested her legs on the table, gestured with her hands, and spoke with eloquence at the table. On the sofa, the atmosphere was completely ignited. A group of mecha girls were both crying and laughing, crying about the difficult battle, laughing about their survival, and the chance to enjoy a wonderful life. Raise a glass to those damn Zerg. Raise a glass to a bright future. They cried and laughed, losing themselves in one alcoholic glass after another, finally collapsing on the sofa. 038's face flushed red, and just as she was beginning to feel a little sleepy, Yi Hua slapped her thigh. That's it? That's all? Not professional at all. Go change me, get a new batch. But none of the limp women in the room responded. The control room was packed, yet it was eerily quiet. Yi Hua's eyes were red and wide. She clearly hadn't had enough, still in a strange state of excitement. The wine was refilled, and she tilted her head back, draining the contents of her glass. Still feeling unsatisfied, she simply picked up the barrel and guzzled several gulps. The barrel landed heavily on the ground, and she wiped her mouth with her sleeve, baring her white teeth at Su Lizzie. Boss, I'm just asking you, is this wine spicy? Su Li reached for a cigarette, puffed it 3 times before putting it in his mouth. After lighting it, he took a deep drag. The smoke filled the air, and through the hazy haze, he could clearly see Yi Hua's slightly red eyes. Spicy. Very spicy. Where did you get this wine? It's so spicy it makes me want to cry. Yi Hua was slightly stunned, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Yes. This wine is too spicy. It's so spicy it makes her want to cry. Is the girl big? Su Li looked down at his hand resting on Han Hai's waist. An inch above, there was the behemoth. He was truly drunk, his mind a blur, and he just followed Yi Hua's words and spoke the truth. Big. Quite big. Yi Hua chuckled and looked at his apprentice, who had slumped on the sofa. His eyes reddened again. Boss. Enjoy life to the fullest. You don't have to suppress yourself like this all the time. It shows you don't respect yourself enough. And it's even more disrespectful to those who throw themselves at you. Han Hai's body trembled slightly, a hint of coldness in his narrowed eyes. Yi Hua was clearly unaware of Han Hai's gaze. She simply poured herself another glass of wine, and with the crystals rolling down her face, she drank it all in one gulp. Over the years, she had taught so many apprentices. But only a dozen or so had truly mastered her techniques. Now, there was only this one left. The flame of her cigarette flickered as she exhaled a puff of thick smoke and rolled over from the sofa. No more. This is just dog grain essence. The more you drink, the more you become bloated. Fake wine. Even though she said she would stop drinking, she still carried the barrel, sipping intermittently as she walked outside. Her tall figure, at that moment, seemed filled with endless desolation. She stood at the doorway of the command room and suddenly turned around. Boss? Tell me, are we not going to defend anymore? I mean, can we just keep moving forward? Even if it means death, I don't want to die defending pointlessly. Su Li paused, then nodded. This is the starting point. From today, we're heading south. All the way south. Yi Hua got the answer he wanted and immediately picked up the wine barrel, gulping down the contents. Then, with a swaying motion, he collapsed to the ground, clutching the barrel. Chapter 200. Su Li could clearly feel himself being helped to the bed. The intense dizziness caused him to fall asleep quickly. When he awoke again, he felt dizzy and his throat dry. He struggled to turn his head, only to find Lightning lying beside him, staring at him unblinking. Her face still held a hint of drunkenness, or perhaps a surge of shyness. The bedside lamp shone a warm orange light, and the slender straps of her nightgown slipped from her smooth shoulders. The warm orange glow against her fair skin was irresistible. Her long, bright red hair flowed freely, complementing her aloof face, giving her a queenly air. At a single glance, Su Li felt as if his eyes were glued to her, unable to move away. Was it the effect of the alcohol? Su Li's throat felt incredibly dry, and his voice was a little hoarse. Why aren't you sleeping? She didn't respond to his question, but instead leaned forward and hugged him tightly. Countless times, late into the night, she would recall lying in the cold medical pod. Every time she reached out to touch the person beside her, she felt the icy cold of the pod wall. Having experienced that feeling once, she never wanted to experience it again. The spear piercing her chest would wake her up with a start every time she thought of it. The corpse dragged away by the queen on the battlefield of the 7th Legion. Outside the outpost, the tidal wave of insects. Manpower is limited. If one day, she and Su Li were to be separated forever, The mere thought of such a possibility would make her feel heartbroken and unable to breathe. It would be more painful than a spear piercing her chest. She would never forget the repeated ridicule in the arena. Even more unforgettable was the man in her arms, the only light in her life. Su froze in place, hunching back. He clearly felt something was wrong with his body. His self-control had been significantly reduced recently. A gentle peck landed on Su-Li's chest. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and lightning suddenly dived into his arms, violently ripping open his shirt. Her face, wet with tears, took on a touch of tenderness under the soft light. Even her flamboyant red hair couldn't conceal the shyness and charm of her gently biting her lower lip. Su-Li stared blankly at lightning before him, reaching out to grasp her restless hands, and quickly standing up to wipe the tears from her face. It wasn't like he hadn't seen lightning cry before. From the moment they signed the contract, he'd known she was a sentimental woman. But the first sight of her like this had subconsciously made him feel a little uneasy. Under the light, she also turned over and sat up, revealing her curvaceous figure beneath her light-colored nightgown. The tears welling in her crimson eyes were heartbreaking. He felt a pang of pain in his heart, and his hands trembled as he wiped away the tears. His peripheral vision fell on the small safe in the corner of the room, containing all of Lightning's memories. And every one of those memories was deeply connected to him. He couldn't let Lightning, a girl, take the initiative anymore. He needed to create more memories for her, instead of simply rejecting others' advances. So Yihua had been pushing him the whole time. Let's fix it. Even though he drunk a lot, judging by his body's reaction, it should be possible. But, at this critical moment, shouldn't he say something tender? Call her baby? The thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. He didn't want to be thrown into a headlock by her while drunk. What's that called? Little electric? He shuddered, glancing at Lightning with a hint of apprehension. His alcohol had left him with a somewhat uncontrollable wandering of thoughts. Yes. This question seemed crucial. He just wanted to know. Is the mecha girl leaking electricity? Mecha girl, isn't it electrically powered? Then, does she emit radiation? His mind suddenly seemed to be flooded with imagination, and Su-Li suddenly regretted not asking Li Tianlang for advice. But judging by his appearance all day, he didn't seem to be unusual. Yes, a mecha girl is a mecha girl, and a mecha is a mecha. They should have different operating modes. He wrapped an arm around her waist, and was about to say something when Lightning interrupted him. Master, I studied hard. Don't worry. I'll be very gentle. Su-Li's eyes widened. He had just moved his right hand to gently caress her elastic legs, and now he subconsciously tugged at his shirt, covering his chest. What kind of lewd language was that? What do you want? I know. The book says that first times are always very shy. Tense. Yes. But master, don't worry, I studied systematically. Looking at Lightning's serious, tearful face, he opened and closed his mouth, suddenly thinking he might have drunk too much and was hallucinating. Yes. This isn't his Lightning. His Lightning had been forbidden from reading any other books. Look, master. It's this introduction to mecha. It says that the armor needs to be laid down first. Once the body is completely flat, bolt the limbs in place from 4 sides to ensure they retain sufficient mobility during operation before disassembly. Master, there are no bolt holes, but I prepared these. She pulled 2 bundles of hemp rope from under her pillow and expertly tied a knot around the headboard. No! You stop! Su-Li's dizziness and blurry vision subsided. He rolled over, struggled to sit up, and snatched the rope from her hand. His eyes widened, and he pointed at Lightning, his mouth gaping open. Tian Gang. This woman is hell-bent on destroying him. She hasn't even figured out traditional tasks, and she's already thinking of giving him props. Is this even fair? Is that the mecha introduction you're looking at? You're looking at the Power Armor Maintenance Guide. Besides, your master is a pilot. A pilot? Not a mecha. Then, don't you all carry a mecha? Me. Su-Li tapped his fingers repeatedly, then choked hard, nearly choking. He finally understood. He was wrong. Terribly wrong. The guidance and education of the mecha girl is urgent. Especially for someone like this with a poor mind. If he wants to be the first to fly, he must teach her step by step. Get down. Lightning shrank back upon hearing this, hesitantly lying on the bed, like a sprawled frog. It seemed she suddenly realized she was the mecha, so she cooperated, assuming a posture for inspection. Su-Li narrowed his eyes, a vein bulging on his forehead. He suddenly realized that no amount of rhetoric was worthless with such a diehard. Practice was better than words. He pulled her into his arms and buried his head in her front armor. The previous penetrating wound had left only a shallow mark. He gently rubbed it, feeling the subtle tremor of lightning. "Master, what do you want?" "Yes." He didn't say any more nonsense. Although he had little experience, mechas, he was incredibly familiar with them. "Study hard, and Master will show you what true mecha maintenance is." Chapter 201. The next morning, Yihua frowned and pushed open the door to the command room. Her hair was a mess, and she peered around, searching for something before casting a questioning glance at Su Li, who was reviewing the Legion's information. "Boss, are there cats in our base?" "No. That girl June Show only has a few mice." "What's wrong?" "Oh, maybe I drank too much last night, and I felt like there was a cat meowing all night." Su Li moved his shoulders awkwardly. His back was still covered in scratches. Naturally, he had a say in the matter. "Stop looking for a cat. Sober up and wash your face. You'll need to accompany us on today's mission. Bring Heiyu with you. With her and the 3 queens, we should be able to gather a group of Zerg." Yihua, upon hearing the mission, instinctively straightened himself. Hanhai pushed the door open and walked in, also yawning loudly. "Captain, did you get a cat from somewhere? It meowed all night yesterday." Yes. I thought it was an illusion. Turns out you heard it too." Su Li grinned and quickly searched the system store. He remembered that the store had these companionship and psychological comfort animals, each costing 10,000 energy points. He had cursed them for stealing at the time. But now, it seems like stealing is just a waste. "You found out about this." "Forget it. I was planning to give you a surprise. The atmosphere on the battlefield is quite tense, and we don't have the rear cities, like the other Legion bases, nor are we blessed with beautiful scenery. So I thought I add a few cats and dogs to our base to provide comfort for the soldiers." As he spoke, he pulled a cage from under the table. A fat, long-haired, blue-eyed cat clung to the cage's grill, staring at everyone in the room with wide, glaring eyes. Instantly, Hanhai's eyes curved into charming crescents. She opened the cage, scooped up the plump, furry cat, and contentedly rubbed it. "Wow, the little one looks so adorable. Is it a male or a female?" She gently lifted it up, immediately spotting the 2 small bells underneath. Yihua leaned over and poked at them with his finger. The cat's eyes widened instantly, staring at the disheveled Yihua in front of it, their eyes filled with disbelief. "This is everyone's first meeting. Are the etiquettes here so presumptuous?" "Ahem." Su Li coughed lightly, interrupting the 2 mecha girls' research on Little Bell. "Just finalize the mission details. In my opinion, there's no need to exterminate the Zerg completely just yet. You can discuss this with Kuling. Her Zerg breeding plan can be put on the agenda. Also, let Heiyu's laboratory be responsible for the screening and targeted breeding of high-quality genes. At least come up with a practical plan. Currently, there are too few edible parts of the Zerg, and the discard rate is quite high." Hearing this, Hanhai asked, "Sir, are those researchers up to the task? I mean, professionally breeding Zerg." Su Li threw his hands up indifferently. "Give it a try. We're just sitting around doing nothing." Su Li didn't care about the laboratory's attitude. If these researchers were happy to research, they could do it. If not, they could be sent back to their home planet. At least after completing their existing research, there was no need for them to remain at the outpost. This group of people might be the Alliance's treasures, but they weren't his. First, he didn't need the development and research of the relevant modules, and second, he hadn't considered contributing his genetic enhancement fluid to benefit all of humanity. Leverage is only leverage when it's in his own hands. Rather than offering it to the various factions to enhance their own strength, he'd rather keep it safe and leave it to the warriors fighting on the battlefield. By the way, Hanhai, the military has requested that I provide some personal information to be added to the system. Can you tell me how to fill it out? I mean, my service history? Hanhai paused, then walked over to Su Li and looked at the form on his terminal. After just a few glances, he felt a bit stumped. Other Legion commanders rose through the ranks step by step, spending 2 or 3 years at each level. But Su Li, who rose straight from a lieutenant, had never been seen in the entire history of the Alliance. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even the true commander of the outpost. Generally speaking, a C-rank pilot could receive lieutenant treatment. A level and S level are colonels. Super S level enjoys the treatment of a corps commander. However, these are merely benefits. They do not confer real power. Real power is gradually gained through the accumulation of connections and military merit, and after training at each level, it is slowly increased and expanded. Su Li possesses nothing but a vast amount of military merit. Of course, if the mechanical island counts as connections, then he does have them. Why bother thinking about it? Just fill in none and it'll be fine. I don't have any qualifications. What? Are you worried he won't give me a rank? Yi Hua leaned over, only to lose interest after a single glance. Han Hai bit his lower lip. That's not the case. Other Legion commanders have long resume badges on their left chests. It's impossible for ours to have nothing on them. That's why he's special. What's the point of having so many resume badges? Just use them to prove his military achievements. We might as well not take action, but if we do, we'll crush everyone. So what if he doesn't have any resume badges? I don't believe any of those Legion commanders wouldn't salute him when they see him. Han Hai gave Yi Hua a deep look, suddenly feeling that he had a brain. Alright. Then fill in none. Su Li listened attentively, filling in the blanks and clicking submit. Han Hai was speechless. She could even imagine the expressions on the faces of those in the military after seeing Su Li's information. She had never seen anyone so unconcerned with power. She couldn't help but frown at the thought of the governor treating Su Li differently. She'd been so proactive last night, and all he'd done was give her a pinch. She glanced at the cat in her arms. Could it be that he spent all his unresolved energy petting the cat? Otherwise, why would it have been howling all night? The cat clearly sensed a cold, murderous aura from Han Hai. It subconsciously struggled twice, its hind legs slamming into Han Hai's front armor. It clearly stepped on something, but it was so soft it couldn't gain any leverage. Han Hai blushed and pressed the cat into his arms. Seeing Su Li had no other plans, the two of them saluted and left the command room. At the bedroom door, Lighting poked out a furry head, his face flushed. She hadn't meant to scream. More importantly, she'd never been punished like this before. Yes. In the master's words, it was transparent. Chapter 202. Mechanical Island. Eve stared at the battle report before her, squinting her eyes as she read it over and over again. Every time she held it further away, she feared she wouldn't be able to see clearly. She recognized each individual word, but when they were put together, it was a little hard to accept. This Su Li was truly good at giving her surprises. Half a legion had fought such a brilliant battle. How did he kill so many bugs? Did he flatten a B-class frigate and crush it? When she had gone against everyone's will to establish his legion, she had thought it would take some time before any real results were achieved. But now it seemed she had underestimated him. Can this even be described as a victory? It was a miracle. If it hadn't clearly stated the Lingsue Star outpost, she would have thought it was the annual battle report from the main battlefield. Even on the main battlefield, there was no record of a captured queen. 8 queens, 5 killed, 3 captured. This thing can actually be captured? 18 giant insect swarms annihilated, over 100 elite species. He didn't request reinforcements. With less than half a legion's worth of troops, he achieved such a feat. This undoubtedly gave the opposing council members a slap in the face. And it was a resounding slap. It even alarmed the entire Alliance military. The Human Council went berserk, frantically clamoring for an investigation. Even the military dispatched an investigation team. It wasn't that they refused to believe it, but rather that such a result was too unbelievable. In fact, Su Li's presence had long been a prominent presence on the desks of high-ranking military officials. Until now, they had only seen a glimmer of possibility in him. Now, he was no longer just a distant possibility. Instead, he had become a rising star in the eyes of all the military leaders. If this record was true, then the expansion of the Dawn Legion would be a sure thing. A Super S-Class pilot wouldn't necessarily command their attention. But a Super S-Class pilot, who could lead the Legion to victory, was a different story. Furthermore, he had defeated a larger force with fewer men, achieving significant and brilliant results. From then on, his position as Legion commander was completely secure. As long as he stood firm and refused to retreat, the military would support him without hesitation. Eve lay on her cot, staring blankly at the ceiling. She had no doubt about the authenticity of the battle report. She even looked forward to seeing how the military investigation team would slap the Human Council's investigation team in the face. If she had known he could bring her such a big surprise, she shouldn't have returned from the outpost. Now, she wanted to go back, but she couldn't find the reason. She couldn't just go all the way there just to award a medal and a rank. After all, she was the governor of the Mechanical Island. Wouldn't it be unseemly to present a medal to a Legion commander? But if she didn't go, wouldn't it seem like the Mechanical Island didn't value him enough? The video call lit up. She glanced at the terminal and answered it immediately. Su Li's virtual image lit up immediately. Dressed in a neat military uniform, he saluted Eve and then stated the purpose of his call. With just one sentence, Eve's high-pitched voice rang out. What? A mechanical tree species? How long has it been? Can it also release pheromones to suppress the formation of queens? Eve was stunned. Then her face lit up. Wasn't this the opportunity? Anything related to the mechanical tree was of paramount importance to the mechanical island. Now it was hard for her to avoid making another trip. Wait a minute before planting. I'll be there soon. Eve rolled over and sat up in bed, grabbing her military uniform. She hung up the call and strode out of her bedroom. That was a tree species that could suppress the formation of queens. If their mechanical tree was a spear against natural disasters, then Su Li's mechanical tree was a solid shield protecting the land. Combined with these contradictions, they would have the confidence to launch a desperate counterattack in the face of this natural disaster. A stable and worry-free rear base? The mere thought was enough to make one ecstatic. If that were the case, could the mechanical island push forward? Or perhaps even drive directly to Lingsue Star? She paused, her brow furrowed slightly. This sudden thought made her pace the corridor uncontrollably. Had she lost her mind? Driving directly from the main island to enemy territory, and even thinking it made perfect sense? But his new mecha tree smelled so good, even after stepping onto the conveyor belt leading to the breeding room, she still couldn't figure out how she had come up with such a dangerous yet reasonable idea. Outpost, Communications Tower Command Room. Su Li squinted his eyes, as he studied Junyu before him. She had practically no outstanding attributes. Aside from her telekinesis, which was twice that of Jun Shou, her other attributes were average for an S-class model. If it weren't for her unique telekinesis, he might have thought he was looking at an ordinary S-class mecha girl. Such an attribute template truly caught him off guard. The latter stood erect, like a sharp blade unsheathed. The longbow slung across her back was already nearly 2/3 her length. So your specialty is strong attacks? Yes, master. Extreme strong attacks. Feeling Junyu's gaze, he subconsciously leaned back. Just kidding, the Jun sisters were known for their unexpectedness with him. The various contract positions were bizarre. Rather than catching people off guard, he better be more understanding. Want to sign the contract now? No, master. Jun Quan is still back. I'll just wait for her to come along. Su Li's eyes widened at Junyu's response. He was even a little moved. What a brilliant mecha girl. Look! That's what Vision is. They're both Jun sisters, so why are there so many differences? Is your recovery okay? If you're still tired, take some more rest. No, I want to go with the team. Killing bugs is something I can do, and it's my duty. Even if I only kill a few each day, over time, I'll be able to wipe them out completely. Right. You're absolutely right. Go. Take boat number 1. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return. Junyu stood at attention, raising her arm with a heroic air. Su Li returned the salute and watched her leave, eyes filled with admiration. A mecha girl with such a positive outlook, needless to say, more of her would be great. She's both brave and resolute. Most importantly, they weren't greedy for his blood, unlike the other 3, who were quick to sign contracts at the first opportunity, as if afraid they'd be gone any later. By the way, Hongying, why do these past few days' teas always seem a bit mushy? And there's a lot of foam. In the corner, Hongying, who was filling a cup with water, shuddered and immediately poured half the stink bug powder into the cup. This is the medicinal tea Sister Kaylang concocted. You've been staying up late or fighting intense battles lately. You need this. But, Sister Kaylang said it's a secret recipe. It's best to eat even the dregs, for nourishment. She glanced at the half-full cup of stink bug powder, steeled herself, and added a little less than half a cup of boiling water. With just 1 cup of water, she had turned it into a mushy mess. Su Li stared in amazement at the cup Hongying brought over, peering inside. It was a dark, slightly brownish mass. If I hadn't told you, who would have known this was actually a health-promoting tea? Hongying shifted her posture uncomfortably, blushing. Look, how about I get you a bowl? Chapter 203. Su Li's eyes were filled with suspicion, a feeling that something was amiss. All right then. I just missed breakfast, so when you get the bowl, bring me 2 buns. Hongying nodded quickly and scurried off. Su Li sniffed the cup. Besides the faint aroma of tea, there was a slight fishy odor and the faint bitterness of processed herbs. He shrugged with amusement. Before, he would have been suspicious, but Hongying had already signed a core contract, so how could she harm him? Suspicious. Truly suspicious. The mess in the command room had been cleared up. A large number of regiment personnel began to assemble. Every active mecha in the base had been mobilized. After a battle, there was so much to deal with. The Zerg corpses scattered across the battlefield were everywhere, and each one needed to be carefully handled. Although Kulien was still hospitalized, her cold storage had been prepared, and the apprentices from each chapter had learned the specific Zerg dismemberment process. As the main force moved out, food collection immediately began. The Zerg Tide seemed to have never considered that their first large-scale chapter would be to deliver food to others. We really are going out? I mean on the ships, 100 kilometers outside the base? One soldier after another boarded ships 2 and 3 in astonishment. As the ships slowly rose, they couldn't believe they were part of the outbound force. After all, with their power armor, their combat power was limited, so it was practically impossible for them to fight more than 100 kilometers from the defense line. Yet now, after a battle, they were being sent out directly. Don't worry. Are we still got the mecha troops? It's not just a question of whether or not we have the mecha troops with us. Put bluntly, what can we do out there? Shut up. Don't underestimate yourselves. Our combat power may be low, but remember, you're already members of the Dawn Legion. This is a direct order from the Legion commander. You can question everything, but not orders. Captain, that's enough. I'm not questioning orders. I just never been this far from base before, and I'm a little excited. His captain gave him a deep look and said nothing more. Through the porthole, everyone could see the receding outpost. They gazed at the land below. They had expected to see the familiar ochre-colored wilderness of Lingsue Star, but the sight of them all drew a sharp breath. On the ground, there was no vast expanse of earth. Dense insect corpses lay everywhere, stretching endlessly, with no end in sight. Although everyone knew that the defensive battle outside the outpost was not the main battlefield of this battle, no one had any idea what the main battlefield was. But now, they had a clue. The craters from the ship's secondary guns were few and far between, and half of the densely packed insect carcasses bore the marks of being run over. The soldiers couldn't help but think of the mottled insect armor and blood beneath the ship, their faces filled with shock. Oh my god! So many insects. If I were to kill them all, I have a hard time finishing them all in 3 lifetimes. Is this the result of the Legion commander and 2 transport ships? Hush. Take a picture. Show it to my dead father. After I burned the battle report to him yesterday, he came over and banged me on the head in the middle of the night, accusing me of tricking him. Now it's confirmed. Pictures speak louder than words. Anyone who has fought the Zerg will understand the visceral tremor that comes with facing them. Though reluctant to admit it, everyone knows deep down that it's a deterrent born from the very level of life itself. Before going into battle, every soldier would enter the immersive simulation chamber more than once to experience the intimidation of a Zerg swarm. But fake is always fake. When faced with the Zerg on the battlefield, many were left unable to move their legs. The dense swarm of Zerg on the land sent a chill down everyone's spine. What kind of monster had they followed? Their ancestors must have bruised their heads in the depths, earning them the opportunity to join the Legion of Dawn. When they were awarded the vast amount of military merit, they were merely surprised. But when they actually saw the vast Zerg swarm, the mere thought of it sent their adrenaline surging. Those few military merits were profoundly materialized in that moment. Killing a lone Zerg was a military merit. Killing a Zerg in a swarm was also a military merit. But the contrast in difficulty was obvious. Squad leader, I want to pilot a mech. The soldier's words left his mouth when he received a slap from his squad leader. You want to? I still want to. You have time for gossip and banter, but you don't bother reading more books. The commander's orders have been issued, and the deployment of personnel for the pilot training class has begun. The structure will be completed soon. He glanced around at the soldiers under his command, a solemn expression on his face. You bastards, I don't care what you think. If you want to learn to pilot a mech, fine. But you must have the ability first. Clearly understand the requirements. If you can meet the standards, I won't stop you. But if anyone falls short and tries to fill in the gaps, I'll break your legs. We can't afford to attend the pilot academy, so we can't blame anyone else. The Corps commander has given us an opportunity, but that's for those who are capable. If we truly aren't destined for that, we must choose wisely. Give the opportunity to those who are truly prepared and can meet the requirements. I don't tolerate cowards in my class. Anyone who isn't up to the task and stands in others' way should be kicked out as soon as possible. His resounding voice echoed through the cabin, causing many soldiers to look up. What are you looking at? I, John W., said this, and so do you. Opportunities don't come easily. If this pilot training program fails, because of someone unqualified, you will be the sinners of the entire Corps. The entire cockpit fell silent as Jean W. spoke. No one didn't want to be a pilot. Everyone understood how rare this opportunity was. They didn't even know how many people Su Li's class could accept. But there was no doubt that everyone wanted to take a chance. For this group of soldiers, this was a golden opportunity. But Zhang Dabu's words cleared the minds of most present. The corps commander had already given them the opportunity, they could cherish it, but they couldn't squander it. Zhang Dabu slowly returned to his seat, glanced at the soldier beside him, and tapped his helmet. The young soldier shifted slightly in dissatisfaction. Just as he looked up to say something, his squad leader handed him a crumpled book. He took it, and saw it was a blood-stained pilot's manual. He raised his head in surprise, about to say something, but his squad leader's stern gaze silenced him. He could only stuff the crumpled book into his clothes. Even through the layers of his uniform, he could sense a strange warmth emanating from the book. Chapter 204. Around the base, dozens of giant steel nets lay flat on the ground. Power armors moved about, clearing the insect carcasses outside. Edible parts were removed one by one, placed to one side, sorted, and towed into storage. The remaining parts were dismembered and placed into the giant nets. A massive B-class frigate hovered in midair, its underside densely covered with giant nets. A mecha girl roamed the battlefield, occasionally packing up and lifting the filled giant nets, then flying into the air again and attaching them to the tow hooks installed on the ship's hull. Hurry! All the food must be stored within 3 days. That ship, you can head for the breeding ground. The giant ship in the air responded, heading east of the base. 200 kilometers wasn't far at all. The so-called breeding ground was actually just an enormous circular pit. This place used to be a plain, until Suli ordered the B-class frigates to fire their main guns, unleashing a continuous barrage of fire over a radius of dozens of kilometers. The pitiful Zerg breeding plan had begun. A foul odor washed over them, causing the mechs hanging from the hulls to frown. They untied one giant net after another, letting the debris tumble out. Only after all the nets were released did they signal the giant ships to turn back. Standing in the command room, Suli carefully studied the terrain and ultimately chose to build the academy outside the base. It would be built right where they had first clashed with the Queen. The terrain there was varied, with hills, mountains, plains, and everything in between. If the planet's topography could be restored, then the nearby Yellow Water Lake might even develop into a wetland. From a long-term perspective, this place is absolutely perfect. At least it's convenient for training soldiers for multi-terrain operations. Academy? Didn't you say you wanted to run a training class? Zhang Qiang was stunned. He had assumed Suli was asking him to be a teacher. But who could have imagined that, overnight, he'd become the principal? That's right. If we don't want to open a school, then don't. If we do, then open an academy. You might be crazy. Who would open an academy in enemy-occupied territory on the front lines? Only those who are willing to risk their lives would dare to attend. Uncle, you're absolutely right. I only want students who are willing to risk their lives. Zhang Qiang frowned and looked up at Suli. Little easy, are you? Serious? Suli nodded heavily. In the early stages, we only recruited students from our own ranks. They were all battle-hardened warriors, and their courage, at least, surpassed those exemplary students from the academies of the major planets. You're also a veteran of the battlefield. You naturally understand that pilots, who have spent years on the battlefield, are different from those in the rear. But they lack the necessary theoretical knowledge, and many are even limited by their understanding. It will probably take a long time for such people to develop a certain level of combat effectiveness. Suli spread his hands. What we lack the least right now is time. Zhang Qiang took a deep look at the junior before him, realizing that even face to face, he couldn't quite see him clearly. He had always thought Suli was precocious. He could communicate with him effortlessly at such a young age. But who could have imagined that this precocious child would rise to a position he had never dared to dream of in such a short time? That's the Legion Commander, a powerful position within the Alliance. After so many years on the battlefield, he ended up as an illegal immigrant. He slaughtered people on the battlefield, even finding time to go back and kill a few council members. But so far, his decisions had never been wrong. The longer Zhang Qiang spent with him, the more he realized his brain was completely wasted. Yes, it wasn't his wildest dreams, it was simply his inadequate understanding. From sending power armor on missions hundreds of kilometers away, to building an academy so far from the base, everything was beyond his comprehension. He could forget his own understanding. Everything, one by one, had already been explained. From the first day he arrived at the outpost, the atmosphere at this base had changed. Hunting Zerg? Oh my god. Every day he did something that wasn't against the Tian gang. So we're building this academy? Aren't you afraid of a Zerg attack? No. There are no more queens on Lingsue Star. Zhang Qiang swallowed hard upon hearing this. No queens. What an understatement. He'd been at the outpost for so many years, and he'd only been out a handful of times. Ever since Suli arrived, he'd been wanting to go out every day. And then, they told him there were no queens. What else could he say? There were still 3 tied up on the armed transport. In addition to building the academy, student selection must begin early. We can already begin shifting our strategic focus. My current plan is to launch a second attack on Liyuan Star. Zhang Qiang gave up. He didn't even want to hear what Suli had to say next. Listen. People are saying otherwise. It hasn't even been 2 days since the battle ended here, and you're already thinking about the bugs on Green Origin Star. What's going on? Are they all against you? The Legion is undermanned now. Once it's reorganized, it will be a massive force. Even with planned Zerg breeding, I think it'll be difficult to keep up with the rate of consumption at our base. You know, it's a paradox. To have enough Zerg to eat, you first need enough time for them to reproduce. You also need a large Zerg force. But it seems we were clearly too aggressive in the beginning. Zhang Qiang's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. No! Don't take me with you. How could I be called into battle? I was just a bystander. 100 or so bugs, nothing. Nothing. This bloody crime is all your fault. If he hadn't been afraid that Su Li's mumbling would cause the conversation to fizzle, he wouldn't have even bothered to retort. Just think of it as caring for the younger generation. He really was getting old, it seemed. 1 planet's worth of bugs isn't enough to eat. We got to rely on breeding them. I wonder if the bugs of Lingsue Star have ever imagined that one day, they might be completely devoured. Suli looked up speechlessly. How could he not have known when his uncle had become so humble? Now that we have the academy, are you planning to build a city on Lingsue Star? That's a story for another time. Right now, the most important thing is to further enhance the combat effectiveness of our troops. You know, battlefield situations are ever-changing, and we need to always maintain the initiative. Let's get a batch of S-Class upgrade modules. The base is still lacking in high-end combat power. Zhang Qiang suddenly felt very tired. Though he wanted to complain, he had to admit that what they said was quite right. In war, the initiative naturally lies in one's own hands. However, can S-Class upgrade modules really be described as batches? Well, that's worth 150,000 military merits each. He paused, realizing that after this battle, he might not be short of military merits after all. At the very least, it could support 10 to 20 SS-Class mecha girls. Zhang Qiang suddenly felt his heart break. Chapter 205. Processing food was far more complex than expected. Thankfully, the base welcomed new members. 2 more armed transports arrived at the battlefield, carrying a large number of warbands and mechas. They didn't even have time to complete their check-in before Suli forcibly requisitioned them, along with the armed transports. They rushed to other battlefields to harvest food. Construction in the valley continued in full swing. The continuous flow of construction tasks made the engineering team wish they could work non-stop 24 hours a day. The excavation work on the mountain was forced to pause. They had just finished setting up the new command system and hadn't even begun work on the newly added weapon hatches when they were informed that the construction plan was suspended. The reason was that it was no longer needed. Now they had no choice but to split the team into 2 parts. One part would be moved 100 kilometers outside the base, trembling in fear amidst a pile of insect corpses to build a so-called academy, while the other would expand the small square in the valley. So, you're planning to build a massive Chinese-style plaza in the valley, with 2 or 3 large commercial streets connecting to it? The dusty engineering team leader clutched his terminal, staring at the young Legion commander before him, his mind full of questions. I mean, are you really not considering building defensive measures? And what about the perimeter of the base? I mean, the new academy? Do we need to build a series of accompanying defensive measures? That would significantly increase the workload. No! No defensive equipment at all. By the way, follow her today. I need you to go down to the hive. It would be a shame to abandon the complex underground hive network. You can take a closer look. If it can be reused, we can continue discussing the hive's renovation. The engineering team leader was stunned at first, then his hands began to tremble. Defense facilities are the most crucial component of every line of defense, and yet they're being told they're no longer needed before they're even finished? What do you mean they're no longer needed? Without defensive weapons, will the Zerg swarm attack us, descending into the Zerg nest? Wanting to renovate it? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? She's here to perform various construction projects. Working tirelessly against the Zerg swarm is one thing, but now they're asking her to go deep underground? Projects are piled up one after another. On Lingsue Star alone, with all the back-and-forth adjustments, it would take half a year to complete the existing projects. And now, They're even trying to renovate the Zerg nest? It's impossible to finish. It's impossible to finish. Don't worry. There's no safety issue. The engineering team leader glanced at Jun Shou, standing beside Su Li. Her petite and cute appearance was nothing like the sturdy, powerful figure. Is this what you call safety issues? If you had a team of mecha girls, you'd be saying the same thing. A mech girl? To the hive? But she clearly had no choice. As a logistics mech girl, Jun Shou grabbed her hand and, with a single positioning teleport, sent her deep into the hive. She didn't even have time to protest. Han Hai, clutching the folder, glanced at the buzzing terminal and walked over to Su Li's side. Sir, the council and military have arrived. They requested entry into the planned orbit of Lingsue star. Let them in. Su Li didn't even look up, looking down at the task reports on the terminal, each one requiring verification and processing. His head ached. The Human Council's investigation team, having departed before the military, arrived at the same time, something intriguing. But it didn't matter. He had absolutely no attitude towards this kind of inspection team. A man of integrity fears no shadow, so he could investigate however he pleased. If things could be negotiated, then everything would be fine. But if someone truly lacked the foresight to stir up trouble, there would be plenty of room on the wall. Ever since his visit to the Human Council, he learned that words were often the most ineffective weapon. He raised his hand, swiped past Lightning's request for additional nanis, and crossed it out. How busy were they all? All they did was join in the fun. Han Hai looked at Lightning's rejected request on her terminal, feeling a mixture of emotions. She tightened her grip on the thermos, and silently returned it to the tactical pouch at her leg. Forget it. Let's not make up for it. No matter how much she made up, it would still be a disadvantage for Lightning. Before the two armed transports even touched the ground, the crew members abruptly gasped. If it weren't for the motionless black waves on the ground, they might have thought they had arrived at a bug den. Inside the military investigation team ship, everyone gazed through the portholes at the scene below, their faces brimming with excitement. This is all real. Just look at the sheer size of this Zerg swarm. Without a dozen massive swarms, there wouldn't be this much corpses. It seems Commander Su is indeed a young and promising individual. I just wonder if his experience can be replicated across military regions. If so, the casualties on the front lines would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. At the front of the seats, several human officers in the uniforms of the commander were also looking down at the ground. They were unlike the staff officers in the agency. Each one had fought their way through a sea of blood and corpses. A single glance made it clear that such an experience could never be replicated. Their temples were already graying. Looking down at the endless pile of Zerg corpses below, they exchanged glances, each seeing shock in their eyes. Such a distribution of corpses was not something a large-scale legionary operation could achieve. Only a small, elite raid could achieve such a result. An armed transport? A C-class vessel alone could traverse the Zerg swarm. This would require more than just incredible skill. Speaking of which, were there any pilots like this in the Alliance? They had all read the battle report. Capturing a queen alive amidst a Zerg swarm required nothing more than exceptional personal prowess. The live footage from the 7th Legion's base was still fresh in their minds, so even a bit more frenzy on Lin Suixing's part was acceptable. But the problem was, such a record was still too frightening. That's 8 queens. What they didn't know was that the 8 queens Su Li had reported were all malnourished. And the culprit, hidden behind the scenes, was now coiled in his mind, still being tamed by the mechanical tree. As the ship descended, everyone saw the power armors toiling away like ants. Aboard the military's armed transport, many frowned. But they chose silence. They weren't the primary responsible party for Lin Suixing, and without understanding the specifics, they couldn't comment on Su Li's arrangements. But aboard the Human Council ship, the eyes of each council member instantly lit up. Like flies smelling a foul odor, they scurried around the ship, waiting for the moment the doors opened so they could rush out for a warm bite. Chapter 206. People's qualities vary, just like their ages. But the two are not directly proportional. The military transport ship hovered in front of the pass, and, following the guidance of the mecha girl, slowly docked on the elevator platform. In contrast, the Human Council's armed transport ship parked carelessly on the side of the pass, blocking the food transport team from the west. As a result, the previously smooth flow of traffic came to a standstill, forcing a sharp detour to pass smoothly. Su Li frowned as he looked at the people disembarking from the ship in front of him, examining each one. Perhaps a few looked familiar, perhaps he had seen them on TV before. But to be honest, he didn't recognize any of them, nor did he want to. He lowered his head, and continued to review the handling opinions one by one. When he came to the application submitted by Jun Wei, he paused involuntarily. Su Li tilted his head and glanced at Jun Wei beside him. Jun Wei lowered his head, his face slightly flushed. He pondered for a moment, then finally ticked her request. Seeing his repair request approved, Jun Wei was a little unsure where to put his hands. Maid outfit? Yes. How should he choose the setting? On the dining table in the capsule? Or his desk? How should the repair work be carried out so it wouldn't seem too abrupt, while cleaning the house, being quietly held down by the owner's grotesque hands? No. There are too many variables. Even in the capsule, there are too many mecha girls coming and going. What about the loving morning wake-up call service? That's possible, but the problem is, if he wakes up in the morning, won't there be enough time for repairs? After all, Lightning's meowing lasts all night. She wanted to see the light too. Are you Su Li, the Legion commander here? The arrogant question cut through Jun Wei's wild thoughts. She lowered her head and saw the short, stout man before her. A counselor's rank was the same as a Legion commander's. Although he came from the center of power on the home planet, giving him some authority, that didn't mean he could speak to Su Li with such arrogance. What's more, this wasn't the home planet, but Su Li's outpost. She stared at the fat man who had been the first to step out, and she found a mole on his face more appealing than the man himself. As for the counselors behind him, some stood closely to him, while others stood a distance away, as if their feet had grown rooted to the ground, unwilling to take a single step forward. Jun Wei sighed inwardly, a pity. It seemed that not all those who came this time were fools. Su Li had no intention of paying him any attention. Approving maintenance requests for his own mecha girls was much more interesting than listening to a dog barking. A staff team led by 3 Legion commanders descended from the lift platform. They quickly approached Su Li, first standing tall and giving a military salute. After Su Li returned the salute, they cheerfully approached. Commander Su, upon hearing of your unit's brilliant achievements, our various military commands are restless. We made the bold move to come here primarily to learn from you. As the saying goes, hearing is worse than seeing. Today, upon meeting you for the first time, Commander Su is truly a distinguished figure. Su Li shook hands with each of the 3 Legion commanders in turn, his face full of humility. Not at all. You all are my seniors. Saying this is truly humiliating. It's not like I'm learning from you, but rather, I need to learn a lot from you. To be honest, I, Su Li, am just a peasant. I can single-handedly fight against enemies, but when it comes to legionary combat, I know nothing. I still have much to learn from you, my seniors. Upon hearing Su Li's words, the military personnel's faces lit up with delight. He had achieved remarkable military exploits, yet he wasn't overconfident. Young yet neither arrogant nor impetuous. His use of live streams to expand his influence was initially considered unacceptable by the military, but now it seems he's a good kid. His previous attempts at publicity stunts were only forced upon him. After all, for a super S-class pilot with little support and facing marginalization, every step forward in his quest for advancement is fraught with hardship. For him to find a new path under these circumstances is truly a testament to his courage and resourcefulness. With nothing to show for it, he managed to build a massive fan base through live streams, and even earn the favor of the mechanical island. While from a human perspective, his position was a bit crooked, from the Alliance's perspective, his actions were worthy of the uniform he wore. Brave and courageous and resourceful, and more importantly, he stood firm and never gave in. For a soldier, there's no more tangible plus point than this. As for loyalty to humanity, or loyalty to the Human Council. From the military's perspective, that wasn't even a question. Thinking of this, the 3 Legion commanders walked directly to Su Li's side and stood beside him. For a moment, several members of the Human Council suddenly felt isolated, all alone at the pass, without any support. They had thought that by joining the military, they would at least have some protection. But unexpectedly, as soon as they disembarked, the military immediately sided with Su Li. This was a bit of a setback. The fat man at the head couldn't move forward or retreat. A step forward would mean a complete break and a bitter split. But a step back would mean his reputation would be ruined, his fall from grace. Sweat gradually covered his chubby cheeks. He was no fool. He had known his mission the moment he stepped aboard the armed transport. The position of senator seemed high and mighty, but the complex interests involved only required one misstep, and the abyss awaited him. Regardless of coercion or not, the path was his own. Once embarked on, there was no room for regret. Forget jumping halfway. Even if he looked back, he could see countless hands trying to pull him down. Captain Su, We are an investigation team commissioned by the Human Council. We're here primarily to investigate the combat report you submitted. The Council has many questions about this, and we hope for your cooperation. In addition, according to the military's soldier regulations, the main battle group, composed of humans and non-high-end combat forces such as pilots and mecha girls, is restricted to operating within 100 kilometers of the defense line. However, on our way here, I think, if I'm not blind, I clearly saw traces of human soldiers out on missions. I believe Commander Su can give us investigators, and the soldiers out on missions a reasonable explanation on this point. Please tell us who gave you the authority to violate the regulations and send soldiers out. Who gave you the confidence to disregard the lives of so many soldiers? Is it the mechanical island? Or is it your arrogance? Su Li, without turning around, continued to address the Legion commanders. Seniors, I wonder which military region you are all from. I captured 3 queens this time. Honestly, if you operate these things properly, they're a real asset for commanding swarms of worms. If you were from the southern military region, it would be much easier. Once I train them, and set up the positioning and teleportation devices, when the situation becomes critical, I can teleport one over. And guess who will command the swarms of worms on the battlefield? And they're easy to keep alive. Just throw some bugs at them. The Legion commander's eyes lit up at Su Li's words. That's right. If I can't capture a queen, others can. If I could get one for my base, his. Looking at the soldiers gathering food on the battlefield, they suddenly realized the significance of Su Li's proposal. It represents the future and infinite possibilities. Chapter 207. The councilman before him, whose name wasn't even worthy of being remembered, finally couldn't contain his fury at being ignored by Su Li and roared. Su Li, please look me in the eye. We represent the core of humanity, the human parliament. Your actions have seriously crossed the line of the investigation team. I will report your refusal to cooperate and the facts to the human parliament. Believe me, you will pay the price for your arrogance. His impotent rage finally caught Su Li's attention. The military personnel frowned. The 3 Legion commanders shook their heads secretly. Some people are simply throwing away their precious lives, courting death. Others might not understand. But who among these military personnel doesn't? Shouldn't you, the members of the Human Council, be more familiar with the wall of the past than the military? Why did everyone instinctively glance at it when they came down? But these members of the Human Council ignored it. Are they afraid that one glance would deter them from completing the mission assigned by their masters? Thinking of this, the Legion commanders exchanged a silent glance. If they have the courage to come here and die in flaming conflict, they might as well die on the battlefield, perhaps even disgusting a few insects. They instinctively disliked those politicians who were so fat and comfortable in their own comfort zone. Su Li remained silent, but the Regal beside him immediately deployed. The cockpit door opened, and Su Li leaped onto Regal's hand, being carried directly into the cockpit. The investigation team's bottom line? Why had no one paid attention to his bottom line? Still wanting him to pay the price? He didn't even know what price he should pay. Compared to meaningless nonsense, he preferred practical action. Grabbing the fat man in front of him, the golden mech spun on the spot, smashing the gadget in its hands against the mountain wall. Snap! A cold gleam flashed across the golden mech's visor. She moved so fast that the men couldn't react before she grabbed them one by one. Who was so careless that you guys popped out? Didn't you ask before you came? You're shouting in my face? Are you as smart as the vice speaker? He was kind enough to explain, letting them die peacefully. Su Li was no fool. Victory comes first, doubts follow. Anyone with common sense could imagine what these people were up to. Either they coveted his victory, and wanted to steal some of his military achievements, or they were taking advantage of the opportunity to find fault, and try to get their hands on some of his established interests. For example, using his queen beetles to curry favor with the various military districts. Do they really think Su Li is a fool? If he had the favor, he wouldn't do it himself. He wants military credit, but he won't give it. So many people died at his base. Why should he share the credit with the council? Not only would he disagree, but the fallen heroes wouldn't agree either. As for the queen beetles, forget it. Their existence is comparable to ordinary strategic weapons, and their role in the base is incomparable. A few council members just want a piece of the pie with their sweet words. Not only will they not give you the yarn, but they'll also give you their lives. He's got his own little piece of land, but he'll chop it off and stomp on it. He'll leave some food for the beetles when they come, and if the council members can't eat it, he'll just paper it all over the walls. Bang! Bang! Every time the cannon-like sound rang out, the military personnel shuddered in agreement. What a man who defies power. It's just that his methods were a little too frightening. They suddenly realized they had underestimated the young man before them. He wasn't just ruthless towards bugs, he was even more ruthless towards those who stabbed them in the back. However, having a comrade like him was actually quite reassuring. But his actions were still a bit crude. Wasn't he just giving the Parliament a handle? Captain Su? One commander, unable to bear the consequences, had barely opened his mouth when he was simultaneously pulled back by two men behind him. Are you kidding me? The vice speaker is even on the wall. Do you really think Su fears the Parliament? What can the Parliament block him from? Promotion? He's already a Legion commander at such a young age. What's the next step? Supplies? They have so many bugs they can't eat them all. Why are they blocking their supplies? Stuck with ordinary supplies is useless. Why try blocking the allocation of military supplies? How did the vice speaker disappear? He have come straight from Lingsue Star, through the void tunnel, to take your head. Did the Parliament cause any trouble back then? Plus, he's back by the mechanical island, and they withdraw at the slightest disagreement. You're playing dirty. The golden mech turned around and looked at the Legion commander who had spoken. Then he scratched his head and said awkwardly, "We have the Legion commander's letter of appointment and rank, but also the 2 medals. You better be careful with the Parliament. It doesn't matter if you're stuck on the wall, but medals are honor, not worth mixing with trash." The 2 Legion commanders pulling him were stunned and looked at the Legion commander who had spoken. It must be said that having lived for most of his life, he's still got some benefits. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances is truly unparalleled. The counselor, who had been cowering in the background, now took 2 quick steps forward and raised his hand with an ingratiating expression. "Captain Su, please feel free. The medal is with us." The 3 commanders exchanged glances, a flicker of indescribable emotion crossing their faces. Su grabbed the last counselor from that faction and slapped him against the wall, then unfurled his arm and dropped it to the ground. "Who are you?" The counselor quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and presented 2 beautifully framed boxes with both hands. "My name isn't important. I'm sure Captain Su still remembers me. I'm from your old employer, Sansheng Heavy Industry." Su was slightly taken aback. He still remembered the name Sansheng Heavy Industry. Although they hadn't provided him with any resources initially, and their methods were extremely despicable, it must be said that they had indeed provided him with a platform. Those large corporations active in the heart of humanity. The behemoth he had once considered now bowed its head before him. For a moment, a sigh of regret filled his heart. The councilman leaned over and said in a low voice, "We knew you might be interested in the remnants of AKA, so we made some preparations." He pulled out a USB drive and handed it over respectfully. It contains a list and detailed information about the distribution of modules produced by Aka Industry over the years. We also compiled information we gathered about the secret laboratories and contract manufacturers located across the front lines. All the information is on this small USB drive. I believe Commander Su will see our sincerity. Su took the USB drive and handed it to Han Hai beside him. He glanced deeply at the councilman before him, his eyes narrowed. "Tell me, what do you want?" Seeing Su accept the USB drive, the councilman's face lit up. He took 2 steps forward again, smiling brightly. "It's a small matter, a small matter. I just hope that Commander Su, in appreciation of Sansheng Heavy Industries' sincerity, will help our old employer and the Su family leave a legacy." "Huh?" Su scratched his ears. For a moment, he even thought he hadn't heard clearly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the counselor could clearly feel the previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly become tense. Han Hai lowered her head, stroking the USB drive in her hand. She suddenly felt that this information wasn't very important. She had plenty of time anyway, and she had plenty of time to slowly examine it. And because the Junwei's speed on the cliff face was so fast, some areas were not evenly blurred. She could help. Chapter 208. A girl with bright eyes and white teeth gracefully descended from the armed transport. She stared wide-eyed and waved at Su. Her high ponytail swayed in the wind, giving her a vibrant look. Even from a distance, Su recognized the girl immediately. Qin Yao Yao, the girl who had grabbed his hand and carved a line of small words into the academy's tree. Suddenly, he understood why Sansheng Heavy Industry, despite pressure from the council, had nominally protected him. It turned out that Qin Yao Yao was behind everything. "Yao? Sister Yao Yao?" Su was stunned, yet it all seemed natural. She was always like this, appearing and disappearing suddenly, unpredictable and unpredictable. He actually felt strongly about calling a little girl sister. That was until she stood in front of him, yelling at a group of children who were bullying him. He'd been calling her sister for 5 years. It wasn't that he had any romantic feelings for her, but to Su Li, this was the 4th person in the world who had treated him so well. They agreed to become the world's most brilliant pilots, until she suddenly vanished from his life. Now, the moment he saw Qin Yaoyao, everything seemed to return to those days. Come on! Before she even approached, the girl tossed out a small can. Su Li caught it, jokingly saying, "Sister, we haven't seen each other for so many years, and you're not going to give me a gift to make up for it." Memories flooded back, everything different from before, yet it seemed the same. Her smile, as always, was a bit saucy, full of ill intentions. He looked down at the small jar in his hand, turning it over and over, even opening it to take a look, only to find it was empty. What the hell is this? Qin Yao looked the same as always, in a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and comfortable sneakers. With her light attire and minimal makeup, who would have guessed she was the daughter of Sancheng Heavy Industry? What the hell? Pretending to be your billion-strong army. Ahem. Su Li nearly choked on a mouthful of saliva. Shocked, he raised his head and gazed at the girl with perfectly balanced, pleasing features. Sister, are you crazy? Qin Yaoyao tilted her head, frowning as if in thought. Crazy? Not crazy. A super S-class pilot, keeping the flame of hope alive for humanity. Why would you be crazy? Isn't that perfectly normal? You? We? What do you mean by you? I'm not after your body. We're in this era now. A little technology and hard work can solve this problem. Hurry up. Don't waste time. I came here mainly to see you, and to touch the queen. By the way, you can touch that thing, right? Su Li was stunned, at a loss for words. He even began to doubt his own understanding. Back when they were at the 7th Legion's base, that adjutant had taught him a lesson. Now it was his former sister, Yao Yao. Could it be that he really couldn't keep up with the times? Isn't it said that children can't inherit good genes because of improper posture? He glanced at the jar in his hand, and suddenly felt that this was a perfunctory approach to inheritance. Besides, whether she came to see him or to touch the queen was clear from her current expression. Her head was practically spinning like a radar. Don't look for her anymore. The queen is out on a mission, and won't be back until later. Su Li felt his once beautiful memories crumble. The old saying is true, people change. For example, he was no longer as attractive as the queen. Qin Yaoyao curled her lips in disappointment, walked over to him, and naturally took his arm. Her eyes widened as she stared at Junwei and Han Hai at his side. Are these all your mecha girls? TSK. Come on, 2 blonde girls, walk around in front of me. Han Hai and Junwei remained motionless, staring coldly at her hand holding Su Li's arm. Oh! Disobedient. Little pair. They won't listen to your sister. I told you, they offended me today, and no one can get into your bed. And your Lightning. I knew she was a good girl the moment I saw her. Lightning, Black Feather, and Red Tassel are all out on the ship. They should be back later. Qin Yaoyao nodded to her counselor, who nodded quickly and ran towards the armed transport. You are incredible, little brother. That frail little man has become a Legion commander whom I admire. He's been so low-key, yet suddenly he's become incredibly famous. I watch every one of your live streams. It's a rare visit from my sister, so you must treat them well. Touch the queen insect. A feast for all the insects. Not one less. And call out all your mecha girls so I can see them. Su Li's mouth opened, his mind racing, but he couldn't quite grasp what she was focusing on. He looked down at the small jar in his hand, then at Qin Yaoyao, who was slung across his arm. A small medal hung on her chest. The gold-rimmed ship symbolized her position as captain of the main fleet. A young lady from a corporate world would actually join the military to captain a ship. Sister, you? Qin Yaoyao tightened her arm around him, tilting her head and smiling. I'm sorry. I broke my promise. It's not that I didn't work hard enough, it's just that I, your sister, don't have the talent for mech piloting. The keyboard is too dense, you know, and my fingers are too big. Su Li glanced at Qin Yaoyao's slender fingertips. This woman seemed to never speak the truth. She spouted crude lies without hesitation, yet they were never offensive. He suddenly thought of Heiyu. Perhaps within large corporations, there were indeed many things that women couldn't choose for themselves. For example, becoming a brilliant pilot or having a happy marriage. Thinking of this, he glanced deeply at Qin Yaoyao beside him. Perhaps his current power wasn't enough, but just as Qin Yaoyao had helped him, perhaps he could also fight for something on her behalf. Su Li's gaze left Qin Yaoyao speechless. She leaned her shoulder against his and whispered, It's not as complicated as you think. I'm actually quite free. The reason I don't fly a mech is simple. All the mech girls are female. Sitting behind them, looking at those exquisite curves, my heart breaks. Su Li was stunned, then nodded in agreement. The scarcity of female pilots wasn't without reason. War had never kept women away. In his main battle group, as many as 1/5 of the soldiers were female. But the number of female pilots had never increased. At least in his opinion, the ratio of male to female pilots was about 10-1. Qin Yaoyao stretched lazily and said, I used to yearn for the glory of standing on the podium, but everyone has to grow. So now I yearn for the stars and the sea. Su Li stared blankly at the medal on her chest, his mouth opening and closing again, then shutting itself silently. As someone who lived on the edge of a knife, what right did he have to persuade others to stay away from the battlefield? Chapter 209. For the first time in her life, Qin Yaoyao truly experienced what it meant to be a thorn in someone's side. Yes, she was now a thorn in everyone's side, even if she simply put her arm around Su Li's. Every mech girl passing by would subconsciously glance sideways. What are you looking at? I'm just here to give birth to a baby for your legion leader. What's wrong? She stood there, her hands on her waist, unfazed by the strange looks from the mech girls. The female soldiers in power armor regarded this brave warrior with great interest, each one enjoying the excitement and giving her a thumbs up. Qin Yaoyao held her head high, like a victorious general, surveying the surrounding landscape with disdain. She wasn't afraid of incurring public outrage at all. She stood there, unbending, and after receiving the piercing stares, she frowned slightly and glanced to the side at Junwei and Han Hai. Sister-in-law, this isn't working. You have too many competitors, don't you? She glanced up and down at Han Hai and Junwei, then patted the two mech girls on the shoulders. I can see you each have your strengths. But listen to me, don't let your advantages prevent you from improving your core competencies. A man is something you have to work hard to grasp and hold on to. Su Li wanted to cover Qin Yaoyao's mouth, but fortunately, Yihua's voice came over the communication channel. He quickly patted Qin Yaoyao aside and pointed toward the horizon. Look, your bugs are back. In the distant sky, a black dot rapidly grew larger. The silhouette of the armed transport ship came into view, gleaming a faint golden light in the afternoon sun. Yihua never seemed to know how to hold back. The transport ship, breaking through the air, swung its tail sharply, flinging the three queens on the deck directly out. They hung below, swaying back and forth like three bells. The wind howled, making Su Li's uniform rustle. Behind the ship, a boundless swarm of insects, dense, rushed towards the outpost with unstoppable momentum. Countless power armors instantly perked up, then assembled as ordered, forming a square formation. The swarm of insects passed straight before them, not even a glance back. The military personnel stared in astonishment at what was happening before them. They even forgot to close their mouths. They had been dealing with insects for nearly their entire lives. When had they ever seen anything like this? The transport ship turned and headed towards the breeding grounds. The vast, humming swarm of insects followed closely behind, fearing that if they slowed down even a bit, they would lose their way home. Every soldier was sweating profusely. They had to obey the Legion commander's orders, but to remain silent and allow the insect swarm to pass right before their eyes undoubtedly required immense courage. This completely shattered their understanding of the orders, and it finally allowed them to witness the difference between the Linjiai Star Base and other places. They could hardly believe their eyes. Densely packed, white larvae clung to the backs of large and medium-sized species, carried by them as they raced along, following the ship. Some unlucky ones lost their footing and fell from the insects' backs, but it didn't matter much. They were either crushed to death or, under the mother's command, would slowly continue onward. One day, they would reach their destination. Their former enemies, upon seeing them, acted as if they had seen nothing. Forget turning to attack them. Not a single cry escaped the rustling column. They simply focused on their progress, oblivious to everything around them. Each soldier didn't even know how to speak. Most of their first encounters with insects were on television. Their first close encounters with insects were during military training sessions, on the dissection table. From there, it was the battlefield, a life or death struggle. Who could have imagined that one day, they would be able to stand there like spectators, watching a multi-species parade of Zerg troops? See? Heading straight towards us now is a large Zerg species, the plate beetle. Following closely behind is a medium-sized longhorn beetle. What's going on? Didn't they say there weren't many edible places for these creatures? Why were they brought back? Oh! To use them as Zerg rations? That's fine. Listening to Su Li explaining to Qin Yaoyao, while questioning the troops over the communicator, The military headquarters was paralyzed. They were still some distance away from the Zerg swarm, far from as close as the soldiers. But at this distance, a Zerg charge could sweep them away in seconds. Their bodies trembled with instinctive fear. The entire black and white swarm of Zerg passed by them in 12 minutes. But for those 12 minutes, no one could move. Su Li did it on purpose. He wanted this group of people to see the swarm of insects that he could control as easily as his own arms, and to see what he wanted them to see. They saw it. They were numb. Their minds were spinning. It took a long while to recover. The neatly arranged Zerg column, a full 12 minutes to completely cross, made everyone so nervous that they even forgot to swallow. The dazzling colors of the insect armor, the hideous appearance of the insects. Everything was exactly as they remembered it, but their strange behavior now shattered their perception. Everyone in the military, stunned, shone brightly in their eyes. They saw the future. They saw a future where they could repel the Zerg and fight against them. Once they mastered what Su Li knew, the team's casualties would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. And that was merely secondary. More importantly, they saw countless possibilities in the Queens. These possibilities made them see the possibility of a counterattack. No. This wasn't possible. As long as they could control enough Queens, they could immediately launch a counterattack. Push the front forward again. Even if this process might be long, it didn't matter. If they couldn't finish the fight in a year, they could fight in 10. If they couldn't finish it in 10 years, they could fight for a lifetime. We could use them against our descendants. We just had to completely drive them out and annihilate them. After so many years, even if they couldn't see that future, it wouldn't matter. Is the rank of Legion Commander high? Originally, they had some reservations about a lieutenant being promoted to Legion Commander. But now, no more. They just wanted to give him all their badges of honor to help him rise to the top. The title of Legion Commander was far from enough to reward Su Li for his contributions to humanity. What he gave to humanity was far more than a bug, a method, or a brilliant victory. What he gave was the clarion call for humanity's counterattack, the much-needed outlet for the resentment accumulated in their hearts for years. Such an act would leave a lasting mark in human history. All future generations would remember this man who led humanity to a crucial step forward. Commander Su, we are humbled. You have accomplished something we have never accomplished. Please accept our salute once again. This time, on behalf of the entire military, we express our gratitude for your sacrifice and dedication to the millions of soldiers on the battlefield. The unanimous military salute brought a subconscious solemnity to Su Li's face. Chapter 210. Su Li had never imagined that his actions would earn him such high praise from the military. Gazing at the gray-haired Legion commanders before him, Su Li's blood boiled. Only a soldier could understand a soldier. They were rooted on the front lines, practicing their beliefs with youth and passion, and even in death, they would leave behind their faith and military spirit. The people before him were undoubtedly different from those fat-headed politicians. They had all come this far, upholding their convictions. Their military salutes carried immense weight. From the upper echelons of the communications tower, Eve gazed at the scene unfolding at the pass, her lips curling upwards. The army is a group with a strong centripetal force and cohesion. With their approval, Su Li's path would only become easier. The Dawn Legion is truly the Dawn. I suspect that after this investigation team returns, all the regiments or teams with the word Dawn in their names will have to give it up. Aside from the Legion led by Su Li, no other unit could possibly be worthy of this designation. So, his performance, this time was quite impressive? 03 and 04 looked at each other. It seemed their governor hadn't heard a word they said. Was that a good performance? It was quite impressive. Even at such a disadvantage, he still managed to turn the tables. They had lived for so long, and they never seen or even heard of a pilot like him. And certainly not a commander. Full cooperation with the academy he's building. 16 more construction teams. He can build anything he wants. Even a warship factory. Full cooperation from the mechanical island. Governor, what are you doing? Lengsui is a resource-depleted planet. There's no shipyard, no steel, no alloys, nothing here. Then adjust it. 0304 exchanged glances, silent, women. Such sentimental creatures, they adjust anything. You give it to people before they even ask for it. Why does he need a shipyard? Besides, is that just one factory? It's an entire industrial chain. Besides, it's been controlled by the Human Council. Even if you want to give it to them, you have to have it. It's true that a woman 3 years older than a man will bring him gold bricks, and a woman 200 years older than a man will be among the immortals. You're managing the mechanical island, not the god of wealth's treasure pot. Forget the shipyard. He's just a machine operator, not a ship operator. Giving it to him would be a waste. The survey of the hive is underway. The hive on Linksue is wrong. It's so complex, and he seems to be planning to use it. A hive? If he doesn't settle it, what's he keeping it for? 03 swallowed and shrugged. It seems he's planning to use it for intense training. He means that the soldiers are currently severely lacking in the ability to attack and defend a hive. He envisions that they will only be considered truly qualified when they can establish a base within it. Eve was stunned. Even with her experience, Su Li's predictions left her head buzzing. Establish a base within a hive? He could already capture the queens, and using them for targeted combat could wipe out the vast majority of the planet's insects. Why would he even need to establish a base within a hive? 04's face twitched, and he took over Eve's conversation. He said that in future battles on other enemy-occupied planets, besides deploying a large fleet, the vanguard is paramount. He's building a team capable of operating deep within enemy territory and conducting deep penetrations. Deep penetration? How deep? Deep enough to strike right at the heart of the enemy. He seems dissatisfied with the queens he has. He thinks they're too weak. Eve looked outside. The armed transport had once again hovered at the pass. The 3 queens dangling below had all lost their legs and were tied up like silkworm pupae. It must be said that they did look somewhat malnourished. Compared to the queens killed at the various Legion bases, they seemed rather listless. At the pass, the ship slowly docked at the edge of the platform. Blackfeather pulled the 3 queens up by the steel cable, and each of them had a leg stuffed into its mouth. They were all in tears, howling all day, and all they got was this little bit of food, barely enough to fill their stomachs. Hey, you spotted Qin Yaoyao beside Su Li from a distance. She didn't know who that woman was, but it was enough to ruin her good mood. This made her feed the insects a lot rougher, almost piercing the queen's mouth. The military's faces paled. Those weren't just 3 insects, they were the treasures of the entire alliance. They were stabbed to death before they could even get a closer look. What a pity! Gently. Commander Su, stab gently. Tell that mecha girl to stab gently. It's okay, don't worry. They're thick-skinned. A group of people hurried toward the platform, with Qin Yaoyao leading the way. Jun Wei squinted his eyes, sizing her up from behind, feeling deeply that she was imperfect in every way. Her small frame, unremarkably weak, was no match for her master's ability to bear offspring. On the ship's deck, the tightly bound female insects had only a head and a single, rudimentary arm. Their enormous bellies, bulging from the steel cables, were covered in dense, multicolored hairs, each standing upright and piercing. Some of the stunted arms carefully took the insect legs offered by Hey Yu, and placed them into their hideous mouths. They had never eaten so politely before. They even dared not chew too quickly, lest the crumbs fall onto the deck, preventing them from even picking them up. The rhythmic movements of their hideous mouthparts were characterized by a unique rhythm. Qin Yaoyao's eyes gleamed, a look that even made Su Li briefly believe she was possessed by Hey Yu. Hey Yu, sister-in-law, this is the queen insect you caught? Sister, can I touch it? The word sister-in-law instantly unleashed Hey Yu's tension. She quickly stepped forward and took Qin Yaoyao's delicate hand, which was pointing toward the queen insect. Pulling her towards it, she walked towards it. The 2 small figures walked straight towards each other, and Qin Yaoyao felt herself touching the queen insect's belly. A shudder, emanating from her soul, shook her from head to toe. She looked up at the behemoth before her. If its legs were still there, hers would probably be no thicker than one of its legs. Sister, can I touch here? Tell me where you want to touch me. By the way, would you like to see some tricks? How about I let them perform a show for you? Even though they're legless now, they're amazing at backflips. Standing behind Su Li, Jun Wei narrowed his eyes at Hey Yu's efforts to court him. Ha! This is the legendary smart mecha girl. She's completely carried away by the word sister-in-law. No wonder she hasn't succeeded yet. Thankfully, I'm not very smart, so the repair request has already been approved. She glanced sideways at Han Hai, who was gritting his teeth beside her, and curled her lips slightly. Here's another one with even more brains. She's just too tolerant. Tolerance is greatness, that's absolutely true. Chapter 211. The military commanders and staff officers clearly paid no attention to Su Li's personal life or the romantic affairs of his mech girls. This outpost truly opened their eyes. From the remnants of the battlefield, to the subsequent Zerd parade, to the current queen's backflips. Beware, they're quite good at flipping. They were even given a few legs and dismissed. Besides being unattractive, they were practically every commander's dream Zerg. They were obedient, well-behaved, petable, and most importantly, easy to keep. The thought of them commanding a vast army to charge the enemy on their behalf made them unable to contain their excitement. Seniors, don't be overly optimistic. As you've seen today, while they possess many advantages, they also have significant disadvantages. While the Zerg hierarchy is strict, their numbers are still too small. If they were suppressed by Zerg with exceptionally strong pheromones, the Zerg swarms they control could potentially turn against them and launch a counterattack. Su Li's words caused the faces of several Legion commanders to change. However, they quickly realized that all this could be solved. As long as the queens could continue to improve, the pheromone shortage problem could be resolved. Don't they simply need vast quantities of genes to evolve? The thing the entire alliance lacks the most is genes. If they can't feed humans, can they still feed them blood? Take hundreds of millions of people, each with a tube of blood, and that would be enough to level them up several levels. At least they wouldn't be as malnourished as they are now. As long as they have the appropriate means to control them, they will remain the sharpest spears in the Alliance's hands. Su Li silently stepped back, leaving space for the members of the investigation team. He had said everything he needed to say, and it had the desired effect. There was no point in staying any longer. Next, regarding the Queen's lease and a series of related cooperation issues, they could all contact Han Hai. He greeted Junwei and, after explaining the situation to the numerous military personnel on the investigation team, asked Han Hai to guide them on their tour before heading towards the communications tower. Eve had already been waiting at the tower for a while. Looking at the big boss sitting behind the table, he didn't waste any time but simply took out the golden seed and placed it in front of Eve. A faint golden light illuminated the table. Eve picked up the seed and slowly placed it between her eyebrows. After examining it for a while, she couldn't help but bite her lower lip. He hadn't lied to her. Analysis of the mechanical laws told her that this tree species indeed possessed the ability to inhibit mutations in the Zerg life sequence. Watching the tiny seed twirling in her palm, even she couldn't help but feel a surge of impatience. This wasn't just a seed, it was the shared future of humanity and the robot island. When do you plan to plant it? Su Li pondered for a moment before speaking. After the robot island develops a device to suppress the insect swarm. With the Queen's brainwaves, some dispersal devices should be readily available. By then, the dispersal devices, combined with a protective shield, should provide excellent protection for the tree seeds. Eve held the seed, her slender fingers tapping the tabletop, creating a crisp echo. Su Li's words instantly brought many thoughts to her mind. The existence of the seed is top secret. At this juncture, not a single word of it can leak out. Yes, you're right. I'll delegate the development of the relevant equipment to the island for research. Give me 3 days, and I'll deliver the first batch to you. Now, let's talk about the second thing. Regarding the Queen, I always felt it's a double-edged sword. You need to be extremely cautious on this point. Eve glanced at the group still gathering at the pass to observe the Queen, and frowned slightly. Many things don't need to be said explicitly, she believed Su Li would understand. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. This isn't just a human saying, it's a theory they always practiced. This is why the Human Council has always wanted the Mecha Island to open up more core contracts. Those paper contracts can't bind the Mecha girls. But the core contracts allow them to completely obey the will of humans. Aside from directly betraying the Mecha Island, in the early days of the Alliance, such contracts were extremely necessary. They were the foundation of cooperation between the two sides. For the Mecha girls to fully unleash their power, pilots are indispensable. Back then, there were countless exceptionally talented pilots, far more powerful than those of today. But as collaboration deepened, many people's motives began to deteriorate. This seems to be an inevitable historical development. Once humans have gained sufficient power, they tend to overturn the table, either subtly devouring their allies or escalating conflicts and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even though the two races are now inseparable, conspiracy theorists still plot behind the scenes, seeking complete control of the Mecha Island. Now, the extra queens, the moment they came into someone's sight, were likely already labeled as sharp weapons. This sharp weapon could be directed in any direction they desired. For example, the Zerg or the Mechanical Island. The turmoil caused by Akka industry hadn't yet subsided. If those with ulterior motives were clever enough, they would completely conceal their presence before engaging in their schemes. How could she scare those vile conspiracy theories into a temporary cessation? Does Su Li have any additional arrangements for this possibility? A hard drive was placed on the table and slowly pushed toward Eve. This is a gesture of sincerity from Sansheng Heavy Industry. It contains the locations of secret laboratories involved in Akka-related research, as well as related information. Su Li's words made Eve raise her head instantly. Her pale blue eyes held a powerful presence. For a moment, she almost wanted to laugh. Someone brings a pillow just when you're sleepy? Could such a coincidence exist in this world? Eve never believed in any kindness from humans. Of course, except for Su Li, who was labeled a mechanical tree. Tell me, what are their conditions? Su Li, somewhat embarrassed, said, right now, their condition is a child. A child? Yours? Eve's voice rose slightly. She remembered the woman who had appeared with the investigation team. She had reviewed her profile earlier, but she had never imagined that she and Su Li would have any connection. Eve was a little confused. Humans have many instincts etched into their genetic sequences, making them difficult for the mechs to understand. For example, reproduction, and this is precisely what the mechs cannot do. So, that girl was sent here by Sancheng Heavy Industry to reproduce? She gasped, suddenly realizing that this conspiracy was completely unsolvable. Chapter 212. This is customary. Nearly all pilots will seek out human women to pass on their bloodline. And even more so, those who are Super S-rank, in the eyes of these pilots, who have broken through their genetic barriers. A long life requires casting a wide net to ensure the passing on of their superior genes. She had no reason to even stop Su Li from doing so. Pilot girls have hot bodies, long lives, eternal youth, and are very voluptuous. But no amount of advantages can break reproductive isolation. Countless stubborn pilots toil day and night, hoping they'll be the one destined to make their iron not blossom. But they all become moths fluttering along this path. Eve paused, her face calm. This condition is perfect. I mean, you really need a child of your own. With Sancheng Heavy Industry as your backing, your child's future is foreseeable. After all, Sancheng is not like ACA, their leaders don't have so many complicated emotional entanglements. Su Li suddenly felt he had made a mistake. Expecting Eve to give him an answer on this matter was wishful thinking. Mechanic girls couldn't understand reproduction, but they were willing to respect the unique circumstances of their own race. They trusted the resonance of their souls with their pilots more than any so-called blood bond. So let alone one child, what would 7 or 8 mean? Blood bonds wouldn't allow a pilot to carry a child into battle, but they could obviously carry a mechanic girl. Is this really possible? Did they only send one person? Su Li was silent. Faced with Eve's question, he didn't even know how to begin. Did they send a person? No. They just sent a jar. He only knew he was the child's father, and that Qin Yaoyao was most likely the mother. But honestly, how many mothers the child had was still unknown. After all, one jar could hold 1 billion elite soldiers. Captain Su. This is a very cost-effective deal. This information will allow us to eliminate ACA at a minimal cost. Furthermore, this operation will buy us at least 3 years within the alliance. These 3 years are enough time for us to make some backup plans and take precautions against any queens that appear. So this is a strategic mission. Considering the unique reproductive needs of humans, if you have no major objections, my opinion is that it must be carried out. If your mecha girls object to this, you can report it to Elder 03. She will provide psychological counseling for the mecha girls. Su Li suddenly found himself speechless after hearing this. He suddenly felt betrayed, as if he had been sold out. When it came to matters like reproduction, he was dispensable. Before, the future was uncertain, so there was no need. Now, the road ahead was difficult, and there was no time or energy, especially when this matter was laid out openly, a clear trade. This only made him even more resistant. He had never imagined that someone would actually care about the elite soldiers he had abandoned. Is it his robot girl who needs counseling? No, it's him. He glanced sideways at Junwei, wondering if his golden-haired robot girl could speak other languages. Junwei rolled her eyes and looked up at the sky. She wanted to say something, but the thought of so-called psychological counseling forced her to keep her mouth shut. If she had that free time, she'd rather be with her master. There's nothing that can't be solved with clarity. If there is, then clarity twice. Eve once again occupied the command room's bedroom. It was obvious that she greatly enjoyed tall buildings, offering panoramic views of the surrounding mountains. This time, her stay would last at least 3 days, as Su Li knew she would likely wait until the mecha trees were planted. Thankfully, the construction of the capsule was complete, and he had already moved in. No longer would he have to share a room with another mecha girl. It was already getting dark when he emerged from the command room. The outpost was always the busiest at this time. As the sunset faded, the valley became completely bustling. The soldiers and mecha girls, after a busy day, gathered in the former small square, filling it to the brim. They didn't feel the small square was crowded at all. They even enjoyed it. The fountain of two fools was still whirring like crazy, spewing out streams of water from time to time. The soldiers were laughing and playing, some even sitting directly in the pool. The bright lights, coupled with colorful lanterns. A cook brought out entire cases of beer and piled them up into a tall mountain. A poor, weeping woman sat in a wheelchair, directing her staff as they prepared the various ingredients. Half of the small square was occupied by cooks from various companies. There were no tables or chairs. Groups of soldiers, carrying plates and beer, gathered in various corners, organized into units, bustling about and discussing their experiences of the day. Exclamations echoed from time to time throughout the commercial street and the square. The celebration banquet and the welcoming banquet took place simultaneously, filling the entire base with jubilation. Although some members of the team used crutches or wheelchairs, they far from stood out from the crowd. Each one was treated almost like a hero. The all-insect banquet, as shown in Su Lee's live broadcast, is a hallmark of the Lingsue Star base. Because their food is nothing but insects, there aren't even any plots of land to grow vegetables. All the side dishes are mostly dehydrated. But this didn't dampen the crowd's enthusiasm. Even though they had only been at the base for a short time, the battle had already instilled in everyone a unique sense of belonging. The atmosphere in the field reached its peak the moment Su Lee arrived. Facing the eager gazes of the numerous soldiers, Su Lee, as usual, stood on a worn wooden box. It seemed to have become his own kind of podium. As he stood there, the entire valley fell silent. Looking at the eager faces before him, Su Lee paused for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. Everyone, on behalf of the Dawn Legion, I thank you all for coming. It can be said that the Dawn Legion is what it is today because of you. Your achievements are evident to all. Your bloody battles have made the Legion what it is today. This isn't a compliment. It's a sincere sentiment. We must remember the fallen soldiers. They sacrificed their lives, and after their death, they gave us faith and the military spirit. I want everyone in the Legion to remember this. The mountain wall outside will record every soldier who sacrificed for the Legion. Their names will be engraved on Lingsue Star, forever remembered by us and future generations. I want this memory to endure, so that those who come after us can see who fired the first shot in their counterattack. They fell. But we didn't. The Dawn Legion was founded for one and only one purpose. That means fighting. I, Su Lee, stand here today and tell you loudly. Today. Their names are engraved here. If sacrifice needs to be given meaning, then the wall outside is the meaning I give it. And tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. In the not-too-distant future. I will also give meaning to those living here. Your names will also be engraved on every planet we pass through. I won't tell you not to fear sacrifice. Only dogs want to die. But we are sharp blades, destined to move forward, without peace. There are no cowards in our Dawn Legion, and we won't tolerate cowards. We have only one goal, to utterly annihilate these damn Zerg, even if it means more sacrifices. The Alliance has been silent for too long, so long that too many have lost their courage. It doesn't matter. We, the Dawn Legion, can rise up and show everyone what courage is. Chapter 213. Tell them how the war should be fought. Su Lee patted his chest and roared at the top of his lungs. Am I arrogant? How dare I speak so arrogantly? Then I'll tell you. I am arrogant as hell. And I'll be even more arrogant in the future. Because I have you. I have you, a group of brave soldiers. I, Su Lee, can say without reservation that I am the battle flag of the Dawn Legion. The Legion's will. And you? Are the Legion's soul. With our will and soul, we can conquer this world. All those who stand in our way, and cannot completely annihilate us are destined to be annihilated by us. No one is immune to sacrifice, because everyone's sacrifice is meaningful. I promise you, I will be at the forefront of every battle. If you die, I will. I'll carve it on the wall for you. If I die, you can carve me on the wall. Isn't it just starting over? 20 years from now, I can still gather a team and charge the Zerg swarm again. Remember, the vast starry sky is bright. As long as there's one man left in the Dawn Legion, as long as we can still see, wherever we look, we'll be the target of our blades. If I die before you, please always remember our mission and our military spirit. Forward. Never retreat. If, when I'm reborn, I don't see my iron-blooded army, but only a pile of weaklings, I'll squeeze your balls out and use them as cannonballs. His words made all the soldiers straighten their bodies. They lowered their plates and tightened their grip on their bottles. They came from various war zones, and were the main battle groups of their respective armies. Before their arrival, their thoughts and ideas were still stuck in their old ways of thinking. But within a short time, everyone seemed transformed. They shed their old mental shackles, and quickly adapted to Su Li's new ideas. His words were sonorous and powerful, and his words stirred their blood, leaving no room for refusal. Their main battle group, regardless of the war zone, always received the order to hold on. Hold on. Even if they were to advance, their sole purpose was to hold the line, but now, someone finally stood up and told them they could fight. They gazed intently at the man standing on the wooden box. He simply stood there, yet everyone sensed an immense power in him. The Alliance's first Dawn Legion. Invincible. Victory guaranteed. As soon as he uttered these words, the valley erupted in thunderous shouts. We will win! We will win! We will win! The members of the military investigation team were stunned. They had seen high morale before, but never this high. The soldiers' eyes weren't filled with a determination to die, nor with a resolute determination to face death. Instead, they were filled with a fanaticism that left them feeling a bit lost. Listening to the roaring roars, they exchanged a silent glance, then, following the main force, raised their bottles towards Su Li, who stood on the wooden box. Qin Yaoyao narrowed her eyes, feeling the surge of emotion, and quietly clutched her chest. She suddenly realized that her little brother, whom she hadn't seen for several years, had, without her noticing, grown into a real man. He wasn't just a super S-class pilot of exceptional status, he had now, almost unnoticed, become a figure of faith in the hearts of many. The soldiers cheering like thunder in the field were only a fraction of his followers. There were many more like him on the vast planets behind them, countless. For the first time in her life, she felt that Sansheng heavy industry had done something that pleased her. Perhaps, the inheritance of excellent genes truly depended on posture. She bit the bottle cap and gulped down the wine. Feeling the slightly bitter taste spread through her mouth, her eyes fixed on the figure in the field, a gradual daze forming. Su Li finished speaking and jumped off the wooden box. He picked up a bottle of beer, raised it toward the soldiers before him, and then tossed his head back to chug it all in one gulp. For a moment, the entire valley was filled with the sound of guzzling. This was followed by a deafening burp. Su Li smiled, and everyone present laughed. With the words, "Enjoy your food and drink," the valley became lively again. The military didn't come over to toast, not because they didn't want to, but because they simply couldn't squeeze through. Protect the commander. Quick! Han Hai barely had time to let out a cry of alarm before several mech girls pinned him down, bundled him up, and dragged him away. Su Li, seeing a group of mech girls gathering around him, instantly assumed a fighting stance. Jun Wei was already numb. Everyone knew the Jun sisters could teleport, so they were the first to be taken care of. It wasn't the new mech girls' turn to take action. The existing mech girls at the outpost were more than enough. They had been with Su Li the longest, and their military tactics were mastered to perfection. With a single blow, they dismantled Su Li's defenses, then deployed a wave of human power to pin him down. The familiar process, the familiar operation. Su Li, weeping, glanced sideways at Lightning, who was devouring a roasted pig's trotter in the corner. Okay, things that come easily aren't cherished. He couldn't even compare to a roasted pig's trotter. That's nearly enough. I'm the Legion commander. Who took off my pants? They're all here. Give me some respect. No. Don't touch me. Don't pull that thing. Who? Are you polite? You want to take my shoelaces? In just a moment, Su Li could fully feel the breeze in the valley. The mech girls were very particular. At least they left him with his underwear and socks. They even tucked him into the half-man-high green belt. Su Li was both angry and amused. This familiar routine had become a fixture at the outpost. These mecha girls were really addicted to robbing. He squatted in the bushes, staring at the frolicking crowd outside, wanting to cry but unable to. In the light, he could even see the dense lip prints covering his own skin. It's getting increasingly unrefined. Before, they just stripped him of his clothes, but now they're even taking his mouth. The world is going downhill. It's really going downhill. You guys can strip him, but at least wait for him to eat. Now, he can't even leave. No sooner had he uttered those bold words than this Legion commander rushed into the crowd in his underpants to grab something to eat. Then forget the Dawn Legion, the image has gone awry instantly. The Legion commander is leading the charge in his underpants, forging ahead. He couldn't even imagine how beautiful it would be to see a bunch of strong men in their underpants charging them. Zerg. A graceful figure approached slowly, and stopped beside the bushes. Su Li instinctively shrank back, only to see the mecha girl tilt her golden head, staring intently through the bushes at his covered hands. She seemed curious about what treasure he had hidden that would keep it so tightly covered. Master, are you playing hide and seek? Chapter 214. A series of numerical values flashed by, and Su Li realized that the unfamiliar mecha girl before him was none other than the last of the Jun sisters. Jun Quan. The two stared at each other through the bushes. One crouched inside, the other outside. She even considerately moved closer to the bushes, allowing her master to see her large golden eyes. Su Li awkwardly scratched the ground with his sock-covered foot. This was the first scene he imagined for his mecha girl. Jun Quan probably hadn't expected it either. But now, how could he leave without seeming awkward, facing Jun Quan's clear eyes? Even Su Li, with all his nerve, felt a little overwhelmed. Call me lightning, or Jun Shou, or just teleport me through the void. At this point, Su Li suddenly felt everything was dull. This was the worst-case scenario. What else could be done? Social demise, after experiencing it once, became easier to get used to and accept. Jun Quan straightened himself, surveyed Su Li's smooth back, then took his outstretched hand. The two of them instantly vanished into the bushes. The clamor in the valley continued. Eve stood atop the tall communications tower, letting the breeze ruffle her pale blue hair. She raised her cup to the distant crowd. If only all humans were like the crowd below. Then, needless to say, victory is assured. He's still as popular as ever. 03 tilted his head, a mixture of annoyance and amusement. I don't know when this rumor started circulating at the outpost, saying that collecting the Legion commander's fragments could be exchanged for luxurious rewards. What lavish reward? 04 paused, then spoke somewhat sheepishly, the commander's voucher. I seen that thing, it's beautifully crafted. Eve fell silent. She suddenly didn't understand the machine girl's train of thought. Who made this voucher? Tao. He seems to be constantly trying to annoy Su Li lately, probably because of a video editing issue. Eve burst out laughing. Su Li's success today was largely due to his own efforts, but Tao also played a significant role. In the early days, he even single-handedly handled the entire promotional effort, effectively working as a donkey. It's normal for him to feel resentful. Although live streaming has earned him considerable money and recognition, for him now, those are merely external things. Su Li won't mind if he lets it out appropriately. Why should he care? The voucher says the final right of interpretation belongs to the commander. Eve almost forgot that humans were the first to create and manipulate rules. 03 took a sip of his wine and leaned against the window. Tao has contacted numerous suppliers, and most of his income is used to support the base. He no longer looks like a news anchor, but rather a major eunuch. Aside from donating a small portion to charity, the majority of his money goes into the base's daily operations. The commercial street boasts a dazzling array of goods, including alcohol and other non-military supplies. His main goal is to fulfill the material and spiritual needs of the mecha girls. It can be said that, in addition to Su Li's personal charm, Tao's maintenance plays a crucial role in the base's normal operation. He doesn't even leave anything for himself. I don't know what his life's focus was before, but now it seems everything here has become his everything. 03 looked at the shining bald head in the crowd and pointed it towards Eve. Everything at the base is starting to fall into place. Military affairs are handled by Han Hai and 038, while external affairs are handled by Yehua and 032. Internal affairs coordination and Legion publicity are handled by Tao. We're not short of high-end military personnel. We fought tough battles, and the Legion has become a solid team. Once the new personnel arrive, they should be able to integrate quickly. 04 nodded. Yes. They no longer care about the remaining Zerg on Lingsue Star. They even set a strategic goal. The next step is to capture Green Source Star, home to the 7th Legion. Ahem. Eve coughed dryly and glanced at 0304. While having goals is a good thing, can't you try to persuade him? The base's infrastructure, the academy outside, everything here is still in its infancy, and he's obsessed with running away? 03 rolled his eyes. Why did he like running away? It was because of that last trip to Green Source Star for support. Men are creatures. There's only one chance they won't run away, and they'll run away countless times. Asking her to persuade? She definitely picked the wrong person. She couldn't even speak to Su Li. What could she persuade? Her own dignity? A brief silence fell in the command room. They felt the surging passion in the valley, and smiles couldn't help but spread across everyone's faces. Some of Su Li's affairs were taken care of by the mecha girl beside him. 0304 had a very accurate understanding of himself. They're just there to make up the numbers. High in combat power, just on the surface. They can't help with military command, and coordinating the base would steal someone else's job. So, it's better to return to their original purpose and just consider it a place to retire. Although this place may not look impressive from the outside, the valley itself holds a unique charm. Especially the hazy morning mist, the wonder of it drifting around the capsule, is incredibly soothing and relaxing. Forget it. Even for the sake of this comfortable place, they should still give a little advice. At least, they can still help out a little with the engineering. By the way, what did he say about the academy? Eve's sudden question startled 03. After a moment's thought, she quickly replied, he had Zhang Chongping contact his former school. Using high salaries and connections, he secured a group of retired professors. Additionally, he recruited pilots and pilot girls with extensive battlefield experience to serve as instructors. While the preparations aren't thorough, the general framework is in place. Keep an eye on this. Don't let Yihua teach there. 03. You're too late. By the time the decision to build the academy was made, Yihua's application had already been approved. Eve slapped her forehead, feeling a sharp pain. No matter how much she planned, she couldn't have omitted a single mention. Or perhaps she had given him too little. He had so many mecha girls under his command, so why had he assigned Yihua to him? But now that the person had been assigned, what else could she say? Isn't Suli quite good at judging people? Why did he actually trust Yihua, such a lunatic, to coach him? Just kidding. Isn't he afraid Yihua will teach him a bunch of lunatics? Then, they'll all run around on the battlefield, and he'll be left to clean up the mess. No, this matter is top priority. I had better mention it. She glanced down. Yihua was standing on the wooden crate where Suli had stood, a bottle of wine in one hand, swaying to the tune of a military song. Enchanting, and yet, she had a certain amount of uninhibited freedom. The cigarette at her lips flickered with an orange flame, swaying with her movements. Eve narrowed her eyes slightly, and pursed her lips. Chapter 215. Inside the cabin, in Junwei's bedroom. The warm orange glow of the scented candles was incredibly inviting. On the table, two woodlice nestled together on an exquisitely shaped plate, drenched in delicious sauce. The atmosphere was there. The food was also ready. Though the portions were small, they were just the right amount. At least the intense exercise afterward wouldn't cause indigestion. The champagne, with its rich bubbles, was poured into a tall glass. She leaned over, carefully adjusting the angle of the glass and plate, then nodded with satisfaction. The napkins were in place, the food was in place, and now even the drinks were ready. All that was missing was a hungry host. Junwei turned his head and glanced at himself in the mirror. Tall figure, slender neck. Golden eyes, set against blonde hair, were as noble as ever, a sight to behold. She adjusted the hem of her maid outfit and repositioned the suspenders. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she pulled a small bottle from her apron, sprinkling the powder evenly over the sauce. A faint blush rose on her neck, against the backdrop of her lace collar. Thinking of the storm of attack she might face, she quickly returned the bottle to her apron, her face flushing slightly as she closed her eyes. My master's position is in front of me. She opened her eyes, somewhat bewildered, and saw Suli standing before her, dressed only in his underwear and socks. A flicker of joy flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected her master to be so proactive. After being stripped naked, he hadn't even gone back to change, but had come straight to her. So, she was so important to her master. Crunch, crunch. Master, here you come. Crunch, crunch. Junwei frowned. Suli was clearly standing there with her arms crossed, so where was the crunching sound coming from? She turned quickly, and saw Jun Quan's round little face puffed up as he devoured the food on his plate. You came out? No, I mean, why are you here? Sister, I'm hungry. Junwei's golden eyebrows shot up. She looked at the now empty plate. Of course she knew Jun Quan was hungry. But the question was, with so much food down there, why did you choose to eat this? Are you so blind? Xiao Quan. Listen up and eat down there. There's so much food down there. Second sister is treating you to a feast today. It'll all be on my account. Go ahead, go ahead. Jun Quan licked her lips, her gaze darting between Suli and Junwei before she sucked on her finger. Second sister, are you planning on tricking me out so you can do something risque with the master? To be honest, I saw my eldest sister down there. I just don't understand. Everyone knows our sister's abilities. Why is it that even fourth sister, who can't move, is tied up, while you, second sister, still have time to prepare a candlelight dinner? Junwei's eyes instantly grew cold. For a moment, she wanted to leap up and strangle the little thing in front of her. Junquan smacked his lips, his golden eyes darting around. Oh! So sneaking off can be addictive. Master, it's getting late. You might catch a cold if you're naked like this. I'll take you outside so you can change your clothes. Seeing Junwei's sudden concern, Su Li nodded. Honestly, it was the first time he'd seen veins pop up on Junwei's forehead. He hadn't even taken a step when he was suddenly alone in the bedroom. Junquan suddenly vanished, followed by Junwei. It was clear they were both in a state of panic. They didn't even have time to blow out the candles on the table. Why hadn't I noticed Junwei was so stingy before? He blew out the candles and glanced at the empty plates. No wonder Junwei had filed a maintenance request. Eating 2 woodlice in 1 meal, for a mecha girl, that's probably not even enough. It seemed he needed to find time to give her a thorough checkup. He shook the mechanical tree in his mind. It didn't indicate any errors with Junwei's mecha. It glowed with golden light, looking much better than its previous sluggish appearance. In the roots, the round cocoon, once a mottled color, was now completely golden. With his gentle touch, the mechanical tree responded instantly. The second stage queen had 1 day and 24 minutes left to complete its transformation. His understanding of the Zerg was limited to classification. He wasn't entirely clear on the concept of the second stage queen. But with a little thought, he could understand. The first stage queen was most likely the one encountered in the main battlefield. Its size and level of evolution were far less advanced than the one he had captured. The 3 on the armed transport were likely just entering the growth stage. Once in the growth stage, they could command the equivalent of 2 giant Zerg swarms. He had also seen the combat power of the first stage queen. As for the second stage, he immediately recalled the densely packed insect nests within the hive, the empty nests filled with high-level elites. Even with his current strength, if he faced a second stage queen head-on, he would be dead. Her elites alone could pile him up like a swarm of assholes. Especially those elites, each one of them incredibly tough. To this day, he still remembers the sight of Hong Ying's spear shattering upon contact with their bodies. Even with the help of Junwei Junsho, killing the elite surrounding the second stage queen was no easy task. Capturing a second stage queen this time was truly a stroke of luck. If the elites hadn't all been dispatched, if he hadn't snapped out of his hallucinations in time, his grave would probably be overgrown by now. Su Li pushed open Junwei's door, strolled into his bedroom, and changed his clothes. Instant noodles with 2 chicken feet. He even ordered himself a bottle of Coke. The fat cat, used to soothe the mecha girls, walked over with a charming gait, leaned against him, and rubbed his head against his. Above level 2 is level 3, maybe even level 4. Above the growth stage is the maturity stage. Su Li frowned, suddenly feeling a long way to go, as if he had been striving forward for a long time only to realize he was still going in circles. The mecha girl's strength needed to be improved urgently. Not only did he need to improve all the mecha girls in the team, but more importantly, he needed a team composed entirely of high-level mecha girls. They could be few in number, but they must all be elite. There was no longer enough energy on Lingsue Star to achieve this goal. He used the terminal to open the virtual star map and, while waiting for his instant noodles, zoomed in on each planet and began to examine them. Their strength was still not strong enough, so every step needed to be made with extreme caution. Think carefully about every step. Click. Su Li pushed the virtual star map away. If you're too cautious about everything, you'll be stuck. Why think so much? Just lead the team and do it. If he can win, then fight. If he can't he just run? Chapter 216. The Pilot Academy's enrollment brochures were plastered all over the Lynch Star base. Su Li kept his promise, delivering on his promise, giving all the soldiers new hope. The base was bursting with unprecedented energy, and all the outbound missions were being rushed. Everyone, completely unconcerned about the dangers of going out, simply wanted to see the Academy's construction site for themselves. The engineering supervisor felt much more at ease. Every day, she was escorted by a large number of troops, which gave her peace of mind and no longer had any complaints. She went down to the insect nest with her eyes open and came back up with her eyes closed. She didn't see anything, because she fainted after going down. Thankfully, there were no more insects inside. One by one, the pilot girls abandoned their formation and, following Su Li's orders, rushed down to the insect nest, beginning their so-called devilish training. Limited ammunition, limited energy, extreme penetration. Hundreds of mechs rushed frantically into the intricate hive from various entrances, abandoning their own formations and advancing independently. Every turn often meant the most intense fighting. A realistic simulation of a battlefield environment. Each mech was equipped with a tracking device, and their first move upon entering was to charge forward. A mad dash. The simulated training rounds were not very powerful, and the cold weapons were equipped with protective gear. After learning that this was a selection for an elite team, all the mechs went crazy. The entire training process took place on a monthly basis. Daily results were recorded, and assessments were based on the daily average. The assessment consisted of 3 parts: exploring the depth of the hive, collecting valuable intelligence items scattered throughout the hive, and, most importantly, the number of kills. 3 scores were assessed simultaneously, with the best candidates selected for admission. The guards, with their experience exploring the hive with Su Li, undoubtedly had a significant advantage in this regard. Although going deep alone meant they lost their teamwork, their opponents weren't the bugs themselves, but individual mechs fighting alone. This made the battle extremely balanced, eliminating the need for one against a group. This was clearly a significant advantage for them. The artillery soldiers at the base were stunned. They had been issued weapons, and when they received the order to defend the base, each one could hardly believe their ears. As they climbed the mountain wall, their rifles slung over their shoulders, they were still stunned. They had never imagined that one day, they would be responsible for patrolling and daily guarding the base. The artillery regiment wasn't training in artillery maneuvers, but now they were training in patrols. For a moment, many even thought the bugs had invaded. It wasn't until they saw the overwhelming number of mechs lifting the lids of the hives on the ground and scurrying in like crazy that they suddenly understood. It wasn't the bugs that were invading, it was the mecha girls who had gone mad. The chaotic hive was deep and twisted. Once inside, everyone lost their sense of direction. The roar of gunfire, the clash of swords. In the hive, every step forward was a test of their reflexes. Around every corner lay not only unknown paths, but also potentially hidden enemies, long in ambush. Sisterhood was useless at this moment. There were only a limited number of spots for the elite ranks, and all the mecha girls knew this, especially the mecha girls from the original outpost, each fighting tooth and nail for a place among the elite. They understood Su Li's style better than the mech girls, who came after them. This elite team was destined to follow his footsteps, charging towards planet after planet. For them, simply being able to follow his lead was the ultimate honor. Even after becoming elite, they would face dangers exponentially greater than they were now, but they cared nothing. A man will die for his friend. When he gave them hope, he became their only faith. Of course, that faith was strong enough. At the entrance to the hive, a group of mech girls slumped sulking. On the first day of training, they were kicked out upon entering the hive. On the second day, they hadn't even walked a kilometer before being kicked out again. 2 days wasted. They hadn't even achieved any decent results before being humiliatingly eliminated. There was no need for the June sisters to rescue them. They could easily reach the kilometer-long barrier on their own. But the question was, were they to blame for their failure? The blame should go to those inhumane individuals who were openly bullying us. The mech girls slumped together, their eyes red. They exuded an aura of unapproachable presence. The intimidation was so strong that even the artillery soldiers standing guard on the mountain wall could sense it. They didn't even dare to look at them, fearing they would attract their attention and vent their anger on them. The golden mech lifted the lid of the hive, and a golden head poked out. With a single glance, he counted the 68 people before him. He retracted his head. At the mech girl's speed, if he maintained his planned patrol speed, he should be able to kill another 30. To expand his victory, he would need to penetrate diagonally into other tunnels. The tunnels of the hive are too complex and dense. Relying solely on acoustic positioning to determine precise positioning is difficult. The only way to achieve maximum results is to activate Wushuang mode in the main tunnel. The thought of competing against the main fighter jets of each military region made Su Li rub his hands with excitement. He piloted the Juensho straight down until Han Hai's voice rang in his ears. "Commander, you better come up." 2 days. In 2 days, I received no fewer than 200 complaints. If you continue to interfere with the assessment, you will cause public outrage. No, or rather, you already caused public outrage. Why don't you turn around and take a look? The mechs have spontaneously formed teams and are hunting you throughout the hive. Hunting whom? Me. That's fantastic. Without the bugs in this hive, it's no longer as tense as before. Tell them to hurry. I'm at coordinates XXXX. Han Hai pinched his philtrum hard, and it took him a moment to recover. No, isn't it about where you are? Isn't it about you intervening and undermining the fairness of the assessment? That's great. It's great for you, isn't it? How can you be so addicted? You only been slaying the Zerg horde for a few days? And you worn out your enthusiasm so quickly? Han Hai gritted his teeth and sent Su Li's coordinates. Instantly, the entire Zerg hive came alive. Su Li could clearly sense countless waves of sound sweeping towards him. It wasn't the unique rustling of the Zerg, but the roar of a continuous stream of mechs. He took a step forward and leaped into the massive tunnel. A large expanse of light suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Mechs emerged from the tunnel, each holding a variety of weapons. The moment they spotted him, they charged straight at him with immense resentment. The golden mech retreated, raised its shield, and placed its spear atop it, pointing it directly at the charging mech. In the cockpit, Su Li's mouth curled up instantly. Chapter 217. The scene before him reminded him of his time at the academy. But back then, he was still piloting an A-class Lightning. Faced with the shadowy light and shadows, he felt as if he were dreaming. The newly joined mecha girls hadn't had time to change their liveries yet. He could instantly recognize the Northern War Zone's emblem. The massive hammer she held in her hand perfectly matched the characteristics of a Northern War Zone mecha girl. Yi Hua, supposedly a mecha girl from the Northern Military Region, seemed carefree, but in reality, she possessed a keen eye for detail. Anyone who underestimated her was taught a lesson by her. The massive hammer head gleamed with a cold light. Before she even approached, the entire mecha rested on one foot, gripping the hammer handle with both hands, and began to spin. Su Li grinned, slung his shield over his back, and thrust his spear into her lower body. No one ever said that a defensive mecha girl wielding a shield had to use it to defend against enemy attacks. The opposing mech girl reacted incredibly quickly, a true veteran of the war zone. Even without a pilot, she was agile. With a sweep of the hammer's handle, she separated the spear. Without dodging, she lunged forward, her hands adjusting at a slight angle, imbuing the hammer with terrifying potential energy. Su Li released his grip and thrust forward, kicking the end of the spear. The entire spear transformed into a stream of light, striking her mech. He slid in close, grasping the hammer's handle with one hand, and with his other hand, he swung his round shield and struck the northern mech girl on the head. A deafening, tooth-grinding clang. He snatched the hammer from her grasp and, with a knee strike, sent her stumbling back several steps. By the time she recovered, the hammer had already swung, striking the cockpit. Accompanied by a chilling, snarling laughter, the entire hive took on a chilling atmosphere. Hunting. Su Li truly loved hunting, especially in a confined space like this. Even with enemies front and back, he only had to face 3 or 4 mechas at once. Piloting the Lightning wouldn't have been easy, but he was piloting the Junsho. Forget SS class. Adding a hover shield was simply bullying. On the battlefield, even the toughest enemy would be fought with all his might. With attributes comparable to SS class, plus a telekinetic hover shield, Su Li rarely pushed himself to the limit, piloting the golden Junsho and charging wildly through the tunnel. The constant barrage of commands made Junsho clench her teeth. She felt her master's spirit burrow into her consciousness, dominating her completely, and she couldn't help but tremble all over. Through the deep intertwining of consciousnesses, she could only sense her body completely slipping out of her control. Su Li's mecha girls have all mastered a fundamental skill. Let go! When you can't master it, just let instinct take over. The high-frequency commands washed over her, making her feel her core heating up. The extreme manipulation sent her spiraling out of control. Yet, the deep integration allowed her, with her nearly blank mind, to sense every change in her body. Junsho went crazy. How shameless. Sisters, attack together. This ***** even activated resonance. A blinding golden light made the nearby mecha girls instinctively cover their eyes. Indie, each person has an inherent skill. Are you envious? The mecha girls went crazy. Even though they knew that anyone who rushed forward would be a dead end in this state, the intense anger in their chests still made them rush forward. It doesn't matter if they die. With nearly 3,000 mecha girls behind them, who's afraid of whom? Isn't it just resonance? Isn't it just an inherent skill? Junwei's pressure might make their scalps tingle, but Junsho's. An illusory golden shield suddenly appeared, grasped by Su Li. Its massive size instantly narrowed and lengthened under his control, spanning the entire tunnel. All the mecha girls saw only the golden shield extending infinitely, and the next second, it fell heavily. They felt like insects being slapped repeatedly with the toe of a slipper. The immense force, the perfectly timed blows, shattered all their dignity, their high spirits, and, incidentally, their shared hatred of the enemy. Su Li gripped the shield, tapped it 3 times, then licked his lips with a satisfied look. Looking around, he saw a field of mechas. The tunnel was silent for a moment, then, as the first cry broke out, it gradually became a continuous stream. These mecha girls, who had shed blood and tears on the battlefield, finally couldn't contain their grievances and burst into tears in this unseen tunnel. The pressure of life and death struggle, the precarious fate. They had clearly tried their best, but why was there always someone standing up and telling them they weren't working hard enough. He was too strong. Even a super S-class pilot wouldn't be so perverted. The lightning-fast speed made them want to follow behind him, but they wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of the warmth. The Regal Power's pressure field made their scalps tingle. Now, here came the equally unreasonable Jun Shou. And beside him, there were Jun Zhe, Jun Yu, and Jun Quan. Who could they possibly compete with? Hong Ying? Forget it, she can do 8 flashes a second. She can poke 8 holes in you in an instant. How should they improve so they can stand behind him and follow him into a new and vast world? The continuous crying made Su Li's scalp tingle. He bent down, grasped Jun Shou's waist, and shook him gently. The latter groaned softly, clearly still recovering from the afterglow. The cockpit was already filled with the steam rising from her forehead, and seeing that Jun Shou couldn't offer any advice, Su Li had no choice but to turn on the loudspeaker. "Why are you crying? Your grades for the past 2 days are invalid. Isn't that enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sobbing in the tunnel suddenly subsided. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the sobbing began again, even louder. He wasn't good at comforting people. At this moment, were they concerned about grades? He bloodily tore open the scars of their inadequacy, and then rubbed salt into them. Su Li, who hadn't retreated a single step in the face of the insect swarm, retreated. The deafening sobs had left him flustered. In his haste, his hand, which had been patting Jun Shou's waist, ended up slapping his butt. Jun Shou finally opened his hazy eyes and, for some unknown reason, turned around and sat in his arms, grabbing his hand and placing it on his butt. Su Li felt the warmth on his body and hands, and he was completely lost. "Master, I'm feeling miserable." You don't want to cry too, do you?" Jun Shou bit her lower lip, her eyes hazy as she nodded softly. Of course she wanted to cry, and she wanted to cry loudly, rhythmically. Chapter 218. The artillery soldiers on the mountain wall were stunned. This wasn't real training, there were real Zergs invading. They gripped their weapons tightly, aiming in the direction of the Zerg nest. Their eyes never blinked, fearing a single mistake would land a Zerg. Their hearts leaped into their throats. "It's over!" As the mechs emerged, one after another, supporting each other, their hearts sank even deeper into the ice. How ferocious could the battle below be to have so many mechs injured? The men's scalps began to tingle, they couldn't even imagine it. They had long heard that the outpost was already densely packed with Zerg nests. Now it seemed to be true. They knew there were still remnants of the Zerg that hadn't been eradicated. Was the Legion commander too reckless? He blindly launched training before even wiping out the Zerg? Look, these tough mech girls are all in tears. How brutal must the battle be down there? The golden mech burst out of the Zerg nest, trembling as it disintegrated. Su Li scooped up the trembling Jun Shou and carried her on his back. He strode towards the base. The gazes of the mech girls pierced his spine, and he subconsciously quickened his pace. He had to hurry. If he walked any slower, he was afraid he wouldn't make it back. Inside the cabin, in the bedroom, Jun Wei was bound and strapped to a rack. Jun Quan narrowed his eyes, moving his gaze up and down the white flesh ripped by the ropes, making a series of tsk sounds. Jun Zhe stood aside, holding the stink bug powder he had found in Jun Wei's apron, examining her in the light, occasionally sniffing it. "Second sister, you actually lust after the master's body?" As she spoke, her face flushed. Not daring to meet Jun Wei's gaze, she quietly slipped the small bottle into her pocket. "Of course not. She's incredibly bold. Sneaking off like that is so addictive. Third sister, it's only because I discovered it early, otherwise she would have succeeded. TSK, you got to say, eldest sister's technique is truly remarkable. Look at that curve. Look at that feeling of squeezing flesh. Forget about the master, even I can't help but drool. Fourth sister, could you please stop staring? It's terrifying." Jun Yu's eyes widened, yet a soft snore escaped her. Jun Zhe reached over and brushed them away before closing them for her. Jun Quan smacked his lips, suddenly realizing that no one in the room was trustworthy. If you want to form an offensive and defensive alliance, you still have to rely on Big Sister Jun Shou. Big Sister's one move reveals its effectiveness. Look at that skillful technique. Look at that glaring little eye. Hey! You can't even bite me, so I ask if you're pissed. You still want to catch me? Catch me in front of Big Sister? You're stuck. You're tied up. You can't get away with it anymore. Jun Quan's clothes suddenly flashed, transforming into the same maid outfit as Jun Wei. Half a head shorter than Jun Wei, Jun Quan might not look quite as tall, but she had a curvy figure, her round face brimming with collagen. She raised her hand to adjust the suspenders on her legs, and gave Jun Wei a broad smile. She wasn't as stylish as she was. No cat ears? No, she didn't like cat ears. Isn't a fox's furry tail tempting? The furry tail swayed beneath her skirt, making Junwei's murderous gaze even more menacing. But something was stuffed in her mouth, so she couldn't say anything threatening. Junwei was so preoccupied with searching through boxes and cabinets for more medicine that he didn't notice the youngest Jun Quan had revealed his true colors. The door was pushed open from the outside. Jun Quan whimpered, a hint of pity in her eyes. She covered her hand, feigning an injury from accidentally cleaning the house. Su Li, carrying Jun Shou, opened the door and saw her large tail swaying slightly beneath her skirt. He stepped back, confirming the sign for Jun Shou was hanging on the door, before looking inside. All 4 mecha girls were there. Jun Quan lay still on the ground, her calves slender beneath her stockings. Her gaze wandered upwards, the alluring suspenders drawing the eyes straight up, making one. He coughed softly, and was about to say something when he saw Junwei, tied to the rack. The latter's gaze was hazy, her maid outfit tightly bound to her, revealing her exquisite figure. Because of the angle of the ropes, the hem of her skirt rose, exposing her long, slender legs in a lustful way. He silently glanced at Junwei, who was rummaging through the drawers, and then at Junyu, who was slumped in a heap. He slowly closed the door. He respected all mecha girls' unusual playstyles, but 4 of them was truly beyond his imagination. How could he leave Jun Shou in such a dangerous place? Especially since she was still twitching. It had to be said that certain scenes not suitable for children could indeed cause agitation. Even with his fortitude, he could hardly resist. Su Li swiftly turned around and carried Jun Shou back to his room. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her delicate face, paired with her short white hair, was so delicate that it was almost impossible not to want to protect her. Although she wasn't exhausted, the prolonged resonance still left her feeling a bit faint. If such a beautiful woman entered that room, who knows what would happen? Su Li laid her on his bed, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and made sure she was completely calm and no longer trembling before draping the thin blanket over her. Before leaving, he glanced back at Jun Shou's room and subconsciously locked his own room. But he had completely forgotten that the Jun sisters couldn't be protected by locks. In the command room, Han Hai banged his head against the wall intermittently. Is Su Li's combat power strong? She was incredibly strong. When did she start to have this illusion? She thought she was here to enjoy herself? She was wrong. She was so wrong. Whether on her home planet or on Lung Chui Star, it seemed she would never escape the fate of cleaning up after others. The only difference is that now she has a much bigger mess to clean. Playing? One Yihua isn't enough. And Su Li? This is a test. A test? You're going down there to deliver all these blows. Do you think the base's existing medical facilities aren't fully utilized? Why exactly, does a mecha girl like her have to endure all this? Something she shouldn't have to endure? Since when has having a brain been considered a crime? She just sent the investigation team off, and now she's dealing with endless complaints and protests. Did she commit sins in this life, or was she lacking good deeds in her past? Could it be, as Yihua said, that she actually did something like infesting an ant nest while drunk? How big of an ant nest would she have to infest to endure such a terrible ordeal? In the entire command room, Han Hai wasn't the only one feeling hopeless. The fat cat in her hand was too. It understood that it was an emotionally comforting animal, but no one had ever mentioned the risk of hair loss. Chapter 219. The moment Su Li entered the command room, he sensed something was amiss. The feeling of low pressure was unbearable. 032 stood by with a sullen face, the veins on her forehead throbbing. She had never imagined that Su Li would act so unbecomingly. Sir! Commander! No! Commander! On behalf of the over 3,000 mechs at this base, I solemnly protest to you. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last time. Su Li was stunned by the 3 consecutive titles. Looking at the serious 032 before him, he suddenly smiled. I remember the last time you spoke to me so seriously was when I was injured. I'm sorry, I still owe you an apology. I remember spitting in your cockpit. 032 blushed slightly, unable to maintain her serious demeanor. She turned away, somewhat frustrated, wondering why he could dismiss her so easily with a simple I'm sorry after arriving so aggressively. Nothing, it's been a long time. If the commander hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten it. He patted 032's shoulder, and then hurried into the command room. The fat cat, as if seeing a savior, quickly broke free from Han Hai's arms and ran to Su Li's feet. For a moment, half the command room was covered in flying fur. The fat cat, once long-haired, now had visibly thinned out. Hey, Whose commander is this? You're so willing to come out of this haunted place? Aren't you at coordinate XXXX? I thought you were staying there permanently. Suli chuckled twice. No, I don't have that plan. I'm just lacking knowledge of the unit's current combat capabilities. I want to gain a deeper understanding before deploying the troops. Only then can I confidently deploy them. Han Hai rolled his eyes and said sullenly, make up stories. If you're itching to, just say it. Verification can be done after personnel selection is complete and the modules are issued. A single verification now wouldn't matter, but it's already destroyed morale. Ugh. Seeing the red mark on Han Hai's forehead, Suli tactfully shut his mouth. Her plump breasts heaved even more, and he was afraid that if he said a few more words, that thing would explode right in his face. Base work needs to proceed steadily. Steady progress. You can't always focus on improving combat capabilities. Our base's hospital is never idle. All maintenance shops, they've just been deployed outside the mountain wall, and haven't been put into operation yet. With one strike of your shield, over 3,000 mechs have been taken down by you, and we don't even have a workshop. How are we going to repair them? And what about Yihua? Are you even managing them? Are you forcing the mechs to do some kind of anti-stun training? What kind of training requires them to spin their ships? Are they really just going to keep throwing them out until they're completely thrown out? Sister Galing has protested. She says the existing breeding farm is too small. We need to double it, or build another one. But we don't have the manpower to oversee it. If anything goes wrong with the Queen, the breeding farm will be the biggest problem. It's only 100 kilometers away from the base. I just want to ask, Commander, have you considered this? If the Queen gets out of control now, how will we resist the swarm? You're going to do it all by yourself. A warm hand reached over Han Hai's head, interrupting his chatter. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, they won't cause any trouble. Expand. Building another one won't be a problem. There are plenty of insect carcasses left on the battlefield. Feeding them would be a good way to recycle waste. Han Hai narrowed his eyes, feeling the touch on his head, feeling a surge of rage with nowhere to vent. It's like this again. It's like this again, evading the main point. Why didn't they mention the previous question at all? Patching her head? Do you really think she's a child who only needs a pat on the head? Look at this. A colorful rainbow lollipop. With sparkling sugar sprinkles on top. The one you didn't get last time. Oh, 032, take this. This is yours. Suli pressed the lollipop into Han Hai's hand and tossed a small box to 032. She opened it, her eyes curling calmly. The small rose gold pendant complemented her complexion perfectly. Ever since seeing it sold once in 038's shop, she hadn't restocked it, and she thought she'd never get another chance. But then, she glanced at Suli and quickly put the box back in her pocket. Seeing the cloudy expressions of the two mecha girls clear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. While Yihua wasn't entirely reliable, her training was still very humane. In his previous life, tying people to steel chairs and spinning them around like crazy was a training method incredibly close to actual combat. As for him, perhaps it was his style, or perhaps it was everything he experienced in his past life that made him believe in a bit of hard training. Only by training hard on the training ground could one effectively reduce casualties in combat. The mecha girl's inherent strength is clear. Each one is a natural-born soldier. If they were to suffer losses on the battlefield due to lack of training, it would undoubtedly be a regrettable event. Losing morale isn't a big deal. Morale can be boosted on the training ground. But someone needs to show them the gap. Only after recognizing their own shortcomings can they catch up. If they can't withstand even the slightest setback, they're destined to be eliminated. How's the pilot selection going? Are there any promising candidates among this group of soldiers? Yes, we already selected 32 from the first batch. Conservatively, after all of them are screened, at least 500 should be qualified. As for the rest, since they already have the basics of operating power armor, it shouldn't be particularly difficult for them to meet the requirements if they work hard. 038 slid over in a chair and extended a white hand towards Suli. She blinked her large eyes, a hint of cunning in them. Suli sighed silently and took out another bar of chocolate. 038 frowned, glancing curiously at Suli's pockets. She always felt like her brother's pants were a treasure chest, capable of pulling out anything. Speed up the screening. While the pilot girls are resting, identify all the pilots eligible for training. As soon as Suli's words left her mouth, Han Hai felt strangely familiar. Sure enough, before she could ask, he spoke up. Increase training. Increase training for all pilots eligible for training. I'll have the training outline ready within 2 days. Training must be fully operational by 3 days. Hanhai's grip on the lollipop tightened slightly at this. Here he goes again. It's that familiar formula again. Okay, let's practice. Prepare 500 vacant beds in the hospital. She understands. She understands everything. Chapter 220. A rustling sound lingered in the insect farm. Soldiers in power armor stood at the entrance, carefully pushing the Zerg corpses into the pit. They watched helplessly as the massive Zerg carcasses tumbled down the edge, becoming stuck in midair. Moments later, a dense swarm of Zergs surged from the ground, tearing the corpses apart and dragging them underground. Even in their power armor, the scene was enough to send their hair down their spines. Power armor was useless. It couldn't even protect them from the insects' bites. Watching the layers of worms surging upward, they quickly retreated 2 steps and pushed all the worms at the edge of the pit back down. If I told my mom I was feeding bugs on the front lines, she'd probably wake up crying in the middle of the night. Shut up. My mom's already woken up crying several times. When I called yesterday, she thought I was dead. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, a look of helplessness washing over their faces. Who could have imagined that feeding bugs was simply about feeding them, that bugs actually needed to be farmed? It's sheer absurdity. Are there really not enough bugs to eat? I don't know. Anyway, the ships are out gathering Zerg, and they're getting farther and farther away. One of my comrades said there shouldn't be any more bugs farther away. After all, they need to evolve, so they'll definitely stay together in clusters. There aren't enough conditions for them to evolve farther away. After one battle, our cold storage is completely full. Logically, it would take about a year to consume all that material. Is farming really necessary? A year? The entire legion, including the mechs and soldiers, would be lucky if they could last half a year. Now we're having a bug feast every day, and the bugs can't handle it. I heard from the kitchen staff that land reclamation is on the agenda. Maybe we'll even plant some vegetables in our spare time? Then why not plant another 100 acres of orchard? Another soldier's eyes lit up, feeling that life was getting more promising. Taking down an entire planet, that's a feat I could brag about for the rest of my life. Especially on a planet in enemy territory like this. Did you sign up for the pilot class? I did, but I was eliminated. But it doesn't matter. With hard practice, there's still a chance. I was eliminated too. It looks like I won't be able to make it to the next battle this time. Relax. Following the Legion commander, you're still worried about not having any battles to fight. As they spoke, they turned and looked at the training team not far away. Mechs were working at full speed, dragging giant steel nets, dragging a large number of Zerg corpses to the edge of the pit. Beneath their feet, each reserve pilot, similarly dragging heavy loads, struggled to move forward. Gazing at the figures desperately trying to get down on all fours, the 2 soldiers' eyes lit up with eagerness. They weren't afraid of the hardship of training, nor of the fatigue. Their only fear was a lifetime of this, without any chance for advancement. Now they too had their chance. If they passed the assessment, they could join them in striving for their goals. Veins bulged on the reserve pilots' foreheads, and muscles knotted their exposed upper bodies. The steel cable behind them was stretched rigid, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. The harness was already soaked with sweat, and the back was connected to a giant net filled with insect carcasses. Only those who have practiced know how difficult each step is these days. Every step requires immense willpower. Are you dogs? Getting down on all fours? What's wrong with talent? Is talent enough? If you can't complete the prescribed training, then please quit. My team doesn't need useless people who complain without reason. Stand up straight. I repeat, focus on your power. Control your muscles. Su Li, shirtless and carrying a load 3 times that of an ordinary soldier, continued to jump high in the air. As a pilot, if you can't control your muscles, what's the difference between you and a useless person? Control your breathing. Whoever drops their harmonica, crawl like a dog. Back and forth, then picked it up again. Breathe. Control your breathing. The more extreme you are, the more you need to control it. Excessive oxygen will make your blood boil. And blood boils will make you operate recklessly. Mechs are not powered armor. Even if the mecha girl makes corrections, you lost a chance to attack. On the battlefield. Seize every opportunity. A fleeting opportunity missed means death. Blow. Keep moving. Distract yourself. I want to hear the armor concerto. A jagged harmonica sound rang out, making the veins on Su Li's forehead throb. Li Tianlang and Zhang Chongping only now realized that their previous training had been nothing more than a minor stunt. This thing is waiting here. Is this pilot training? Which pilot academy trains pilots this way? I'm kind of missing your father's unwavering love. Do you think it's too late for us to back out now? Zhang Chongping stared at Li Tianlang with wide eyes. He couldn't understand how he could hold the harmonica with one side of his mouth while still using the other half to play a joke. Everything he learned so far had focused on control and reflexes. He hadn't deliberately strengthened his physical fitness. No matter how hard they practiced, they couldn't reach the intensity of the mecha girl. Only those, like Li Tianlang, who were passionate about working on her, would go to great lengths to train. But it was obvious that he hadn't strengthened any other muscles, only his waist. So, even after the intensity leveled up, he was still sweating profusely and rolling his eyes. Suli watched the two chatting and bantering, and realized he had underestimated them. These two were much more resilient than he imagined. Just look at their radiant white skin, so striking against the tan. A shrill whistle echoed through everyone's ears. Suli raised his hand, pointed behind them, and shouted a command. Now, enemy sightings 300 meters to the rear. Sprint at full speed and send them packing. The team wearily turned around and launched another charge, 300 meters behind them. It was called a charge, but everyone's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Even walking was a struggle, let alone charging. Only Suli was joyful as a fool, dragging 3 times the load, running at a whirlwind. A group of soldiers blasted out short, sharp notes from their harmonicas, and it was clear the curses were extremely harsh. Finally. This is the last 300 meters. After 300 meters, you'll get a long-awaited rest. Come on! I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Just one more little game, and we'll have dinner. Su Li's devilish voice, with its gentle persuasion, finally squeezed the last bit of potential out of the reserve pilots. When they reached the finish line grinning, they saw a long table. Su Li stood in front of the table, a megaphone in hand, and gave the trembling soldiers a new order. See the needles and thread on the table? Thread them. 100 needles per person. Once you threaded your needles, we'll have dinner. Chapter 221. The pilots were stunned. They looked down at their hands, trembling like Parkinson's disease, then at the densely packed sewing needles on the table, each one silently moving forward. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Forget threading a needle, even a fire pit would make them jump in. They picked up their needles, trembling as they licked the thread ends in their mouths, then sat cross-legged and began threading. Every time they watched the thread end tremble as it brushed past the needle hole, they would silently curse Su Li. But when they saw Lightning standing beside Su Li, wiping his sweat with a towel, everyone suppressed their complaints. The thought of having their own pilot girl in the future gave everyone more motivation to thread the needle. Intensive physical training was designed to develop the pilot's muscles. Threading the needle was designed to improve their control. Both are essential, especially if we want to quickly develop combat effectiveness. This kind of training is indispensable. Master, will this kind of training be interspersed? I mean, meditation is also a top priority at the Mecha Academy. Are there any arrangements for this in our upcoming training sessions? Su Li picked up his water cup and downed the half-empty cup of tea. No! We only have physical training. Li Tianlang was shocked. Master, aren't you afraid that someone will look into the Mecha Academy curriculum and question our training? Su Li was stunned for a moment, then said nonchalantly, It's okay. That's easy to fix. Li Tianlang breathed a sigh of relief. A balance between work and rest was crucial. At least Su Li was willing to listen to his advice, so everything could be discussed. Master, how do you plan to solve this? Simple. Either they withdraw, or they take over as the Legion commander. Li Tianlang suddenly realized he was completely wrong. How could he have thought Su Li was easy to talk to? Is that what you call easy? With one word, he blocked everyone's path. But what but? Li Tianlang, straighten your stance. This is a battlefield, not your home planet, much less your club. A balance of work and rest? Are you willing to sacrifice your life for them? Su Li pointed at the numerous pilots sitting cross-legged on the ground and said word by word, What I mean by a balance of work and rest is hard training on the training ground and resting in a hospital bed. As long as they can still get up the next day, train them like hell. You've been through 2 or 3 battles, and each one wasn't a near-death experience. On the battlefield, who can you rely on besides your sword and your comrades? Isn't the pilot girls training hard? They fight on the training ground and fight like hell. Didn't you see them dying? Why can they do it, but you can't? He stood up straight, facing the gazes of hundreds of people, and shouted, Those who can't bear it can withdraw. My legion, I have the final say. Thread your needles. After dinner, you can roll around in your beds as much as you want. What I want is that when the reveille sounds at 6 o'clock tomorrow, I can see all those who are determined to persevere, lined up neatly at the pass. This is not the home planet. Nor is it the headquarters of the major battle groups. This is Lingsue Star, the Dawn Legion. In other words, this is my place, Su Li. You must follow my rules. One man has the final say? Absolutely right. It's the one who has the final say. Those who can't hold on will be automatically discharged and put back into their power armor. When your service term is up, if you're not dead, get out of the Dawn Legion. I won't leave any idlers here. I'm telling you the truth, the training ahead will be even more strenuous. This is just the appetizer. I don't want ordinary soldiers. I want elites who can fight tough battles and win every one. War machines. You can cry and scream for your mothers in your hospital beds at night, but the moment you step out of the hospital, you're iron-blooded warriors. You can only see a few things: comrades, enemies, and unwavering determination and unwavering faith. Believe me, blood in your urine is just the beginning. As long as you persevere, peritonitis, ligament strains, and lacerations will be the main themes of your future lives. And there are only two paths waiting for you in the future. Either retire with honor, or be crowned with glory. Su Li pointed at the mountain wall at the pass, where names were already engraved. The countless names on it, caught in the light, were barely discernible. Yet, as everyone gazed at the mountain wall, a weight subconsciously weighed on their hearts. I don't know if you have a retreat. What I do know is that humanity has no retreat, the mechanical island has no retreat, and the entire alliance has no retreat. Without further ado, the training has just begun. Those who feel they can't handle it don't have to attend tomorrow's gathering. But today, everyone must finish their needlework before eating. Su Li finished, put on his uniform, and hurriedly took food from the dining cart, devouring it in front of hundreds of people. Some things don't need to be repeated. Using moralizing to pressure others won't have the desired effect. Lightning stood by his side, drooling for once. Her gaze wandered over Su Li's body, occasionally glancing at his lower body. Qin Yaoyao was a good sister, having taught her many things. But the longer she stayed, the more strange the look in her eyes looked at her master. Even Lightning, slow as she was, knew it was time to send her off. She touched the small jar in her pocket. Although she didn't understand how reproduction was tied to inheritance, she figured her master should have one too, just as other pilots had it. Perhaps years from now, when she and her master returned triumphantly, she'd be able to see one of her master's children grow up to become a successful person. That would be a wonderful experience. Su Li ignored the soldiers' glances, and had no idea what Lightning was thinking. He simply ate while inspecting his mecha tree. The golden cocoon of light had been tamed, freed from the mecha tree's roots. But it just hovered quietly, showing no signs of abnormality. When he tried to touch it with his mind, the golden cocoon trembled slightly, and a small palm print appeared on its surface. For a moment, Su Li was completely bewildered. He thought for a moment, quickly cleared the rice from his plate, called out to Jun Shou, and the two of them, along with Lightning, teleported back to the hive. The vast nest of the queen was now empty. Su Li jumped out of the cockpit, and with a mental movement, a golden cocoon instantly appeared in front of the two mechas. Jun Shou held his shield tightly, his eyes fixed on the golden cocoon before him, terrified that a segmented insect leg would emerge from it and pierce Su Li. Su Li stared in astonishment at the cocoon, which was as tall as the mecha, and swallowed hard. But considering the queen's original enormous size, the cocoon now seemed noticeably smaller. After all, those several hundred-meter-long lower body limbs alone, curled into a circle, would be much larger than this. The tiny palm prints in his mind now seemed as large as him. He stepped forward, his palm tentatively reaching upward. As soon as it touched the surface of the light cocoon, it rippled like water. With a crack, the eggshell in front of Su Li shattered. Chapter 222. A dazzling golden light overflowed, illuminating the entire cave. Su Li barely had time to discern what was inside the eggshell before he was blinded by the glare. He could only vaguely discern a massive, multi-legged figure. The next second, the golden light receded. He felt a chill against his body, and looked down again, only to see a purple-haired woman with spiky horns burrowing into his hazy embrace. Su Li rubbed his eyes, dazzled by the golden light, and took a closer look. In the cave's fluorescent light, her body was covered in dense golden lines, similar to those on the mecha core, yet completely different. Her naked, sleek form made Su Li's eyes widen. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling her skin smooth and tender. She had no insect limbs. Aside from the horns on her head, she had no other. No, even the horns on her head didn't look like insect horns, but rather like coiled goat horns. There wasn't a trace of insects on her body, and even her body carried a pleasant fragrance. This smell was familiar. If it's strong enough, it can induce hallucinations. Those large purple eyes, even though they were only quietly observing you, were already hesitant to speak. Lord, Lord. The soft voice made Su Li shudder. He instinctively took off his uniform and wrapped it around her. Jun Shou and Lightning immediately unfurled. The two quickly arrived in front of Su Li. Jun Shou instinctively searched everywhere, but there was no trace of the once enormous cocoon of light left, and the golden, multi-legged figure had vanished. Master, who is she? Lightning's eyes widened. One hand pointed at the woman before him, the other tightly gripped the small jar in his pocket. It was impossible to guard against this. He hadn't even gotten rid of the Qin guy yet, and now he's got another one. A purple head popped out of Su Li's arms, glanced at Lightning, and blurted out, I know you. You wanted to lick my legs back then. You're slandering me. Lightning was furious, not even bothering to question the woman's identity. She instinctively launched into a rebuttal. No one could question her sexual orientation. She looked at Su Li and shook his arm. Master, tell her. I only lick your legs. Jun Shou was stunned. Before he could cover his ears, his gaze rested on the purple head. Such a large light cocoon, and only this tiny human hatched? No. She was sure she saw a massive, multi-legged figure. Even larger than her mecha. You're the queen? Lightning shuddered and instinctively tugged at Su Li. The purple-haired queen lost her support and fell from Su Li's arms, stumbling to the ground. Her uniform tilted, revealing a large expanse of snow-white flesh. Lightning shielded Su Li, narrowing her eyes. She remembered. She had indeed thought of that. If it weren't for the mecha mode that prevented her from sticking out her tongue. Just silence her. It's just a bug, the master shouldn't care too much. The roundness of her body, shimmering with a snow-white glow, couldn't be obscured by the half-cut uniform, nor could it hide her snow-white length. Especially the lavender hair and those alluring eyes. How could anyone look at her without gnashing their teeth? Su Li stared at the tree-shaped mark on her forehead, clearly sensing the inexplicable connection that had already formed between them. He could dominate everything about her, even her own death. Commander, there's movement in the direction of the hive. On the armed transport, the queen is trembling. Han Hai's report came over the communicator. The moment Su Li looked up, he knew what was causing it. The purple-haired queen had sensed her presence. Your Majesty, Ruozi, gather your aura. Her voice, tingling with a strange allure, sent a wave of comfort from tailbone to crown of the head. Don't say Su Li hadn't experienced this before. He had never encountered a woman like this in his 2 lifetimes, let alone a bug like this. Ruozi, if he hadn't known she was a centipede spirit, he would have mistaken her for a succubus from mythology. He subconsciously lowered his gaze. Okay. There were indeed lavender lines on her belly. It was just that the patterns were inlaid with gold, making them look. Lightning, perceptive of the gaze from behind her head, tilted her head to the side, blocking Su Li's view. She always had moments of miraculous perceptiveness. It's okay, don't worry. I know what's going on. They'll calm down. Su Li replied to Han Hai, his mind moving. Ruozi's body trembled slightly, but she didn't disappear again. Your Majesty, there's no going back. It's broken. Once it's broken, there's no going back. Lightning's eyes widened. You, speak with your tongue straight. Su Li narrowed his eyes. Ruozi's detailed parameters were clearer and easier to understand than the Mecha Girl's templates. A sudden thought occurred to him. Could his mecha tree not produce mecha girls at all? The golden tree in his mind rustled its branches, offering no hint of explanation. He studied Ruozi's template, and suddenly realized that her name contained multiple suffix skills. Raising, taming, intimidation, hallucination, acid spewing, targeted cultivation. Dozens of them in total. Su Li was a little stunned. These attributes were even more outrageous than his mecha girls. Is she like this naturally, or is it the result of the mecha tree's taming and transformation? If it was the result of taming and transformation, then it was too terrifying. The connection between him and her was even deeper than that of the mecha girls in the core contract. Jun Shou, go back and bring her some clothes. No, bring more. And a bed. Su Li suddenly realized that Ruozi's appearance wasn't necessarily a good thing. At least for the short term, it would be best if she remained within the hive. This deep connection made him slightly uneasy. Could he use Ruozi to build a massive hive of his own? His gaze lingered on the targeted cultivation, and he suddenly shuddered. He hesitated to think further. He cast a deep glance at Ruozi, realizing he could convey his orders to her without even opening his mouth. She nodded gently and said, Your Majesty, You don't need clothes or a bedding. I can provide them myself. This is my former nest. Very convenient. As for the 3 queens up there, all you have to do is feed them my blood." Without her making any movement, 3 blood beads shimmering faintly in gold floated out. Junsho glanced at Su Li, and upon seeing him nod, he quickly caught them in a small bottle, examining them curiously. Then he put them in his pocket. Su Li turned around, looked at the 2 mecha girls, and said solemnly, "Everything we saw today in the hive is classified as top secret. No one can say a word without my permission. Lightning, especially you. Carve this order into the core." Chapter 223. On the armed transport on the platform. The light and shadows were hazy, making it difficult to see clearly from a distance. Feeding the queens was easier than Su Li had imagined. He simply placed the bottle of blood in front of the queens, and they scrambled to bend their heads. Their ferocious faces were filled with flattery, and their underdeveloped hands were even more tentative, trying to grasp Su Li's hand. After receiving a positive response, they ecstatically snatched up the bottle and stuffed it into their mouths. To them, this was more than just a drop of blood, it was more like a recognition from their superiors. As the pale golden blood entered their bodies instantly transformed. Severed limbs began to regrow, and their carapaces expanded in a remarkably short time. At Su Li's signal, Junsho untied the steel cables that bound them. The 3 queens rapidly completed their metamorphosis, forcing themselves to shed their tattered shells and molt. 3 new pairs of articulated legs sprouted, and even their previously underdeveloped upper bodies became more coordinated. At least one arm was no longer longer than the other. Their once vibrant bodies had become somewhat duller, making them more concealable. A faint golden glow shone from their heads, invisible without a close look. The queens approached affectionately to rub the corner of Su Li's clothes, but were stopped by his icy gaze. The 3 queens trembled as they picked up the steel cables and tied themselves up again, then crouched on the deck of the transport ship, allowing the 3 men to examine them. Junsho looked at the 3 queens with some uneasiness. Even though they showed absolute obedience, she still didn't trust them. "Master, is Ruorozi trustworthy?" "Trustworthy." After receiving Su Li's affirmative response, Junsho's tense body slowly relaxed. Insects, such mortal enemies, had never been on her list of trusted entities. But if Su Li said they were trustworthy, then so be it. Lightning's eyes lit up slightly, as the 3 queen insects regenerated new segments. She had never imagined that a broken insect leg could actually regenerate. These queen insect legs were obviously not as delicious as the one on Green Soar Star, but since there was nothing else to eat, she wasn't picky. He looked back at the valley, which was brightly lit and bustling. The valley was finally no longer filled with the clatter of various transformation machines. The roar of machinery echoed 100 kilometers away. On the communications tower, Eve hadn't left yet. It was time to plant the golden seeds in the system's backpack. Su Li had always wondered whether the mechanical tree and the system were truly one and the same. If not, how should the hierarchy be divided? In his mind, the small tree rippled slightly, answering in the affirmative. "It is the system." Su Li smacked his lips, suddenly realizing that some questions become dull the moment the answer is known. Human society has been experiencing a flurry of major news lately. It seems that since the end of the attack and defense of Lingsue Star, everything has changed. For the first time, humans have become so familiar with a particular team. Because everything that has happened recently is inextricably linked to it. The capture of the queen insect and the leak of clear and censored photos of the investigation team have set all humans into a frenzy. Firing the first shot of humanity's counterattack has never been just a slogan. This slogan had been shouted for countless years, and finally, a young man stepped forward and took up the banner. He was born into a family of martyrs on his home planet. Since childhood, he had fought bravely, never forgetting his original aspirations, determined to provide humanity with a glimmer of hope amidst the despair of the overwhelming insect swarm. Having just distinguished himself in a series of competitions on his home planet, he threw himself into the military, fighting bloody battles, using his youth and tears to carve a path for humanity. He did it. He proved to everyone that humanity possesses strength. The youngest Super S-Class pilot in history, the youngest Legion commander. The words Dawn Legion instantly resonated deeply within human society. Look! How can you not study hard? Back when Commander Su was in the academy, he got A's in every subject. That's why he's now a Super S-Class pilot and a commander. And you, huddled in a corner watching movies. Watching movies. Just watch me smoke you to death. Su Li probably never imagined that he would one day live like other children. And there was more he couldn't imagine. TSK. Su Li is no ordinary man. You know that, right? But you definitely don't know that he used to be a skinny, dark-skinned little guy. Thanks to my ancestral elixir, he's achieved such great success today. Don't believe me? Come on. Take a look at my deer antler and turtle essence pills. Do you think I'm kidding? Just look at how fierce Suli is. Whenever he goes into battle, he's always accompanied by at least 5 mecha girls. You know why? Because there aren't enough. My medicine is made from natural deer antlers and turtles. Whole deer antlers, combined with turtle essence extracted from a 100-year-old turtle, and supplemented with 9,981 other herbs, then blended with honey to make a pill. Take it and everyone will be silent. Turtle and deer antlers, are there natural ones? Nonsense, they're naturally grown. You haven't even fed them a blade of grass, so how can they not be natural? You know lightning. Back when Suli wasn't even a super S-class pilot, he was already making it smoke. I tell you, it was from this medicine of mine. I have the records of his apprentice Li Tianlang buying the medicine. His. Really? Show them out. How could it be fake? Look at it all. I pulled out all the transfer records and transaction details. Li Tianlang said back then that he bought it as a gift for his master. Now you believe it. How much is a box, boss? A box? Sorry, buy the pill. Not 99.98, not 98. A real bargain, 998 per pill. Buy 3, get 1 free. Great deal, and the offer expires. Do you want to be as powerful as Suli, leaving mech girls paralyzed? Do you want to dominate the world and make every bug sing conquer? Come on, scan the QR code to pay, honest to the law. I guarantee every pill contains deer antler and turtle essence. If not, I'll give you a full refund. What started as a minor movement within the military has gradually become a nationwide sensation. Even the big screens along the roadside were playing a video of Suli transforming into a stream of light, slashing his enemies. The Dawn Legion's popularity has once again reached the forefront, thanks to the news released by the Mechanical Island. The research conducted on the captured Queen bug has yielded a breakthrough. The Zerg-repelling device debuts on cold extraction. Relevant field test data has been verified. With it, existing planets no longer have to worry about infiltration by alien insects. In the near future, humanity's defenses can finally become a true impenetrable wall. They no longer have to retreat. And the one who accomplished all this is none other than the figure standing upright in the recruitment advertisement on the screen. Chapter 224. Does the military owe me endorsement fees? Tao Tao placed one terminal after another in front of Suli, his scalp reddening from the effort of stifling laughter. So, this is the fruit of your publicity? Brother Tao, you truly are my brother. This is a joke? Suli was stunned. How could he not know that he had been struggling since childhood? Who was he fighting against? The chubby little boy by his house? That crooked tree? Or the street vendors who were always trying to rip him off? He still hadn't forgotten his original aspirations. That's right. Ever since he first saw the robot girl in this world, he wanted to get his hands on one. But the question was, how could buying something like deer antler and turtle essence even be associated with him? He pushed the news terminal forward, his face filled with gloom. I've been too busy lately to watch any videos. Who could have imagined that in less than 2 weeks, public opinion would have escalated to this point? Is he going to find time to take on more endorsements? It has nothing to do with me. I'm only promoting your positive image, with combat footage and battlefield tips. The goal is to improve the survival rate of military personnel and establish you as a role model within the ranks, a soldier's image. As for what the general public is saying, that has nothing to do with me. Then what's with all those A's? I'm a maintenance major, and I got an A on the mecha piloting test? What a joke. How come I didn't know the mecha maintenance major even included mecha piloting? I don't know about that. Maybe Nanshun College hasn't been this famous in a while. If you were told you were in the mecha maintenance department, the whole thing would be a disaster for Nanshun College. The students need to know they're blind. The skyrocketing enrollment rate will probably fall through the roof. Suli flipped through the video clips, never expecting to see such a familiar day himself. Then he thought of Qin Yao Yao, carrying a small canister, as she boarded the armed transport today. This ancestor is finally gone. But even though she's gone, who knows how many more will arrive in the future? To be honest, for a super S-class pilot, the physical fitness of ordinary humans is no longer enough. The comparison was like the one between him and lightning before he reached his level. Back then, she could break a bone with the slightest excitement. He was a restless person, destined not to let others sit and move him. He clearly wasn't happy with being a selfless sewing machine. Instead of playing cozy with these local forces, he would rather let lightning sing conquer in the kitchen, on the sofa, or on the edge of the bathtub. Cao Dao scratched his bald head and said, "The military has contacted me from multiple war zones. I'll coordinate with Han Hai regarding the deployment of the Queen. Ever since you captured the Queen, practically every war zone has been sharpening its weapons." "That's not what you meant. What else did the military say when they contacted you?" "They want to send people to us. They're basically the elite from various legions. Apparently, the battle we fought has deeply ingrained itself in their minds. So I calculated the list, and after repeated cuts, there are still 700 people." Su Li was amused. "What do they want? High-level mecha girls? Or upgraded modules?" Cao Dao was also amused. "Whatever they want, can't our legion afford it? With your connections to the mechanical island, there won't be any restrictions on modules, right?" Cao Dao stared at Su Li, seeing him bow his head and remain silent, and didn't press him. For him, the larger the legion, the better. The Dawn Legion had become famous. That was both a good thing and a bad thing. Countless eyes were fixed on this newly formed legion, and the pressure Su Li faced was imaginable. He couldn't fail. A man so lauded by so many would be condemned by the masses if he stumbled upon nothing. He knew Su Li didn't care, otherwise he wouldn't have repeatedly reduced the size of his elite team. But he did care. The mecha girls cared. The entire legion, even the entire mecha island, cared. Reducing further? Su Li calculated his remaining energy and his current military merits. He realized that even if he added them all up, it would still be a pipe dream to think he could form a sufficiently elite team. Especially since such a team numbered over 1,000 people. Cao Dao produced a long list and placed it directly in front of Su Li. He'd known Su Li would say that, so he'd taken it upon himself to delete half of the list. Here, the rest. Han Hai and I researched them, and they're basically all good prospects. Overall, they should be about the same level as Zhang Chongping right now. A rank? A bit off. Cao Dao didn't want to talk anymore. "You're getting cocky. After becoming a Super S, you don't even care about A-rank pilots. Which A-rank isn't a colonel in the military system. Only under your command can you get even a small commission." Su Li took the list, glanced at it, and made the decision right there, and then, "All right, let them come. Let me be frank. Those who can't hold out can leave." He was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Let's go with the 700-man list. I'm curious, how many people can persevere under this training regime?" Cao Dao's expression froze, and he opened his mouth, but still said nothing. Accepting the elite of another team could be considered a favor, but sending them back was somewhat inhumane. Furthermore, he could foresee that they had come here intact, but might not return intact. This was no longer a matter of favor, it was a direct attempt to make an enemy. The always cheerful young man seemed gone forever. Sitting before him now was a decision-maker with a stern face and cold eyes. Cao Dao didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Growth always comes at a price. For some, the price is insignificant amounts of money or unbreakable emotional entanglements. But the price of his growth was lives. He often saw Su Li gazing at the past between training sessions. He wasn't lost in the gorgeous scenery, or letting his mind wander. Cao Dao knew he was looking at the names on the mountainside. Those names weighed on his heart like a heavy burden. And the living people of Lingsue Star were the mountains he carried on his shoulders. He was no longer the young man who raced on the field, living solely for himself and the mecha girl, free to indulge his youth and flaunt his skills without restraint. Now, he had far too many things to consider. As he had imagined, the Dawn Legion could not fail, only win, and they had to keep winning. Chapter 225. In the square, shrouded in darkness, a massive pit filled with Zerg corpses. As soon as the golden seed fell, it quickly extended its roots, taking root in the insect corpses. The delicate seedling, a faint yellow hue, swayed in the wind. In a matter of moments, it had grown into a small tree. Jun Shou used his heavy shield to quickly backfill the surrounding soil, piling up large mounds of earth at the tree's base. Compared to the enormous pit, the tree's size was pitifully small. Even so, Su Li could clearly sense waves of energy slowly dissipating from it. Eve narrowed her eyes. She had expected the mechanical tree's growth to be even more dramatic, but she hadn't expected it to stop growing once it reached the thickness of a bowl. The round crown resembled a giant ball, its yellow leaves swaying with a rustling sound. A small tree like this, seemingly no different from ordinary saplings except for its leaves, could actually suppress Zerg genetic mutations. A cool breeze blew gently, bringing with it a cacophony of sounds. Faintly, one could hear cries of grief, interspersed with curses. Eve listened for a moment, then turned to look at Su Li beside her. He seemed oblivious to the noise, stroking the trunk of the small tree with a satisfied nod. Su Li's name echoed from every hospital bed. The aches and pains were bearable. As long as they lay in the medical pod, they could be guaranteed a deep, sweet sleep. But now, they had to review the theoretical knowledge they had learned during the day over and over again. This dual torture, both physical and mental, left every iron-blooded soldier's eyes bloodshot. The Mecha Academy finally completed a teaching building, allowing them to begin specialized classes. This was supposed to be good news for the aspiring pilots. But Su Li turned it into something bad. He briefly demonstrated his knowledge, building 5 electric, 4-legged toys. Each required the coordinated efforts of 100 people, each pedaling a transmission to generate electricity before it could begin moving forward. And so, after feeding the insects, a new round of nightmares began. For the first time, they learned that being a Legion commander truly allowed for capriciousness. Vast quantities of precious materials were used to create machines designed to torture them. They were even more servile, climbing aboard the machines again and again, even tying themselves to them with ropes to prevent themselves from falling. Su Li was right. Urinating blood was just the beginning. The things he described were coming one after another. Many soldiers' legs had swollen to the thickness of bowls. Even those who could no longer participate in training were required to accompany them throughout. The only difference is that they don't need to carry weights. The medical robot girl gave the most pertinent medical advice. Periostitis? No problem. Just run and the pain will go away. The fluid will be slowly absorbed by the body. This is the most unbelievable thing to say, second only to broken leg? No problem. Just stick it in the medical bay, it'll be reattached in half an hour. Gases, cries of pain, curses. These sounds could be heard throughout the hospital, the training grounds, and the commute between base and the academy. It was too brutal. Su Li's training was unbearable even for these battle-hardened warriors. When the medical mechs first began treating the wounds, they subconsciously frowned. But after just 3 days, they completely given up. Every day, they leave work at a set time, and these shrewd fellows would find a vacant medical bay and cram themselves in. I can't hold on any longer. A young soldier lay on the hospital bed, his face mournful. He never imagined that he survived the hellish battlefield but couldn't endure Su Li's increasingly rigorous regular training. Could this intense training really be called regular training? Everyone was skeptical. You don't want to climb the wall anymore? The squad leader's words startled the young soldier. Is the mech no longer interesting? Or is your father no longer able to lift a knife? Before joining the Dawn Legion, could you have imagined what a privilege this was? His soft voice echoed through the ward, drowning out the murmurs of those reciting from textbooks. If your grandfather knew you were quitting, he'd probably crawl out of his medals and strangle you to death. When you were awarded the Corps Commander's Medal, why didn't you think of quitting? When you charged into battle with your head pinned to your belt, why didn't you think of quitting? Can't hold on? You're going to die. You're going to die on the training ground. The squad leader spat blood-foaming saliva, his eyes bloodshot. You can call the Corps Commander a piece of shit. Because the Corps Commander said you can. But if you curse and then cry about quitting, you're not worthy of being raised by a human being. He scanned the ward, most people lowered their heads and remained silent. He knew there were more than one who backed out. After all, people aren't made of iron, and their hearts are different. How many of those who joined the army were motivated by moral principles or lofty ideals? Bullshit. I don't know if you chased dogs or chickens before you joined the army. Were you black or gray? I just want to ask, have you ever stood up straight like you do now? Life is short. You're not just standing here talking nonsense. Elite pilots from all the major legions will arrive in a week at the latest. 700? A full 700. I don't know how many people the Legion commander needs, but I know this. Even if it means getting bruised and bloodied, and losing half my life, I'm going to fight. I survived the battlefield for 5 years and I see a decent opportunity. I don't want to die in a cramped armored car like my squad leader. I want to ride in the cockpit of a mecha girl and ride alongside her on the battlefield. I may not have an honorable retirement, but I'm content to be engraved on the wall. You guys quit. Next time you see my name on the wall, remember to get out of here. I can't handle your courtesy. He threw down the mecha manual in his hand, trembling as he stood up, leaning against the wall. He walked step by step towards the empty medical bay in the ward. Behind him, the crowd's gaze flickered. In the ward, the cursing suddenly intensified. Damn Legion Commander. Damn it. Beat me to death. One figure after another trembled as they stood, some unable to stand at all. They supported each other as they made their way to the empty medical bays, and, with difficulty, lay down inside. They didn't have much time to waste, for at 6 o'clock in the morning, they had to form up at the pass as usual. 3 days into the training, no one had dropped out. They were tough and prideful, and couldn't bear to be the first to lose face. So, there was no other way. It wasn't that they didn't want to quit, it was just that they couldn't bring themselves to do it. In the square, Eve watched Suli gently caressing a tree trunk, and her lips curled. She was increasingly confused about Suli, because every time she saw him, she seemed to discover a different side of him. The ability to remain unfazed while being called names by a group of soldiers was rare, probably even in the entire alliance. She had witnessed firsthand the rigors of these soldiers' training over the days she had been here. She silently turned around and gazed towards the brightly lit hospital, no longer doubting the combat effectiveness of this unit. Chapter 226. Suli didn't tell any of the training team's candidate pilots. Their training process was also a process of assessment. For higher-ranking pilots, choosing the right pilot was more important than technical proficiency. Of course, having both good technical proficiency and the right fit was ideal. However, even if the right fit lacked technical proficiency, they could slowly reach the required level through trial and error. That requires the necessary talent. During their training, the pilots would use a large screen to select their preferred candidate pilots. The trainees were generally young. The youngest was no more than 18. Full of potential, Yihua, with a dark eye and half a swollen face, still held onto his cigarette, taking a delightful puff. Across from her, Yirong, dressed in a white training suit, bore several prominent black knife marks. Her long, lavender hair was damp with sweat, and even though she looked a little disheveled, she still maintained her familiar grace. "You bitch, you hit me so hard. Look at the way you hit me in the face. Are you sure there's nothing hidden in the soft sheath covering the tip of your spear? Humph, it's the same for both of us." Yirong flicked the black knife marks on her body, but it was clearly ineffective. What on earth can Suli really do? I can't even wield this saber properly, but how come he's wielding it so well, trying to rip my skull off? You haven't seen his sudden comeback. What do you mean? If you had, the skull would have already been ripped off. Yihua took a deep drag on his cigarette, then exhaled it slowly after an epic lungful. Oh, forget it then. There's always someone stronger than you. I admit I can't beat him. If you dare, let him ride on my ship for a whole day, and see if I can't shake him to death. He can shoot your ship down. My ship is unmatched in speed. Lightning is the law of speed. Hey, so what do you think? I can't beat him? Yirong rolled her eyes. It's obvious. He's now the commander of the Legion. And you're just a lousy sailor. Yihua glared, threw the cigarette butt in his hand, and stomped it out. Purple-haired monster, who are you playing dirty with? I just spit you once, right? Why are you holding a grudge? Even if I'm a sailor, I'm still a senior. What senior are you? Yirong grinned disdainfully. My pilot's speciality is okay? Yihua, fuck. Can't bear it any longer? Let's fight, either make her cry, or be made to cry. Scissor blade and spear clashed again, evenly matched. We're all S-class mecha girls. Even if Yihua is an armed mecha girl with enhanced weapon systems, what you're holding isn't a personal weapon upgrade, they're all training weapons. So who's afraid of who? You've been through the battlefield, and my fighting skills aren't weak either. As for the big screen? Who wants to watch it? She already has her own Li Tianling. Who cares if Yihua has her own pilot? Perhaps someone like her, devoid of any femininity, deserves to live a lonely life for the rest of her life. In the training room, groups of mecha girls gathered during breaks in training. They chatted enthusiastically about the pilots on the big screen. Some of these mecha girls had never been contracted pilots, while others had lost their pilots in action. They didn't have much resistance to Su Li's dating show-like selection process, especially since their efforts had long been noticed by them. The selection of the mecha girls was also proceeding simultaneously. A month wasn't a long time, and besides battling the dark insect swarms every day, they spent most of their time in the training room. Good pilots are hard to come by, but the mecha girls themselves must also meet the highest standards. Su Li's task was to replicate his own training process and mass-produce a batch of capable pilots. But this process was undoubtedly long, far beyond the reach of a brief month or so of training. Therefore, the mecha girl's operational coordination was extremely important. Eve also left the outpost. She had her own tough battles to fight. Su Li watched her board the armed transport and gradually disappear from view before returning his gaze to the training grounds. Making a bold advance didn't mean we didn't need to proceed steadily. Using Lingsue as a springboard, there are many planets around it that can radiate radiation. But green source must be liberated. While the group of candidate pilots and mecha girls were trapped in the hell of the selection process, Chien Star in the Northern Theater was plunged into dire straits. One urgent order after another was issued, but it fell on deaf ears. Within the vast defensive line, the artillery regiment fired its last shell. Suddenly looking back, they found that no one was supplying them with ammunition. The sudden silence on the artillery position stunned all the soldiers in the regiment. They were hard of hearing, but that didn't mean they couldn't feel the ground shaking. A pale blue curtain of light suddenly shattered above the sky. The flag bearers who had delivered the command froze in their places, their banners falling. A swarm of insects surged forward, pouring into the base like a black tide. Their sharp jaws instantly pierced the flag bearer's body, lifting him high into the air. Blood mixed with his internal organs splattered, and before he could even utter a word, "Run," he was torn in two. The shield shattered, and the base fell. The 71st Legion, its defenses completely collapsed. The 70th and 72nd Legions struggled to hold on. They didn't come to the rescue, or rather, they simply couldn't spare the manpower to do so. The Zerg instantly tore through the defenses, charging in like a massive black wave, crushing everything in its path. The entire city garrison, stationed behind the lines, was killed. With unstoppable force, they swept into the town behind, devouring everything in sight. On the streets, massive black figures sprinted, chasing the fleeing cars and swooping down to tackle fleeing individuals. Rustling sounds echoed throughout the city. Insects raised their heads to the sky, hissing with delight. Everything they saw would provide high-quality nutrients for their evolution. The remaining legions on the planet rushed to support them, but even so, the casualties were incalculable. Super S-class pilots perished. The 71st Legion was completely annihilated. The 70th and 72nd Legions lost over half their men. In the rear, half of the affiliated city was engulfed in flames. The indiscriminate firepower reduced it to utter ruin. Fully armed mechas shuttled through the city, searching for any remaining Zerg. Screams echoed throughout the city, as wounded people collapsed in the streets, stopping soldiers for help. But everyone turned their heads, silently carrying out their mission of searching for the remaining Zerg. No one had the energy to pay attention to them. The moment the city fell, a deep shadow fell over the hearts of all the soldiers on Scarlet Flame Star. On the central avenue, trails of blood merged into a bloody path, stretching straight into the distance. Everyone knew in their hearts what had happened along this path. It was the bloody trail left by countless Zerg, dragging humans away one by one. It stretched straight towards the fortress, broke through the thick walls, and disappeared into the wilderness. Chapter 227. Inside the Human Council, Gao Mingrui slammed the battle report to the ground. The pages in the folder flew. Written there were not just numbers, but lives. He couldn't believe his eyes. Through his thick glasses, he looked at the seemingly grief-stricken counselors before him, wishing he could devour them alive. He knew deep down that the expressions on their faces were mostly fake. What was happening on the front lines had nothing to do with their immediate interests. The Legion's destruction was a major event, but not a particularly significant one. At least in their eyes. Because such incidents have occurred countless times throughout human history. Can anyone tell me why the 71st Army, while maintaining its mission, suddenly abandoned its lines and charged into Zerg territory? Can anyone tell me why the reinforcements from the various legions were at least half an hour late? Since when do even requests for aid require repeated parliamentary review before approval? He slammed the conference table, glaring at the legislators before him. But no one gave him an answer. Were they too eager for success and impulsive, getting impatient after seeing the capture of the Queen in the Southern Theater Command? Or were they interfering with the military, leading to the destruction of one legion and the casualties of two others? He knitted his brow. As he aged, he felt increasingly less energetic. The human parliament was originally established to balance the forces of all parties, seek common ground while reserving differences, and pursue a sustainable development strategy for humanity. But when did it gradually change its nature? Perhaps it all started with balancing the forces of all parties. Humanity has developed over the years, and the pros and cons of various systems are countless. But the federal system is clearly not well suited for wartime. The once independent military departments are now being manipulated. The relatively independent legionary command system is no longer independent. Support operations require approval, but what about the Queen hunting operation? His mecha girl squatted on the ground, picked up the folder, sorted it out, and placed it back on Gao Mingrui's desk. He lowered his head and glanced at it. Even with his chi-regulating skills, his eyes twitched. No transfer order was approved. It was as if the Legion commander had just lost his mind and rushed his troops out of the base, eagerly awaiting a fight with the Zerg. What a joke. That was a Legion commander who had fought his way to the top, not some impulsive child. He wasn't leading thousands of pilots and mech girls to a snowball fight. Without pressure, would he risk everything? Rotten. This vast community of interests is rotten to the core, but his old eyes were blurry, and he could no longer distinguish the demons and monsters in this room. With tens of thousands of troops stationed, plus logistical support and the losses in the rear towns, a conservative estimate puts the death toll at over 200,000. What does 200,000 mean? A so-called queen was willing to gamble 200,000 lives. They took their power so seriously that they ignored the potentially hefty price tag of their decision. Or perhaps, they simply didn't consider the price at all. A counselor was silent for a moment, then slowly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Speaker, I want to know. Since the mechanical island has developed a device to repel the insect swarm, why isn't it being supplied to the major legions on the front lines?" Gao Mingrui raised his eyes and looked at the newly elected new council member. Young, energetic, his face brimming with determination and righteousness, he seemed to stand at the highest moral aspirations. But he was completely unaware that he was merely a pawn in someone else's hands. He knew that he, a brilliant law school graduate, had built a vast popular base thanks to his eloquence. This was how he was appreciated and elevated to his current position. But council members were different. The council member's medal on his chest didn't elevate him to the same level as others. Gao Mingrui, finding a rare moment of leisure, tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table as he spoke slowly, because the resolution didn't pass. Aside from a few council members who voted in favor, all the others preferred to deploy this equipment on the home planet or other densely populated planets. They felt that since the existing front had held for so many years, they could surely continue to hold. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of several people in the meeting room changed immediately. Such pointed words shouldn't have come from Gao Mingrui's mouth. The new counselor hesitated, glancing obscurely to the side. But then he noticed that the teacher who had instructed him to ask the question had turned away, whispering to another counselor, as if he didn't recognize him. No one who holds this position is a fool. He naturally understood that he was the abandoned pawn. If the established process had continued, he might even be held responsible for the demise of the 71st Legion. A chill ran down his spine, and he looked around, desperate for help, only to find that none of the people who usually smiled so kindly at him had even glanced in his direction. He realized he was wrong. Like Su Li, building a vast popular base allows for rapid ascent. However, popular support is also the weakest. It's the easiest to manipulate and distort. No one cares whether people like him live or die. All they care about is whether someone takes the blame. He suddenly saw the folder in front of Gao Mingrui. The exposed paper, marked with bright red numbers, represented the masses. Suddenly, he felt like a walking corpse, his soul drained from him. He had no future, like the soldiers decimated by the insect swarm, and the bewildered, clueless masses. Duh! 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 The sound of military boots echoed from the conference room, and Eve, clad in a straight, red, and black uniform, entered, slowly stopping beside the young man. She lifted the young man's chin with her riding whip, and took in his panicked face. Her pale blue eyes swept over the crowd. She lowered her whip, and slowly walked to the seat reserved for the mechanical island. She leaned back in her seat, her long legs resting on the tabletop. A group of guards lined up silently behind her, standing in neat, solemn formation. "Everyone, it's been a while since we last met. Tell me. I need an explanation regarding the over 10,000 mecha girls I have on Red Flame Star." As soon as she spoke, the entire conference room erupted in an uproar. Eve narrowed her beautiful eyes, and snapped her fingers. A black and red mecha swiftly entered the room, and drove a golden spear into the floor, in the center of the room. The mecha saluted, and slowly withdrew. The room suddenly fell silent. The council members stared at the spear in front of them, their eyes wide open. The intricate patterns, and unique valve mechanism on it made everyone's hair stand on end. Commander Su said he's been busy with training lately, and hasn't had time to greet you all. The investigation team has been posted on the wall. If you have any comments, please raise them in person. I can have my adjutant take notes, and forward them to him later. Chapter 228. The utter silence in the conference room amused the young counselor. He had once looked down on Su Li, believing him to be a loser who had been cast out. He, however, was the one who, in the face of adversity, forged ahead, swimming against the current, never falling. Until he was slammed to the shore, shattered to pieces, while Su Li, with a single weapon, silenced everyone. He had already proven himself through battle after battle, forging a formidable physique with his own hands. As long as his undefeated streak remained unbroken, he would remain invincible, untouchable. And he, on the other hand? A moment of carelessness would have shattered him, his life, his possessions, and even his posthumous reputation, all dependent on the moods of others. For a moment, he felt a mixture of emotions. Are you unwilling? Who could accept such a situation willingly? After countless efforts, I finally climbed to this position, but on the first day, I was drafted in to take the blame. Young counselor, do you have anything to say? Eve looked at Zhang Dongyang, gently lashing her leather boots with the whip. Zhang Dongyang lowered his eyes, feeling the whip's crackling sound like it struck at his heart. Over 10,000 mecha girls, the governor of Mechanical Island, could come in person and demand an explanation. But the human army was annihilated, and no one except the speaker cared. The military was busy cleaning up the mess, while the instigator was speaking at length in the conference room. How ridiculous! Full of passion and resentment, he raised his head and spoke hoarsely. I have it! I'm providing evidence under my real name. Several members of the Enterprise Federation, in their vain attempt to capture the Queen Beetle for their own selfish desires, led to the destruction of the 71st Legion of Red Flame Star in the Northern Military Region. The 70th and 72nd Legions lost nearly half their combat strength. Over 100,000 civilians were killed or injured in the rear. As a member of the Human Parliament, I have no obligation to provide evidence under my real name. I believe that some individuals, driven by selfish interests, have undermined the stability of the defense line and are guilty of crimes against the entire alliance. I request that the Parliament investigate, and that the investigation and sentencing of all those involved be transparent and open. We must give an explanation not only to the dead and the soldiers. We must also give an explanation to the living, to those bravely fighting on the front lines. I, Zhang Dongyang, a glorious member of the Human Council, hereby raise a question in accordance with Article 732 of the Alliance's laws and regulations. When a member raises a question in court, the Council is obligated to establish an investigation team to file and thoroughly verify the member's question. He finished his argument quickly, fearing that if he continued any longer, someone would jump out and cover his mouth. Gao Mingrui narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Dongyang again. Counselor Zhang, do you understand the consequences of raising questions? I know that regardless of whether my question is valid, I will never again be able to serve as a council member. Even so, I insist on raising the question. He knew he had no way out. Everyone around him was a powerful figure. Even after leaving this conference room, his life would be counted in minutes. But what harm could there be? It was a rare opportunity for him to stand up straight, so even if he died, he would do so standing. At least, he couldn't die with 200,000 innocent souls on his back. Gao Mingrui nodded and slowly sorted through the documents on his desk. After searching for a long time, he finally pulled out a piece of white paper from the pile. He leaned over and wrote the 3 words letter of inquiry in large letters. But after he finished, he froze in his tracks. In all his years in Parliament, he had never written or even seen a letter of inquiry before, so when he picked up the pen, he didn't know how to begin. After a moment, he put down his pen and raised his head. Since the governor wants an explanation, then I'll leave this matter entirely to you. He glanced at the spear standing upright in the field, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This already riddled mess had been torn open again today. Hearing this, Eve stood up, a chilling aura emanating from her. Every council member instinctively dodged wherever she looked. Is there any need for such a council? If the military, responsible only for the speaker and the mechanical island, has been manipulated by individual council members, then how much combat effectiveness can such a team possess? She glanced at the frail figure still standing beside the spears. He had probably never imagined that the remarks he made, despite his position as a council member, would trigger a purge that would sweep through the entire council. She and Gao Mingrui had been waiting for an opportunity. But who could have imagined that such an opportunity would arise so soon? First it was ACA, then the Business Federation. Peeling off the layers one by one, they would eventually reach the end. The entire conference room was utterly silent, and anyone who wanted to speak instinctively glanced at the spears stuck in the middle of the field. They simply hoped the meeting would quickly end so they could quickly clean up their mess. If the council were in charge, they could easily play it safe, trading favors for their own safety. But when it came to the mechanical island, everything was different. Aka's previous experience was still fresh in their minds. Countless people wanted to question this, but their mouths seemed welded shut, unable to open. There's always a difference between dying early and dying late. What if everything turns around after the meeting? Besides, this time, the investigation is targeting Chi and Star, and the many people present have nothing to do with it. Those who wanted to speak chose silence, and those who remained silent remained even more silent. The vast conference room was filled with a variety of human emotions. At first, they didn't understand why Gao Mingrui made such a choice, but after putting themselves in his shoes, everyone understood. He's getting old, after all. Lacking the drive to forge ahead, he naturally lost the desire to compete with Mechanical Island. Furthermore, the recent stance of the Enterprise Federation has been a bit too aggressive. Someone who wants to take a bigger bite will inevitably encroach on the interests of others. Their size isn't huge, but they are numerous. In the past, they followed the Enterprise Federation and reaped the scraps. But now it's different. They have the opportunity to dethrone the leader and seize a larger share of the pie. Before anyone left the conference room, they were already brainstorming. Eve coldly looked at the group of idiots before her, each one calculating their own gains and losses, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She suddenly felt that killing was pointless. Rather than staying here and watching these monkeys perform, she would rather hunker down in the communications tower on Lingsue Star and watch Suli train the new recruits. At least there was hope shared by both humans and the Mechanical Island. And of course, there was also that irresistible peace of mind. Chapter 229. Cold Star. In the medical bay, Shi Qiang's swollen legs slowly healed. Ordinary muscle injuries, like these, are notoriously difficult to repair. Essentially, this is a process of muscle reorganization and growth. He felt like he was in a dream. He had finally arrived at Su Li's territory, witnessing the countless high-level mecha girls around him. This was something he had never seen at the 7th Legion's base. The array of red and black mechas held an indescribable aura of awe, but who could have imagined that beneath the cold mechas lay beautiful women? He was certain that he had found the tenderness he had longed for here. The moment he saw Su Li, he almost forgot he was still in the medical bay and immediately drank several gulps of the repair fluid. Su Li pulled his head out of the medical bay, and he finally gasped for air and coughed up the repair fluid. I understand your excitement, but please don't be so excited. Repair fluid costs money too. If you're truly hungry, I suggest you go eat your fill in the cafeteria. Commander, is that meeting you mentioned real? He ignored Su Li's teasing and instead asked the most pressing question. As soon as he spoke, the chatter in the room suddenly ceased, and everyone's ears perked up. Su Li raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing he hadn't trained them enough. They even had time to think about women. It's true. After a week of training, there should always be some downtime. Tomorrow morning, after the theory class, you'll have half a day free to do as you please. Of course, how to strike up a conversation with the mecha girls is a skill worth studying. You could learn from some of the seniors in this area. Xiao Chao's eyes lit up. Then, Commander, will all the mecha girls participate? I mean, will the armed mecha girls participate? Su Li was speechless. He glanced at Xiao Chan in front of him, and suddenly felt that he was quite courageous. If you had chosen from the A or B rank mecha girls, your success rate might have been higher. How could you possibly have set your sights on an armed mecha girl that even the Human Council coveted? That's the kind of person who would put a gun in your mouth if they disagreed. He's so proud. He's so proud. Qiangzi, I remember you said you wanted to find someone gentle. Qiangzi's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, yes. I always wanted someone as gentle as Sister Lightning. Su Li remembered that Kid's eyesight wasn't very good. Who have you set your sights on? Tell me now. He hadn't meant to be so gossipy, but his intuition told him that Qiangzi's answer would be explosive. Okay, whoever he sets his sights on, it would probably be explosive. 032? 056? Those mech girls in the Royal Guards all seem to have stern faces all day long, and they all look pretty much the same. To be honest, he wasn't sure which one Qiangzi had his eye on. He spent so much time there, and he still couldn't remember how many mech girls there were in the Royal Guards. It wasn't because he was faceblind, but mainly because during daily training, he'd been staring at nothing but standard mechs. The most he could see were the mech numbers and their stats. In the entire Royal Guards, he only sat in the cockpit of 032, and he even spilled blood and spat on it. It was a bit hard to guess. Fortunately, the governor granted him access to contract with mecha girls. Otherwise, Xiaoqiang wouldn't have been able to sign one no matter where he went. But, could he? Su Li opened his mouth, not wanting to undermine Xiaoqiang's confidence. I got a crush on that black-haired girl, the instructor for our mecha operation course. Xiaoqiang blushed slightly, but he still named the person he liked. Su Li's mind raced. It seemed there were 8 mecha girls in total, who were in charge of practical mecha operations. Black hair, big eyes, 1.7 meters tall, with a stunning figure and she always liked to wear black-framed glasses when she taught. Xiuqiang recalled her in a tight skirt, her cold eyes brimming with an intoxicating softness. He knew she wasn't as strong as she appeared. His face flushed even more at the thought of that graceful figure. Su Li was completely bewildered. It seemed as if every mecha girl he saw had long black hair, stood 1.7 meters tall, and had impressive figures. The only clue was their black-framed glasses. So far, of all the mecha girls he met, only Hanhai was nearsighted. But she was clearly not 1.7 meters tall. Oh! It's her! Su Li felt embarrassed to ask Xiuqiang to elaborate, so he pretended to know the answer and patted Xiuqiang on the shoulder. Then work hard. Take a shower tomorrow and look refreshed. Xiuqiang nodded heavily. By the way, Commander, could you teach me how to get the mecha girls to choose me? I mean, didn't you say you needed someone to teach me how to communicate with the mecha girls? With so many mecha girls around you, you're definitely better at it than anyone else. Su Li reached out and patted Xiuqiang's shoulder, his smile faltering. How had he tricked the mecha girl? 2 test tubes of lubricant, how could he possibly teach her that? Besides Lightning, who was tricked by him, Black Feather and Red Tassel were paid for by others, and the June sisters were given by the mechanical island. He racked his brains for a long time. If he insisted on saying there was a trick, would that be shameless? Hey! The key is sincerity. It's the most effective weapon against the mecha girl. Sincerity? Xiuqiang muttered to himself, as if he had grasped something, yet also as if he had grasped nothing. Yes, sincerity. Giving her what she needs, the element that can truly move her. Su Li finished, patted Xiuqiang's shoulder meaningfully, and quickly left the ward. He hadn't read many romance novels in his 2 lifetimes. Just these 2 sentences had already drained his memory. If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to explain any of the questions anyone in the ward asked. The terminal at his waist suddenly vibrated, displaying a somewhat unfamiliar number. The call was connected, and an equally unfamiliar voice echoed. Commander Su, I'm the adjutant of Commander Lin of the 7th Legion. The Snowview house at your base is now complete. And as you requested, we deployed a large anchor point for void teleportation. We're ready to activate it whenever you need it. Su Li's eyes lit up. The itinerary for Green Source Star needed to be arranged as soon as possible. In his mind, the small golden tree swayed slightly, fully refreshed. In his system backpack, 2 seeds sat quietly, waiting to be planted. Chapter 230. The home planet, including all the major war zones, has seen new developments. Following the annihilation of the 71st Legion on Qian Star in the Northern Theater, a large number of reinforcements rushed to Qian Star to provide support. For everyone knew that with the loss of the defense line and the plundering of a large population, the Zerg on Qian Star would undergo a fundamental transformation. Defense would become increasingly difficult. Within a week, at least 6 legions received orders to rush to Qian Star. Cao Dao angrily threw the terminal in his hand to the ground, creating a dent in the ground. What a waste! After a lifetime of service, they can't even hold a line of defense. Online, a series of clearly pointed opinions, implicitly and implicitly, told everyone that Su Li's Dawn Legion should rush to Qian Star to provide support. If there wasn't human manipulation behind this, Cao Dao would have eaten the terminal. The general public was not without intelligence, but their comments were quickly covered up and obscured. It was as if it would be unjust for Su Li not to rush to Red Flame Star. Since when did the Southern Theater Command have to shoulder the blame for the Northern Theater Command? 3-star systems separate them. By the time they get there, Red Flame Star will have been destroyed. What are they even going there for? To visit graves? Copywriters? Send out your copy. Divert public opinion. It's clearly the Parliament's in action, so what does this have to do with us, a legion? Without Su the Butcher, they'll be eating hairy pigs? In the room, the keyboards clattered deafeningly. Looking at the roomful of staff, Cao Dao felt once again that he was seriously short-handed. He knew full well that those on the warships were incredibly fast-witted, and their specialty was online trolling. I'll have to discuss this matter with Hanhai again. Without going into too much detail, I can at least mobilize half of it to overcome the difficulties. He picked up the terminal from the ground. Military-made gadgets are indeed durable. Sir, public opinion has shifted. Cao Dao lowered his head and quickly opened the terminal. Sure enough, several new pieces of news suddenly appeared on the trending searches. One of them, from a counselor's self-exposure, dominated the top spot, as if welded to a solid spot. No matter how many messages scrolled below, it could never be surpassed. Cao Dao only clicked on it, and took a quick look. He felt as comfortable as drinking an ice-cold cola in the dog days of summer. Mechanical Island had taken action. A single piece of news instantly reversed public opinion. Everyone began to denounce the council's inaction, and no one was watching the Dawn Legion's traps anymore. Having the backing of a large organization was indeed a wise move. Just look at our own Legion commander. The governor of Mechanical Island was constantly sending away either a robot girl or a warship. TSK. He doesn't even bother to bring something to express his condolences during the holidays. I wonder how this relationship is maintained day by day. He glanced at the calendar. Qingming Festival. Forget it. Just wait a little longer. Watching the venue being set up outside, Tao Ao slumped onto the sofa and hugged his phone again. On it, a once familiar profile picture flashed non-stop. Dad? I always thought of you as my dad. Tao Ao was stunned. He couldn't understand why he kept someone else's son's contact information, even though their family had clearly broken up. Was it because he still held on to hope for this relationship? No, Tao Ao grinned, his finger pressing the talk button. Stop yelling. You're confusing the generations. I'm not your father. Your mother used to cry and call me dad. According to her, I'm your grandfather. With those words, all the resentment in his heart instantly dissipated. He now understood why. Yes, keeping them was mainly for mental and physical well-being. He raised them both for so many years in vain. It wasn't too much to ask for a little fun. Inside the cabin, Suli stood before the huge glass window, his telescope fixed on Xiqiang's figure. He was dressed smartly today. Even his uniform had been specially ironed, giving it a sharp, angular shape and a look of exceptional professionalism. But even from a distance, Suli could see the tension on his face through the telescope. Xiqiang clutched the bouquet tightly in his hand. The wildflowers blooming on the mountainside were gorgeous and fragrant, and he had carefully arranged them to look quite like the real thing. Master, he's moving. I'm watching. Suli couldn't blame his curiosity. He simply wanted to witness the tenderness in Xiqiang's eyes. Seeing Xiqiang walk past one mech after another without stopping, Lightning couldn't help but clench her fists. After all, Xiqiang had said he was looking for a woman as gentle as her. She desperately wanted to know if there was anyone else in the entire base who could be as gentle and charming as her. Master, are you talking about the vast sea? No. Is that 076? 059? Or 074? What a coincidence. I don't recognize any of these. TSK, those E-Cup girls in the Royal Guard. Oh, I might have some impression of them. But they don't look like them. As Suli spoke, he suddenly felt a chill. He looked up and saw Lightning had turned her head, staring at him silently. Her watery eyes held a hint of coldness, as if she desperately wanted an answer from Suli. He felt a warmth against his waist as a small hand quietly grasped his. Master, your observation is as sharp as ever. However, I don't think I'm particularly interested in what kind of mecha girl Xiqiang is looking for. Stop it! Suli pulled Lightning into a hug and smacked her forehead. She blushed, and her hand, about to exert force, suddenly covered her face. Suli breathed a sigh of relief and quickly hugged Lightning again. A pleasant scent washed over him, and as he felt the soft touch of her flesh, he suddenly realized that Xiqiang was right. Lightning is indeed very gentle. Hong Ying pushed the door open and walked in, immediately catching sight of the two people engaging in a loving embrace. She coughed softly, and Lightning, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exerted the law of extreme speed to its fullest, darting back into the bedroom in an instant. Watching Lightning's door slam shut, she adjusted her maid outfit, and walked over to Suli's side. Seeing he didn't react, she took 2 steps forward and leaned closer. Through the telescope, Xiqiang finally made his way past the crowd and stopped in front of a mecha girl, holding out a bouquet of flowers. Suli's mouth dropped open, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief before leaning back into the telescope. He even adjusted the magnification to confirm it wasn't just his own vision. Yihua sat carefree in a chair, puffing away comfortably. Facing the bouquet of flowers offered to her, she took a deep drag on her cigarette and puffed it towards Xiqiang's face. Boy! You haven't woken up yet. Chapter 231. I am awake. Instructor, I really like you. I want to be with you. Yihua buried his face in the bouquet and took a deep breath. He picked a flower that caught his eye, put it in his mouth, chewed it, frowned, turned his head, and spat it on the ground to the side. The petals had a hint of sweetness, but the heart was bitter. You're overthinking it. Her resolute answer made Xiao Chang's face flush. He mustered up his courage and opened his mouth. What do I have to do to make you agree? This is the first time I like someone, and I don't want to give up so easily. Please give me a chance. His brother Su had said that sincerity was the ultimate weapon. He didn't have much to offer at this stage, but he would definitely have it in the future. I can train hard and pass the test. I can become the best pilot. The Corps commander said I made great progress. One day, I'll definitely become a super S-class pilot. I can cook. I have a good memory. Yihua's eyes drooped in disinterest. She had just come here to experience the crowd, but she hadn't expected anyone so blind to take a liking to her. She took a deep drag from her cigarette, squinting her eyes. No, you have a fatal flaw, you know? Xiao Chong raised his head at that. He scanned himself from head to toe, but couldn't find any fatal flaw. Yihua raised the slender fingers holding the cigarette and pointed at her eyes. Here. You're blind here. It was funny. From the moment she left the factory, she had never imagined she'd ever fall in love. Otherwise, why would she have chosen to be an armed mech girl? I'm not sitting here anymore. This shabby place is far less interesting than I imagined. She rubbed the cigarette butt against the sole of her shoe, then tossed it into the trash can with uncanny precision. She stood up and saw Yuerong, holding Li Tianlong's arm, making her way through the crowd. Yihua spun quickly and grabbed Xiqiang's arm. He felt a pleasant aroma mixed with the scent of cigarette smoke, and then his arm felt like it was being clamped in a steel clamp. He could even feel his bones creaking, and the joints were being torn apart. But then, he heard the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. Okay. Considering you're blind, consider it my pity. But let me be frank. I won't sign a contract with you until you meet my requirements. Okay. Instructor, you have the final say. He ignored the pain in his arm, and excitedly tried to stuff the flowers into Yihua's arms. With a snap, his arm twisted completely to the side. Cold sweat streamed down Xiqiang's forehead, but he remained silent. As Li Tianlang and the other two slowly approached, he managed a forced smile. In the capsule, Su Li's hair stood on end. Compared to Li Tianlang, he suddenly felt that Xiaqiang and he were of the same bloodline. At least in their shared suffering, they didn't share sympathy, but they were both moving further and further apart. What else could he say? After Xiqiang chose Yihua, he no longer held any hope for Xiqiang's eyes. Practice more. If all else fails, he can hand-make a few mechas from his past life using existing materials. Since Heiyu was free anyway, he could just give her the blueprints and let her study them on her own. It also saved her from constantly nagging him for his body. Xiao Chong was indeed quite talented, and he seemed to have a natural feel for mecha piloting. During the pilot training in the simulator, he was the only one among the 500 candidate pilots who diligently integrated human movements into mecha operation. Such instructions might seem complex at first, but once he got used to them, this operating habit made him instantly stand out from the crowd. Inherent thinking patterns are the root cause of the low quality of pilots in this world. Even if Su Li taught them the method, they would subconsciously simplify instructions because they were too complicated. But there are always things that cannot be avoided. Just like when humans eat, hunger signals must first be transmitted. After the brain receives them, commands are sent to the limbs and bones, mobilizing the relevant nerves and muscles to work together to move food into the mouth. Throughout the process, the brain, 5 senses, limbs, and even internal organs are all coordinated. If broken down in detail, this amounts to countless complex commands. But now, they simply issued a crude order to eat. Everything else depended on the collaboration of the mecha girls. Without detailed instructions, the mecha girls could only perform on the fly. What if the mecha girls fed them shit? The difference in perception led to the difference in commands. It wasn't that the mecha girls or operators were incompetent, but rather that they had become accustomed to simplified orders. Even if the feedback they received after issuing an order wasn't what they expected, they would subconsciously accept it rather than correct it. Because corrections take a considerable amount of effort. But precisely because of this, a series of chain reactions unfolded. It wasn't just the pilots' minds that were rigid, the mecha girls were equally so. So, after their pilots, their mecha girls' cores generally overloaded. But even if they overloaded, they did so willingly. Because they could fully experience the pleasure brought by each precise command. That feeling of letting go, no longer distracted by analyzing commands, but instead immersing themselves in the feeling of their own mechas, made them irresistible. Only by piloting in this way could they overcome their own shortcomings, transcend the limitations of their capabilities, and unleash their combat power. Every Super S-Class pilot in this world possessed some skill. Su Li had watched videos of Super S-Class pilots in combat more than once. Most of them relied on exceptional physical fitness and highly adaptable mecha girls. The two complemented each other to create Super S-Class pilots. It could be said that if they were given a different pilot, they would likely be just a slightly stronger S-Class. Li Tianlang was the world's standard genius pilot, following the same path as all Super S-class pilots. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather that his strength was too easily pushed to its limits. To completely transform him, he would need to put in far more effort than Xuqiang. Through the telescope, Li Tianlang's body was slightly hunched. He'd been training a bit too hard. Faced with Xuqiang's forced smile, his smile was equally forced. The intense training had left him with frequent hematuria. Worse still, Yuerong's demands had caused him to branch out at such a young age. Before the two could even exchange a proper greeting, sparks flew between Yihua and Yuerong. Chapter 232. They didn't know how Yihua and Yuerong came to be in conflict, but there was no doubt that both benefited. One got what he wanted, a chance to advance further, the other got what he wanted, a moment of leisure. Their hands finally clasped together. Li Tianlang touched Xiaochang's sore spot, and Xiaochang bent Li Tianlang's waist. Yihua's eyes lit up. At least in some ways, Xiaochang was better than Li Tianlang. He didn't have the same rich and exaggerated expressions, and he was extremely tolerant of pain, but in that respect, he was far superior. She raised her head with pride, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Purple-haired monster. Tomboy. What's wrong with me being a tomboy? I'm a tomboy, but I got men to love me. What's wrong with my hair being purple? The governor's hair is blue. Yihua smacked his lips and glanced at Yuerong. Blue? You can't compare to blue. Purple is so sexy. It's terrible to be uneducated. A dog can't spit out ivory. Is that sexy? That's called having charm. Yes, yes, yes. I could smell it from way off. Ha! You're quite a bitch. Do you want to practice more? Who's afraid of who? You got a good face, haven't you? Ah ha ha. I'm going to beat you up so badly today that the pilot won't even recognize you. Heh, he can smell. Unlike some people, who can't be recognized if their faces are ruined. Xiaochang suddenly felt a piercing gaze, and he instinctively replied, yes, I can recognize him. Yihua's grip on his arm tightened. Was he saying he couldn't beat Yuerong? This was outrageous. They just met, and he dared to question her like that? His temper was flaring up. Go! You two watch. Let's see who gets to walk out lying down today. TSK, as if I'm afraid of you. Yuerong glanced at Yihua, then let go of Li Tianlang's arm and headed towards the training ground. Yihua narrowed his eyes, and also let go of Xiaochang's arm. Seeing the two mecha girls walk away, Xiaochang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hugged his arm and, with a sudden push, reattached his swollen arm. A sharp, tooth-aching pain washed over him, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Li Tianlang glanced at Xiaochang, then at the retreating Yihua, silently giving him a thumbs up. It goes without saying that he was truly brave. You can do it. You can do it. I, Li Tianlang, don't admire many people, but from today on, you're the second one I admire. He patted Xiaochang's shoulder and, holding his shoulder, walked towards the training ground. In the capsule, Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. This unexpected situation had caught him off guard. Falling in love with Yihua? So, should he take this little apprentice or not? One is a powerful pilot in reserve, the other a capable ship pilot. Neither asking Xiaochang to give up mecha piloting nor asking Yihua to give up ship piloting seems like a suitable option. He suddenly noticed Hongying beside him. Her large, unblinking eyes stared at him. Hongying, are you interested in piloting a warship? Huh? Before she could even refuse, Su Li shook his head. Hongying's inherent skills are still extremely useful. Her speed is only slightly slower than lightning, and she has a powerful stab attack that can flash 8 times per second. She can be considered a top-tier assassin on the battlefield, provided her attributes can be further improved. Su Li glanced at her energy levels. Over such a long time, all of her attributes had increased, clearly demonstrating her diligent work. He lifted the sleeve of her maid outfit and, as expected, saw bruises streaking her fair skin. Su Li twitched his lips, with a hint of heartache, and ruffled her hair. Don't push yourself too hard. Relax when you need to. Tell Hey you are going to Green Origin Star soon. The Snowview house there is ready. We could go there for a vacation. Inside the laboratory, there was a separate shower room. Hey Yu hummed a tune cheerfully, her long black hair piled high on her head. On her white neck, white foam flowed down as the water washed over her, crossing the mountains and then accelerating across her flat belly. The laboratory currently had only one research project left, increasing Zerd production and income, as well as postpartum care. Hey Yu had no interest in participating in this project. The repellent equipment was being managed by Mechanical Island, and she was only responsible for providing the data. Ever since arriving on Lingsue Star, she'd been constantly busy, and lately, she hadn't even conducted a night raid. She felt like she almost forgotten what Suli smelled like. Besides, he hadn't driven her in ages. Thankfully, all the projects she was responsible for were now complete. She finally had enough time to unleash her full range of skills. Lightning had held its master for long enough. It was time for her to experience the intimidating power of a sophisticated young lady. The sound of water gradually died down, and she blinked, picking up a towel from the side and wrapping herself in it. Hong Ying came in excitedly, shouting before she even arrived, "Miss, the master said our villa complex is ready." Heiyu poked his towel-wrapped head out of the shower and looked at Hong Ying, his face still flushed. "A snowy room on Green Source Star?" "Yes." "That's fantastic. Quick! Blow my hair. Let's pack quickly. This time, we have to get the master back." Hong Ying thought of Heiyu's large suitcase, the mess of things inside, so much so that she was too embarrassed to speak. All packed? Heiyu was startled, as if realizing that he had some things that were not suitable for public display. Clothes. Beautiful clothes. And shoes. All kinds of styles. Most importantly, underwear. Yes. All that stuff in my room? I'll pack it myself. Then, what about me? What should I pack? Heiyu pondered for a moment, then reached out and took Hong Ying's hand. "Sister, go find Sister Ka-Ling. Stink bug powder. Take a suitcase. Oh, and fill half a suitcase with the Aoyo Jiao she dug up, as tea for the master." Hong Ying suddenly felt her scalp tingle. Heiyu, wrapped in a bath towel, rushed directly into her lounge and began rummaging through the drawers. The sheer variety of bizarre and revealing lingerie made Hong Ying blush slightly. Not to mention Suli, some of the daring lingerie would make even a mecha girl like her blush. That narrow, bright red ribbon. I hope it's really just a ribbon. Hong Ying suddenly felt that for Suli, this trip to Green Source Star might not be the vacation he'd been dreaming of. Junwei was already rubbing his hands in anticipation, Junsho was eager to try, and now Heiyu was even more ready. She clenched her fists, suddenly feeling as if she could fit a few swimsuits between the jars of stink bug powder. After all, when it comes to the beauty of the north, hot springs are a must. Chapter 233. On the outpost's lift platform. After enduring several insect swarms, the armed transport, far from being damaged, actually advanced further and further along the bizarre path. The colorful insect armor became its innermost layer of armor. The outpost was now so luxurious that it could completely cover the ship with elite insect armor. Yihua even spared no effort in attacking the insect's mandibles, affixing them directly to the hull to serve as ramming horns. Yihua stood beneath the ship, his face bruised and swollen, with Yurong, also bruised, at his side. This time, they didn't hold back, attacking them all in the face. Even after such a situation, the two of them stood together, still refusing to stop, the air seeming to spark. 200 black and red mechas lined up neatly beneath the armed transport. Suli pinched his brow. The 200 S-Class mecha girls were all top performers in training. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were destined to become members of the elite team. Now, the opportunity to test the results of their training had arrived. Leviathan Star, unlike Lingsue Star, already had 6 garrisons stationed there, its military strength unquestionable. With the strength of a large military group as a backup, Suli could unleash his might and wreak havoc. "I just have one question for you. Have you all the food-loving people with you?" The weapons of the 200 mechas were unsheathed, flashing with cold light. Lightning's hand, reaching for his suitcase, paused, then returned it to its place. Suli nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Board the ship." The 200 mechas quickly boarded the ship. Yihua, his cheeks swollen, saluted Suli and scurried towards the bridge. Suli then turned around, carrying his luggage, and headed for the teleportation device he had constructed that morning. Junsho's small hand immediately rested on Suli. As a pale blue light flashed, Suli and his mecha girls vanished from the spot. Using a positioning device for teleportation was indeed very convenient. It was precise, and took significantly less time than the June sisters' teleportation. But Suli finally understood why humans couldn't be teleported this way. Even with Junsho's help, he wanted to bend over and empty his stomach. Thankfully, the cold wind lifted his spirits. Gazing at the sudden snowy scene before him, Suli shivered violently before he could even speak. 20 degrees below zero was no exaggeration. Although his current physique allowed him to tolerate both heat and a certain degree of cold, Strolling down the street in short sleeves would inevitably make people think he was a fool. Captain Sue. Hurry, get warm. A light down jacket was handed to him, not thick, but just the right amount. Lin Tiannan's adjutant, frost on his eyebrows, looked as cheerful as Santa Claus. Several mech girls also wrapped themselves in winter clothing and, led by a group of soldiers, headed towards the vehicle parking area outside the teleport point. They boarded the armored personnel carriers, already covered in snow, and, with the roar of their engines, began maneuvering towards the villa complex. The heavy bulletproof windows were covered in thick frost. Lightning exhaled twice, wiped them with her small hands, and gazed out at the endless snowy landscape, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. She had never seen anything like this, nor had the June sisters. Several heads huddled against the small window, surveying the snow-covered world outside. The thick weight of snow bent the branches of the tall trees, and the continuous forest merged into a patchwork, indistinct against the whiteness. The dancing snowflakes resembled sequins, dancing under the lights of the armored vehicles, as if someone in the clouds were sprinkling icing sugar. Master, can we have a snowball fight later? I want to build a snowman. Build one, a big one. Su Li, looking at the huddled little heads, felt a rare sense of relief. Han Hai sat beside Su Li, discussing matters for the coming days with Lin Tiannan's adjutant. Our follow-up team will arrive in 3 days. Commander Lin, please contact the commanders of the other corps as soon as possible. We need to come up with a feasible plan for strategic deployment and coordinated operations. Is it that urgent? I mean, there's no Zerg swarm attacking the base right now, so you can rest for a few days. Han Hai glanced at the other mecha girls in the carriage and pushed his glasses. It's okay. They're the main combatants, so they should rest. I'm just in charge of coordination. Arranging everything in advance is the only way to have a good response plan when emergencies arise. Su Li gently patted Han Hai's hand. Her hand felt cold. It hadn't felt so cold on Ling Sui's star, but now, in the snow and ice, it felt especially cold. Don't rush. Rest well before the team arrives. Once the battle begins, things will change rapidly, and even the best coordination will make mistakes. Instead of constantly worrying, it's better to combine work and rest. Relax. We can make strategic deployments later. Captain, just have fun. Don't be so quick to refuse. Besides the hot springs, the villa also has a fireplace and hot cocoa. You've been worrying about the base enough. Taking a break and relaxing a bit is essential. Perhaps it will help you shift your perspective. Han Hai felt the warmth on her hand and nodded silently. She also looked out the window and saw they had entered a small town. On both sides of the street, colorful lights hung in front of the houses, and many families had already built snowmen in their yards. Han Hai's eyes softened as she gazed at the warm lights. She hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. Through the car window, she could vaguely see people playing around the dining table in the house. She suddenly felt a sense of longing for the fireplace Su Li had mentioned. If she had a fluffy rug, she might be able to lie down in front of the fireplace and concentrate on reading a book. Almost there. Just past this town and walk another 10 kilometers. Our house is a little higher up. Su Li pointed toward the hillside. Han Hai leaned over to the window and peered in. Sure enough, he saw another brightly lit area. We're almost there. Lightning was excited, her long red hair flying. Her slender fingers were already red from the cold, yet she didn't realize it. She leaned against the window, her eyes wide open. The townhouses halfway up the mountain looked like freshly baked cookies arranged in a baking pan, dotted with colorful sugar, and glowing in the night. 2 teams of guards patrolled the villa complex. After verifying their identities, the armored personnel carrier pulled up to the entrance of the villa and opened its doors. Lighting flew out and plopped down on the thick snow. The icy cold against her face made her shiver violently, and she quickly climbed out of the snow. She gazed at the elegant wooden villas before her, let out a cheer, and ran towards the top one. Hurry! Master! Let's see who gets there first. With a single push, she dug a shallow dent in the ground. She transformed into a streak of red light, enveloped in a whirlwind of snow, and instantly vanished from the cleared road. The men examined the shallow dent, and after a moment, the adjutant grinned. Not a big deal. We'll fix it tomorrow. Chapter 234. The fire inside the house had already been lit, and the air was filled with a faint scent of wood. The warmth that washed over them brought a faint blush to everyone's face. Han Hai's eyes lit up. The spacious room was covered with fluffy blankets and cushions. Several sofas, seemingly designed to evoke a sense of laziness, were scattered around the fireplace. The warm glow from the roaring fire cast a languid air throughout the room. Several bookshelves lined the perimeter of the room, each filled with a variety of books. At first glance, she fell in love with this place. After removing their outer clothes, the mecha girls rushed into the house and stowed their luggage in the rooms they had previously selected. Hanhai had been placed by Heiyu in the guest room farthest from Su Li's, but close to the fireplace. After stowing her luggage, she immediately changed into loose, plush pajamas and slid into the sofa in front of the fireplace in her small cotton slippers. She didn't even have time to choose a suitable book before she was overcome by the warm glow of the fireplace. The chill melted away, and she felt a wave of laziness settle over her. Su Li peered out of his bedroom and saw the mecha girls out playing in the snow. He quickly undressed, wrapped in his nightgown, and headed for the hot springs. After opening 3 damp-proof glass doors, he finally saw the hot spring pool he'd been dreaming of. The gurgling water, steaming, flowed from the mouth of a sculpture of some unknown form. The water rippled across the surface of the pool, and under the soft light, it seemed slightly hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. A faint scent of sulfur wafted over him, instantly making him feel more relaxed. Su Li closed the glass door, tossed his robe aside, wrapped himself in a towel, and jumped into the pool. He stepped forward, finding the water only reaching his waist. He swam a few circles before finally reaching the edge, sitting on the platform and immersing his upper body. The wooden roof tilted, funneling the accumulated steam and water droplets beyond the high wooden walls. The hot springs were truly a wonderful thing. At least after entering, he had no desire to leave. On one side was the icy snow, on the other the warm water. Only a fool would not know what to choose. Master, are you in there? Su Li was slightly stunned. He had clearly seen the women outside playing in the snow, so why wasn't Hong Ying there? Before he could reply, the glass door opened again. Hong Ying, wrapped in a towel and with her hair in a bun, walked in carrying a small tray. Her exposed skin shone with a pink hue, and at first glance, Su Li's blood raced. Especially her cleavage, squeezed by the towel, which was clearly visible even through the hazy mist. You didn't go play in the snow? I was worried Master had been soaking in the water for too long. Su Li felt that even the excuses these days were becoming lame. And he'd been soaking in the water for less than 2 minutes. Master, this is clearing heat tea. He took the cup Hong Ying offered him and took a sip. The water was just the right temperature. Her body was covered in bruises from training. Su Li quickly took it, set the tray aside, and, holding her shoulders, lowered her into the pool. Let's soak. Relax. The wooden tray Hong Ying brought over contained a few side dishes, along with 2 cans of beer and a beer glass. She knew how to enjoy herself. At least Su Li had never considered enjoying a few drinks while soaking in the hot springs. There was no one else here. Hong Ying's cheeks grew redder and redder. She had no idea why she had been so bold. She had simply seen Su Li walking alone in this direction and instinctively followed him. Now, they were in the same pool. Would he like to see my swimsuit? She bit her lower lip and was about to untie the towel when the glass door opened again. Heiyu poked her head in and immediately spotted Hong Ying standing at the edge of the pool. She narrowed her eyes, then quickly walked over, untied the towel, and stepped into the pool. She was so fast that Su Li didn't even see what swimsuit she was wearing. She didn't have time to argue with Hong Ying. As long as she could capture Su Li first, she could always deal with the sneaker later. She picked up the kettle from the tray, delicately poured a cup of tea, and held it to Su Li's lips, feeding him the whole thing. The aroma of the tea wafted through the cup. She sniffed it twice, noticing the blush on Su Li's face. Then, with satisfaction, she nodded and sat down next to him. The water droplets slid across her smooth skin, causing Su Li to swallow instinctively. He felt as if the more he drank, the thirstier he became. Hong Ying finally didn't have the courage to reveal her lace-up swimsuit. Wrapped in a towel, she walked to Su Li's other side and placed the tray on the drifting water. She then picked up her beer glass, poured it in, and moved closer to Su Li. Su Li took a few bites of the appetizer, and he didn't even realize what he was eating. It wasn't until he downed a sip of room-temperature beer that his mind cleared, and he cast aside the white cleavage in his eyes. It wasn't that he wanted to see clearly what kind of swimsuit he was wearing, but his mind had been wandering lately. In the past, the first thing he saw was always the numbers, not now, where all he saw was DFG. If this continued, how could he possibly master the mecha's stats in detail? But his mind cleared up for only 2 seconds before it faltered again as you pressed closer. His body seemed to be sensitive. He could clearly feel her black hair, stirred by the pool water, tickling his chest. Slender fingertips, tinged with a faint blush, gently tapped his chest. Yu's rosy face leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, "Master, I want." The glass door opened again, and several figures wrapped in towels entered, led by a group with fiery red hair. They stood on the platform, their expressions united, their eyes narrowed. Without a word, they untied their towels, and stepped into the hot spring. Suli raised his head and looked around, only to see CDFG everywhere. He felt a heat in his nose, and 2 streams of blood flowed from it. He worked tirelessly every day, yet his chi and blood remained so vigorous. He reached out and touched his nose, which was already covered in blood. "For sister. Come quickly. This opportunity cannot be missed." Jun Quan let out a joyful cry, teleporting directly to Su Li's side. He grabbed his golden mechanical core and began to collect Su Li's blood. She wasn't here for the contract. Su Li felt a sharp pain in his nose, his nostrils seemingly expanding twice their original size. Junyu approached with a stern expression, clutching his core and moving to the other side. The scene was in chaos, and the women in the cars gathered around him. "Slow down." Jun Shou looked at Su Li's ferocious face with heartache, frantically turning to look for Jun Zhe. "No, I'm fine. I'm fine." Su Li paused, his eyes widening. He clearly felt that the second-in-command's fate was being strangled by someone. Who was so bold in front of so many people? Did you press the clutch? Then you shift gears. Chapter 235. Su Li didn't know exactly how he passed out, but he knew the general idea. He was bleeding profusely from the nose. Jun Quan was riding on him, pulling Junyu anxiously for the contract, while Lightning was tugging at his neck, trying to drag him out of the pool. Hong Ying had been completely pushed into a corner, crying out anxiously. Jun Shou stared at Jun Wei, who desperately clung to Jun Quan, while Jun Zhe crouched in the pool, his face red. Chaos. Too chaotic, and he obviously couldn't just leave like that. After all, someone still had the second-in-command captive. He swore. He struggled, until he felt a heavy blow to his temple. That familiar force, needless to say, it was Lightning again. She always managed to hurt herself unintentionally. The laws of mechanics could bind all mecha girls, but not her. When she woke up again, her nosebleed had stopped. On the ridiculously large bed, her black feathered clothes were disheveled, and there were a few marks on her neck. He subconsciously pulled the blanket aside, then quickly covered it again. If he lost consciousness, then how had the second-in-command managed to bypass Su Li and complete this series of maneuvers? His mind was a bit dazed, his eyes roaming over Yu's body, and he couldn't help but gasp. The marks were scattered here and there, irregularly distributed, and of varying sizes. Am I really that inhuman? Are these strawberry marks, not cupping marks? Su Li reached out and measured the marks on Yu's body, remembering the scene of Lightning's first encounter, and a mixture of emotions washed over him. Yu might not be very bright, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Not to mention that he's not that big-mouthed. Did you even know there's a black spot on your toe? He doesn't object to that, but the problem is, he barely even chews chicken feet. Doesn't that seem a bit out of place? Looking down at Yu's fluttering eyelashes, he sighed softly. After signing the core contract with him, he's bound to him for life. So this is just a forced act, huh? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He simply laid down again, and pulled Yu into his arms. That's not how camouflage is used. Watching Yu's face gradually turn red, he simply pulled the blanket over them both. In the hot spring, a group of mecha girls soaked in the water, only their eyes and noses exposed. The hazy mist couldn't hide their sharp eyes. The glass door slowly opened, and Han Hai, who pushed it open, was stunned. She had thought the bathroom would be empty after Su Li fainted, but to her surprise, almost everyone was there. Her hand trembled slightly as she clutched the towel. After wiping her glasses, she saw that it was all mech girls. She breathed a sigh of relief and stepped into the tub. The warm water enveloped her body, the pleasant temperature causing her to let out a soft, refreshing hum. With a single, brief syllable, all the mech girls turned their gazes towards her. Han Hai paused, realizing that something was amiss in the atmosphere. She tucked the towel around her chest and silently moved toward the edge of the hot spring. Women are prone to gossip, especially when they're all together, and they're all from the same place. Han Hai suddenly regretted her impulsiveness. She shouldn't have come here to bathe. Perhaps she should have gone to another villa. At least this way, if a fight broke out, she, as an outsider, wouldn't have to worry about trying to mediate. But it was too late to say anything now. Feeling the mecha girl's gazes wandering over her, she feigned indifference and moved closer to the edge. The mirror quickly misted over again, which only gave her a sense of certainty. She groped her way down to the edge and peacefully enjoyed the nourishment of the spring water. There was nothing she could do. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but the lens was fogged up, and she was now half blind. The scenery by the pool was beautiful, and the nighttime tranquility was wonderful. Except for the piercing gaze behind her. Han-hai didn't have her terminal with her, so she could only stare at the small scenery in front of her to distract herself. After a moment, she extracted her core and toyed with it in her hands. She took off her glasses and leaned in to examine the lines on it. Jun Quan's voice rang out in grievance. I just wanted a contract, but the master was flanked by men, so I could only sit on him. So, the fact that the master got hit on the top of his head has nothing to do with me. I didn't hit him on the top of his head, I just hit his temple. Besides, he's bleeding. I'll pull him out and see what's wrong. Jun Shou grinned, but said nothing. Jun Zhe immediately understood Su Li's condition. She knew exactly why Su Li was bleeding from the nose, but could she really talk about it openly? She glanced at Jun Wei with a sense of guilt. She had thought the small bottle she found from her was all she could do. But judging by Su Li's condition, it seemed like he needed 3 whole jars of food, not just a small bottle. This isn't just about mending. How did she manage to circumvent the laws of mechanics and destroy her master's body? What if I just inexplicably want to learn? Nothing. But you successfully managed to stun him. Sister Lightning, can you teach me the secret to precisely controlling your strength? I've been struggling with this for a long time. Lightning stared at Junyu in astonishment. Did she hold back? She didn't. Jun Wei folded his arms and rose from the water. His golden eyes, filled with intimidation, swept across the crowd and snorted coldly. Humph. The point now is, was the master knocked unconscious? Was it the master's nosebleed? I just want to know how a super S-rank pilot could have such an exuberant energy. Jun Zhe was startled. She looked up at Jun Wei, her eyes filled with disbelief. Was he going to expose himself? Hong Ying, already a low-profile figure, paddled towards the edge again upon hearing this. Others might not understand the question, but she had a clear say. The other person, who had a stronger say, had probably already succeeded. Lightning, I just wanted to ask you, how often does the master perform maintenance on you? Basic maintenance every 2 weeks, and a comprehensive overhaul after battle. Jun Wei's face flushed, clearly remembering Su Li's fascinated expression during routine maintenance. She shook her head and blushed slightly. I'm asking about the thorough maintenance. Lightning paused, her face flushing even more. Then, in that case, every 2 days. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jun Wei smacked his lips and spread his hands to the crowd. Look! Every 2 days. Who are you looking down on? Does the master need your pity? No. He doesn't. He needs unbridled release. Hong Ying clenched her fists, feeling that Jun Wei had a point. Plop! Han-hai lost his grip, and the metal core fell into the pool. She reached out to retrieve it, but felt a dizzying sensation, as if something was seeping into her body. Even if she never experienced it before, she knew it. This was the feeling of being contracted, but the problem was, there wasn't a single person here who had contracted her. Chapter 236. Lightning's gaze drifted to a nearby spot, immediately catching sight of Han-hai, floating face down in the pool. She no longer cared about whether to release him or not, her rosy cheeks instantly turning a pale white with fright. This was happening right under everyone's noses. A white, erect figure, just floating like that. She quickly walked over and turned Han-hai over, only to see 2 white, luminous masses piercing the pool's mist with a blinding flash. Shocking. How could she float while taking a bath? Jun Wei snorted disdainfully, examining Han-hai's chest. Who cares? She can't drown with just these 2 lumps. Cough, cough. Han-hai coughed out the pool water in her throat. Before she could say anything, Lightning let out a soft huh? And fished her metal core from the water. The once pale gold core was now covered in blood-red lines. Han-hai watched helplessly as Lightning lifted it, her eyes narrowed. A chill shot up from her feet to her head. Even the warm spring water couldn't save her. Lightning brought the core to her nose and sniffed twice, her expression instantly changing. She grabbed Han-hai's towel and lifted her from the water. The sound of splashing water echoed, like a sack being pulled from the water. Han-hai struggled a few times, kicking her legs, but the position was too uncomfortable. She simply kicked twice, completely sprawling, unable to move. What's wrong? Why are you still using force? That depends on what explanation our dear Han-hai can give. I smell the scent of my master on her core. Jun Shou felt his head spin. He and his group hadn't even finished discussing the release issue, and now there was another one. And lightning, are you born in the year of the dog? You could even smell that? I just accidentally dropped the core into the water. I don't know what happened. The mecha girls exchanged a silent glance. Junzei slapped the water, sending a wave of splashes. She excitedly exclaimed, I know. Master's blood just flowed into the hot spring. Junsho silently glanced at Junzei. Everyone else was trying to minimize their presence, but why was everyone so eager to show off when it came to his sister? Didn't you see Honging huddled at the edge? And hey you, didn't he usually love to join in the fun? Where were they? In the mist, a rather slender figure stood in the shadows, her long twin tails drooping motionless. Junsho narrowed his eyes, picked up a watering can from the side, and doused it with water. The humanoid standee fell to the ground, sending a shudder through the mecha girls. They instinctively glanced upstairs. Is there any point in going up now? Who suggested taking a bath after carrying Suli up? Lightning, carrying Han Hai in one hand, took 2 steps to the standee, examining it. Wow, the folding standee is incredibly well made. In these conditions, it's practically impossible to use. Plop! Han Hai fell into the pool again. She lay flat on her back, trying to spread her limbs, then floated steadily to the surface. A soft, clear voice echoed from the villa, a faint dad audible. Juanza listened attentively, glancing at the expressions of the other mecha girls. He chuckled awkwardly. This cat seems different from the one at base. She can call me daddy. Crack! Lightning crushed the sign in his hand. Honging felt a chill, and slowly lowered her head into the pool. It's lively. This is really lively. Miss, you really are. Ugh! Lightning grabbed Honging's head, and pulled her out of the water. Stealing the house, huh? You're the one providing cover, right? Honging's eyes widened, her head shaking like a drum. Feeling the grip of 5 fingers on her head, she feared that if she admitted, she would be treated like beer. I don't know. In the room, Suli suddenly understood why men like twin tails. In her mind, golden branches swayed, and a faint golden dust rolled down. Notice, special aviator template detected. Template verification in progress. Template recorded, targeted cultivation possible. Avatar template type 2 detected, system data optimization in progress. Heiyu slumped to one side, breathing heavily, her eyes hazy and bleary, exhaustion reaching its peak. This sensation, unlike any other in everyday driving, made her want to stop, but she simply couldn't muster the strength. A wave of overwhelming sensations washed over her mind, causing her to shudder again. Master, Suli hadn't had time to review the information surfacing in his mind, before he quickly lowered himself to the ground. What's wrong? Change places? Heiyu rolled her eyes, her small hands clutching the sheets tightly. Change. Someone. Suli, She was scared after all. If she had known, she would have asked Honging to reduce the dosage, but regretting it now was obviously useless. She had climbed onto the bed herself, and she would not get out, even with tears in her eyes. Hey you. The sound from downstairs made her shudder again, and she curled up into a ball under the covers. Suli rubbed her head with a hint of amusement, then got up and quickly rinsed in the bathroom. Then he sat down on the edge of the bed and put on his pajamas. The light of the lighter flickered, and as smoke rose, he finally checked the information in his mind. The first special robot girl template was the June sisters. The unique number 3347 on it left him quite puzzled. He had always harbored a suspicion regarding the June sisters. Because of the interconnectedness of the 5 mechas, he could simultaneously attach their states to a single entity. If his suspicions were correct, then the 5 mechas combined would constitute mecha number 3347. Now, the answer from the mechanical tree in his mind further confirmed this. He hadn't piloted Jun Yu or Jun Quan yet. But according to their respective parameters, one favored extreme offense, while the other exercised absolute control. This control wasn't limited to strength or ability. If one truly defined it, her existence served as a fusion agent for the powers of the other 4 mechas, merging them into one. She could harness the ultimate power of the other 4 mechas, and merge them with her own. Suli knew this wasn't simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. 2 mechas working together could reach SS level status. Then, the combined power of 5 mechas. He couldn't even imagine it. Hey you, are there any SSS rank mecha girls on the mechanical island? Hey you poked her head out from under the covers and nodded. Yes, the governor. Chapter 237. Suli had never seen the terrifying power of an SSS class mecha girl. He hadn't even seen it in video footage. If the peak form of 5 mechas combined was SSS, he clearly disagreed. Judging from the Elder's initial emphasis on the June sisters, the level they could reach after combining would even surpass SSS. But what if their level were further elevated? What if they were all SS? How much more powerful would they be after combining? He suddenly thought of the mecha phantom that rose from Jun Wei's body when he released his pressure field. If that was the final form of mecha number 3347, then what kind of terrifying existence would the enemy she faced be? Ruozi's figure floated in his mind, with its uniquely shaped sharp corners and its immense size. Before she was tamed, her massive body was more than a few hundred meters long. If she devoured him, completing a new cycle of evolution, what would she become? The more he saw, the more astonished he became. Not just the mecha girl, in his 2 lifetimes, he had never seen a queen like Ruozi. With that size, if he weren't piloting a mecha, he'd be no different from a toothpick. Facing such a being, he wouldn't even be able to resist without his mecha. No, even with a mecha, if he hadn't been caught off guard, he still wouldn't have been Ruozi's match. Even now, recalling that scene, he still felt horrified. The toxic mist, so unexpected, had instantly turned people into fools. If it weren't for Lightning's strange behavior that alerted him, and Xiaoshu's breakthrough, he would have been invincible. Then, he was certain he had been devoured while still in his hallucination, along with all the mecha girls he had been traveling with. And that was only the second stage of growth. So, could 3347 correspond to the mature stage? What about beyond the mature stage? Are there any new species? He suddenly realized he had been too optimistic about the current situation. On Lingsue Star, an outpost already had a being like Ruozi. Even though queens like her were rare, who could guarantee there weren't any on Liyuan Star? The one he had killed last time was probably at the first stage of growth. Then the gap to Ruozi's level might only be a few S-class pilots. A cold sweat crept up his back. He subconsciously connected to Ruozi's mind through the small tree, and to his surprise, the connection was immediate. After receiving her confirmation that she could arrive at any time, Suli breathed a sigh of relief and continued to examine the second mecha girl template. To his further surprise, the second one turned out to be an armed mecha girl template. Suli sat up straight in an instant. When had he contracted the armed mecha girl? How could he not know? Opening his control panel, he froze in shock. The vast ocean? When had he contracted the vast ocean? And now, he could actually cultivate mecha girls. In other words, he could actually cultivate mecha girls. Suli asked himself, still unsure. The small tree in his mind replied in the negative. The subject of the targeted cultivation wasn't the mecha tree, but the queen insect, Ruozi. Suli's mind was in a tizzy. He knew very little about his own mecha tree, let alone the mecha trees on Mecha Island. But if his mecha tree needed a queen bee to cultivate mecha girls, then couldn't he conclude that the Mecha Island was actually a giant, perhaps mature, queen bee, or even a higher level? This answer made him feel uneasy. Hey, you clearly noticed his anomaly, and was about to ask when he raised his hand to stop him. Suli, his face serious, quickly opened the door. He ran into the mecha girls emerging from the bathroom, still arguing with each other. With a serious expression, he pulled Han Hai out and walked into the hall to the surprised looks of the mecha girls. Han Hai, wrapped in a bath towel, was at a loss as to what to do. But when she saw the serious expression on Suli's face, she subconsciously panicked. Master, I didn't mean to sign a contract with you. That's not it. Han Hai, let me ask you, how much do you know about the mechanical island? I mean, the origin of your mechanical island. The warm fireplace still emanated a soft glow. Han Hai stood to one side, opening his mouth, but unsure where to begin. The origin of the mechanical island? Countless humans wanted to learn the secrets of the mechanical island from the mecha girls. Whether it was the origin, the development process, even the scenery of the mechanical island, or the location of a single screw, they wanted to know. She had never imagined that she would hear questions about the mechanical island from Suli. Suli looked at Han Hai quietly, seeing her hesitate to speak, and suddenly understood what she was worried about. Who should he ask? Han Hai didn't know he possessed the mechanical tree, but 0304 did. But what if they couldn't give him the answers he wanted? Ask Eve directly? In what capacity did he ask Eve? He didn't know if this question touched upon the top secrets of the mechanical island. Moreover, even if he asked such a question, he might not receive the answer he deserved. Han Hai bit his lower lip, finally mustering the courage to look up at Suli. Master, if you truly want to know, I can submit a request to the governor. I believe with your connections, I should be able to learn something. Suli released his grip on Han Hai's wrist. Forget it, let's not ask. If the time is right, I will personally verify with the governor. You're free to move freely. We're on Linksue Star now, and it's probably only noon. If you need to adjust to the jet lag, you can get some sleep. He slowly sat down on the sofa in front of the fireplace, staring blankly at the flames. All sorts of speculations lingered in his mind, refusing to be shaken off. In his previous life, there were no mechanical trees. He had been able to withstand the Zerg's onslaught and fight back and forth, all thanks to the warriors' bloody battles. Had the higher-ups of that era discovered the secrets surrounding the Queen Beetle, he had never reached that level, so naturally, he had no way of knowing. The warm flames flickered, but his heart grew a little panicked. Human fear stems from the unknown, and endless speculation about the unknown. If the mechanical tree on the mechanical island was exactly like the one in his mind, then where was its owner? Someone like himself, the one who should have existed. Something flashed through his mind, yet he could not grasp it. The previously boisterous mecha girls, upon seeing Su Li's serious expression, involuntarily lowered their voices. They all returned to their bedrooms, leaving Han Hai standing uncomfortably. A figure suddenly appeared in the hall. As Han Hai stared in astonishment, Rosie slowly knelt on the ground, her curvaceous figure moving 2 steps forward, pressing her warm cheek against Su Li's large hand. Your Majesty, Rosie is here. Chapter 238. The June sisters are extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. The moment Ruozi appeared, 5 figures appeared around Su Li, instantly surrounding him. Junyu even pulled out his longbow and placed the bowstring around Ruozi's white neck. Put it away. We're one. Junyu's face was cold, as he silently sheathed the longbow. Ruozi nuzzled against Su Li's palm, nuzzling it affectionately, oblivious to the gazes of the numerous mecha girls. Ruozi, how many stages are there in the growth period? Ruozi tilted her head and communicated with Su Li through her mind. 3 stages. Maturity has 4 stages. The Zerg don't use such detailed energy levels as you describe. We have a simpler method. For example, I'm currently at the king level. The next level up is the emperor level, like the little tree in your mind. And even higher, the emperor level, is you, the supreme emperor who can command emperor level beings. Su Li didn't feel the slightest bit relieved by Ruozi's words. He was fully aware of his strength. Rather than saying he was exceptionally powerful, it was more like he had gotten a great bargain. Whether it was the mechanical tree or Ruozi before him. Feeling the deep spiritual connection with Ruozi, he suddenly had a suspicion. If he ever encountered that legendary emperor-level being, wouldn't it be able to easily take Ruozi away? Or even the mechanical tree in his mind? This suspicion subconsciously caused him to break out in a cold sweat again. The June sisters and Han Hai watched the two exchange glances, but no words came out. They looked at each other, unsure what to say. As contractors, they could sense a connection between the two. The feeling of whispering in front of them made it difficult for them to develop even the slightest fondness for Ruozi. What? You're whispering right away. Then what about us core mecha girls? We all sign core contracts, and we can't even communicate mentally. Your Majesty's concerns are unfounded. Once a Zerg king level or higher recognizes their master, they will never betray him. Unless they die? So, are the ones you cultivate with targeted breeding an elite species? Yes, Your Majesty. Targeted breeding consumes a lot of energy. With my current abilities, I can cultivate 8 to 10 Template 2 mecha girls with the energy of 1 queen. But Template 1 mecha girls, being composites, require even greater energy. I don't have that ability at this stage. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. He knew nothing about how mecha girls were produced. But thanks to the June sisters, he knew that the number of mecha girls produced was limited by the quality of the pilots. As soon as he thought of this, Rosie explained. That's because all directed cultivation requires some level of guidance. Your Majesty's will is the absolute driving force. However, if there's no guidance, then the outcome of the directed cultivation will be determined by me. In other words, if you and I both unexpectedly lose our control. In that case, we need to resort to some means to capture the scattered brainwaves from the outside world. While we could generate them, the quality would be uneven, and the combat effectiveness would inevitably be unsatisfactory. Furthermore, the process of this incubation and the energy consumed are constant. So, Your Majesty, if this situation were to occur. Su Li didn't listen to Ruozi continue. He seemed to suddenly understand the operating mechanism of the mechanical island. Then the question arose. What exactly are the Zerg? Mechanical island. No. What about the existence of the mechanical tree? Are these methods used by higher dimensional life forms to counter the Zerg? He shook his head, suddenly realizing how bored he was. Such groundless worries were pointless. After getting the answer, he realized that, no matter what, None of this had anything to do with him at this stage. He wasn't shouldering the future of humanity, nor was it the future of the mechanical island. His position as Legion commander could bring hope to humanity, and the mechanical tree in his mind could provide comfort to the mechanical island. But at heart, he was just an ordinary person. Perhaps, having broken through genetic limitations, he could live a long life. But what did that have to do with higher dimensional life? He would use the mechanical tree as needed, and as for Ruazi's targeted cultivation, he had no idea. Of course, to prepare for any future eventuality, many measures needed to be prepared in advance. If Ruazi needs an upgrade, the mechanical tree needs an upgrade. The same goes for the mechanical girls beside him. The most urgent task is to completely exterminate all the queens on Green Origin Star. Then spread the mechanical tree seeds across Green Origin Star. This isn't a continuation of the mechanical tree in Su Li's mind, but rather a means for the mechanical tree to suppress the evolution of the Zerg. If he can capture Green Origin Star, where he currently resides, he'll have a supply line that penetrates the heart of humanity. Then, he'll completely transform Langsue Star into a nail in the Zerg-occupied territory, or perhaps even an offensive platform. Can you sense that there are beings on this planet that surpass you? No. Your Majesty. There are no high-ranking kings here. Su Li's expression relaxed, and in a cheerful mood, he subconsciously reached out and pinched Ruozi's cheek. A hint of shame suddenly welled up in those lavender eyes, tears welling up in them, making one's heart skip a beat. The June sisters narrowed their eyes, each radiating a powerful aura. Communicating with one's mind would be fine, but exchanging glances, at the 7th Legion's headquarters, the adjutant, who had rushed back in a small aircraft, shed his heavy cotton coat, donned a sharp military uniform, and immediately opened the door to the Legion commander's room. Lin Tianen sat behind the virtual sandbox, gazing at it with his chin in his hand. Even before Su Li arrived, they had communicated with each other, hoping to hunt down all the queens on Green Source Star in one go. This way, at least for a short period, the Zerg's harassment of the front lines would be significantly reduced. This would be a huge boon for both the Legion and the city behind it. But, forgive Lin Tianen for being dull, or perhaps too inexperienced. He sat before the sand table, racking his brains for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to fight such a battle. He even considered sacrificing some of the elite, but still couldn't break the deadlock. The queen is no fool. How could she let you kill her? Just locating the queen amidst the swarm requires incredible luck. Could it be that you, Su Li, are the son of the plains? Wherever you go, the queen follows you. Lin Tianen paused, tapping his fingers on the table. It suddenly occurred to him that Su Li's genes might indeed hold a special appeal to the queen. Anyone who wanted to evolve wouldn't want to take a bite out of him. The adjutant's entrance interrupted his train of thought. He raised his head and asked anxiously, what did Commander Su say? He desperately wanted to know Su Li's battle plan. If he kept waiting like this, his hair would turn gray with worry. Chapter 239. The adjutant opened his mouth, a wry smile on his face. Captain Su said, we should rest up. His pilots were eager to connect with the team, but he stopped them. Lin Tianen rose from his chair and frantically scratched his hair. The other 5 commanders had been practically blowing his phone up these past few days. Apart from wanting to rest up, he really didn't say anything. I mean, about strategic deployment or intercorps coordination. Even about his planned actions. No. Nothing. Lin Tianen glared. So what did you idiot, do back then? He won't tell me. So why don't you ask? The adjutant opened his mouth, speechless. How could he ask? Not only did a Super S-class pilot hold a distinguished position, he also served as commander of the Dawn Legion. Who in the military doesn't know how popular the Dawn Legion is these days? The title of commander of the Dawn Legion alone was already a notch above that of an ordinary commander. He didn't even dare to pry into the thoughts of his own commander, so how could he spy on a commander who was higher in rank than his own? Was he crazy, or was he just too weak to wield a sword? To put it nicely, he was just an adjutant, meddling in other people's affairs. To put it bluntly, when he was in a bad mood, he could accuse you of spying on military secrets, and you couldn't take it off. Besides, it was Lin Tianen who arranged the transfer in the first place. Can you blame him? He said his men would arrive in 3 days, and asked us to grant them access. Lin Tianen's eyes lit up. How many people did he bring? The adjutant looked up at Lin Tianen's expression and said, One ship. Lin Tianen's face lit up. A B-class frigate? Shoo. That could carry at least 3,000 mecha girls. He's really put all his resources into it. If that's the case, then Su Li's determination is undeniable. He was certain that the battle Su Li had put so much effort into would be over quickly. After all, most of his resources had been used up, and he needed to resolve the battle quickly so he could return and take care of Ling Sui's star. An armed transport ship. Lin Tianan's smile faltered, and he reached out to scratch his ear. A what? The adjutant took a deep breath. While he didn't want to discourage his Legion commander, how long could he keep this secret? Even if he kept it a secret, he could only repeat it quickly and clearly. A C-class armed transport ship. For a moment, Lin Tianan had already planned how he was going to brag to the other Legion commanders. But this sudden discount made him shudder. An armed transport ship? At most, it could hold 400 mecha girls. This force isn't just a discount, it's a complete blast. What can 400 mechas do? Fight in and out. Defend an area. On the vast green source planet, 400 mechas deployed, and not even a single wave was created. Is he sure he's here to fight? Not just for a vacation? Beyond the defense line lies a dense swarm of insects. This isn't an ant nest right outside your doorstep, where a single pea can wipe out an entire horde. Lin Tianan was certain that if he unleashed this force, the other Legion commanders would be furious. He might not even have enough mecha girls. He doesn't know anything about insect swarms? After saying this, Lin Tianan slapped himself in the face. No idea? No idea they could slaughter a Zerg swarm and kill the queen in one go. No idea they could achieve such stunning results on Ling Sui? Those mech girls aboard the ships must be elites. From what he knew, his mech girls rarely had pilots. Those who survived the Zerg swarm on Ling Sui must be the elite of the elite. But even if they were elite, they couldn't just bring a few hundred. What were they doing here? Worried the Zerg wouldn't be fed? Or maybe they evolved too slowly. Lin Tianan slumped back in his chair, feeling even more melancholy. With such a force, he didn't know how he would explain it to the other Legion commanders. If the other Legion commanders knew Su Li's true strength, let alone coordinated efforts, they probably wouldn't even send troops. Not only them, but even Lin Tianan himself couldn't see Su Li's resolve. What should we do? You idiot ancestors. Is it me? I can't even see how to fight. What the hell is this? I don't even know how to tell the other Legion commanders. The adjutant glanced at Lin Tianan, who was slumped in his chair. Perhaps, there's no need to tell them at all. After all, from the very beginning, Legion Commander Su wanted nothing more than to cooperate with us. It's you who's afraid of not getting the credit, so you insist on bringing in the other legions. Lin Tianan glanced at his adjutant as if he were a fool. Am I afraid of not getting the credit? I'm afraid you bastards will suffer too many casualties. I'm heartbroken. Now it's over. Everyone, pay with your lives. Forget the regiment soldiers. Get to the front lines too. Pay with your lives. Now there's no need to contact the other legions. They won't send any troops. Just fight to your death. The adjutant wiped the sweat from his forehead. It shouldn't be that bad. Commander Su achieved such brilliant results with such a small force, sacrificing only 1 regiment and 200 mechs. I think after this battle, at least half of us will still be alive. Lin Tianan, The adjutant's words were not without some truth. But the problem was, Lin Tianan racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out how Su Li had fought that battle. His indirect inquiries only yielded a bland luck. But was that really luck? At this point, what else could Lin Tianan say? He invited them in, and now they were here, and the troops had already departed. He couldn't have the nerve to tell them to go back and say he, Lin Tianan, couldn't bear to leave his children, and didn't want to fight anymore. He was really pushing himself into a corner. What a sly trick. I'll hand over command. Let him lead. Even if I have to charge in the same battle, as long as he can save us a few casualties, I, Lin Tianan, will accept. He unbuttoned his uniform, feeling a tightness in his chest. The adjutant scratched his head, reflecting on Su Li's demeanor and behavior on the transport vehicle. He seemed completely unconcerned about the upcoming battle. Commander, is it possible they haven't even considered deploying our troops? Even after he finished speaking, he found it impossible. But the problem was, the troops would arrive in 3 days. What commander would actually wait until they arrived before making deployments? Though only in his 20s, he suddenly felt his brain wasn't working. He glanced at Lin Tianan, slumped in his chair, leaned forward, and found a chair to slump down as well. If you can't figure something out, forget it. Lying down is good. Chapter 240. Inside the villa, the aroma of rich hot cocoa filled the air. Su Li loved the taste. He wasn't one for elegance, but he liked to add creamer to his cocoa because it was rich enough. It was sweet, and one sip warmed the heart and stomach. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows, a snowstorm blew, but inside the house, it was cozy and warm. Han Hai, wearing a plush top and shorts, lay on the sofa in front of the fireplace, absorbed in his reading. The fire cast a warm orange hue on his white calves. His feet, clad in white socks, twitched as they caught the most interesting parts. Lightning, wearing a one-piece white plush pajamas, lay sprawled in front of the fireplace like a polar bear. Under Su Li's insistence, they completely relaxed, enjoying a rare moment of comfort. The June sisters huddled together, enthusiastically playing video games. Oh! Fourth sister. You already got your fourth controller. You control it. June Quan, wearing a furry skirt that exposed her legs, ran over and grabbed Su Li's arm. Master! Look at fourth sister. She tugged at his hand and placed it naturally on her stocking-clad thigh. She bit her lower lip and swayed her body. Su Li rolled his eyes, thinking his mecha girl was perfect in every way. It's just that they all lust after his body, especially Ruozi. When he asked her how to evolve quickly, she naturally glanced down. A look of ecstasy etched across her face, as if the source of her evolution lay there. What serious stuff are you looking at? Su Li grinned. Go and have fun. He patted June Quan's thigh and couldn't help but give it a squeeze. June Quan chuckled, as if he received some kind of reward, and ran off without further ado. Su Li then bent over the table and continued sketching the mecha blueprint. He was intimately familiar with the structure and parameters of the mechas from his previous life. Besides the AI components, which he didn't understand, he memorized every mechanical aspect, down to the parameters of every screw. He couldn't design a new mecha, but he had absolutely no problem replicating it. Dad? Master? Which mecha girl's diagram is this? Why does it look so bulky? This isn't a mecha girl. It's a pure mecha. Come here and study it. See if you can replicate it with the materials we have at the base. She didn't stand anywhere on the long table, but pressed herself into Su Li's arms, pressing her warm body against his. No problem. If it's just a mechanical structure, replicating it like this is easy. With the help of the logistics department, we can build two in about 2 weeks. But master, this thing has no soul, it's just a giant lump of metal. Su Li nodded and ruffled her hair. Yes, so I need you to program something to assist the pilot in operating the mecha. It doesn't have to be overly complex, just enough to process simple commands. Hey, you frowned and thought for a moment. An auxiliary eye similar to a terminal? Yes. But it's going to be more crude than a terminal. How long will it take you? Well, if that's the case, it should take about an hour. Hey, you calculated for a moment and gave a specific time. She had already figured out the purpose of Su Li's mecha. But could anyone really operate such a mecha? Just the reserve pilots at the base? Master, will it really work? Even for training, a mecha like this is too bulky. A basic computer can't handle complex commands. I know. I want something the computer can't handle. Only when the computer can't handle it, they'll focus on the commands they're given. Only a mecha like this can transform them. Hei was very clever, and after a moment's thought, she understood why Su Li said that. Today's pilots generally rely too much on mecha girls. But could such radical training really produce qualified pilots? She was a pilot herself, and thinking of this, she couldn't help but put herself in their shoes. She realized that even she, trying to operate a mecha with such a low processor architecture, would definitely not be able to perform to her full potential. Perhaps only his master could do this. What kind of structure was inside his brain that he could even come up with such a brilliant idea? Hey, you emerged from his arms, staring at his head, a glint in his eyes. I kind of want to open it and take a look. Su Li was naturally unaware of Heiyu's dangerous intentions. He simply flattened the blueprint, took photos of the details and parameters, and transmitted them to the logistics department. The white snow covered the snowman outside, which was as tall as a building. In the deserted town, the commercial street was equally empty. The void teleportation anchor point had been laid. Now, all that was left was to wait for this battle to be over. Su Li could then activate it, allowing everyone at the base to come here and experience the northern scenery during their training breaks. Lingsue Star must have been this prosperous in the past. Thankfully, due to the significant decline in the Zerg, Lingsue Star's ecology is now slowly recovering, starting with the outpost. I believe that in a few years, Lingsue Star will have a completely different look. Roast goose, great thigh. Roast it, it's too burnt. With a sizzling sound, lightning bit into the carpet, tearing a triangular hole. A frown crossed Su Li's forehead. Stop working and eat. If you don't eat, someone will eat the carpet. As he finished speaking, Lightning sat up straight and rubbed his sleepy eyes. She clearly has the body and face of a queen, and she had the same personality when they first met. Has time revealed her true nature, or has she completely abandoned her mind? The 7th Legion's logistics personnel quickly filled the table with a variety of Green Source Star's specialties. As everyone moved toward the table, Lightning's red hair fluttered before disappearing again. Suli had barely taken the main seat when the figure returned like the wind, clutching a stainless steel basin. Amid the astonished gazes of the aviators, she directly picked up the rice pot and poured the full pot of rice into her own basin. Amid the stunned gazes of the support staff, she placed the pot on a cart and said to a man in a dunce cap, 10 more pots of this kind of rice. Thank you. No, you're welcome. The chef shuddered slightly. He knew the aviators could eat, but he had never seen anyone as voracious as Lightning. As the support staff departed, Lightning sat contentedly beside Suli, holding the basin. Being able to eat as soon as she opened her eyes clearly put her in a good mood. She hummed to herself as she surveyed the dazzling array of dishes. Dawn people, dawn souls, dawn people eat out of a basin. A slender white hand reached directly to the center of the table, grabbed the roast goose by the neck, lifted it up, and placed it in her steel basin. She bit off the goose's head in one bite, and said modestly to the group of mecha girls, eat it all. I can't finish it all. Chapter 241. The main battlefield's defenses, no matter how they looked, were truly magnificent. The continuous high wall divided the entire planet into two. Countless soldiers patrolled the walls, and many more hung from them, carrying welding torches and heavy composite steel plates, performing routine repairs on the damaged walls. The uneven surface of the walls was stained with blood of various colors, blending together, and the original colors were no longer visible. On the other hand, the newly welded steel plates shone with a cold light, gleaming in the sunlight. Such a magnificent scene could not be seen on Lingsui's star, for on the entire planet, they were left with only a small valley surrounded by mountains. However, Lingsui's star also had wonders not seen here. For example, stink bugs clinging to the mountain walls. In the first rays of morning sun, Suli and the mecha girls disembarked from the aircraft and stepped onto the high wall. Gazing upon the familiar battlefield once again, Lightning's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She was born for the battlefield. Her speed was only suited to speeding across it. Lin Tianen immediately came over, extending his hands from a distance. Captain Su, you're tired from the journey. Did you rest well? Suli clasped his hands together, his face devoid of a trace of politeness. Very well. The snowy scenery is beautiful, and the specialties of Green Origin Star are very appealing. I'll definitely come back to visit more often in the future. What the hell? Green Origin Star is your second home. Come whenever you want. But having said that, brother, isn't it time for you to tell me the truth? Your team should be arriving today, right? Lin Tianen was truly anxious. He almost wanted to fly his mech into low Earth orbit to take a look. Suli nodded. The ship was already close to Green Origin's orbit, and it would reach the battlefield in less than half an hour. We're already there. About half an hour. Brother, just relax. I know how this battle is going to go. Lin Tianen opened his mouth. You know how it is, then tell me so I can count too. What are you talking about all day long? How many people did you bring, brother? Over 200, and an armed transport. Lin Tianen wanted to curse. It turned out they didn't even have 400, and they cut it in half. How could this be fought? You said you were going to destroy the queen, but you brought a dozen mobile teams? What the hell? If it were anyone else, Lin Tianen would have quit long ago. But the man before him was not only a super S-class pilot, he was also the commander of the Dawn Legion. Listen, he even counted the armed transport. As if this thing could even be considered a fighting force. Suli glanced beyond the defense line. Amidst the scorched earth, there were few signs of Zerg. Only a few small species roamed the far distance. He glanced at Lin Tianen, somewhat surprised. Brother Lin, isn't it a little too quiet out there? Aren't there regular Zerg raids? Yes. Of course not. It's just that since the last queen died, no new queens have been born in this area. So even if they attack, it's just a few scattered troops. Each attack on the defense line is small, so it's a good opportunity to bring in the new recruits and train their courage. Suli frowned slightly. The situation was slightly different from what he imagined. I assumed that after so much time, a new queen would have emerged, but now it seemed the Legion couldn't rely on its own forces to fight this battle. This Legion was surrounded by nothing, so what could they possibly do? As soon as he reached the nearest point of the defense line, Suli contacted the small tree to confirm. With its upgrades, the tree's range of detection had widened and its location more precise. Sadly, within a 30-kilometer radius, not a single queen could be found. He glanced at Roazi, who was wrapped in a veil. She also shook her head slowly. What about the other legion's fronts? The other legion's defenses are under intense attack, but the pressure is much less than before. While the swarm is considerable, no sign of the queen has been found. Lin Tianen glanced at the many mecha girls following Su Li. It must be said that the mecha girls behind Su Li were each more eye-catching than the last, and there were even more of them than last time. Could he possibly handle so many mecha girls? Lightning's fiery red hair and tall figure caught the attention of most of the soldiers. They all knew that last time, it was this mecha girl who had turned the tide, charging through the insect swarm and resolving the critical situation on the defense line, even withstanding the pressure from the elites to kill the queen. So wherever Lightning passed, the soldiers couldn't help but salute. Of course, their eyes also lingered on Su Li. His youthful face, coupled with the star on his shoulder, made everyone unable to conceal their excitement upon seeing him. They admired the strong and yearned for the strong. Especially those who, in enemy territory, had forcibly, and with minimal forces, carried out a counterattack against the Zerg on the planet. Their eyes were filled with longing and curiosity, and many wanted to come closer to learn more about the battle. More than that, they also wanted to see the living queen. The soldiers looked at him as if he were a legend, which made Su Li somewhat uneasy. Jun Wei, on the other hand, stood behind him with a look of matter-of-factness. She had participated in the previous battle, so she naturally deserved this honor. A massive figure broke through the atmosphere and maneuvered towards the battlefield. Su Li looked up at the sky. The toy-like figure was rapidly enlarging. He grinned and pointed upwards. "Brother, my men are coming." Lin Tianen raised his head, avoiding the glare of the sun, and squinted his eyes. At just one glance, his legs trembled. Fortunately, Su Li had given advance warning. With this colorful paint job and strange design, if it suddenly appeared in a war zone, someone would undoubtedly mistake it for a bizarre elite species. If he hadn't warned, he'd be bombarded. Is this still a ship? The ferocious appearance, the massive front jaw. Aside from the large number Dawn 01 on the entire hull, he didn't know what to recognize. Now he understood. Armed transports are truly a powerful force. These ships are armed to the teeth. They're made of insect armor, then covered in armor. Look at the quality and color of the armor. Lin Tianen gasped. He was afraid the outer layer was entirely elite insect armor. Is he, the Legion commander, so wealthy? How many elite species did he have to kill to cover an armed transport with insect armor? He was stupefied again. How could a ship like this be called an armed transport? Chapter 242. The massive ship slowly descended, revealing its hideous features. Accompanied by numerous gasps from the soldiers, it slowly hovered in midair, gently swaying its hull. On the forward deck of the ship, a queen worm curled up, kneeling on the deck, not daring to meet Su Li's gaze. The soldiers had seen the queen worm they had longed for. That massive body now curled up into a ball, as if fearing Su Li's wrath. The once unruly creature now lowered its proud head before them. Lin Tianen had never imagined that Su Li would bring one of his only 3 queen worms to the battlefield. But on second thought, he understood. There was no more suitable means of combat. Was he going to use the queen to summon a massive swarm of Zerg and subject them to artillery fire? Or was it possible to let the Zerg fight each other? In a split second, numerous battle plans popped up in his mind. Now it all made sense. With the queen, this battle could be fought any way he wanted. "Brother, would you like to get on board?" Su Li offered some politeness, expecting Lin Tianen to outright refuse. Unexpectedly, his eyes lit up, and he immediately declared, "Go. I'll definitely go. Go get the staff. And the key personnel from each unit. Let's all learn from Commander Su today." The adjutant ran away, his face brimming with excitement. After 2 steps, he remembered he had the terminal and quickly turned his back to make a call. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of figures were running over. The moment everyone saw the ship, their eyes instinctively widened. "Stop looking. Hurry. Get aboard." Lin Tianen called out, fearing that Su Li would regret it if they were even a second late. Behind him, the mecha girls had subtle expressions. They'd seen people rushing off the ship before, but this was the first time someone was rushing aboard. "Master, can I not go?" Lightning covered her mouth. Just thinking about Yihua's piloting skills made her want to empty her stomach. "Okay, then I'll be driving the Regal in a bit. Then, I think I can handle it." The ship landed, and the boarding passage opened. The commanders of the 7th Legion, along with key personnel from various units and staff officers, the entire command structure swarmed aboard. Like children who had never seen the world, they reached out and groped around the ship, as if they had seen a concubine they had never met, eager to uncover its mysteries. If I were you, I'd find a spot and secure myself. Believe me, this is my reward for your hospitality. Lightning slumped against the ship's railing as soon as she finished speaking. She couldn't help but vomit. Seeing her roast goose, rice, and buns just spit out, tears of sorrow welled up in her eyes. Lin Tian glanced at Lightning, puzzled by her reaction. He even turned to glance at Su Li. Could it be that he had solved the century-old problem that had plagued so many pilots? This interspecies reproductive isolation. TSK. She was still old, and didn't have the time and effort of a young person. It had to be said, but she still needed to learn. Yu dragged Lightning away, and everyone followed Su Li toward the queen on the deck. Only by observing her up close could one truly feel the shock. The body of the previous queen killed by Su Li had been made into a specimen, and was still on display in the 7th Legion's warehouse. Officers and soldiers regularly visited to view it. But the dead were still dead. How could the living be so lively? The behemoth now crouched before them. Everyone could see the contempt and disdain in its compound eyes. It was directed at all of them. But the moment Su Li appeared, that contempt and disdain instantly transformed into resignation and obedience. How on earth had he done it? Human life was universally recognized as inferior to that of the Zerg. And now, a higher-level lifeform actually lowered its noble head to a lower-level one? A swirling stream of thoughts subconsciously drew everyone's gaze to the young man before them. Should we call him a miracle, or should we say he truly lived up to the Dawn Legion? Su Li was the first to enter the bridge, strapped into the command chair amidst the astonished gazes of the commanders. Lin Tian suddenly remembered Lightning's words, and instinctively followed Su Li's lead, fastening his seatbelt. The others, after consulting the crew, found a seat that was relatively easy to observe and out of the way. Su Li glanced at the seated people and waved to Yihua. To be honest, he was still a little nervous. After all, those aboard the ship were the core commanders of the entire 7th Legion. If anything were to happen, the 7th Legion would be practically doomed. Lin Tian glanced at Su Li, knowing he was hesitant to speak. So he spoke up, "Brother, you decide what to do. I brought all the key personnel up this time, and command of the 7th Legion is directly transferred to you. Just go ahead and do it." Su Li was slightly taken aback, then grinned. "That's not necessary. But since you've spoken, let's get started." Yihua's eyes lit up, and he stood up from the captain's chair, saluted Su Li with a snap. "Captain, Dawn 01 has completed all pre-battle preparations, and is requesting takeoff." Su Li rolled his eyes, and waved his hand helplessly. This Yihua is just a show-off. He only hoped that, for the sake of the core members of the 7th Legion on this ship, he would restrain himself a little. Otherwise, she, the captain, would be in for a disgrace. "Everyone on board, follow my orders. All units, complete final preparations before takeoff. Head due south, access the green source star map, coordinates for giant insect hive A32, and full engines. Left engine power steadily increasing. Right engine power steadily increasing. Rear thrusters ready." As preparations were completed, Yihua's lips curled slightly, and he grasped the thrust levers, pushing them all the way to the floor. A strong push against his back hit him, and the thrusters of the armed transport erupted with an almost colorless glow. The entire ship shuddered, like an arrow shot from a bow, breaking through a visible blast of air. The key personnel only then remembered to scramble to secure themselves with their seatbelts. They stared at the calm Su Li with some horror, finally understanding why he had fastened his seatbelts so early. "You're even using a catapult launch on an armed transport ship. This is a transport ship, not a cannonball. Is this the Dawn Legion style? It's truly unique, distinctive, and unique." Chapter 243. The battle strategy was fully formulated from the outset. Hanhai wanted to discuss with the various Legion commanders the clearing of the remaining Zerg in each Legion's area after dealing with the Queen. But Su Li clearly didn't give her the opportunity, knowing that even if he did, others would likely scoff. So, why not let them witness for themselves how the Dawn Legion fights? Reach designated airspace in 3 minutes. All machine guns, ready, facing due south, jammer fire, short bursts. Reduced engine speed by 80%. 60%. 50%. Maintain current speed, descend 320 degrees. All observers, report the position of the elites in turn. The flurry of orders made all the officers and soldiers' eyes widen. Interference fire? You call alerting the enemy interference fire? They all graduated from military academies. Do you really think they haven't been educated? Why are your instructions so strange that they can't understand them? Why slow down? Is the ship's speed advantage just for show? With this swarm of Zerg swarms pouring out, shouldn't we speed up and kite? Why are you looking for elites? Yes, it's to evade them in advance. Everyone watched the dense swarm of Zerg swarms on the big screen, sweat beginning to form on their foreheads. This wasn't an impenetrable defense line, this was the endless Zerg rear. Only by going deeper could they witness the fundamental difference between the Zerg-held territory and the areas beyond the defense line. On one side was a bustling, lush landscape with lush trees and bustling traffic, on the other, a barren wasteland with not even a blade of grass. It's not that they hadn't seen this scene before, but they had never observed it so closely. In Su Li's mind, the small tree clearly pinpointed the queen's location. It was hiding within its nest, showing no sign of wanting to emerge to investigate. Perhaps, for it, unusual human behavior often carries too much uncertainty. In situations like this, the best option was to remain inactive. Even though it could sense the ships above were laden with coveted rations, it still chose to remain dormant. Several elites scurried out of their nests, raising their massive bellies toward the ships in the sky. A faint orange-red glow began to converge, and with a series of violent explosions, balls of orange flame, scorching with energy, rushed towards the transport ships in the sky. As expected of the Zerg on the main battlefield, they even had anti-aircraft weapons. A sneer of disdain flashed across Yihua's face. After marking this specific route, he once again cranked up the thrusters to full power. Under the stunned gaze of all the 7th Legion officers and soldiers, the ship suddenly dove headfirst, hurtling toward the ground. It spun narrowly, brushing past an orange-yellow ball of fire, and plummeted downward. The officers and soldiers instantly grasped the armrests of their seats, some instantly remembering their deceased mothers. They turned to look at Su Li, only to find him resting his chin on one hand, as if the ship wasn't hurtling toward the ground, but rather high in the sky. Oh my god, is this a ship or a life-threatening situation? Diving at breakneck speed, just before impact, with a creaking sound, the ship finally leveled itself. A violent tremor washed over them, accompanied by a series of fine crackling sounds. All the officers and soldiers knew, without explanation, that it was the sound of swarms of insects being crushed. Is this using insects as shock absorbers? Is it a matter of luck, or simply sheer skill and daring? A chill surged from the soles of their feet to the very top of their heads. Even those active on the battlefield felt their bladders swell. Their throats were choking with pain. It felt like their hearts were stuck in their throats, desperately trying to burst out. This was fatal. Just a little change in the night would mean the ship was destroyed, and everyone on board would die. Are all the captains of the Dawn Legion going to such extremes? Yihua said this was just a drizzle, because they were about to see something much bigger. The ramming horn formed by the Zergs. Mandibles finally worked as intended. The massive ship, brimming with terrifying potential energy, once again reached full speed. Lin Tianan. He felt like he couldn't even swallow his saliva. Because of the tightness in my throat, my heart felt incredibly tight. Flying close to the ground? Is this referring to an armed transport? Where did this mecha girl graduate from? Did she learn shipboard drill like a dog? The slight upward angle swept all the small and medium-sized species under the ship, while the large species were easily pierced by its jaws. Under the immense potential energy, the massive armed transport was unstoppable, clearing every path it passed. The ship's trembling never ceased. The continuous explosions were as if ringing in everyone's ears. The entire ship shook constantly, causing everyone's teeth to chatter. Lin Tianan even suspected that if the shaking continued like this, the ship would disintegrate. Is it because of the elite's beetle armor? You bunch of idiots didn't even bother to activate your shields. The Dawn Legion is so crazy, aren't your lives worth it? Before he could finish his thought, the pale blue shield suddenly lit up. But before Lin Tianan could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the ship he was on hurtling straight towards the elite. This time it was really annoying. No wonder the mecha girls looked so strange when I boarded the ship. Oh, I'm courting death. The 7th Legion is finished too. I'm a sinner, dragging all the officers and soldiers onto a single ship. I didn't even leave a single seed for the 7th Legion. He glared at Su Li, but found that he seemed half asleep. His eyes narrowed. Take responsibility, you bastard. You're the commander, aren't you supposed to command? He didn't open his mouth. He was afraid that if he did, he'd vomit. A sharp impact hit him, and the seatbelt tightened around his waist, tightening against his abdomen. The next second, a stream of vomit mixed with stomach acid sprayed the back of his own chief of staff's head. He simply couldn't hold it in. The appearance of the vomit was unbearable for the officers and soldiers. As the smell lingered in their noses, everyone in the front seat suffered. Su Li covered his face. He didn't know if Yi Hua was embarrassed or not, but he felt he was in a lot of trouble. He tried hard not to see the looks from others, even closing his own eyes. But now, he couldn't hold back any longer. The massive ship pierced the elite's body, then with a swift, tail-spinning drift, cast off its corpse, turned again, and charged towards another elite. Main gun? What's a main gun? Sorry, there's none on board. The last main gun, used to pierce the elite's mouth, was already bent. Charge. Charge. Damn it! You saw my Dawn one, and you still want to run. Screw it. Screw it. As the elite dodged left and right, the ship twisted its body like a convulsion. The officers and soldiers felt like they were being stuffed into a washing machine, their heads swaying back and forth, transformed into oscillating spray bottles, aiming to shower everyone with their best efforts. Don't leave anyone behind. Su Li pinched his nose and lowered his head. Just thinking about this scene made his stomach churn. Chapter 244. Lin Tianan felt as if he must have committed a grave sin in his past life. Only in this lifetime could he board a ship driven by Yi Hua. He had never imagined that a veteran like him would be aboard someone else's warship, transformed into an oscillating spray bottle. And that rhythmic, intermittent spray bottle, the adjutant had been able to endure it for a while, but now he couldn't. Amidst the overwhelming attack, if he didn't choose to transform, he would simply be the target of their barrage. On the bridge, in the command room, chaos reigned. Only Yi Hua's voice remained high and mighty. Charge. Screw it. You bastards, don't run away. Course 15 degrees left. Full starboard, swerve sideways, and use your flank to rip the elite's ass apart. How dare you fart at me? Block it. The ship suddenly swung its tail, crushing the elite's anti-aircraft weapon into a ball. The surging energy within instantly exploded, corroding the surrounding Zerg. The energy shield flickered. A large species spun off to the side, thrusting its massive mandibles against the flank of the massive ship. With a piercing sound, the large species' massive mandibles snapped, and its massive form slammed into the ship, its head shattered by the immense potential energy. Excellent. Turn. Turn. The elite species is trying to escape. Can you do it? Full left. Zero direction. Did the mecha professor teach you how to steer a ship? Why are your legs shaking? You steer with your hands. She dove, treading on the violently shaking ship like it was flat ground. She grabbed the joystick, her hands tapping on the keyboard, her feet planted firmly on the floorboards. I told you so many times. Sleep at the controls from now on. Anyone who can't complete the command input in a timely manner, get back to the frigate. I don't have any weak soldiers. If you can't fly the ship properly, get out and feed the bugs. Lin Tianan felt like his scalp was about to explode. This unique ship-fighting technique truly opened his eyes. Watching the ship swerve through the insect swarm, even the elites were no match for it, he suddenly realized. No wonder he was a Legion commander. For so many years, he had defended the line, diligently following the military's defensive guidelines, never daring to step out of line. And look at them, firing the first shot of the counterattack? Ha! So short-sighted, not just him, but the entire military. No! All of humanity was short-sighted. One of his mecha girls rubbed the ship's manual against the ground, crushing the Zerg to the ground. Is she driving a ship? Those are ships in the sky, only capable of transporting supplies and troops. This is just a low-level armed transport. If she had an S-class mothership, would she have simply landed it on the planet's surface and crushed the hive into a solid mass? I heard that on Lingsue. Su Li ordered ordinary soldiers and power armor to be deployed 100 kilometers away to carry out missions, disregarding the military's troop deployment standards. Now it seems their entire base is full of lunatics, all of them. Now they're crushing the Zerg with ships. So what's next? What's next? Perhaps there's no need for a next step. No matter how many Zerg there are, they'll be reduced to a puddle of mud when faced with such an unreasonable ship. Playing around, the three armed transports of his own legion sat gathering dust in the warehouse all day, their crew's main task being to remove rust from the ships. Every battle he fought involved human lives, and yet they made the most of their equipment. Isn't that a slap in the face? How can you say you've been a Legion commander on the front lines for so many years? All you do every day is push, push, push forward. Defend your strongholds, and let the artillery fire incessantly. He had never imagined that a war could be fought this way. No, Lin Tianan suddenly felt dazed. In his memory, he seemed to know a group of lunatics, who used ships to crush bugs. They seemed to have been taught by the same master. What was that person's name? He slapped his vomit-covered thigh, and was about to say something when his throat welled up again. All his thoughts vanished with that spit. Captain, the energy shield is depleted. Prepare to switch to backup power. Yihua yanked the rudder to its limit, and the entire ship suddenly transformed into a massive millstone, using its thick armor to sweep away the swarming insects. The ship suddenly shuddered slightly, and with the help of the insects' attacks, it quickly righted itself. The engines once again reached full power, and it charged forward. This reckless fighting style frightened everyone. They looked at Su Li, whose expression remained calm, their eyes almost overflowing with admiration. This truly was a man of unwavering compliments, facing a mountain collapse, yet remaining calm. Just look at the mental fortitude of Commander Su, his demeanor, what a formidable character. Praise should be kept in mind, not spoken out loud. None of the officers and soldiers present could even think of opening their mouths. Su Li desperately tried to distract himself. He couldn't close his eyes, as that would only intensify the dizziness and exacerbate his imagination. He could only focus on the large screen, observing the movements of the insect swarm outside the ship. In his mind, the queen's position finally began to shift. It seemed to sense that there was another queen on the battlefield. The elite species had not yet been completely destroyed. But Su Li couldn't wait any longer. He quickly stood up and picked up the communicator. All members of the Dawn Legion, prepare for battle. With his command, the ship's weapons base suddenly went silent. The munitions were unleashed, and over 200 figures appeared on the ship's deck. Upon the deck, the queen finally stretched her body fully and let out a roar towards the sky. The insect swarm froze, and under the chaotic pheromones, countless insects seemed to have become headless flies. They were of the same level, and under the same conditions. Their brain waves and pheromones could only counteract each other. The queen was fighting for control of the swarm. Ruozi stood beside it, holding the deck railing with one hand, showing no intention of intervening. The ship finally stabilized somewhat. Su Li strode onto the deck, facing the 200 mechs before him, and raised his right hand. Victory! They shouted at the top of their lungs, saluted in unison, and leaped off the deck. One after another, the black and red mechs deployed in midair, forming a straight line as the ship moved forward. Su Li turned his head to glance at the bridge, grabbed Lightning's hand, and leaped down. On the large screen, over 200 mechs drew their long swords from their waists, and under the flames of the propulsion modules behind them, their figures began to spin in the air. Chapter 245. The dark red figures, like red-hot steel blades, sliced fiercely into the Zerg swarm. The massive steel blades carried unparalleled impact force, sending Zerg limbs flying wherever they passed. They no longer relied on the traditional 3-on-3 formation, but opted for coordinated charges in pairs. They displayed extreme speed and deft positioning. Every swing of the broad blade sent a shower of green blood splattering. Charge! Charge! With complete trust in their teammates, they charged forward with unwavering momentum. Amid the overwhelming swarm of Zerg, the one-handed sword danced in their hands, its alloy blade flashing with a dazzling light. It stood out even more against the black tide. All of them stared intently at the fiery red figure ahead, following him forward. The ship began to accelerate again. The officers and soldiers watched Su Li, and the 200 or so mechas leaped down, their hearts stagnating. Madmen! All of them, in such a desperately disadvantaged situation, instead of relying on ships to achieve greater results, they actually chose to engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. The insect swarm and the torrent of mechas collided and were easily torn apart. Those 200 or so figures not only didn't get crushed by the insect swarm, they actually stood firm amidst it and began to advance in the opposite direction. This kind of agility, is mecha capable of it? Lin Tianan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. This time, he didn't vomit, because he no longer had the energy to worry about whether his stomach was upset. He didn't understand ships, but as an S-class pilot, he believed he knew something about mecha piloting. No! Perhaps he knew nothing at all. When he saw a mech slide under a bug and rip open a large one, he suddenly realized he truly didn't know how to operate a mech. Mechs, you never knew they could be so flexible. With so many different controls, it was impossible to predict their next move. Lin Tian had seen Su leave the mech, but he was so fast then. It was impossible to see clearly. But now he saw clearly. The red figure dodged and dodged among the insect swarm, never a single unnecessary movement. Knee lift, elbow bend, each movement was perfectly simple, yet it managed to harness every bit of power it could. The sharp blade was invincible, slicing through insect armor piece by piece, yet it was far from reaching its limit. Lin Tian knew he could go even faster. Slashing, thrusting. Blades flew around his body, beheading every enemy in sight. A faint red light spread from the bright red mech, connecting to the surrounding mechs. In a split second, over 200 mechs forcibly withstood the insect swarm, increasing their speed once again. This couldn't be real. The officers and soldiers stared at the scene below, dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. These weren't 200 mechs, these were 200 massive meat grinders. On the spears they carried behind them hung the black, gold-rimmed battle flag of the Dawn Legion. On the flag, a ferocious golden beast bared its fangs, its claws extended, as if ready to devour everything. No one paid any attention to the ship's turbulence. The 200 or so figures carrying the flags were like sharp knives, piercing their hearts. Their unstoppable momentum was as if they were facing not a vast insect swarm, but rather a handful of chickens and dogs. A single blow from the heavy hammer could send a Zerg's head flying, and the sharp blade slashed down like the Grim Reaper's scythe. They advanced steadily, never retreating. Even if someone was knocked down by the Zerg, they would quickly recover thanks to their comrades' finishing blows. The LS-rank mecha girls coordinated with one another like a single entity. This was a level of tacit understanding rarely seen in Legion-level combat. In particular, they seemed to share this rapport with every comrade. What are they trying to do? Seeing the numerous mecha girls converging in one direction, Lin Tianen asked everyone's question. But then, he saw a bright red figure charging straight into the Zerg nest. Insane. True madness. One mecha after another began to accelerate, hoisting their thermal weapons on their backs and frantically pouring ammunition toward the cave entrance, shielding their comrades as they charged into the Zerg nest one after another. Aren't they afraid of being attacked from both sides? Forcefully attacking a Zerg nest amidst a Zerg tide? Is this the Dawn Legion strategy? Who among those present hadn't experienced Zerg nest raiding? But the problem was, a Zerg nest in its normal state was already extremely dangerous, let alone now. No one was willing to answer their questions. They could only watch helplessly as over 200 mechs poured into the Zerg nest, the last two even placing high-explosive cluster charges directly at the entrance. With a violent explosion, the entrance to the Zerg nest collapsed, turning many of the returning Zerg into waste filling the tunnel. In the collapsed pit, a few Zerg limbs were still trembling, as if complaining about the unfairness of fate, or accusing themselves of incompetence, paying their final respects to their king. The encounter turned into a surprise attack. Perhaps Su Li's goal from the beginning was a sudden assault. Lin Tianen sat in his chair, his hands and feet cold, feeling that the world had gone completely mad. Not only had they rushed into the hive, they had also destroyed their own retreat. Are they destined to die if they didn't succeed? In the twisting and swirling hive, how could they accurately locate the queen? If they couldn't, they would only become her food. Why would Su Li make such a decision? He had me aboard just to witness his demise? Would he just streak across the sky like a meteor, bringing hope to everyone, and then completely vanish into thin air? No. He absolutely couldn't believe he was gone. But the question was, could anyone really escape the hive? He glanced up at Yihua, who was still roaring at the top of his lungs, turning the ship once more. There were no mecha girls left on the surface, and she could still sail her ship for a couple more laps. Inside the hive, illuminated by the lights, everything was clearly visible. Su Li had the ability to carry out the raid, but on the one hand, he needed to train his troops, and on the other, he needed to use the 7th Legion to convey a single fact to the outside world, that he could, and had sufficient power, to launch an attack. Only in this way could he gather sufficient forces for a counterattack. Only in this way would his Dawn Legion not be fighting alone. What he wanted was for him to command, and numerous legions to follow him, as they rushed to new battlefields. And the 7th Legion was undoubtedly the best target. Chapter 246. In the tunnel, the dense swarm of insects, still swarming, was held firmly in place by the thick shields. The mechas in the rear thrust their spears, unleashing streams of blood. There's no more precise calibration method than actual combat. The moment the mecha girls resolutely jumped off the deck, the assessment had already begun. Su Li had done his utmost to strengthen the mecha girls' skills and agility in the shortest possible time. The greater their understanding of the training, the greater their improvement in actual combat. And Su Li could proudly say that this was only the beginning. If the pilots could follow his methods and completely abandon their previous operating habits, their combat effectiveness could be further enhanced. The complex terrain training within the hive had indeed been highly effective. At least in this environment, they only had a very limited area to defend. Although they had lost their retreat, as long as they kept moving forward, they would always find a way out. The insects went berserk. This was the first time they had seen humans and mechas charging into a hive and chasing after them. No passive defense. Even within the hive, they adhered to Su Li's usual style, charge. Over 200 mechas, enough to completely encircle any small tunnel. They swarmed frantically into one branch after another, then coordinated their efforts to clear the area. From fully formed adults to white larvae, any moving object was pursued and chopped in half by the massive weapons. Often, as soon as a single insect emerged, it was met with a simultaneous assault from 3 weapons. This battle is a fight to the bitter end. The mech girls, who had previously scoffed at cave warfare, suddenly discovered that this mode of blocking wormholes and killing one after another was truly exciting. Their training in the hive had long since helped them overcome their fear of confinement. And now, with the support of their comrades, they were even more powerful. Often, at the first sign of the enemy, a few hand gestures could draw a team or 2 of the mech girls in. The bugs were also paralyzed. It just poked its head out for a moment, and before it could even bar its teeth, a swarm of mechs rushed in, pinning it down and breaking its teeth. In all the years of its life as a bug, this was the first time it had encountered such a sudden encounter. Sully rushed in front. He had been a little worried, turning his head from time to check, but after just 2 or 3 glances, he was completely relieved. There was no need to look. He knew these 200 people were a success. In this hive, even elite species would have to fight to the death if they encountered them in such a cramped combat environment. In his mind, the small tree swayed its branches, urging Sully on. It needs nutrients. Lots of nutrients. He turned to glance at Jun Wei, who placed his hand on his shoulder, establishing a mental connection. Jun Wei instantly captured the location of the golden light. The Jun sisters took their hands, and the bright red mecha took a stride. The next second, they appeared in an unfamiliar tunnel. Guarded by 3 elites, the queen suddenly let out a hoarse roar. A sudden explosion echoed in the tunnel. Lightning's figure vanished from its original position in an instant. The elites saw only a flash of red light. The next second, the sharp spear had pierced the queen's chest and abdomen, pinning it to the hive behind it. Her hands vanished into shadows. In a matter of seconds, the queen's entire upper body had been stabbed to pieces by her sharp weapon, leaving her like a worn sack. White smoke rose from Lightning's head, and she rolled her eyes slightly. Under this extreme manipulation, she felt her core was almost overheating. Master, stab slower. Jun Shou didn't waste any words. He placed his hands on Lightning's waist, and a pale blue energy spread, enveloping her. She could feel Lightning's threshold further decreasing. Before, she could at least hold out for half an hour, but now she couldn't even last 20 minutes. At this rate, as her master's physique further strengthened and her hand speed increased, she might be gone in an instant. Sully had clearly realized this problem. Strengthening the mecha girl couldn't just be a concept. At least after this battle, improvements had to be made. Harvest. On this battlefield, there was plenty of energy. As he led the charge, the energy value in his mind kept rising. There were still many queens on Green Origin Star. He only needed to keep one for them. The rest could all be used to upgrade the mecha girls. Aboard the ship, the expressions of all the officers and soldiers changed. They saw that with the queen's roar at the front deck again, the surging tide of insects instantly stopped. Then, with a series of commands, they resumed their formation. TSK. So fast. I haven't had enough fun yet, and it's gone again. Yihua clicked his tongue in anger and pounded the control panel in front of him. He was clearly a little indignant at the loss of his freedom to act. Reducing the ship's kinetic energy by 50% moved toward the Zerg swarm's convergence. Our men are coming aboard. Everyone in the 7th Legion was bewildered. Is this the end? They went down in a swarm, hacking and slashing, then charged into the Zerg nest. It's only been 20 minutes since they left the ship. Are you done and ready to call it a day? Did he encounter the queen right after he went down? So lucky? They had never felt their ship so stable before. But their hearts were far from calm. Watching the dense Zerg swarm below them begin to form up, their hearts were filled with absurdity. In the past, if someone had told them that Zerg could be controlled by humans, they would have probably called them idiots and sleepwalkers, but now, they secretly pinched their thighs, letting the pain wash over them. Dense swarms of Zerg continued to pour out of the nest. Those with good eyesight could already see the black and red mechas soaring into the sky from the end of the Zerg formation. At this moment, their bodies were stained with green blood, and as scorching waves of air rose, they faced the sunlight like blood-soaked demons. Lightning unfurled, and with the support of 2 mecha girls, he collapsed on the deck, trembling slightly. Although not exhausted, he clearly couldn't sustain the next battle. Lin Tiannon's expression changed again. Throughout his more than 10 years of piloting career, it was always him who laid down. What kind of monster was Sully, who could drive a mecha girl like this? Watching Sully walk across the deck with such vigor, A bitter feeling welled up in his heart. Look, this monster didn't even look tired at all. One after another, the black and red mechas unfurled and lined up neatly on the deck. With a series of announcements, more than a dozen team leaders saluted in unison and returned to their respective ranks. They stared at the man before them with blazing eyes, a burning gaze that filled all the officers and soldiers of the 7th Legion with horror. It had been a long time since they had seen such a fearless and cohesive team. Chapter 247. Home Planet, Inspection Team Headquarters. Eve sat upright at her desk, slowly closing the documents in her hands. Across from her, Gao Mingrui's virtual image also sat at her desk. His aged features formed a stark contrast to Eve's. He let out a long breath, rubbed his brow, and put his glasses back on. The list provided by Sansheng Heavy Industry this time should have a deterrent effect. Combined with Zhang Dongyang's cross-examination, if we kill a few people, they'll reach out to the military and give us another reprieve. This should buy us at least 6 months. Eve glanced at the aged Gao Mingrui and raised an eyebrow. Didn't you take the potion I gave you? I specifically asked Su Li for it. The aged spots on his face became increasingly prominent. Drink it, drink one, and leave the rest for others. Gao Mingrui spread his hands. I'm an old man now. Drinking this will only keep me going for a few more years. But there's no need, is there? Eve paused, then said, No, this potion, as long as you keep drinking it, you'll definitely break through to Super S-Class. But I don't need to break through to Super S-Class. As long as I'm not Super S-Class, I can sit in this position. Only if I sit in this position, even with my poor eyesight, I can still notice a lot of information that's crucial to us. But compared to news like this, I hope you survive. Gao Mingrui smiled, his wrinkled face a hearty laugh. I'm no longer a child you can fool with a piece of candy. You should understand that a speaker is far more important than a Super S-Class pilot. As long as I hold this position, no matter how many ambitious people there are, they won't be able to cause much trouble. Eve gave him a deep look. His android girl was busy sorting documents behind him, but through the terminal, she could clearly see the tears on her cheeks. What about Wenjing? She's been with you for 60 years. Humanity, I'm not sure if we have another 60 years. I don't care about the lives of those in the business association, nor do I care about the lives of their lackeys. I only care about the country in my heart. I want her flag to fly forever. I will firmly stand firm in this position until my death. Until then, I want her children to always remember what our soul is. Eve looked at Gao Mingrui's virtual image. His eyes seemed to bloom with the brilliance of the past. The last time she saw him like this was when he took office as a member of parliament. The fire in his heart always burned brightly, warming everyone and illuminating the future of everyone under his protection. She couldn't understand the human meaning of inheritance. But she knew he had worked his entire life for it. For his ideal country, and for his billions of citizens. Just kill them all. As you humans say, those who are not of our kind must be different at heart. Those white monkeys, apart from enjoying vested interests and scheming for personal gain, offer no real help to the overall situation. Eve frowned deeply. She was truly fed up with the constant stirring up trouble. The war on the front lines was clearly getting increasingly tense, yet there were always those back home dragging their feet, refusing to give up. Gao Mingrui smiled helplessly. But they still have the power to stir things up, don't they? I can't abandon so many ordinary people, just like you can't abandon the mecha girls on the front lines. Come on! Follow me. Using this as an excuse, we can withdraw our northern defenses and send all our forces south. Su Li is already clearing out Green Origin Star. We can start anew with Lingsue Star. Eve slammed the table and straightened herself. As long as our strategic focus shifts forward, all their deployments will become empty talk. We can take care of your people and your country. You know full well that the Federation is already defunct in name only, and the Alliance exists only because of you. Gao Mingrui's gaze was deep, and a faint smile graced his aged face. He interrupted Eve, That's why I must stay. Because our blood flows through this land. You will never understand that this land beneath my feet is our roots, and even more so, our soul. Eve paused, looking at Gao Mingrui, her eyes filled with confusion. Gao Mingrui straightened his collar. I can't leave, and I can't make choices for my people. This is my home, and there's two. Just like a child away from home, no matter how far they go, they always want to return. It's ingrained in our DNA, and the longing for home is even more so, even if it's already in jeopardy. Go ahead. I'll have a notice issued to mobilize the general public to migrate south. It's hard to imagine a young man, fresh out of his rut, so effortlessly accomplishing what I struggled to do in all these years. Should I say he's the formidable force of youth, or a chosen one? But after all, we still don't know each other well enough. Our brief encounter, in Parliament, probably didn't leave a good impression on him. None of that matters. What matters is that sometimes, for some things, we persevered, we waited, and finally got what we wanted. No, this is important. Even more important than you can imagine. This is home, the home I held fast to for decades, the home our ancestors held fast to for thousands of years. As long as this place exists, no matter how far you go, you'll still have roots. Even if the price is your life? What happens after you die? Can this place you held fast to still be considered home? Eve looked at the man before her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Have you ever thought about Wenjing? What was the reason for her perseverance all these years? Why, when we have the chance to start over, don't you wish the dragon flag of your dreams would fly across the universe? Governor Xia, I'm old. Gao Mingrui uttered these 3 words with immense courage. Even reluctantly, he had to admit that he no longer possessed the ambition of his youth. Now, when he lowered his head, he was faced with countless calculations and hands so dry they were covered in age spots. And when he raised his head, all he saw were demons and monsters. He was old after all. If he were still young, how could they have the leeway to shout? As soon as he said that, all the strength in his body vanished in an instant. He seemed like an old man on his deathbed, emanating only the aura of aging. At that moment, Eve realized that he no longer had any youthful energy. She suddenly realized that he wasn't old, but tired. This long struggle had finally pushed this man to his limit. The alliance wasn't his own, yet he had carried it all alone for decades. Let's not talk about this anymore. While I still have some energy left, let's reenact our last breakup. Take our people. Take all our seeds. Chapter 248. In the magnificent council chamber, Gao Mingrui took a sip of strong tea, once again bolstering his spirits. Looking at the piles of documents before him, he only needed to pull out a random page to find a reason to criticize the mechanical island. For example, among the newly dispatched support troops, the number of high-level mecha girls was mere handfuls. He pored over the intelligence on Red Flame Star, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wenjing's hands trembling slightly. She remained silent as always, the pain in her heart threatening to overflow, yet she forced herself to hold it back, not letting a sound escape. You can't act like this. Don't leave the meeting later. Gao Mingrui paused, then, as if remembering something, turned and grasped his mecha girl's hand. Forget it, let's go together. At least for the rest of the way, I think you can walk with me. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she crouched beside him, her face buried in her hands, and burst into tears. 60 years of perseverance, from his youthful vigor to his declining years. For the sake of his ideal nation, he gave up the chance to ascend to Super S-Class pilot, a position he held for decades. He left the army he longed for, and all the stability around him. Over the years, he had endured countless assassinations, and countless grievances. But who could he confide in? How many people, under the banner of humanity, undermined the unity of the front? He single-handedly maneuvered within the entire alliance, balancing the various forces for decades. He had never even made any plans for his own escape route. She didn't need anyone to be responsible for her. If possible, she simply hoped someone would take over, allowing him to live for her once in his remaining years, even if it was just for a brief year. Eve refused Gao Mingrui's offer of cooperation. She stood tall in her office, silent for a long time. Putting aside his so-called inheritance or his elaborate excuses, Eve had to admit that, fundamentally speaking, Gao Mingrui's choice was the right one. The breakup was inevitable. The dawn of hope ahead, if they simply stood still and watched, could vanish at any moment. They could only pursue it, to keep the light within their sight. And to pursue it, they needed to give up something. And those they had to give up included not only the core contracted mecha girls in the northern military region, but also Gao Mingrui himself. The seeds he had painstakingly cultivated now held key positions within the military. With a single command from him, the main armies would immediately begin to assemble southward. Just one order would reveal how many people were loyal to the alliance. Those who disobeyed the transfer order could continue northward, as their master arranged. No. She couldn't give up. Whether it was the mecha girl on the northern defense line or Gao Mingrui, they still had time to slowly build up their momentum. As long as Su Li could continue to win, as long as he could capture Green Source Star, then turn south again, and capture another planet, allowing them to see the vested interests. Eve was stunned, for she suddenly realized that even if they could capture more planets, they would all be resource depleted. In the vast universe, such planets were countless. They wouldn't be tempted, even if Su Li captured more. They wouldn't be tempted. For these profit-seeking termites, any so-called counterattack was a meaningless joke. She was surprised to discover how few bargaining chips she held. Gao Mingrui, you saw this from the beginning, right? That's why he chose to stay, to choose this hopeless place. She slumped back in her chair, her hand gripping the termo. Unconsciously, she come across Su Li's name. She stared at it for a long moment in silence, then pressed the dial button. Su Li stood on the deck. The moment the terminal lit up, he raised his hand to greet the Regal, and then he deployed it directly on the deck. He entered the cockpit and connected with Eve. Eve didn't give him a chance to speak, briefly explaining the situation, then closed her mouth and waited quietly for Su Li's response. Su Li was stunned. He had never imagined that Eve would one day seek his opinion. He had never imagined that Gao Mingrui, sitting so high up in the council seat, would actually be one of his own. But in an instant, he completely relaxed. With the support of a trusted legion, all his subsequent actions would have strong backing. At least within the streamlined command structure, he could thrive more easily. Who says I have to play along with him? Who says I can't escape? Even if Gao Mingrui resigns as speaker, he can still take up a position in the military. The offensive on the southern front is in full swing, and it's only natural that someone of some importance should be in charge. Besides, everyone knows that a counterattack offers no benefits other than military merit, so they're even less likely to compete with Gao Mingrui for this position. As for shifting the center of gravity south, everyone will assume he's old and suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and won't pay much attention. For them, the resource-rich occupied territories are more valuable. Give them to them. His words startled Eve. She pondered silently, and did not continue to reply. Let's talk about our trump cards. Who says we don't have any? Without the Zerg's devastation, the planet's ecological system will recover in just a dozen years. While there aren't any significant mineral reserves, they do have their own specialties. Don't queens count? Once we deploy the Mecha Girls, they'll need queens to form a fighting force on the front lines. We just need to keep the queens firmly in our grasp, and we'll be able to secure a steady supply of resources from them. Trying to strangle us over a range of resources, let alone the corporate federation, even its minions combined, won't mean much to us. As for the home speaker Gao mentioned, as long as he and I live, we'll fight back one day. It's ours, and no one can take it away. Su Li pondered for a moment, then spoke again. Let him become a super S rank. You know, I'm just a blade. You can let me charge into battle, but sitting in that position is too much for me. Eve was silent. She hadn't expected Su Li to say that. But she turned around and smiled. That was indeed Su Li's style, not an excuse. With those words, she finally put her mind at ease. After hanging up, she called Wenjing again on the encrypted line. The phone rang twice before connecting. Wenjing's voice trembled slightly. She was afraid that Eve's call meant she had agreed to act with Gao Mingrui. But the words that came through the phone suddenly relaxed her nerves, and she sank to the floor. Chapter 249. What? She agreed. Gao Mingrui stood up from his chair, somewhat unsteadily. Before he could move, two virtual images appeared before him. One was Su Li, the other Eve. Gao Mingrui's gaze darted between the two virtual images. Then, with a wry smile, he sat back in his chair. He knew Su Li was a lobbyist brought in by Eve. He quickly accepted the revelation of his identity. After all, he was the first young man he had seen in decades. Gao Mingrui nodded at him, showing him great respect. Let's have our meeting. I have two queens here. I'll kill them quickly, and be there in an hour and a half. Su Li's image vanished after he finished speaking. Gao Mingrui was stunned, looking at Eve with a look of astonishment. This lobbyist was clearly unqualified. None of his 3 sentences had anything to do with persuasion, leaving him with no room to express his prepared speech. Come with us. Su Li has found a bargaining chip. It's the Queen Beetle. Gao Mingrui shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Not only was the Queen Beetle unstable, but its scarcity alone made it difficult for them to be a bargaining chip. As the video file finished transferring, he instinctively clicked on it. In the video, 3 queen beetles danced joyfully and clumsily on the ground, their sharp legs intertwining. Even though their massive size limited their range of motion, they tried their best to keep their steps in time. He spat out the strong tea he had just taken, soaking the documents on the desk. Gao Mingrui could see clearly that behind the 3 queens were more than a dozen elite species, waving their segments and beating rhythmically. He raised his head, glanced at Eve, who looked indifferent, and couldn't help but ask, did Su Li, that kid, come from a circus in his previous life? A professional animal trainer? From just one video, he saw the infinite potential of the queens. If the queens on every planet could be captured, Perhaps their role would go far beyond simply resisting the insect tide. Gao Mingrui lowered his head. Groups like the Corporate Federation are united by profit, but they can also fall apart because of profit. Judging by their involvement in the military's attempt to capture the queens, their value has long been apparent to them. In that case, Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui, lost in thought, staring at his graying hair. She shook her head helplessly. Stop thinking about those crooked ideas. Let's reconsider your appointment as Supreme Commander of the Southern Theater Command. Gao Mingrui raised his head, a hint of astonishment on his face. His android girl quickly stepped forward, brewed another cup of strong tea, and brought it to his lips, forcing his mind to reawaken. Supreme Commander of the Southern Theater Command? No break. Within those two words, perhaps under the influence of the strong tea, he quickly grasped the key point. If the breakup is postponed, then don't let him come back. If you mean what I think you mean, then the two of us are enough for this drama. If he comes back, he'll only be dragged into Red Flame Star. That's what the Enterprise Federation wants most, but for us, it's a dispensable move. Yes, first offer the speaker's position as bait. Using this as a condition, we can simultaneously achieve multiple goals. We can even trade the Northern Legion for benefits to have them replace their forces with our own. Whether they can hold out or not, the power they hold will be tied up in the defense, and the mother planet will be safe. As long as the next speaker has even a modicum of common sense, they won't sit idly by and allow any problems to arise on the mother planet. Gao Mingrui raised his head, his face a look of unprecedented seriousness. Governor Xia, I just want to know one thing. Is the Queen Beetle really as controllable as shown in the video? Eve narrowed her eyes, keenly grasping the subtext in Gao Mingrui's words. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she smiled. That depends on whether you want it to be controllable or not. Gao Mingrui's eyes lit up with renewed energy upon hearing this. Compared to the frail, elderly look of just a few minutes ago, he looked like a completely different person. Do you have any more medicine? I suddenly feel like I can live a few more years. Eve nodded, a look of uncertainty in her eyes. Don't worry. I can ask Suli for it for you. That's no problem. He rubbed his dry hands, propping himself up on the table. You don't have to come. Give me a gene potion, and I'll handle the drama today. Outpost. In the cafeteria, Tao Tao, clutching the gene-enhancing fluid in one hand and a spoon in the other, let out a tisk sound as he stared at the screen on the wall. Kuling, adding ingredients to the soup, tapped Tao Tao with her chopsticks. You're distracted again. How many doses of gene-enhancing fluid did you put in? Tao Tao snapped back to his senses, glanced at the empty test tube beside him, and slapped his shiny forehead. Not a big deal, just one too many. Can you focus a little more? These reserve pilots are the commander's pets. If you overtrain them, he might throw you into the insect nest to feed the bugs. Not really, my brother isn't that stingy. Tao Tao said, turning his gaze back to the big screen. The morning parliamentary meeting had just concluded when news of the speaker's resignation broke. Such speed was a bit too rapid, as if they were afraid someone would regret it and make it a reality. He keenly sensed a hint of conspiracy. Especially that old guy, even at his age, still refusing to admit his age, wanting to lead the troops to the front lines to reclaim lost territory. He's got Alzheimer's, right? What's this thinking? Coming here at this critical moment, Tao Tao narrowed his eyes, and thinking of his brother's predicament in the council, he couldn't help but look toward the mountain wall outside. The vice speaker can't even tell one bone from another now. This rank is higher, and when the time comes, I'll have my brothers praise him higher. If he dies in battle one day, his name, Tao Tao, will be engraved on the speaker's head. Suppress him for eternity. The soup spoon stirred in the bucket. He scooped a spoonful to his lips to taste the saltiness, and his eyes involuntarily glanced at Kulian, standing to the side. He had a question. If he, a non-pilot propaganda officer, drank too much genetic enhancement potion, could he push his genetic limits? He didn't think about offspring, but he kind of wanted a mecha girl who was considerate and a good cook. Chapter 250. Aboard the Dawn One, the officers and soldiers of the 7th Legion periodically glanced at Yihua. According to ship regulations, smoking, at least on the bridge, was prohibited. But Yihua clearly had no self-awareness. She chain-smoked, then finally slapped her thigh and sat up straight. She had realized it. She was only suited to leading the ship in the initial assault. Once the Zerg swarm converged, her usefulness as captain would be infinitely diminished. Only then did she remember that she still had a reserve pilot on probation. If she could follow Su Li and fight her way in and out of the Zerg nest. Sizzle! Wouldn't that be more exciting than piloting a ship? Or perhaps, she wouldn't even need a pilot. She could sneak into the mechs and join them in the next assault. She turned around, about to slip away, but found everyone in the 7th Legion staring at her. She froze, then silently turned back. The smooth sailing finally gave Lin Tian some relief. Looking at his own vomit, even his skinny self couldn't help but blush. Looking at the crew members, each with their usual composure, he knew these mecha girls and humans had all experienced the world. It was just a ship, but it made him feel like he was riding a roller coaster with his daughter. No, it was much more thrilling than that. This time, he actually rode a ship-sized washing machine. At least, he had something to brag about next time he video chatted with his daughter. After all, it was the Dawn Legion's washing machine. Yihua's piloting skills were astounding, and he understood why Su Li hadn't hesitated or stopped them from boarding the ship to observe. This was genuine confidence and self-belief. His tactics and strategies were unmatched by anyone else. Even among ship pilots with similar skills, they lacked such fearless and disciplined mecha units. The shock they brought when they burst out of the hive, drenched in green blood, was truly subversive. They penetrated the hive, blew up retreat routes, and after forcibly killing the queen, they were able to follow the hive and re-emerge from a new entrance. Although the battle lasted only 20 minutes, the record of no casualties was enough to astonish everyone. Not to mention that with the support of the swarm of insects, this group became even more reckless. In just half a day, they destroyed 3 hives in a row. He currently had 200 such troops, but were they really only 200? If Su Li could train 200 such formidable mechas, then he could train many more. Lin Tian observed the mecha women's movements in close combat. The sheer skill of their maneuvers made his scalp tingle. Forget Su Li. If he were to fight any of the 200 mecha girls, he wouldn't have been able to guarantee victory. Is it because they were all from the Imperial Guard? He shook his head slowly. Even if they were from the Imperial Guard, they couldn't do it. What's more, they no longer possessed the aura of the Imperial Guard. Instead, they exuded an aura of utterly oppressive aura. The sight of 200 mecha girls lined up on the deck made it difficult for him to contain their aura, even from the bridge. Lin Tian's mouth went dry. He didn't know where he got the courage to brazenly call Su Li brother. The remaining Zerg swarm remained densely packed. Though their numbers were far less than before, the chilling feeling remained undiminished. They were marching forward beneath the ship, following the Queen's orders. Su Li, however, in the Regal's cockpit, lowered his terminal. Since Eve had said he didn't need to intervene, he could take advantage of this opportunity to clear out all the nearby Zerg nests. Ruazi's current limit was to control 12 queens. Besides her own nutritional intake, the upgrades of the 12 queens would feed back to her. Even without roaming the battlefield and taking risks, she could still steadily improve. And her improvement would also satisfy Xiaoshu's needs. The queen's rental plan was still being finalized, and the only thing holding it back was the lack of resources at his disposal. Honestly, Su Li was somewhat concerned about letting his mecha girls lead queens to support other legions. Looking at the 2 extra queens on the deck, he ultimately refrained from killing them. After watching Ruazi feed on their blood, he kicked them off the armed transport while still in their evolutionary stages. He wouldn't kill the queens for now. He wondered when Gao Mingrui and Eve would be able to agree on specific regulations. After all, these creatures were a rare commodity, and most importantly, they were scarce. He had originally thought he could keep only one from Green Source Star, but now it seemed like leaving a few wouldn't be a problem. In just half a day, he had already killed 1 queen and captured 2. While he could have continued his operation, considering the appearance of the 7th Legion, he decided to return. We're going back now. Lin Tian was puzzled by Su Li's order. This was the first time in his life he ever had such a good time. After only fighting for half a day, he was already going back? A defensive battle often lasted days and nights. This wasn't even the beginning of it. Su Li surveyed Lin Tian's clothing and took 2 inconspicuous steps back. Brother, you better go back. If you don't we'll all dry out. Lin Tian's face flushed, and he quickly changed the subject. Then, are we just going to leave this queen and the swarm of insects in the wilderness? Will they rebel? It doesn't matter. I'll stay. He saluted Lin Tian calmly and exited the bridge. At a single command, over 200 mechs leaped down again, transforming into black and red figures, disappearing into the dense swarm of insects. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped himself hard several times. What a shameless mouth. If it hadn't been spewing like a spray bottle, he had absolutely refused to stay on this ship. On the ship, Yihua whispered instructions to the vice captain. Finally finding her chance, she quietly scurried off the bridge and followed the main force aboard. But she had apparently forgotten she hadn't changed her livery. Amid the sea of black and red mechas, her blue and white one, beside Su Li's, stood out. What are you doing down here? Amid the insect swarm, a golden mecha approached. The blue and white mecha pressed its legs together, clasped its hands against its abdomen, and twisted its body. Yi Hua's coy voice echoed from the cockpit. Captain, just let me play for a while. There's no danger, and the vice captain can fly the ship too. Su Li felt a chill run down his spine, and instinctively took 2 steps back. He had never thought someone acting coquettishly could be so disgusting. Well, then you can come with me. But you'll be staying in the hive tonight. Yi Hua's eyes lit up at this. In all her years as a cyborg, she never slept in a hive before. The thought of it was thrilling. Chapter 251. Junwei reaffirmed Su Li's order before undoing the deployment. While inside the mecha, she hadn't felt much. But when she finally undid the deployment and stood beside Su Li, she tilted her head back and surveyed the massive insect, her body trembling slightly. The hairs on the sturdy insect's legs resembled a forest of barbs, their sharp edge hard to ignore. The iridescent patterns on its body sent a wave of horror down its spine at first glance. Ruozi followed Su Li, clasping his arm affectionately, following closely. Countless insects stood still, surrounding everyone. The terrifying, hideous insect heads and their constantly twitching mouthparts sent a chill down everyone's spines. Only Lightning. She approached several iridescent spiders, reaching out to stroke their long legs. The gleam in her eyes made the iridescent spiders, despite Ruozi's pressure, take 2 steps back. Everyone relax. No need for night watch tonight. Teams 1 and 2 will enter the insect nest and find a suitable section to set up camp. Teams 3, 4, and 5 will forage for food on the battlefield. Everything will be fresh. Pick the best ones and take them. Su Li frowned. Lightning, come back here. You're almost exhausted. And you're still running around. Lightning, still reluctant, let go of the spider's legs, smacked her lips twice, and then reluctantly returned to Su Li's side. I think you shouldn't level up. Next time, I'll just deplete you. It'll be less of a worry. Lightning didn't answer. Ever since she entered the insect swarm, her eyes hadn't stopped moving. A grasshopper's belly, a slug's legs, a mantis's forelimbs, a bee's tail. So many, what a concept! This is like walking into a food hub. If you could just pick one off, it would be absolutely fresh. Ruozi glanced at Lightning and whispered to Su Li's ear, "See, Lord? I told you Lightning is a leg maniac." Su Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. Is she a leg maniac? Haven't you noticed she only controls the edible parts? Su Li glanced at Lightning. She ate the most insects every day, and she also had the biggest stat boosts. But with so many insects, not a single one was good for the brain. Isn't that infuriating? Han Hai clutched Hong Ying's hand tightly and followed closely behind Su Li. She intensely studied the insects before her, trying to curl herself up even smaller. Swimming through a swarm of insects in human form was something she had never imagined before. She didn't want such an honor at all. For the first time in her life, she wanted to pry open her master's mind and see what he was thinking day and night. He had actually led his troops straight into the heart of the Zerd Tide after taming the queen. Is he so sure the queen will obey him? Seriously, you traveled through time, so you know magic, right? About this size, or about this size. You'll find these things in some damp caves. Zerg don't eat them, but humans do. Have them look for them. Han Hai watched Su Li gesture with the queen, then glanced at Ruozi, who stood before him. Su Li hadn't explained Ruozi's identity to her, but with her intelligence, she had already guessed she might be a high-level queen. Seeing the queen nod quickly in response to her glance, she became even more certain of her suspicions. After a flurry of brainwaves, a dozen or so small species turned and burrowed into the insect nest, beginning to search for targeted ingredients for Su Li. Insane! This world is truly insane! I finally managed to contract a master, but this master actually has insects around. And high-level ones at that. Can this thing be tamed? Seeing Ruozi clinging to Su Li, Han Hai shuddered involuntarily. She couldn't help but think of the tense situation between the Jun sisters and Ruozi in the cabin. Looking at Jun Shou now, as expected, the jealousy in her eyes was practically solidified. Her gaze wandered involuntarily among the numerous mecha girls, and she suddenly noticed a distinct sense of distance between their positions. The Jun sisters seemed united, while Lightning was a separate group. Heiyu and Hongying were relatively close. Only she seemed a bit out of place. Well, there was Ruozi. But could she form an alliance with Ruozi? She shuddered at the thought of the fangs hidden beneath her rosy lips. If she wanted to expand her horizons, perhaps she didn't have to look for external help from among these people. That Qin Yao Yao from the Qin family? Although she wasn't a super S rank and lived a shorter life, wasn't she a natural ally? Once her position was secure, she could ascend to heaven and reincarnate again. She didn't have children, but no one had ever told her she couldn't raise one. Her clever mind had already begun to wander. Surrounded by insects, she could only use her fantasies to numb herself. It was the only way to muster more courage. The mecha girls were also feeling bad. They followed Su Li's orders while carefully dodging the Zerg. The former mortal enemies now coexisted harmoniously. No one would have believed it if they told anyone. Yet it happened. After repeated attempts, the mech girls finally realized they showed no signs of attacking them. Even though their mouths were dripping with greed, they didn't cross the line. This reassured the mech girls, their anxiety and fear turning into admiration for Su Li. They deftly built a campfire in an open area and began cooking with the ingredients they had found. Low-level bugs had no thoughts, only a dedication to evolution and a predatory instinct. But watching a pile of food they once been so greedy for prey on their own kind, their mouths couldn't help but leak. Saliva dripped onto the ground, the corrosive liquid sizzling and carrying a foul odor. Su Li raised an eyebrow, and the Zerg instantly moved back in unison. The entire swarm's orderly formation spread out, creating a circular clearing in the middle. The 200 or so mechanized women finally felt the pressure ease, and even their steps became lighter. Seeing the 200 mechanized women no longer maneuvering toward the battlefield, under the guidance of the Queen, the Zerg army finally had the opportunity to feast. They rushed into the battlefield and began to feast on the corpses of their own kind. Throughout their meal, their various eyes would occasionally glance towards the figures in the clearing. When Lin Tianen arrived again in a transport ship, he saw the campfire burning brightly. This time, he brought his mechanized women with him. The two men stood on the deck of the armed transport ship, staring at the scene below in amazement, their mouths wide open for a long time. Chapter 252. The armed transport slowly landed in the open space. The dense Zerg swarm spread outward again, leaving ample space for the ship. Su Li had never expected that the ship would actually bring Lin Tianen back. The vice-captain's face was filled with aggrieved frustration. Who could have imagined that they had to go in batches to wash and change clothes, fearing that the ship would turn back and leave them behind? Seeing a group of officers and soldiers from the 7th Legion disembark, Su Li was speechless. There were twice as many people as before. Their legs were trembling, and they supported each other as they walked down, trying to remain calm. This made all the mecha girls who saw them laugh. But they could understand. After all, their legs had been trembling too a few hours ago. Brother. Lin Tianen walked in front, his jaw dropping. Fighting the Zerg on the battlefield, regardless of life or death, requires fearlessness and determination. But he didn't have the guts to eat amidst a swarm of insects. Seeing Su Li standing before the campfire, clutching a long spider leg and scraping its hairs with his bayonet, he felt a momentary illusion. It wasn't until a swirling, fishy wind blew that he came to his senses and realized he was still in the wilderness. As night deepened, a rustling sound drifted in from all directions, punctuated by the occasional sharp chirp of insects. In the distant darkness, a dense mass of eyeballs, caught by the tail of sunlight, reflected a creepy light. This made him subconsciously move closer to the campfire, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The flames were filled with all sorts of insect legs. Su Li's mech girls had already spread out mats around the campfire, kneeling on them and enjoying the gentle breeze. Snack bags were scattered about, and he could even see a few loose bottles of fruit-flavored lubricant. So willful? In Zerg-occupied territory, a picnic? Snacks? Are they really camping? Report to the Legion commander. The Zerg nest has been cleaned and is ready for occupancy. Okay, disband. The food is to the east. Pick out what you like, eat and drink your fill, and then rest. We have a tough battle tomorrow. The mech girl saluted and left, quickly greeting her sisters and heading towards the food storage area. Brother, you're just in time. Let's eat together. Lin Tianen didn't want to say anything more. He numbly took the plate Su Li offered him and plopped down on the ground. Good fellow. Killing them wasn't enough, you drove them out of their homes, ate their comrades, and even made them keep watch. The most abominable thing is, you're living in their house. He glanced down at the perfectly roasted, sizzling spider legs, hesitant for a moment. Don't worry, eat them. They're keeping the insects away. If you don't have enough, you can always go break some. Is that even human language? Lin Tianen's daughter was stunned. Lightning's eyes lit up. Master, can I go grab a couple more centipede legs? They're numbing when you chew them, and they're so numbing. No. You're not talking about centipedes, you're talking about millipedes. I told you countless times, Just eat whatever you can, don't be picky. It's not just the numbness. It's poisonous. It's poisonous. It's your tongue, you're allergic to it. Have you forgotten how swollen your tongue was last time, unable to retract it like a dog's? You still want to drool all night? Ouch, just once in a while, it's nothing, I can handle it. Suli glared at Lightning, furious. Bullshit. You can handle it, but I can't. I don't want to bathe in your saliva. Or poisonous saliva. His life was full of bizarre experiences, like being soaked in Lightning's saliva. The tingling sensation of poisonous saliva had made him think Lightning had lost some electricity. The latter pouted a little aggrievedly, reached into the campfire, and his eyes lit up again. The tinfoil-wrapped hamster leg was ready, even though it was wrapped in tinfoil. Who was she? She could tell how done it was just by smelling it against the wind. Suli watched her frantically pulling something out of the campfire. He angrily pulled some pepper oil from the box beside him, and evenly dotted it on the hamster leg. The box was filled with bottles and jars of seasonings, many of which Lin Tian had never even seen. What's wrong, brother? Eat. Take your pick of the seasonings. Is it true that experts are experts? Lin Tian had completely given up. Discuss countermeasures? Discuss strategic deployment. Ha! It's not that Lin Tian looked down on the other Legion commanders, it's that they were simply unworthy. He placed the plate on his lap and deftly prepared the ingredients. He took black pepper from the box and sprinkled it evenly. Then, he picked up a piece with chopsticks and placed it into his mecha girl's mouth. Looking at the mecha girl's satisfied expression, he grinned widely. Who cares about the disparity in combat power or the struggle to survive a swarm of insects in the wilderness? He was just following the advice now. Even if countless insects were drooling at him from hundreds of meters away, he would accept it. It's just camping amidst a swarm of insects. This one chance in his life was worth it. From now on, he'll be silent. There's no point in keeping his brain. He'll see what he wants to see, eat what he wants to eat. Isn't that just crazy? When he gets crazy, he doesn't even recognize himself. Junsho opened his void arsenal and pulled out dozens of baskets of beer. Suli saw this and immediately picked her up, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Junsho, worthy of being the eldest sister, had considered everything, mats, snacks, drinks. She could be his backup. Suli rubbed her head and stuffed the roasted marshmallows in her mouth. Watching her panting and squinting her eyes, he couldn't help but pull her into his arms. Junwei sat cross-legged on the mat, squinting his eyes. Second sister, I'm not saying anything, but don't you think big sister is getting better lately? Jun Quan leaned over to Junwei, opened a bottle of beer for her, and tactfully placed it directly in her hand. He even pushed the bottom of the bottle, guiding her to her mouth. Junzei sat silently beside Junyu, watching him repeatedly polish his longbow while perking up his ears for Jun Quan's direction. Junwei gulped down her beer, and before she could say anything, another bottle was placed in her hand. Jun Quan's voice whispered in her ear like a demon. Sister, I'm so worried about you. You were here first, right? But why? When you see big sister, you're so timid. Lift up your skirt. Long legs, suspenders, stockings. Can you hide all of this under your long skirt? Junwei's eyes narrowed even more fiercely. As far as the eye could see, Junsho placed his stocking-clad feet on Suli's body, curled up, holding the bottle in both hands, feeding Suli wine. Jun Quan shifted his posture, turned his head to look at Heiyu, who was lying on a mat not far away, and made a subtle gesture towards her. Heiyu turned back, lowered her head, and continued fiddling with her mecha AI. Ever since her success, her mentality had instantly improved. She was no longer the cautious, cunning person. The queen was obsessed with insects, so as the second in command, it was only natural for her to assist in managing the harem. Well, let's start by dividing the Jun sisters. Chapter 253. Lightning burst contentedly and collapsed onto the mat. The stars in the sky looked like a dazzling array of spider eggs, glittering and dazzling, making one want to taste them. Physically, fatigue crept over her, and so did her spirit. That feeling of emptiness she felt on the court hadn't returned since she'd been with Suli. She stroked her round belly, and suddenly remembered the stories in novels about pregnant women going through 10 months of pregnancy, experiencing immense pain. She felt fortunate. At least, she wouldn't have to go through that seemingly excruciating process. Roazi sat cross-legged to the side, nibbling at the food on her plate. To her, everything she saw was strange. She had only seen these things from the memories of the humans she devoured, but had never tasted them herself. Now, feeling the various spices bursting in her mouth, she gently stroked her face, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. After wiping away her saliva for the fourth time, She grabbed another bottle of mustard from the nearby box and squeezed a full tube into her mouth. The rich taste stimulated her nerves, giving her a sudden epiphany. It turned out that tears could both blur and burst into tears. She touched the snot dripping from under her nose and gently wiped it with a tissue. The sensation of it rising to the top of her head made her lavender eyes roll back slightly. Strong. One bite, and it was peak. Hanhai stood by, holding the plate, watching Ruozi, whose body was twitching slightly. He froze in his place, wanting to move forward but not daring to. From her slightly open mouth, she could see teeth with a structure different from theirs, fine, dense, and layered. It gave her a visceral chill. But seeing her eyes rolling and drooling from the mustard sauce, she felt a little reluctant. Especially when the saliva soaked her chest, revealing a faint, alluring tattoo, making her swallow subconsciously. Hanhai shifted to the side. He had better not let his master see this somewhat seductive scene. Otherwise, he'd be in awe. Hanhai had to admit, after meeting Ruozi, she realized how some people, without even doing anything, could be naturally charming just by standing there quietly. You can look so proud just by eating mustard. You're quite the talent. Finally, she came over and wiped her mouth with a tissue. But the drool was like a valve that couldn't be stopped. No matter how many times she wiped, it still flowed out. She simply balled up the tissue and stuffed it into her mouth. Ruozi's purple eyes rolled back, and after a few chews, she swallowed the tissue. Hanhai was instantly horrified. This can't be eaten. Ruozi blinked in confusion. Why? Hanhai opened his mouth, suddenly realizing she had a point. For insects, is there anything in this world that they can't eat? They can even chew iron sheets. Perhaps toilet paper is a necessary part of their evolution. She pondered this, then sat down on the mat with the plate. But when she looked down, she realized she couldn't see the food on the plate at all. She moved the plate away, but realized that if she could see it, she wouldn't be able to reach it. Put it here. Ruozi pointed at Lightning's protruding belly, offering sincere advice from the heart. Lightning joined in the fun, patting his belly like a baby seal. Yes, put it here. Even if I can't eat any more, I want to feel the warmth of the food. Hanhai paused, then obediently placed the plate on Lightning's belly. It had to be said that after having a table, she could see and reach. For the first time in her life, her admiration for humanity was unending, like a torrent of water. The table was truly a wonderful invention. Not far away, Juanza tugged at Junia's sleeve, pointed in Hanhai's direction, and lowered her voice. For sister, I'm telling you, you're not smart enough. Don't let the master drive you. Junia raised his face, a cold expression that kept strangers away, his eyes filled with confusion. Why? Isn't our mission to be driven by the master? Be good, be obedient. Didn't you see the lesson from before? Being driven by the master is bad for your brain. She pointed her slender finger at Lightning, then at Junsho and Junwei. She lowered her voice again. Don't you think there's something a little off about the eldest and second sisters? Junya glanced at Junsho and Junwei, then said calmly, I haven't noticed. Junzei, hearing this, grew anxious. It's so obvious. The eldest sister isn't even holding the baby, and the second sister, is already trying to seduce her. Isn't that obvious enough? Junya turned his head. Third sister, the pink lace bra in your closet is simply because you like the color. Junzei, embarrassed, covered Junya's mouth. He looked at Junwei, who turned around, with a forced smile. Junwei's eyes held a piercing coldness that chilled Junzei even more. Junzei, did you buy pink bras? Why? I wanted to give them to my second sister. Your hair is golden, and pink makes it look even brighter. Yes. It'll definitely look amazing. Junwei's golden eyes lit up, and she lowered her head to rip open her collar for a quick look. While gold was still beautiful and flattering, it did seem a bit more intimidating. Her gaze towards Junzei softened, and her words held a gentleness not seen before. Thank you, dear sister. Remember to give it to me when we get back. Junzei nodded hurriedly, then glanced at Junya with a warning before slowly releasing her mouth. No wonder you can't control the force of your blows. With your brain, you can only control the bow. If the master fires a few more times, you'll probably forget how to draw the bow. Don't mess with this brat. She shifted to the side with a hint of disgust, glancing at her pitiful military merit points, her mouth pursing. What's so good about being a medical robot girl? She scraped so hard to earn just a few military merits, and even bought some underwear with them. She glanced at Junwei, who was once again squinting at Junsho, and was reassured that she had indeed been screwed. The old Junwei had never been so easily fooled. Besides, Junquan was clearly stirring up trouble, And you couldn't even see it. What kind of nonsense is it? Picking on the weak? Have you forgotten who reported you when you tried to escape, and who caught you red-handed? In her field of vision, June Kwan's large eyes darted around, full of ill intent. These people, are they all fools? Junze bit her lower lip lightly, brushing her silver hair, and couldn't help but hesitate. Although she knew being screwed by her master might make her stupid, she still wanted to be screwed. What should she do? Chapter 254. Night finally fell. The campfire radiated warmth, and the insect shells within burned a brilliant red. Suli didn't drink much. 2 bottles of beer wouldn't affect his brain or his reflexes. He embraced June Shou and lay on the mat, gazing up at the stars with her. Each of those dazzling lights awaited his conquest. Off to the side, Ruozi glanced at the beer bottle in Suli's hand, and, imitating him, placed the bottle's mouth in her own. The slightly bitter liquor spread through her mouth, and her cheeks, already slightly flushed from her first experience with alcohol, took on a deeper hue. She pushed the bottle closer, pushing the liquid down her throat more quickly. Suli took one look and felt a strange agitation run through his body. Fortunately, June Shou turned his head in time, and as he gazed into her watery brown eyes, the agitation slowly subsided. Then, the sound of Ruozi chewing on the beer bottle could be heard from behind. A crackling sound made Suli's hair stand on end. The campfire burned, and the insect remains were quite resistant to burning. After carbonization, they still had a faint, meaty aroma, not unpleasant, just enough to counteract the fishy smell carried by the night breeze. The officers and soldiers of the 7th Legion were equally restrained, each drinking 1 or 2 bottles of beer and refraining from excessive drinking. They wouldn't indulge themselves even within the defense line, let alone outside it. Moreover, they were still in the insect nest. Lin Tianan refused Su Li's request to rest on the ship, insisting on staying in the insect nest with the mecha girls. Su Li didn't refuse, because he knew that for everyone in the 7th Legion, today's experience was something they had never experienced before. If they weren't allowed to sleep in the insect nest today, it would most likely become a regret for their lives. Sleep. Everyone. You guys go to the hive, and he'll sleep in the command room. As the mech girls began to advance towards the hive, the 7th Legion's officers and soldiers, like madmen, followed closely behind, dragging their mech girls along with them. Suli gave them a humorous look before leisurely boarding the ship. The command room wasn't very spacious, and since sleeping in a sleeping bag wasn't comfortable last time, Suli had June Shou spread out mats throughout the entire room. With the upper protective panels opened, the brilliant starry sky once again came into view. Without the lingering insect odor, everyone relaxed considerably. Lightning was truly exhausted. After eating and drinking, he collapsed beside Su Li and quickly fell asleep. The others resumed their playful activities in the command room. Su Li lay quietly on the mat, gazing up at the starry sky, lost in thought. Gao Mingrui's choice is crucial. The issuance of the mobilization order, even if only a portion of the population chooses to migrate, is a boon for Su Li. Ling Sui and Lu Yuan may seem insignificant, but if they were used as springboards, they could accomplish a multitude of things. The corporate federation would have absolutely no interest in resource-depleted planets. But both Su Li and Eve knew that any planet Su Li conquered would be absolutely safe, thanks to the saplings planted there, and would be immune to further Zerg infestations. This alone was enough to attract all the ordinary people. However, this condition could not be disclosed, and the so-called insect repellent device could only be used as an excuse. It wasn't that the insect repellent device was ineffective. It was simply that the brainwaves of the queens fed into the device were of a rather low level. It was sufficient to control the larvae drifting through space in search of a habitat, but if a stronger queen were encountered, the insect repellent device would be useless. Unless Su Li consciously upgraded their queen's brainwaves to a higher level. But it was obvious that he wasn't a saint who could tolerate anything, be it the corporate federation, or their so-called lackeys, or their affiliated planets. He wanted no part in any of them. As a force that repeatedly provoked him, and that lousy Super S-Class pilot, Matsushimiko, they would pay a price for everything they did. And that price was far more than a few council members could solve with a wall of paper. Su Li didn't consider himself a good person. He was a reborn being, and he never considered himself philanthropic. He knew exactly who was worth collaborating with, and who was just for paper. He rejected the existing federal system, especially in the face of a natural disaster like this. The more power a power holds, the more uncertainty it breeds. If he hadn't had a choice before, now that he had the right to stand on this stage with the mechanical tree, he would not allow anyone to hold him back. In his previous life, he had been betrayed by the so-called coalition forces. So, in this life, he would either completely centralize power, or abandon everyone and go it alone. He didn't have this ability before, but now he did. He could give up being the centralized leader, but no one could stab him in the back again. Gao Mingrui's presence made all this possible. But before he could fully assume control of the southern war zone, there were many things he needed to discuss openly with Eve. He knew that as the battlefront advanced, the projection of the mechanical island hovering over the southern war zone would inevitably move forward again, and there was a strong possibility that it would even hover over Lingsue Star. Whether it was a phantom or a real entity, only Eve knew. The construction of Lingsue Star was far beyond the capacity of the existing construction teams. Following the mobilization order, a large number of construction teams were already on their way to Lingsue Star. Now it wasn't just a base. They wanted to build a city on Lingsue Star. The storm in Su Li's mind was interrupted by a soft whisper. Ruozi's cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly leaned forward, half lying over him, her full breasts pressing against Su Li's chest. Her slightly twisted tattoo, purple with a golden glow, was captivating. Your Majesty, I want to evolve. I want to become even more powerful. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a mist lingering in her lavender eyes. Before Su Li could speak, he could smell the sweet scent of her breath, a hint of warmth that made his blood boil. Only then did he realize that the command room had been filled with a faint purple mist. All the mecha girls slumped on the mats, lost in sleep. A small hand quietly reached down. Before he could object, Ruozi grabbed his hand and pressed it against her long, lavender hair. The soft hair tried to slip from his grasp before he could even savor it. He had no choice but to follow her little head downwards, and then he felt it. Hiss! Su Li gasped. The moment those tiny teeth clenched slightly, he knew Ruozi had to evolve today. Not even the gods could stop her. Chapter 255. A blush spread across Ruozi's face. The originally light pink hue transformed into a vibrant crimson, gradually spreading from her cheeks downwards. From her neck and back, it spread all the way down to her feet. Su Li didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt her lavender hair had become a darker shade. But he was certain that the purple hair, which had once only reached her waist, now covered her hips. The lines on her abdomen began to spread, intricate patterns emerging, filling out the once monotonous tattoo with even greater volume. The tattoo on her back, at the waistline, expanded simultaneously. The purple on the nails of the small hand holding his large one grew increasingly richer. Lowering his head, he could clearly see the shadow of the small tree on her forehead sprouting more roots. He felt an extremely strong spiritual resonance from Ruozi. He could even sense the almost exploding joy within her. Those densely packed layers of teeth brought him an unprecedented experience. Ruozi's pupils suddenly dilated, her entire body trembling with the instantaneous spiritual satisfaction. In Su Li's mind, the mechanical tree swayed suddenly, its branches gently swaying as it began to grow again. Its roots began to grow again, countless golden balls of light converging, allowing it to extend its branches again and again. Ruozi's improvement had clearly brought it great benefits. Seeing this, Su Li couldn't help but feel that it was useless. It was rooted in his mind day and night, and he didn't know what it absorbed all day long. Just one bite from Ruozi had more than doubled its size. This growth rate is even faster than killing 10 queens. A hazy purple shimmered on Ruozi's horns, making her look much finer than before. Her entire body was even more delicate, her skin even more radiant. Your Majesty, don't speak. Feel it with your mouth. Su Li's face was serious. He was desperate to know just how much Ruozi had improved. He ignored the data template that popped up before him, and for the first time, he couldn't wait to close it. How could this round data template compare to the smooth and beautiful square one? He gently stroked Ruozi's long purple hair, confirming once again that her hair quality was much better than before. No, I can't write any further. He suddenly understood why his ancestors were so obsessed with expanding their territory. It turns out the vast universe holds so much beauty, inviting us to endless exploration. He gazed up at the dazzling starry sky. If he hadn't been reborn, how would he have known that there were mecha girls in this world? Not to mention that in this world, he could unlock new uses for bugs. For a moment, he even felt a sense of gratitude towards the person who had abandoned him in his previous life. He gasped again. Some people are truly born with a natural charm, untrained in their abilities. Su Li gazed up at the starry sky and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't notice that the shadow of a crown on Ruozi's head was slowly solidifying. It was magnificent and mysterious, its hollowed-out gold threads faintly visible, as if engraved with a special symbol. Her faceplate had quietly transformed. A new prefix, Slanish, appeared before Ruozi's name, Lingsue Star Outpost. Li Tianlang narrowed his eyes as he watched the giant mecha being assembled by the logistics department. Although both were over 20 meters tall, the mecha before him lacked the agility of his own mecha girl. Instead, it exuded a steel-like, hardcore aura. Although it was only a prototype, that didn't stop him from instantly liking this giant. Tough as a ship. Just looking at its thick exterior armor, he knew he was in love. The cool touch was unmistakably like the deck of an armored transport, the massive thruster nozzles, the thick joints, and the steel cables simulating muscle fibers. The ingenious mechanical design made him embrace the mecha's large feet and rub them up and down, unable to let go. Yurong, standing to the side, looked up at the mecha before her. She could sense that this was a genuine human creation. No trace of a mecha island remained. A mecha like this couldn't shrink its body like the mecha girl, placing its modules in a portable void. Its massive size meant it had little room to maneuver within the base. Even with a high-performance auxiliary computer, it couldn't be as flexible and adaptable as the mecha girl. Its structure and materials meant it had a limited ceiling, leaving no room for improvement. Even if there were, it could only be enhanced in the powertrain or weapons systems. She didn't know Su Li's motive for building such a toy, but she hated her own pilot. He was a playboy. How could such a piece of metal compare to her? She had never seen her pilot so engrossed in touching her feet. Perhaps the training wasn't tiring enough. In that case, she could work harder tonight. Li Tianlang felt a shudder run through his body as he touched the mecha. He glanced up at the bare skeleton of the mecha and lovingly began to touch it again. The Zhongs were also watching from the logistics department. In fact, Zhang Chaoyang had been closely watching this giant from the moment he first saw the blueprints. It's not that humans haven't researched humanoid mechas. However, because their performance was inferior to that of mecha girls in all aspects, such projects were shelved indefinitely shortly after they were first proposed. Zhang Chongping immediately saw the expression on Yuerong's face. He shrank back, reached out and took Jianduan's small hand, trying to make his position clear. Although he was also curious about the giant before him, he clearly knew his priorities. He had already touched it last night, when Jiandun was away. I have to say, it's very hard. It feels like nothing. Jiandun, her pink fur standing on end, stared at the massive mech before her. At over 20 meters tall, it was a sight she couldn't match. Even with her full-length spread, she was only a little over 18 meters tall. The shield she carried was 2 meters taller than her mech. She smacked her lips, confused as to why Su Li always went after these oversized mechs. Aren't the smaller ones cute enough? She glanced sideways at Zhang Chongping. Her pilot was truly reliable. Unlike some who would grope a soulless lump of metal right in front of their own mech mothers. He's finished. That's what Jiandun said. Tomorrow morning, everyone will see a limp-legged Li Tianlang. If they don't, she'll change her name to Li Jiandun. Chapter 256. On the battlefield of Scarlet Flame Star, a swarm of Zerg, obscuring the sky and the sun, assaulted the defenses. The previously damaged defenses had been recaptured by the human coalition. Weapons of all kinds spewed flames, bullets raining down upon the Zerg armor, splattering streams of green blood. Zergs fell from the front, and large quantities of cluster explosives were thrown into the swarm, blasting away vast limbs. The dense Zerg swarm piled up layer upon layer, leaping over the corpses of their own kind, fearlessly charging towards the defenses. Inside the defenses, beads of sweat covered the foreheads of the human soldiers. They were all main regiments from various battle zones, but they had never seen Zerg like this on the defenses. Their eyes were crimson, as if filled with blood. Even when severely wounded, they would climb up the walls of the defenses. The firing holes below the defenses were now obscured by the dense mass of Zerg corpses, completely obliterating their purpose. From within the defensive line, roars and commands echoed. The soldier in power armor mustered all his strength, pushing his energy weapon into the groove in the defensive line. As the energy fully charged, it automatically opened the firing hole in the wall. A bug's leg pierced through, piercing the soldier opening the window. Blood flowed out, and his companion roared in anger, triggering the energy weapon. A blinding beam of light pierced the insect swarm, clearing a straight line across the battlefield. The wounded were rushed to the rear. However, the torn wound oozes blood and fragments of internal organs. He had only taken a few steps before he was completely dead. The soldiers' eyes flushed slightly, as they dropped the corpses they held and rushed to their firing positions, desperately pouring out ammunition. Sacrifice was a constant occurrence. The dense swarm of Zerg swarms didn't even give the mechs a chance to escape. Huge mechs stood atop the defensive line, equipping the legions with various protocol weapons to assist them in the battle. Failure to advance meant the only option was to defend. The energy shield had long since failed, allowing the smaller species to easily leap over the high wall with a single bound. Behind the line, mechs held their positions, waiting for the Zerg to descend before charging forward. Blind blood splattered. On the battlefield, fierce fighting erupted at every turn. The once important protective wall was now little more than a wall. It was stained with green and red blood. The bodies of Zerg, humans, and even the remains of broken mechs piled up along its edges. Outside the wall, a dense mass of Zerg corpses had piled up to the same height as the wall itself. The Zerg swarm didn't need to bounce. All they needed was a straight advance. Call for warship support. Clear the Zerg corpses outside the high wall. If the fighting continues like this, everyone will be killed. Where are the reserves? Bring them up. Bring them all up. The Zerg are crazy. They're crazy. A blinding beam of light swept down from the sky. It brushed past the thick wall, clearing a trench. Countless soldiers cursed. The thought that such high-level weapons as naval guns could only be used to clear out Zerg corpses was undoubtedly a source of deep resentment. Long-range weapons of mass destruction could only bombard Zerg swarms at a distance, but those closer could only be stocked with a large number of conventional weapons. Why couldn't those high-flying warships close in and fire? Even if it meant destroying a few more Zerg, it would be a good thing. But their insults were destined to go unanswered. In the command room, virtual images of the various Legion commanders stood before a virtual sandbox, ceaselessly discussing the next battle plan. Retreat. Without our shield, we can't hold out for much longer. Every second we hold on now costs our soldiers' lives. Retreat? You say retreat? You can't hold your own line, and all you know is retreat. Do you want a court-martial? Where should we retreat to? 60 kilometers to the rear is a rebuilt defense line, but that's not our Legion's line. Our duty is to hold on here, and buy time for reinforcements to deploy. Time. Time. We don't have that much time. I already wiped out 3 legions, and now I only have a third of the troops we woven. Second, my legion can only hold out for 3 hours at most. I agree to retreat. If we can reunite with reinforcements, at the very least, we'll have even more powerful support. I don't know if I'll survive, but every soldier under my command will be saved. Don't be foolish. If you have the energy, think about how to face this crisis. We can't retreat. We can't retreat, and there's nowhere to retreat. Don't be naive. Those stationed dozens of kilometers to the rear aren't your reinforcements or mine. There are always clear-headed people in this world, but there are also those who feign ignorance. What a shame. I'm afraid I won't make it back alive. There's no other way. We have to defend even if we can't. We're going to die anyway. If we can't, we'll die, and then we'll be labeled as someone who abandoned the front lines and didn't fight. As soon as the words left their mouths, all the Legion commanders' phantoms shut their mouths. Life is so unpredictable. They disdained the corporate federation's olive branch and chose to refuse cooperation. When some perished with their entire legions, they all believed they had made the right decision. But now, the validity of that decision has become questionable again. The rear defense line had long been established, and reinforcements had been deployed. But after several days, let alone support, they hadn't even taken a single step beyond the defense line. Abandoned pawns, all the Legion commanders understood that this was the definition the corporate federation had given them. To consume the Zerg's manpower, and then they would cover the losses, reaping immense military merit and prestige. Their interests were inherently different, so how could there be a shared interest? Silence enveloped the entire command room. Soldiers were dying every minute and every second, yet they had no countermeasures. After a long pause, a Legion commander suddenly asked, "Can they win? How could they win? We're all battle-hardened. If we can't win, how can they?" Silence fell once again in the command room. Faced with the immense scale of the insect swarm, all words were powerless. Oh, dying and having to make things easier for others is so frustrating. Not really. We just want a clear conscience. To die on the battlefield is the fate of us soldiers. A rumbling explosion echoed from outside, causing the Legion commanders to look back with a change of expression. "Oh no, Commander! Behind, the artillery positions behind are firing. The coordinates are our Legion base." Chapter 257. Tables and chairs were knocked over by the violent movement, and all the Legion commanders were horrified, unable to believe what they were hearing. Not supporting them would be fine. They even bombarded the Legion base. In the field of vision, the shadowy image of a Legion commander exploded before he could even utter a word. Qin Fang immediately shut down the inter-Legion commander communication. Looking at the panicked adjutant, he shouted, "Board the ships." All mechas and combatants, use our hidden energy and raise the shield. Even if it only lasts 10 minutes, we must give the personnel time to board the ship. The adjutant quickly grabbed his device and immediately began communicating. The shells exploded at the base, immediately covering the artillery positions. The continuous artillery fire stopped instantly, and a thick flame engulfed everyone. The artilleryman stared in astonishment at his remaining half-body. He raised his head numbly, only to see a barrage of shells rain down on him, sending half of him flying into the air. In that moment, the meaning of his years of military service was instantly negated. The defense line held, the troops stood, and everyone fought with all their might. But it was the artillery fire from the rear that killed them all. In space, the captain hung up the call with a puzzled look on his face. He turned to the operator and gave the order, turn the guns around, target the original core positions, and bombard them in sequence. They'd been completely annihilated. The operator, upon hearing this, was equally puzzled. Just a few minutes ago, he was calling for support, and then, a few minutes later, it was gone? Yes. Without further thought, he replanned the artillery fire pattern and adjusted the parameters in a remarkably short time. At the 76th Army's headquarters, a pale blue light curtain rose once more. Sheen Fawn's voice instantly echoed across the battlefield, urging all living to abandon their fight and quickly board the ship. As the shield reactivated, the soldiers and mecha girls quickly dispatched their enemies and began to approach the platform where the transport ship was parked. The heavy hatch opened, and a large number of soldiers in power armor quickly poured in. The mecha girls, one by one, quickly took off and deployed on the deck. Everyone saw the barrage of artillery fire, and anger surged in their chests. They could not believe that those they had thought were reinforcements not only refused to support them, but actually bombarded them. Don't stand there. Get aboard. The artillery fire exploded on the shield, and the Zerg tore at it. The remaining energy could not hold out for much longer. The transport ship wobbled and began to ascend, its energy shield instantly rising. The Legion's shield shattered, the blue fragments dissipated as they fell, and a torrent of Zerg rained down from above, slamming into the crowd of people who hadn't yet boarded their ships, and also onto the armored transports taking off. The indiscriminate artillery fire rained down, and the crowd roared deafeningly. Some spun around and pounced on the Zerg, shoving their weapons into their mouths, and pulling the trigger with all their might. Those who hadn't yet boarded the ships knew they were now trapped. The 3 armored transports finally took off, braving the pressure of the Zerg and the artillery fire, and slowly sped towards the Zerg. Inside the base, nearly a legion and a half still remained, having yet to board their ships. The ship was packed with people. Through the protective shields, they watched the men still fighting below, their eyes bloodshot. On the ground, dozens of mechs were still furiously brandishing their great swords. With swords in one hand and guns in the other, they stood guard at the front of the power-armored units, pouring out their ammunition. Get out! Get out! What are you mech pilots doing here? Get out! Even if we die, you won't pity us. One power armor after another broke through the mech's defenses, charging into the insect swarm and exploding with it. Many cried, screaming and pushing the mechs with all their might. But that force couldn't move the mechs even a bit. Go! Major, go! Go! Survive! Survive and avenge us! Are you guys from the action team going to get out of here? It's not that we can't win, it's that we've been betrayed. Instead of seeking revenge, you insist on fighting us to the death. Even if you die, I'll curse your ancestors for 8 generations. In the cockpit, the mech girls gnashed their teeth. The pilot behind them gripped the joystick tightly. After depleting his remaining ammunition, he turned back. A swarm of soldiers in power armor broke through their shelter and rushed towards the Zerg swarm. The sound of explosions echoed, one after another, leaving the pilots and mech girls silent. The mechs stumbled a few steps across the open ground, their gaze filled only with former comrades. The sky-blackening artillery shells rained down again, exploding beside them. The intense shockwave sent even those holding shields swiftly retreating. Go! Captain! I said. Go! Over 40 mechas soared into the sky, chasing the transport. Behind them, the position they had held for over a decade was reduced to a sea of fire. Everyone could clearly see Zerg dragging corpses from the ruins, running for a distance before diving directly into the Zerg nest, disappearing. Ah! These beasts! A shrill roar echoed from the cockpit. No one knew whether he was cursing the Zerg or the reinforcements. Or perhaps both. A blinding beam of light descended from the sky, sweeping across the defensive line. It cleared out a large swath of the Zerg and carried away the last remaining fighters. Everyone's heart bled. Watching the 76th Army's flag reduced to ash by the frigate's main guns, the soldiers' hearts were shattered. Fight back. Fight back. Captain, stop. Let's fight back. Qin Fong stared with bloodshot eyes, as the medical mech quickly tended to his severed arm. His cheeks clenched tightly, he remained silent. The enemy could even bypass him, and mobilize the 76th Army's frigates. That alone spoke volumes. Fight? He wanted to, but if they fought now, they wouldn't even see the other side before being blasted to pieces by concentrated fire. I command. Dismantle the armored transport's positioning device. Erase the unit's markings. Strike into the Zerg heartland and launch from there. We warp. Warp to the south. Qin Fong's remaining arm tightly grasped the hand of his core mech, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his own mech. I know you have a dedicated communication system on the mechanical island. Tell the governor that all the legions on the Red Flame Star Plateau have been annihilated, and the culprit is the Corporate Federation. I, the remnant of my defeated army, seek no mere survival, but only the lives of all of us in exchange for a chance to confront them in court. Night Owl. They're dead? All of them. 5 legions. 5 whole legions. Night Owl had never felt her master's hand so strong. She stared into Qin Fong's bloodshot eyes, which suddenly began to shed tears of blood. Chapter 258. The intelligence from the Northern Theater caught Eve off guard. She knew the Corporate Federation was eager to control the Northern Theater, but she had never imagined they would attack their own comrades in order to gain control of it. A chill began to permeate her. She stared at the first-hand battle reports on the news, a sneer tugging at the corners of her mouth. 6 major legions were annihilated by the Zerg, bravely sacrificed, and the legion they reorganized fought with tremendous effort to repel the Zerg's initial attack. The reports were filled with nothing but praise for their own achievements and overt and covert ridicule of the major legions. It seemed they had never considered that before their intervention, several major legions had held their current positions for over a decade. If they hadn't intervened, the defense line would have remained unchanged. How could such shameless remarks be spoken with such impunity and open eyes? Eve's hands were shaking. Counting the legions that had been annihilated previously, there were 5 more this time. Even if Qin Fong escaped, how many men could 3 armed transports hold? How many mecha girls? Her hands were shaking, gradually spreading to her entire body. She had thought that the destruction of AKA's remnants would bring them some peace, but who could have imagined that AKA's demise and Zhang Dongliang's cross-examination would become the fuse that intensified their division? That's 5 full legions. There were over 50,000 mecha girls alone. As for the human soldiers, how could they have managed to treat human life so worthlessly? Could it be that in the eyes of those white monkeys, only vested interests were most important, and those people were just worthless bargaining chips, ready to be wiped out at their leisure? Did they truly believe they could single-handedly cover the entire situation with flawless perfection? Or did they believe that even if they did, the mechanical island wouldn't be able to do anything to them, and they were supposed to fight back? How could they fight back, with their newly developed small assault ships? A bunch of idiots, who couldn't even copy homework. How dare they? How dare they defy the will of the world and cover the main army with artillery fire? She didn't need to pass on the news to Gao Mingrui. With his intelligence, he could tell more from the news. As expected, Gao Mingrui's video call came in the instant the news broadcast ended. After Eve answered the call, even though she was furious, she couldn't help but be stunned. In just the time it took to watch a news report, Gao Mingrui had visibly aged. As they had predicted, the position of Speaker had sparked a struggle within Parliament, but surprisingly, the Business Federation hadn't gotten involved. Gao Mingrui's dry lips parted slightly, his body swaying involuntarily. They're testing us. Testing our attitude? It seems my resignation sent the wrong signal to some people. It misled them. He didn't know how much effort it took to say this. He only knew that at this moment, humanity's so-called federal government had completely collapsed. They weren't just testing us, they were also aiming for the mechanical island. This was a conspiracy. The destruction of the 5 legions would always reveal the truth to those with ulterior motives. Yet, no one mentioned it during the entire parliamentary session. Gao Mingrui knew from that moment on that the parliament had completely collapsed. It turned out that, with the exception of him and a few powerless individuals, most had already reached a consensus with the Corporate Federation. What an irony. When profit finally takes center stage, faith and perseverance become irrelevant. He suddenly thought of Sansheng Heavy Industry. They were the first company to respond to the southward migration. He had initially thought they might have been influenced by Suli, but now it seemed the old man from the Qin family clearly knew a lot. Suli was right. A federal system can't save humanity. When there are too many voices, people don't know who to listen to. Eve's teeth creaked as she slammed the table in front of her. I just want to know what they're relying on. What on earth are those bastards relying on? Gao Mingrui's face darkened again. He didn't know the answer to this question. Were they the mecha girls under the core contract? Or were they the so-called cyborg warriors? No one knew how much those people, who had long since abandoned human ethics, had secretly researched. When exactly did Aka Industrial, a mainland enterprise, get led astray? And what are the benefits for those in the council that would make them abandon their positions? Fortunately, even if they lost some people, it's not too late. At least they still have their own team. Eve moved her chair and slowly stood up. Gao Mingrui couldn't see her expression, but there was no doubt that Eve's patience had reached its limit. They were testing the Mechanical Island's attitude. They wanted to see how much they could gain from the team's southward migration and expansion of the southern battlefield. If the Mechanical Island ignored such a situation at such a critical juncture, it would be unjustifiable. But if they intervened, how could they strike the right balance? If they intervened too much, they would be forced into the Northern War, stuck in the mud, completely losing their autonomy and being dragged back onto the chessboard, strapped to their chariots and fighting for them. However, if we intervene too little, they will only intensify and become even more rampant. Either approach will have no positive effect on the shift in strategic focus. Armed suppression? Never mind the fact that the corporate federation's influence radiates across several star regions. Even the few individuals who frequently appear in parliament likely can't even reach the core of the federation's power. They're merely pawns pushed to the front. Even if their entire clan were exterminated, it would be of no use. From now on, with the exception of the Southern Theater Command, our Mechanical Island will abandon all military deployments. Don't they want them? I'll give them to them. Just return my mecha girls, and I'll give them all. In the Northern Theater Command, all mecha girls except the core ones must be withdrawn. Pass my orders. The 3rd and 4th fleets will immediately warp to Red Flame Star, and prepare the Star Destroyers. If the Northern Theater Command refuses to release them, I'll first exterminate a few of the destabilizing intruders of the Alliance, just to whet their appetite. Invading the Northern Theater Command? Isn't it just a higher-level queen? I doubt it can cause any trouble under the Star Destroyer. Gao Mingrui finally met Eve's eyes. Those eyes held a bone-chilling coldness. It's just one planet. I have plenty of Star Destroyers, and we can afford it. Gao Mingrui, although you resigned, your authority as Speaker, according to Alliance regulations, should extend until 4 business days after your resignation. So today is your last day. What a coincidence. I have a permit to use the Star Destroyers. Please sign it for me. A drafted official document was quickly transferred to Gao Mingrui's terminal. He lowered his head to take a quick look, his hand trembling as he prepared to sign. A single red flame star, 30 Star Destroyers? He rubbed his eyes, pretending he hadn't seen the specific number, scrolled to the bottom, and signed his name. He then verified the activation key for the 30 Star Destroyers and transmitted it to Eve. Chapter 259. The mighty main fleet entered the Void Tunnel. The decree issued by the Mecha Island caused immense social unrest. The armed Mecha girls, previously responsible for maintaining stability on various planets, completely abandoned their duties. Countless blue and white Mecha girls, upon receiving the order, soared into the sky and headed towards the military port. Managers of countless companies, stadiums, and clubs were experiencing despair. Except for a few Mecha girls, who had signed core contracts with their pilots, countless Mecha girls, with the cooperation of the armed Mecha girls, completed the maneuver towards the military port. Not just the Northern Theater. True, as Eve had initially stated, the Mecha Island had abandoned all military deployments outside of the Southern Theater. For a time, human society was in turmoil. Many denounced the Mecha Island as warmongers who, for their own selfish desires, betrayed the Alliance and brought disaster to countless human beings. But the Mecha Island offered no further explanation, other than releasing a video. Most people were stunned the moment they saw the video. They had never imagined that it would be humanity itself that betrayed the Alliance. While chanting slogans of unity and peace, they simultaneously turned their guns on their own people. This utter betrayal of their teammates, while simultaneously praising their own achievements, angered most ordinary people. As video after video was released, it became clear to the public that the Alliance's collapse hadn't happened overnight. They began to shift their anger, turning their attention to the corporate federation. As Eve had said at the outset, the Mechanic Island had never been responsible for humanity. They had always served their loyal comrades, and the countless brave warriors fighting on the front lines. The trust between them was forged with countless lives and blood. Yet, It often only takes a single blow to destroy that trust. It's chaos, complete chaos. They gone mad. Tens of thousands of people are marching in front of Parliament, holding banners high. The man in the video periodically wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. The excited shouts of the marching crowd could be faintly heard in the background. The woman sitting upright in the chair didn't seem to mind. She simply swirled the wine in her glass, watching the crimson liquid swirl in the glass and sniffing the aroma that lingered in the air. Had they all evacuated? Have they truly abandoned all military deployments outside the southern war zone? Even the home planet? Abandoned. Aside from a few core contracted mechagirls, there's no one left on the home planet. That's good. Our team can intervene. The man paused, wiping his sweat. This wasn't the best time to intervene. Vice President, the demonstrators have surrounded Parliament. At this point. Then kill a bunch of them. The cold voice was silent, with only a hint of disdain in its emotional tone. They're just a bunch of pigs, clamoring for freedom and strikes every day. Can't you suppress them? If you can't do anything, then get out of your position as Speaker. I'll handle it right away. Please wait a moment, Vice President. The man hastily hung up the phone and connected with the gendarmerie. The doors of the Parliament opened wide, and a large number of gendarmes poured out, pointing their weapons at the people before them. To be honest, they had no fear of such things. The stabbing was not just one incident, but countless others. The reality is, you often get used to something after a while. Gao Mingrui sat upright in the battleship's command room, carefully flipping through the legionary information in his hand. When Jing opened the door, walked in quickly, uncorked a bright yellow potion, and placed it in Gao Mingrui's hand. Watching him tilt his head back and drink the potion, she smiled. Our people have made it clear. A large number of our citizens are already on their way to relocate. Although they are reluctant to leave, they all firmly believe that they will be able to return one day. What about those who haven't completed the migration? Those have also been resettled. Fortunately, there aren't many left. We left 3 regular legions, enough to hold out until we can arrive to support them even if the battle begins. He let out a long sigh, slowly put down the information in his hand, and shook Wen Jing's hand. Her dyed white hair had turned back to black, and her intelligent eyes held a heartwarming warmth. He tilted his head to glance at the dress mirror beside him. His hair, though gray, looked rejuvenated. If it weren't for the disastrous news from the northern front, he would have looked even younger. Su Li's potion is a good thing. Indeed, you look younger than before. In time, perhaps you'll be able to pilot a mech again and gallop across the battlefield. Gao Mingrui smiled. He gently rubbed Wen Jing's hand twice, then picked up the documents again. I can't go. A lifetime of hard work. Leave the battlefield to the younger generation. You can't escape either, so let's sort through the documents together. First, we'll eliminate the legions and make sure there are no remnants of the corporate federation. Then, we'll take on the entire southern theater. Governor Xia is so generous, giving up a few star systems on a whim. With so many people here, it seems we'll have to tighten our belts. That's not the case. The governor said Su Li's insect farm is doing quite well. If we can learn from it, our food and clothing problems should be easily solved. Gao Mingrui opened his mouth and gave a somewhat helpless smile. Young people are young. They have so many ideas. An insect farm. He lowered his head and pulled out a picture from a pile of documents. The huge pit was densely packed with insects. Just from the photo, one could see countless holes punched into the pit walls by the insects. He read the information annotated on one of the pictures and was shocked. This is really an insect farm? This, built just 100 kilometers away from his base? Should he say he was bold, or was he just imaginative? Could such a thing really exist? He suddenly remembered the video of the Queen's tap dancing, and he was even more horrified. Really, it's all true. Taming the Queen, genetic enhancement potions, extraordinary combat power, and a wild imagination. What kind of Zerg repeller? If the Queen could be controlled, they could have a completely safe habitat, never having to worry about Zerg takeover. Thinking of this, he ecstatically shared his discovery with Eve. But Eve's reaction in the video was beyond his expectations. She scratched her head, a hint of apology on her face. Oh right, look at my memory. We verified this a long time ago, but we forgot to tell you. Chapter 260. Gao Mingrui's heart was broken. Under the Zerg's devastating invasion, a piece of peaceful land was everyone's dream. But she had actually forgotten such crucial information. Gao Mingrui grinned, sincerely hoping that she was truly forgetful due to age. But regrettably, she had everything else perfectly organized. On Lang Suishing, Su Li disembarked from the ship, a look of helplessness on his face. Lin Tian rubbed his hands together and, like a green-headed housefly, followed Su Li out of the hatch. Jun Shou glared with his brown eyes, sizing up and down the guy who had taken his place. For the first time, he found this man truly annoying. Why aren't you hand in hand with your own mecha girl all day long, instead of following someone else's master around? The insect plague on Green Source Star has been resolved, and as a Legion commander, why aren't you helping with the finishing touches instead of visiting Lung Chui Star? Are you so free? Lightning rushed out of the hatch, raised his head, and took a deep breath. That faint aroma lingering in the air. Yes. Tonight, Sister Kellen is making braised cockroach eggs with soy sauce, and also, scallion-flavored spiderlings, and salt-baked spider legs. Hiss. This smells like millipedes. No, she needs to have a taste of the original flavor before it's processed. Watching lightning vanish in front of her, Su Li raised her hand, then retracted it. On the ship's deck, the first batch of subdued queens were directing the second batch toward their nest atop the mountain wall, meticulously instructing them on precautions. For example, you can't chew stones or glass, because they are the main components of the nest. And you can't drill holes in the mountain wall. Su Li looked up at the phantom above him, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. For the past 20 years of his life, he curiously gazed at the phantom of the mechanical island floating in the air every day, but he never imagined that one day he'd actually see it on Lung Chui Star. It had finally arrived, and much earlier than expected. Several elders, accompanied by 3.04, quickly arrived before Su Li. They had all regained their original appearance. No longer bound by the laws of mechanics, they moved with alacrity, each one possessing boundless energy. Commander Su, the deployment of our ensign mecha girls is progressing steadily. The Governor General would like to seek your opinion on deploying the mecha girls to the southern battlefield. Mechanical Island would like to know if you have any special plans or strategic deployments. Commander Su, our newly coordinated construction team is already in place. Regarding the construction of the new city, I'd like to consult you, Commander Su. Commander Su, regarding the storage and coordination of supplies, I hope you can provide a quick response, as Lung Chui Star has nothing. I mean, nothing at all. Commander Su, as the secondary leader of the United Front Work Department, I'd like to understand your strategic deployment for the next phase, so that... Su Li's head was about to explode. They hadn't finished speaking. Mecha Island, so many elders? He's like a sharp sword. Have you ever seen someone wielding a sword ask for its permission before killing someone? Isn't that too much respect for the sword? Looking at the chattering group of elders, Han Hai hurried over. While she couldn't solve all their problems, she could still summarize them. Seeing the chattering elders being pushed away by the vast sea, he barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when Lin Tian approached again, his thick eyebrows and big eyes, and shoved at him. Brother, can you give me a glimpse into the next battle plan for the 6 legions on Green Origin Star? Brother Lin, please don't join in the fun. Don't you want to visit the Zerg breeding base? Go ahead. It's just 100 kilometers due west. He started toward the base. Just as Lin Tian was about to follow, an armed mech grabbed his arm and forcibly led him to the Zerg breeding farm. Su Li was a little apprehensive. God knows, a year ago, he was a carefree student, dreaming every day of getting a mech. Now, he had more mechs than he could count. He'd be better off studying the remaining mecha girls if he had the time. He couldn't understand the coordination of the base and the nation's southward migration. There were plenty of habitable areas south of Green Origin Star, but why had Eve and Gao Mingrui resolutely decided to center their development around Lung Chui Star? What fun! This could be a military base, a strategic material transfer center, but it simply wasn't a habitable planet. The vegetation was destroyed, and a single disagreement unleashed a violent storm and sandstorm. It could be a springboard for an attack, but for a long-term residence. He suddenly felt that these two powerful figures were quite pitiful, sharing a resource-depleted planet with him, the commander of a former outpost, and now the head of a corps. He looked up at the shadow in the sky again, and couldn't help but smack his lips. He couldn't believe that his impulsive words had actually caused these two titans to make such a choice, one to migrate their entire clan south, while the other completely abandoned the vast tract of land they had long cultivated. Gazing at the dragon flag fluttering on the cliff face, Su Li took a quick step toward the base. Suddenly, a huge burden weighed upon him. He shrugged, feeling no sense of relief. To him, the two men's actions were undoubtedly a gamble. Besides relative safety, he couldn't imagine what strategic significance this place held. But Eve and Gao Mingrui clearly didn't see it that way. For them, this was the starting point of everything, the hope for revival. Even though its resources were now depleted, for a planet, it still had a long lifespan. Unlike Gao Mingrui, who followed the migrating groups southward, Eve stood on the bridge of the Third Fleet, coldly observing the red flame star before her. Under the pressure of the mothership, several small frigates were forced to retreat. The slowly rotating blue light from the mothership's weapon hatches, in particular, made everyone's breath catch in their throats. The Star Destroyer, the Human Council's ultimate weapon, was now aimed at the human planet, having completed all preparations for its activation. No one doubted Eve's courage and determination. After the Mecha Island withdrew all its weapons, they understood a truth. Mecha Island, no more playing with them, at least not with the corporate federation. One after another, armed transport ships burst through the atmosphere, delivering the Mecha girls before turning back to the planet. The public's panic reached its peak after the Mecha Island's shadow vanished from the various star regions. When something comes too easily, some people become accustomed to it. And what Eve hated most was others' complacency. As ship after ship of Mecha girls were dispatched, the massive fleet finally turned around and began its jump once more. What a bullshit defense line. What a bullshit community of shared destiny. From now on, their Mecha Island would only float where the dragon flag flew. Chapter 261. The fluttering dragon flag hung high. The small square was densely packed with members of the Royal Guard in black and red uniforms. 3 golden seeds were placed in the palms of 3 elders. Suli watched them carefully seal them in small boxes, lock them in the safe, and finally chain his arms to the safe. Behind each of them were 500 Royal Guard Mecha girls. This was the first time Suli realized that there was an overabundance of Mecha girls. Too many, including the crew members. They had deployed nearly 2,000 Mecha girls for just 1 seed. Is it really that serious? 500 Royal Guards were enough to fight a local war. Even when he went to Green Source Star, he only brought 200 Mecha girls. But now, 500 Royal Guards were being used to escort a tiny seed, the size of a peppercorn. But the elder's cautious expressions told him it was necessary. Absolutely necessary. Eve's virtual image chuckled softly, covering its mouth. Since you oppose making Lingsue Star the center of power, then we'll settle for the next best thing, and make Tianquan Star the central hub. As for Lingsue Star, you're free to do what you want. I can make the decision and promise it to you as your private property. Suli grinned. He wasn't interested in Eve's promises. His mind was now preoccupied with only one thought. Get out. All the Mecha girls except those from Lingsue Star. Get out. Leave his Lingsue Star. And don't come back unless absolutely necessary. They're such voracious eaters. In just 1 week, half the insect farm he built was devoured. The various insect queens responsible for laying eggs were exhausted. He looked at the shrunken bellies of the insect queens and wondered if they could replenish their energy by eating insects. Finally, they had to mix some genetic enhancers into their feed. 2 weeks passed quickly. The logistics department had already assembled 2 mechas, and was still working overtime on the 3rd and 4th. The first phase of training was complete. A full 500 Mecha girls had been selected. They were disbanded from their original formations and reorganized into new units. The Dawn Legion, a direct mobile unit, 5 squads, each 100 men, led by the best. The selection and reinforcement of reserve pilots had finally begun in earnest. In a large open space, muscular men in training uniforms lined up in neat rows, awaiting Su Li's further instructions. Even under the scorching sun, they stood straight and motionless. Over a month of training had fully taught them what it meant to live a life worse than death. To make their lives easier, and for the sake of their superiors, they kept their mouths shut. A distant roar, distinct from the Mecha girls, echoed, causing everyone to instinctively turn their heads. A massive figure approached. Over 20 meters tall, the metal hunk glided alternately on its legs. Amidst the ground's vibrations, it spun sharply, raising a cloud of dust. The black armor, devoid of any distinctive paint, gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, drawing the attention of every trainee. The cockpit's airlock deflating sounded, and Su Li, clad in his black training uniform, leaped directly onto the mecha's arms. The massive figure bent down and placed him on the ground. The logistics department did a good job. The auxiliary computer designed by He Yu is quite comprehensive. The average command delay is about 5 to 6 seconds, which is life-threatening in daily combat. But this is training. And Su Li can guarantee that if they were given 5 seconds, they wouldn't even be able to enter a complete command. Everyone, from today on, for a month, this will be your most sincere partner. I have only one request of you. Drive it, and complete the mecha maneuver obstacle course. Captain, really? We'll be practicing this for the next month? It seems the living devil has changed. That's great. Let's discuss it, brothers, and we'll take turns with the two mechas. Take it easy. None of the living devil's subjects are easy. Don't think you'll be perfect just by practicing twice in the simulation chamber. You never know, it might be another big pitfall. Xiao Chong looked up at the huge mecha, a glint of longing in his eyes. He knew this training wouldn't be easy, because Su Li had given them a full month. When had he ever given anyone enough time? At least, not in his knowledge. He stared at the massive mech before him, watching his comrades eager to try, yet no one dared to step forward. He knew it was Su Li's lingering prestige at work. Repeated training sessions had ingrained a deep understanding of this man in him. Whenever he introduced a training subject with a smile, it was a sure sign that it wasn't a good one. Li Tianlang, while I was out on duty, I heard you were very interested in this. As an S-class pilot, why don't you show us how to do it? Su Li looked at Li Tianlang furious. Where is this? This is the training ground. A place where soldiers diligently practice their skills in killing the enemy. But you? Your legs are shaking even when you stand at attention. It seems that while he was out on duty, this has been working hard in Yurong's arms. Hearing this, Li Tianlang quickly stepped out of the line, saluted Su Li, then smiled and bowed to the crowd behind him. Excuse me, brothers, keep your eyes open. I'll show you what it means to be my master's apprentice. He turned gracefully, but his legs gave way, and he almost lost his balance. His antics caused laughter among the pilots. Su Li pushed him aside and pointed at Zhang Chongping. Skinny monkey, you go. Zhang Chongping swallowed, and finally, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, he stepped onto the mecha's palm. A flash of light swept across Zhang Chongping, and a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Student Zhang Chongping, pilot privileges have been activated, and relevant data is being synchronized. Synchronization complete. Pilot, welcome back. The giant mech lifted him up and carried him directly into his cockpit. Inside the cabin, various instrument panels instantly lit up. In the center, a helmet lay on a pilot's seat, waiting for the pilot to take it. Zhang Chongping took a deep breath, grabbed the helmet, and secured himself in the cockpit. He turned the knob, starting the mech. Synchronizing the images, he gripped the joystick tightly and began to pilot the mech. The trainees outside watched as the mech stood still, then, as it completed its startup, straightened its body completely. It twisted its arms, stretched out its hands, and slowly moved them, then raised its legs. After fully acclimating to the mech, Zhang Chongping began rapidly typing commands. The giant mech finally twisted its body, hopped twice, and assumed a sprinting stance. It's coming! It's coming! Stop talking and watch carefully. Zhang Chongping is an A-rank pilot. We're far behind them. Learn. Everyone's eyes widened, except Su Li, who narrowed them. Being cautious is a good thing, but the problem is, he overlooked the most important thing. Simple movements are one thing, but outputting coherent movement commands is another. Without the assistance and corrections from the pilot, he simply couldn't control it. A massive black figure suddenly burst out of the starting line, mimicking Su Li's approach, sliding forward with alternating legs. The idea was good, but the massive figure only took 2 steps before losing balance due to the lack of coordination and plummeting headfirst to the ground. Su Li led the applause. Amidst the roar of applause, the faces of all the trainees changed. Chapter 262. Arrogant. Prideful. Conceited. Su Li stood up straight, sternly gazing at all the students before him, and sneered, I see everything in your faces, but humility is the only thing I don't see. Who do you think you are? Yes, with the improved food and the boosters I provided, you acquired the physiques only pilots possess. But don't forget, a pilot is just a pilot. He. On the battlefield, he's still cannon fodder. You experienced more than one Legion-level battle. Tell me, after making a mistake like this, amidst a swarm of insects, what are your chances of getting back on your feet? Cold sweat began to pour down the foreheads of all the students in the field. They knew all too well that if they fell on the battlefield, there was a high probability they would never get back up. The thought of the A-rank pilots in the mechs made their faces paler. If you want to be cannon fodder, get out now. The Dawn Legion wants warriors who can fight 100 at a time. Warriors who can rip through a Zerg swarm. Not weaklings who huddle together and whine, relying on others for strength. I can assure you responsibly that in a month, you won't just be piloting mechs like these through mech obstacles, you'll be piloting them in life or death battles with the Zerg. Presented besides the reserve pilots were the squadrons behind them. These pilots were transferred from various main battle regiments. They participated in daily training, but it was obvious that these training sessions had left only minimal traces of training on them. Suli looked at them coldly, naturally sensing the disdain in their eyes. They disdained the daily training, disdained Suli's words, and even looked down on the group of pilots selected from the ranks before them. He had anticipated that they, believing themselves to have received systematic training, would vehemently disobey Suli's instructions. But he didn't care, because their own foolishness would cost them a chance at true advancement. I have a list in my hand. Those whose names are red can pack their bags and get out of Lingsue Star. You have failed basic training and are not the pilots my Dawn Legion needs. Regal's golden eyes swept across the room, and in a cold voice, he read out over 200 names. They were all elites from various legions, and the moment they heard their names, they were filled with righteous indignation. Why? I'm an S-class pilot in the regiment. No matter where I go, I'm a frontline fighter on the battlefield. Just because I failed the basic exam, you're going to eliminate me? Why? I'm also an S-class pilot. I protest. These people who aren't even pilots can stay, but we, the real pilots, are being eliminated just because we failed the basic exam? Ridiculous, ridiculous. This is the first time I heard of a pilot being tested not on piloting skills, but on brute force. Right. Why should we withdraw? Dawn Legion. So this is the Dawn Legion style. I see you're not looking for pilots at all. You want a bunch of trash, who only know how to follow you around and can't overshadow your brilliance, Suli. Enough. A pale golden domain suddenly opened. Junwei's golden eyes, gleaming with coldness, glared at the dozen or so people who spoke, his pressure instantly unleashed. They couldn't even withstand a glance and fell to their knees. Junwei, with his long legs, stepped forward, stepping forward to face them, lowering his gaze to the dozen or so people. The coldness in his eyes, the indifference he held as if he were looking at insects, once again stung their fragile hearts. Perhaps you don't understand clearly enough. The Dawn Legion, since its founding, will always have only one voice, and will always have only one voice. You are unworthy of being called soldiers. You can't even carry out basic orders. What right do you have to shout? To question the Legion commander? Even the commanders of your respective legions would bow their heads before the Legion commander. What right do you have to question someone who has made such great contributions to humanity? S-Class? My Dawn Legion could instantly recruit hundreds of thousands of S-Class mech girls if it pleased us. What are you S-Class pilots? You disobey orders, slack off in training, and so on. It's you? You're the ones making such a fuss about failing grades. Excuse me, my Dawn Legion, we really are the ones who have the final say. She straightened herself and held up the list again. In addition to those who failed, some of the names I just read out are because you weren't originally affiliated with the Southern Military Region. We, the Dawn Legion, have no responsibility or obligation to train elites for forces that don't belong to us. Pack your things and leave Lingsue Star. We'll take you to the nearest supply transfer center. You can contact your respective chapters and come pick you up. A team of armed mechas emerged, and without a word, they twisted everyone's arms and forcibly pulled them out of formation. Suli didn't even spare them a second glance. The purge of the entire southern war zone was proceeding methodically. Gao Mingrui, along with Eve, mobilized countless armed mechas, desperate to turn the entire southern war zone into a completely impenetrable barrier. Suli had only handed over 5 seeds. Aside from the small trees on Lingsue and Vaiyuan, only 3 nearby planets in the entire southern war zone could be planted. And these 5 planets housed their strongest forces. The dense network of space jammers completely blocked the fleet's ability to jump into the system. After completing the transfer of supplies and personnel, all the main fleets headed south, entering the battlefield south of Lingsue, beginning a new campaign. It was unknown how long the purge of the entire southern war zone would last, and strategic deployments on each planet would need to begin simultaneously. After the Mecha Island retracted its projections from various war zones, they now covered the entire southern war zone in an extremely dense formation. This greatly enhanced the Mecha Girls' mobility. Each Mecha Island Phantom handled a staggering number of Mecha Girls transported daily, reaching hundreds of millions. This unprecedented combat power completely energized the entire southern war zone. The two were incredibly busy. Even though Gao Mingrui had trained numerous personnel, he was still overwhelmed by the sudden surge in combat power. Eve was equally overwhelmed. The Mecha Island even stopped training new Mecha Girls, the armed Mecha Girls from the original 3 war zones, plus the entire vast star region, now poured into the southern war zone. It's almost as if even public toilets on every planet were now guarded. For the ordinary people of the southern war zone, this was undoubtedly extremely exciting. Forget about taking a stroll, they now even feel safe going to the restroom. In contrast, Linghui, protected by numerous planets, has the fewest mechas. Chapter 263. Everyone was busy. No one could find relief amidst the mountain of official documents. Only Suli was busy training his troops. He once again deeply experienced the feeling of having a powerful patron as his backer. In just 3 days, hundreds of mechas were transported to the training grounds. The trainees, who had previously had some free time, now each had their own nightmare. The roar of the mechas and Su Li's voice mingled across the training ground, forming the deepest echo of fear in their souls. Are you useless? Are you useless? You're controlling a mecha, not the second in command. That's the joystick. The joystick. If anyone trembles up and down again, causing the mecha to tilt unnecessarily, I'll glue your hands to the second in commands with glue and let you tremble as much as you can. Run! Run! Open your legs. No one's fucking you. You didn't clamp down when you should. Who are you doing it for? Look forward. Look forward. Keep your eyes on your home screen. If anyone looks down at the keyboard again while driving, I'll dig your eyes out. Can bugs crawl out of your keyboard? You're wearing a helmet. Why are you even lowering your head? Conditioned reflex. Build a conditioned reflex. The mecha doesn't adapt to you, it adapts to the mecha. What's the point of training the computer? Do you expect it to call you daddy? Suli stood under the parasol, holding a megaphone, and shouting at the top of his voice. The armed mecha women had all deployed, 2 of them each watching one, fearing that if they mishandled the mecha, it would lose control and crash into the teaching building. There, a construction team is working hard. From each window, the mecha girls from the construction team took a moment to observe the trainees on the training ground. They had never seen such a bulky mecha, much less such bizarre training methods. When they first arrived on Lingsue Star, they were extremely reluctant to go out and build. But now, even seeing bugs chasing after their mechas would make them smile knowingly and comment on their hilarious evasive maneuvers. You're such losers. Today's snack is cancelled. After training, each of you must bleed me a tube. Suli put down the speaker and drank the tea brewed by Hongying. He smacked his lips twice and turned to look at Hongying. He didn't know what was wrong with this mecha girl lately. The tea she brewed tasted completely different. Had she become picky? He looked down at the color of the tea. It didn't seem right. The tea he used to brew was much darker than this, and it always had some residue. Is it because after the split, the supply of good tea is running out? Master, what's wrong? Hongying leaned forward, cautiously examining the water cup in front of her. No, nothing, it's probably just me, he muttered, setting the cup down and rubbing Hongying's head. She bit her lower lip, tugging at her apron, and glanced at the June sisters beside her. It wasn't that she wasn't working hard enough, it was simply that they were being watched too closely. It was true that Heiyu's split plan had left them fighting on their own, but the problem was that they were now wary not only of their own sisters, but also of everyone else. A queen insect lay not far from Su Li, commanding her insects to chase the mechas across the world. The small creatures scurried off in a frenzy, saliva splattering from their mouths. For them, not being able to eat the prey in front of them was undoubtedly torment. But earning a little food for their king made all the trips worthwhile. June Shou, with her gerbil on her head, watched mechas crash to the ground, her teeth aching. She truly couldn't understand how her master could pull off a counterattack in such a mecha, while those reserve pilots could barely escape. So far, only 200 people could operate a mecha at a steady speed. She turned to glance at her master, her brown eyes blinking, a surge of pride rising. Su Li frowned, looking at the group of tottering mechas, wishing she could take over and take over. Li Tianlong's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. For the first time in his life, a distinguished S-class pilot felt his hands and feet uncoordinated as he piloted such a heavy machine. How to accurately and quickly input commands, while deleting redundant ones, became his biggest challenge. Operational inertia made his commands too abstract, and without the assistance of the mecha girls, these abstract instructions could not be supplemented. This also meant that he spent half his time deleting his own commands while piloting the mecha. It was only because he was an S-rank pilot that his hand speed was guaranteed, otherwise, even steering the mecha at a steady speed would be a major challenge. He suddenly understood the significance of Su Li's new mecha deployment. The skills previously taught at the academy were all based on the assistance of the mecha girls. To make the commands more concise and easier to operate, they collaborated with the mecha girls to make a series of cuts. By taking shortcuts like consensus, they improved their mutual understanding and thus increased their combat effectiveness. But Su Li's silent deployment of low computing mechas reduced all those who took shortcuts to their basic form. He forced them to type in the most primitive commands, forced them to improve their hand speed and reaction time, and completely independent of the mecha girl's assistance. Strong physical fitness could quickly correct the mecha girl's missteps, while complex commands could reduce her misjudgments. After all, on the battlefield, even the slightest error could mean the difference between life and death. He suddenly understood why Su Li was so powerful, why he could perform operations that many mecha girls had never even considered. Such operations could never be replicated with ambiguous commands, because a pilot's imagination couldn't sync with the mecha girls. Even partners with perfect chemistry could perceive the same thing differently. Their previous methods were too focused on the essentials. Such training methods always produced pilots who relied solely on the mecha girl. Su Li's training method, on the other hand, fully emphasized the pilot's independence. A pilot is someone who drives a mecha. Their job is to break down their imagined operations into commands, bit by bit, and input them into the mecha's brain. This further reduces the discrepancy between their perceptions of things. Thus, they achieve complete control of the mecha. Li Tianlang was shocked, so this was Su Li's true skill. He possessed not only a wild imagination, but also unparalleled control. In mecha piloting, both were indispensable. He finally understood why he could only have one Yuerong, while Su Li could possess lightning, black feather, red tassel, vast sea, and even the June sisters. It turned out that all along, he had never been the one driving Yuerong, but Yuerong, through backward compatibility, was driving him. Chapter 264. Amidst the mountain of documents, a pale blue head moved, its long, light blue hair tangled in a messy bun. Eve, utterly unkempt, buried herself in the piles, her eyes dull. Her white shirt was baggy, and as she stretched, her collarbone was clearly visible from above. The crisp sound of keyboard typing echoed from every corner of the room. She rubbed her eyes, which hadn't slept for 3 days, and slumped in her chair, feeling hopeless. What's Su Li doing? An elder poured her some refreshing tea and whispered, "He's probably training." Training again? He only has a few hundred pilots. Do they need him to train them personally? Yes. His theories are scoffed at by professors at major universities, so practical mecha training has to be handled by him personally. His existing academy is already making final plans, but so far, he's rejected all the professors we could hire. Eve sneered, "Ha! I think he just wants to be a hands-off boss. He wants to escape the mountains of government affairs. Shouldn't a detailed battle plan be put forward as the main force for the counterattack?" The elder scratched his head, a hint of confusion. He did. I remember he submitted 3 versions of his military action proposal, but you rejected them all. He said he couldn't mobilize the troops, so he could only train them. A vein bulged on Eve's forehead, and she casually tossed a folder onto the table. Look! Look at the thickness, the weight. Open it, and look at the details. If you didn't open your eyes, could you believe this was just a request for supplies? She rummaged through the mountain of documents, finally pulling out a piece of paper from a corner and slamming it down on the table. What is this? Can you tell me what it is? Is this a damn military action proposal? Respected governor and military leaders. Look! Look! My name isn't even worthy of a separate line. The elder lowered his head, pretending to be deaf. Everyone knew that the overwhelmed Eve was just using this as an excuse to release her long-suppressed emotions. But it had to be said that Su Li's proposal was quite interesting. Our unit has requested the next military operation. We plan to mobilize over 500 mechas within 3 days to conduct a 1-month combat mission to planet XX. I hope the leaders will approve this and prepare the troops to take over the planet. Pa! Eve slammed the paper down on the table again. Others could fill a whole book with all the reasons and details for deploying supplies. But a major military operation, and only half a page. Only 1/5 of it. How much does he hate to write? How precious is his time? I rejected my request and asked him to add details, and he just add a sentence asking me to prepare follow-up support troops to capture the planet? That's the report he, a Legion commander, provided. You kidding? Are you kidding? 500 people. What kind of Legion commander are you? You should just be a battalion commander, not a Legion commander. The elder heard this, thought about Su Li's past battle record and his excuses, and said, but he only brought 200 men to capture Green Source Star. He said that this operation had been scouted in advance, and that a large-scale mobilization wasn't necessary. If it weren't for training, 500 men wouldn't be needed. Eve's temper shattered. She slammed the table, stood up, pointed at the elder's nose, and yelled, "If he says we don't need them, then we don't need them." He had an idea, and Gao Mingerwei and my mother, along with their families, fled to the southern war zone. Do you know how many mechs are there in the southern war zone right now? How many human regiments are there? No. So many of us, instead of going out to fight, are we all going to stay in the occupied territories guarding the toilets? The mechs are so idle they practically plowed the ground 3 times. The elder was stunned, thinking, what's the point of yelling at me? Suli doesn't need any men to fight. Isn't that a good thing? No need to mobilize supplies. Just prepare to receive the troops from the planet. Isn't that all? More people. We can go to the new planet to farm. The door opened again, and a mech entered, holding a piece of paper and placing it on the table with a subtle expression. After just one glance, Eve clutched her chest and collapsed back into her chair. The 4th edition of the Military Opinion and Action Plan was released. There's one more sentence than the previous version. Brood queens can be carried to new planets to expand Zerg breeding. Eve was exhausted. Day after day, she was either thinking about farming or breeding, or just wandering around with her team. That new planet is full of Zerg. Is it really necessary to breed them? Eating wild ones is illegal, right? Reject. Keep rejecting. Doesn't he enjoy training his troops? Let him train. If he's capable, he can train hundreds of Super S-rank ones for me. The elder curled his lips, saying no more nonsense, and beckoned the mecha girl to leave. Eve was now a powder keg. Whoever started it would explode. The problem was, Su Li's military action plan was still fanning the flames. Gao Mingrui's call came through just in time. Eve suppressed her anger and connected. Gao Mingrui's virtual image appeared, his eyes bloodshot. He had clearly not rested for several days, and his spirits were somewhat sluggish. Red Flame Star held up. They deployed a large number of cyborgs, equipped with all sorts of bizarre weaponry. That's one reason. The other is that our mass expulsion of members from the corporate federation has caused some public outcry, and the tide of opinion has quietly begun to turn. Change what? Another round of slamming the mechanical island? Or denouncing you as a traitor to humanity? Don't forget, our original target wasn't those businessmen in disguise. We simply returned to our original choice. So, I call this staying true to our original aspirations. Gao Mingrui, yes. You stayed true to your original aspirations. I'm deeply grateful. However, with our withdrawal, their forces are pouring into various planets, especially resource-rich planets. It's obvious they're going to target us for resources. Eve frowned at this. Hasn't this plan already been discussed? Have we already made the necessary arrangements? Since our resources are being held hostage, we can just produce and sell them ourselves. It's not like the Southern Theater Command lacks resource planets. Gao Mingrui sighed, then continued, the plans and solutions we devised are all based on the assumption that there won't be a large-scale war. Therefore, if we were to launch a war on a new planet, we would consume excessive resources, leading to a host of problems. Eve took a moment to recover after hearing this, so Gao Mingrui was using all sorts of tactics to persuade them. She was puzzled. When had Su Li become so connected to Gao Mingrui? She rolled her eyes and sank back into her chair. So, I can't reject his plan of action. I'm just going to watch him lead 500 mechas into battle? Gao Mingrui gave a wry smile. You still agree? At least he has to be the vanguard. Chapter 265. In the Lingsue Star Logistics Warehouse, Lightning's bright red mecha fully deployed. Su Li hooked the mechanical arm with one hand and maneuvered it into the air. He circled to the back, found the last compatible S-Class module loading slot, and installed the corresponding stability module. As the module was inserted, a golden light suddenly illuminated around Lightning. He flipped onto a nearby shelf, quickly climbed down, and retreated several steps. The mecha's pupils suddenly lit up, and the body's data, after a series of fluctuations, finally broke through the SS-class limit. The lowest braking performance finally broke through the 150 average mark, and her speed rose to an astonishing 378 points. Could she truly be called a mecha girl who had mastered the law of speed? After more than a year of twists and turns, she was still the mecha girl who couldn't stop and was always slipping. Lightning unfurled, took a single step, and stumbled, using inertia to charge into Su Li's arms, knocking him to the ground. The two rolled several times on the hangar floor before crashing into the door and coming to a stop. Su Li, both angry and amused, gently stroked Lightning's red hair. She tilted her head, a sly look in her large eyes. Master, after this upgrade, I'm definitely much more durable. Yes. You become much more durable. Off to the side, Heiyu stared at the 6 modules in his hand, his eyes red with tears. Hong Ying was even more bewildered. Each of the June sisters also had 6 modules. As for Han Hai, she simply held onto her own upgrade module, never having imagined that she would also receive one. The opportunity to upgrade came suddenly, yet seemed perfectly natural. You know, modules, especially high-level upgrade modules, are always in short supply. For S-level mecha girls, 6 isn't the limit in many cases. If the data discrepancies are significant, even more S-level modules might be needed. They gritted their teeth. Seeing Lightning's team complete the upgrade, they naturally hoped they could do the same. SS-level mecha girls. For nearly all mecha girls, SS level is the pinnacle of their upgrade potential. This means that their respective strengths have been absorbed to the utmost. Going above that is rare. The Mechanical Island has never produced any SS level upgrade modules. After reaching SS level, S level upgrade modules lose their effectiveness. Jun Shou glanced at the upgrade module in his hand, feeling unworthy of it. As for Jun Zhe and Jun Yu, they stared at the module, afraid to even reach out. Only Jun Quan was carefree, unconcerned about not having fought a single battle. She grabbed the module and headed for the shelf. What was there to be ashamed of? Jun Quan was her masters in life and in death. In his presence, she could even abandon her own will. Forget about leveling up. Even if her master asked her to have a child, she would do whatever it took. Reproductive isolation? Oh, that's something for researchers to consider. One golden mecha after another unfolded. The Jun sisters collaborated, and after using the modules, each one underwent subtle changes in appearance. Needless to say, Su Li could see at a glance that their various stats had significantly improved with the addition of the modules. SS level. They successfully reached SS level. Su Li gazed at the Jun sisters. After they completed their upgrade, he could clearly feel the bond between the 5 of them grow even stronger. Their telekinetic abilities had skyrocketed, allowing Su Li to connect their minds even without piloting a mech. This made him curious about how powerful they would be once they combined. How are you feeling now? Can you control your output? He glanced at the solemn Junyu, noting that she had been perpetually serious since arriving at the base. He hadn't seen her smile once. Junyu tugged at his bowstring, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment before nodding. It really can't. Su Li, He didn't understand. If you can't do it, why are you nodding? Let's go! Go out and try, I'll see what's going on. Junyu nodded silently and glanced at Jun Zhe to the side. Third sister, can the master fire me? I mean, with my current brain, will the master fire me stupid? Jun Zhe smiled awkwardly, his white hair bristling. God knows, why are you asking me that? With your brain, do you have room to improve any further, sister? You really don't look as smart as lightning. How can you say it can't be fired? Ha ha. Hurry up. Watching Junyu slowly walk outside, Jun Zhe was paralyzed. Who else can you ask? You're asking someone who hasn't been fired either. Who should she ask? Jun Quan glanced at Jun Shou and Jun Wei, who were still helping Hong Ying and Han Hai level up. Mao Xiao then chased after Su Li. Honestly, she found her current master far less interesting than when he squatted naked in the green belt. Back then, he'd been so pale. Even under the starlight at night, he glowed a brilliant white. Not anymore. She's tanned from training with a bunch of rough guys every day. But that didn't stop her from looking for opportunities to let her master drive her. After all, it was a new mecha with new attributes. If she didn't familiarize herself quickly, sharpening her weapon right before the battle would seem disrespectful to the enemy. At the front of the pass, Jun Yu's golden hair flew, and her half-body armor made a rustling sound as she walked. She carried a bow and arrow, walking with a resolute demeanor, like a general ready to die. Su Li, walking ahead of her, turned in surprise, only to see her face, a heroic expression of calm preparedness for death. His entire body was a little overwhelmed. The rest of the Jun sisters were quite normal. The majestic and aloof Jun Wei, the steady and lovable Jun Shou, the lively and cheerful Jun Zhe, and the scheming youngest. Only Junyu, with a gloomy expression, died either heroically or bravely. What influenced her? What made her like this? Didn't they say that watching videos of him in battle was the beginning of their conception? When did I give her this example of bravery and a heroic death? Even if I influenced her, didn't she know that a heroic death, or a heroic sacrifice, is only temporary? Life is a life. You can't always be ready to die heroically. Junyu said nothing, her pace never changing. She walked steadily, step by step, around Su Li, who stood still. Jun Quan hurried over, raising his hand to hold Su Li's arm. Master, please let me go too. Let's go! Let's go! We're about to head off to a new battlefield. We need to sharpen our fighting skills while we have some time. Chapter 266. Inside the base, the town's commercial street has expanded countless times since its inception. The dilapidated buildings, built brick by the mech girls, have been completely renovated by the construction team, giving them a brand new look. As usual, the shop in front of 038 was packed with people. 500 mech girls lined up in a long line, each one unable to conceal their excitement. The base is no longer the small place of only a few hundred people. Although the population has grown, their integration has not brought in the bad habits of the outside world. Even though the town has truly expanded to become a full-fledged town, nothing here seems to have changed. The idiot fountain is still just as idiot. The chief officer of the engineering team was scratching his head. After 3 attempts to repair it, they simply abandoned it. Legends abound everywhere. This idiot fountain is one of the only popular check-in spots on the Lingsue Star Outpost. 038 and 032 changed out of their training uniforms, freshened up, and then hurried to the shop and opened the door. A group of mech girls gathered, holding notes, approved by Han Hai, exchanging their military merits for S-Class upgrade modules. Seeing the enthusiasm on each mech girl's face, 038's smile never faltered. I heard the governor gave the entire Lingsue planet to me, brother. Now the planet's ecology is recovering. Species diversity can be put on the agenda. 032, why don't you help ask your comrades on other planets to help you get some animals or something? 032 signed the approval and busily sorted and packaged the modules. After deducting the military merits, he handed the goods to the waiting mech girls. It's not a big deal. Han Hai mentioned it a few days ago, but considering the vegetation is still slowly recovering, can we wait a little longer? No. I already had the blue and white machine girls collect suitable trees from various planets. While large trees are more difficult to transplant, thousands of them shouldn't be a problem. We have people with boats, so we can make a few trips and plant them when we come back. With my brother's gene-enhancing fluid, there's no need to worry about them not surviving. You're quite willing to do that. You're not willing to do that. Let me tell you, the armed transports patrolling every day are dropping large quantities of grass seeds. As long as these desert-resistant grass seeds take root and sprout, we can quickly transform the soil. Now that we own an entire planet, our focus can no longer be limited to this small base. I haven't been to the Villa Complex on Green Origin Star yet, but once our planet's ecology is fully restored, we can go on a massive infrastructure drive everywhere. 032 listened to 038 and glanced up at her. Are you and the Legion Commander up to something? Why are you constantly busy with gardening and building infrastructure? Do we pilots have that in our DNA? Aren't you supposed to be fighting alongside him? 038 chuckled. I'm no longer needed. I know I reached my limit. But you guys are different, you still have room to grow. As for me, I'm fine just guarding the house for him. Honestly, I envy you. You haven't been fully piloted by Suli, so you can still fantasize about other pilots. Unlike our team, all of us have already fallen. The more 032 listened, the more he felt something was amiss. Do I think you're showing off? 038 grinned, his large eyes narrowing into a beautiful crescent. The shop door flung open quickly, and 537 rushed in, shouting, Captain, go check it out. The commander's out there testing his mech. He's lightning fast, breaking through to SS rank. That speed? I just blinked, and she's gone. 038's hand trembled slightly, and he slowly shook his head. No, I'm not going to check it out. They're probably preparing for the new military mission. The June sisters should have been upgraded too. 537 nodded. Yes, they're all here. It seems the commander wants to test them one by one. Shouldn't we go check it out? We haven't even seen June Kwan's mech yet. Go ahead. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. By the way, you're one of the 500 people preparing to go on this expedition, right? Captain, aren't you going? 038 shook his head and smoothed his hair. No, you guys go. Han Hai is with the army now. How can such a large business be left alone? 537 pouted and rushed out of the shop again. 032 glanced at 038, who was sorting through S-Class modules, and said nothing. She knew that 038 also had a set of 6 modules in the bottom drawer. But she clearly had no intention of using them to upgrade herself. She'd been so relentless in training, making every effort to stay by his side. Have you heard? Chaos has broken out in the north. Her sudden words startled 032. Chaos? Didn't they say the cyborgs had already intervened and held off the Zerg swarm? Yes. As soon as they withstood the attack, they began deploying troops towards the southern battlefield. 5 main fleets have now reached the northernmost tip of the southern theater. So we're still showing some mercy, but they're planning to completely break off relations? 032 was puzzled. The Corporate Federation was clearly the weaker party, yet they dared to give it up. They must be really bold. And they're even stationing troops along the border? Aren't they afraid of a resounding backlash from the Mechanical Island and Gaoming? Is cyborg technology that advanced? Or have their so-called genetic warriors broken through the bottleneck? 3 major lines of defense? Abandon them? 038 glanced at 032 and nodded silently. 032's eyes widened instantly, staring at 038 in disbelief. For a moment, she wondered if there was something wrong with her eyes. This is truly like selling your father's land without any regret. They defended the front for so many years, and they just give it up. The troops stationed on the front lines are, firstly, to prevent us from advancing north, and secondly, to give them ample time to withdraw their defenses. According to the core Mecha Girl's intelligence, with the exception of the northern theater, the eastern and western theaters simultaneously began withdrawing troops. Based on their retreat routes and predetermined assembly points, they abandoned approximately 1/3 of the planets. 032 gasped. How much? 1/3? How dare they? Did they evacuate the inhabitants as well? No. It was the troops who evacuated. Are they crazy? So many planets. So many people, how dare they? 032's hands trembled as she deducted the Mecha Girl's military merit. No one knew better than them what the consequences would be for a planet without an army. Fearful and confused, they were constantly in a state of panic over the possibility of a Zerg attack, a state of utter unease. Eventually, conflict, chaos, localized wars, and utter destruction erupted. Her heart sank. Chapter 267. Is this really a decision a leader could make? If you were to send more troops to the front lines and significantly expand your military within your sphere of influence, that would be perfectly reasonable. But you chose to withdraw your forces, handing those planets over to the Zerg. For a moment, she wondered if he had lost his mind. Tianquan Star, temporary command post. Gaoming raised his head and drank today's dose of gene-enhancing fluid. The slightly bitter taste spread through his mouth, instantly lifting his spirits. In the spacious room, the old carpet showed its age at first glance, though the wear and tear was subtle, showing that its former owner had taken great care of it. The large solid wood desk was piled high with various documents. Such piles of documents were everywhere in the room. It looked like the situation was not much different from Eve's. Gaoming sorted through the documents beside him, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the last group of evacuees had returned to the port. All those scattered across the star systems, who could be repatriated have been repatriated, leaving only a small portion of the home planet. They are protected by 3 fully staffed legions, so their safety is assured. At least at this critical juncture, the Corporate Federation will not attack them. Ever since the Corporate Federation began to show signs of withdrawing, the evacuation of all star systems had already begun. The concern was that the Corporate Federation would be inhumane. But now it seems they have completely despised them. Only they could pull off such a scheme, keeping the entire population in the dark and quietly withdrawing their forces. This meant that once the fleets on the border withdrew, there would be a strategic buffer zone spanning a star system between them and the territory actually controlled by the Corporate Federation. Gaoming said nothing, simply watching Wenjing quietly. The two exchanged a smile, instantly understanding what the other intended. That's an entire star system. There's so much that can be done. For example, the Corporate Federation's garrisoning was something they were very adept at. No one stipulated that they were solely responsible for sending garrisons to assist in the defense. Gaoming figured that the Mechanical Island could do the same. After all, there were no Chinese citizens on those planets. First, spread the news of the Corporate Federation's withdrawal to throw them off balance. Then, the Mechanical Island could step in and offer supplies in exchange for the Mecha Girls stationed there to assist in the defense. It would alleviate the urgent need for resources and, to a certain extent, alleviate public opinion. Why not? It was better than the Mecha Girls sitting around idle anyway, guarding the toilets and looking at everyone like criminal suspects. It had to be said that, while the Corporate Federation might be a bit unkind, they constantly engaged in such ridiculous, almost unprovoked acts. Gaoming would have felt guilty about the Enterprise Federation if he didn't seize the opportunity to strike back. Do you think they left any tricks behind in such a hasty retreat? Wenjing frowned. Given the Enterprise Federation's cold-bloodedness, she felt they were capable of even more despicable actions. Gaoming reading glasses flashed, his eyes narrowing slightly behind the lenses. Spread the word quickly. Whatever tricks they have, those are the immigrants who moved in response to their call. What we need most right now is to ensure the spread of the word. He had more to say. Let it be chaos. No matter how chaotic it gets, it has nothing to do with them. Using the Enterprise Federation's own immigrants to hold the Enterprise Federation back. Gao Mingrui believed there was nothing wrong with that. Be it a march or a riot. The opponent would always reveal the so-called backup plan he needed to see. He might as well wait a little longer. Gao Mingrui had several conjectures about the Enterprise Federation's backup plan. The inexplicably vacated buffer zone could serve a greater purpose than just a strategic buffer. For example, during evacuation, high-frequency transmitters could be placed on the planet to guide the Zerg into the planet. In that case, Gao Mingrui and his men, who only controlled the southern theater, would be completely surrounded by the Zerg. Using a single star system as a strategic buffer zone wasn't enough of a safety net. But if it were a Zerg-occupied zone in a star system, that would be. A sudden smile broke across Gao Mingrui's face. If the Enterprise Federation really did this, then, to be honest, it would be shooting itself in the foot. He grabbed his terminal and dialed Su Li's number. Su Li, can the Queen in your possession receive high-frequency signals from nearby galaxies? Su Li, who was debugging his mech, turned to his side. Ruozi nodded gently. In the virtual image, Gao Mingrui rubbed his hands excitedly. No, better to be cautious. Draw blood. Oh, right. We still have dozens of legions, 200 cc each, and the hospital's blood bank can be used. By the way, are there any dietary restrictions for your tamed queen? For the first time in her life, Ruozi found an older man so pleasing to the eye. She couldn't wait to connect with Su Li through her mind. Your Majesty, I want Type O blood. Su Li rolled his eyes. He had never imagined that one day, a bug would be so picky. Type O, please. Gao Mingrui grinned. Okay, I'll prepare 2 transport ships for you. If you need more, just ask again. He hung up the phone immediately, clearly very satisfied with Su Li's answer. In the Lenkwixing hangar, a fully automatic waxing machine moved up and down Hanhai's mecha. Su Li glanced at Ruozi and mentally asked, can Type O blood help you evolve? Very slightly. But it's undeniable that it tastes better. It's closer to the genes of our own ancestors, and the flavor is richer and more mellow, just like the hot cocoa your master drinks in winter. Then what kind of blood can give you a significant improvement? No thanks to my lord, I reached maturity now. Human genes alone can only do so much for me. Su Li frowned. Another person had reached a bottleneck. Then there was no further progress for the mecha girl, and now there was Ruozi. He suddenly thought of the mechanical tree sap Eve had mentioned. He wondered if that would have any effect on Ruozi. Ruozi's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she quietly leaned forward, placing her hands on his arms. My lord, there's no need to go to such lengths. Aye. Her pointed little tongue darted out, licking her tender pink lips, then lowered her head. Oh, I get it. Su Li suddenly felt the need to prioritize his health. Speaking of which, he never even eaten the stink bugs hanging from the mountain wall. A mechanical jamming sound came from the maintenance rack. He looked up and saw the waxing machine once again stuck on the Hanhai mech's ribs. This highly protruding front armor truly gave people a strong sense of security. But the problem was, this waxing machine wasn't very intelligent. It lacked even a hint of the spirit to scale new heights. It took 3 attempts, each time requiring manual adjustment. He raised his robotic arm and placed it on the front armor. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that her front armor was much more eye-catching than the other exterior armor. Chapter 268. Lin Tianen finally received the military deployment he longed for. He accepted the transfer order from Su Li, kissed it vigorously several times, and then bowed to the heavens. Then, reverently, he opened the document envelope and pulled out a piece of paper. He peered inside the envelope with wide eyes, then, unconvinced, glanced outside. Confirming it wasn't torn, he eyed the paper suspiciously. Stay put? No, brother. I may not have been clear these past few days. I simply don't want to join those 5 legions, farming and raising insects on Green Origin Star every day. They can handle promoting national values. I believe that fighting spirit needs to be inherited, right? Besides, you can't let me handle everything alone. We can fight too. You know our 7th Legion, brother. We're tough and capable. I'm not exaggerating. If you take us with you, then... Su Li. His eyes lit up. Yes. We do need people. Brother, why don't you come with us? 6 legions raising insects is sheer utter madness. Come with me, and I'll file a report. Sound Source Star will be fully managed by the 7th Legion. We'll have a breeding farm and a canning plant. One-stop service, perfect. Lin Tianan glanced at Su Li and silently took 2 steps back. I suddenly feel like someone needs to inherit your unwavering spirit of hardship and perseverance. And yes, a pioneering spirit. Old Lu from the 8th Legion is great, dedicated, and can go with you to Sound Source Star. Su Li smiled, waved his hand, and gave his team the order to board. 500 mech girls filed onto the ship, a sight that filled Lin Tianan with envy. Watching Su Li also board and depart, he was left to idle away, hanging out with a group of reserve pilots on the training ground. Among these hundreds of people, many were familiar faces. There were over 20 or 30 from the 7th Legion alone. Every one of them greeted him upon seeing him, and after a few days of getting along, they all knew what their former Legion commander was up to. Su Li didn't stop Lin Tianan from stealing his lessons. Now, whenever he had the chance, he would come over to watch the reserve pilots train and even participate. Lin Tianan, after all, was no youngster. When piloting a mech, he prioritized steady progress. He tried his best to perform every step to the standard. Free from the impetuousness of youth, after a series of training sessions, he was completely captivated by Su Li. Command input is the most fundamental of all pilot training subjects. But precisely because it's so basic, too many pilots can't stand the boredom and seek to take shortcuts. A stone thrown in youth, circling back and forth, will always hit your knee years later. Lin Tianan experienced this. But he was thankful he discovered it early. Even though that behavior had become instinct after years of practice, he was determined to reverse it. 3 days of training completely robbed him of the ability to fly an S-class pilot. Even when facing his own pilot girl, he frequently made mistakes when giving commands. This even made his pilot girl think she had Parkinson's disease. But Lin Tianan knew this was just the beginning of his transformation. And as he truly mastered this skill, and with time, he was truly not far from reaching Super S rank, on the training ground, the mecha damage rate remained high. This also prompted the candidate pilots to master the extensive repair techniques that Su Li had once mastered. The steel giant sword swung again and again, commands were repeatedly input and revoked. The entire training ground, apart from the armed mecha women who watched over them, was filled with mechas that toppled and struggled. Those who mastered speed quickly could already pilot mechas at a steady pace across the training ground and perform simple evasive maneuvers. However, not everyone was gifted, so most of them moved about in their mechas, trembling as if they hadn't fully recovered from surgery. Some even couldn't distinguish the commands from their upper and lower bodies, as their mechas began their reproduction operations on the training ground. Among them was Lin Tianan, the S-class pilot and commander of the 7th Regiment. He had no ulterior motives for the training ground, he simply wanted to twist his waist, gain leverage, and show off his prowess. The result was a dent in the ground. Hey! The commander's not here, or else he have insisted he maintain the same posture and tamp down the entire ground. Aren't you tongue-tied when you say that? Zhang Chongping and Xu Qiang raced side by side, occasionally glancing back at the small creatures chasing them. The constant blood draws had left both of them looking a bit pale. If it weren't for their greatly improved physical fitness, they would have collapsed long ago. No need to get hung up. You two are both my Legion commanders, and I'll never forget you, no matter where I go. Zhang Chongping watched the mech piloted by Xu Qiang from the corner of his eye. He wasn't just maintaining a steady speed, he was also maintaining it with his weapon in one hand. This meant that even as he sped along, he was intentionally maintaining the mech's balance. From this alone, Zhang Chongping knew that Xu Qiang had already left him far behind. After several years of studying, he hadn't learned anything, but he had learned too much and too many things. He and Su Li attended the same school, had the same teachers, yet the students they taught were so different. That's right, Su Li had always been different from others. When he played in the mud, Su Li would just stand by quietly, looking at him like he was an idiot, and now, he suddenly felt as if he saw a reflection of Su Li and Xu Qiang. They were the same kind of people, capable of devoting unprecedented energy and perseverance to the things they loved. Li Tianlang, on the other hand, showed no trace of Su Li. It was truly unfortunate that he constantly considered himself Su Li's apprentice, yet his mecha maneuvering was nothing short of a disaster. He drove the mecha like a zombie. It must be said that being able to drive a mecha like a zombie, and still maintain balance without falling over clearly meant he had some skills. Zhang Chongping even suspected that even Su Li could hardly replicate Li Tianlang's movements perfectly. Yu Rong stood at the side of the training ground, her beautiful eyes fixed on the mecha. As Li Tianlang's mecha girl, she undoubtedly understood him best. His greatest difficulty was that his instincts outran his brain. But the commands he instinctively typed were all etched into his mind. He needed to exert greater effort than others to completely erase the commands that had become reflexive and replace them with new ones. She could see his progress. The child had grown up. Yesterday, when he was driving the mecha, he was still occasionally rubbing his hips against the ground. Today, he can already walk. Chapter 269. Sound Source Star. Two armed transport ships sailed side by side, maneuvering at low altitude. Unlike Lingsue Star, the entire landscape here was dark in color. A vast expanse of desert stretched as far as the eye could see, and the broken mountain walls bore traces of severe weathering. As the strong wind blew, layers of the nearby mountain wall sloughed off, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. The climate here was even worse than Lingsue Star. The wind carried gravel, which struck the glass visor, making visibility very low. Lightning stood beside Suli, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was forced to swallow a mouthful of sand. The planet's oxygen content was low, a common occurrence on Zerg-inhabited worlds. The only consolation was that while the air contained a large amount of toxic substances, they were confined to this area. There were also no high-level queens here, which made Suli scratch his head. A single outpost could capture someone like Ruozi. But a battlefield as vast as Green Source Star hadn't produced a single high-level creature. And now on Sound Source Star, nothing. Although Ruozi's explanation had made him realize that encountering a queen like her again wouldn't be easy, the moment he opened the blind box, the feeling of loss was still suffocatingly real. Ship, accelerate. Break out of the poisonous fog. We completely entered enemy territory. Don't rely too much on previous cloud maps. Focus on searching for enemy forces. This place is too oppressive. Let's finish the battle quickly, and then retreat. No one questioned Su Li's words. The personal experiences of the 200 mecha girls were enough to silence everyone's doubts. Forget about planning an evacuation before the battle even began. Even if Su Li had said the planet had already been taken, they would have closed their eyes and accepted his correctness. Master, listen. There's a sound like music here. Lightning, having entered the ship, finally spat out the sand in his mouth and tilted his ear to listen outside. Su Li listened intently for a few moments, and felt his hair stand on end. Lightning might really have a certain misunderstanding about music. That wasn't music at all, it was pure ghostly howling. The Sound Source Star's name was inspired by its unique topography. It said that in the past, with a gentle breeze, one could hear the wonders of nature at a specific location. But now, Su Li had verified it. Not only was the name unworthy, but at least it shouldn't be listened to at night, or it would easily frighten one into wetting the bed. He now felt as if 180 female ghosts were chasing him relentlessly behind the ship. Their misery was as if he had abandoned them, and left them pregnant. Jun Shou had a gerbil perched on his head. The gerbil had become completely accustomed to being on Jun Shou's head. Its cheeks puffed up as it occasionally took small melon seeds from Jun Shou's hand, and stuffed them into its mouth. Through the porthole, one could see flashes of red light occasionally flaring up on the pitch-black ground. The churning of magma indicated that the terrain here was extremely unstable. The harmful gases were released by this magma. Looking at the bubbling magma below, Yihua frowned and raised the ship's altitude. Ship 2, raise altitude to 360. This planet is leaking. Be careful not to get splashed. It's leaking and leaking. Remember to replace the air filter when you return for repairs. Su Li had been perfectly fine one moment, then inexplicably felt nauseous the next. I say, when you open your mouth, could you please be more careful with your words? Use polite language. Yihua opened his mouth and thought for a moment. Take off quickly. Don't delay the planetary fire from extinguishing. Su Li, If he hadn't had to give the fleet directions, every second he spent on the bridge would have been a sign of Yihua's last name. In his mind, the little tree was swaying. Every time Su Li saw it, it swayed, as if swaying could make it grow. But there was no denying that the golden mechanical tree was indeed beautiful. It had grown taller again, its once round crown beginning to spread outward. Wisps of something like golden thread dangled from its branches, swaying slightly with its movements. It hadn't yet given any useful information. Instead, Ruozi surveyed the landscape and pointed eastward. A harsh climate would inevitably breed even more virulent Zerg. They evolved rapidly, adapting to changing climates or unexpected situations. Unlike the queens, their evolution was more specific. The evolution of ordinary Zerg species tended more towards the survival of the fittest. In 5 minutes, the ship sailed out of the lava-strewn area and onto a flat plain, its surface covered with dense black thorns. The foolish plants were devoured by the Zerg. Those that remained had either found the right way to achieve symbiosis with the Zerg or simply existed, serving no purpose. A few small species struggled in the thorn bushes, their antibodies clearly insufficient to resist the thorn's toxins. The dense thorns pierced their not-so-thick abdominal armor, leaving them powerless in the thorns, and they eventually collapsed. Su Li's eyes widened. It was clear that the plants here had evolved to an extreme. He had seen plants that could kill Zerg with poison, but he had never seen one sharp enough to scratch insect armor. He didn't send the mech girls off the ship to collect specimens. Instead, he compared the data. But the previous data on Sound Source Star hadn't found any trace of such plants. Legion Commander, do you need to collect specimens? No. Su Li quickly rejected the mech girls' suggestion. They knew nothing about these plants, and had no idea what they were made of. Furthermore, the armed transports weren't equipped with anything resembling robotic arms. He stared at the insects below for a moment, then turned to Junwei. Try it with your spear. As he finished speaking, Junwei slowly lowered the spear, sinking slowly into the thorn bush. As the spear reappeared, everyone shuddered. The spear was covered in a dense mass of fine, sharp thorns. Those slender, transparent burrs, one by one, pierced the alloy spear, catching the light like a furry coat. This was an alloy spear, but what if it were the mecha girl's external armor? Hey, you collected a few burrs from the spear, gently grasped them with tweezers, and held them up to his eyes. Surprisingly, he discovered that they were hollow. It was obvious that if there was indeed any poison, it must be hidden within the hollow space of the burrs. They're very sharp and tough enough. If they pierce the outer armor or get stuck in the gaps between the mechas, they'll cause damage. Furthermore, they must have been ejected. The huge kinetic energy combined with the sharpness is enough to pierce the steel armor. Hey, you said, his eyes shining. Master, we need to collect a specimen of this. I want to study it. Su Li shuddered. No, you don't. You're kidding. Although he didn't know how the plant had evolved to this level, the instantaneous ejection force and the dense thorns alone were enough to illustrate how difficult it would be to collect a specimen. Looking at the dense thorns below, his scalp tingled. Chapter 270. Having already boasted, it would be unreasonable to back down now. However, with the thorns everywhere, the mecha girl had clearly lost her advantage. Furthermore, even at this point in the ship's journey, the small tree in his mind hadn't detected any trace of the queen. Although traces of the Zerg had been seen, their numbers were appallingly small. Compared to the overwhelming swarms of Zerg on other planets, these few dozen scattered insects seemed like a joke. The ship didn't stop, speeding forward. To complete the cleanup mission as quickly as possible, the ship deliberately increased its speed. Dense thorns grew everywhere. The ship sailed for 2 hours, and aside from a few scattered insects, they found nothing more. After all, even underground, the small tree could detect queens. The total search time had already reached 3 hours. Yet, not a single trace of the queen was found. Your Majesty, I marked the most likely locations for Zerg appearances based on their habits on the map. But as of now, those Zerg trapped in the thorn bushes along the way have no one. No one. Yes, they have no queen to command them. When number 1 on deck attempted to command them, they offered no resistance at all. She easily assumed control. Ruozi's words prompted Su Li to issue another order, reversing the course of the ship. But as time passed, they searched one area after another for possible Zerg presence. The conclusion they reached was always that there were only a pitiful number of Zerg. Over 500 mech girls never imagined that after so excitedly coming to fight, they would be forced to huddle on an armed transport ship, unable even to step out. Out in the wilderness, the thorn bushes stretched like the very skin of the planet itself. Everywhere they looked. If other planets were plagued by insects, then Sound Source Star had undoubtedly become a paradise of black thorns. They circled from morning to night, and from night to day. Su Li had even slept twice, and still found nothing. They didn't bring much supplies, and had planned to make do with what was available. But the result was shocking. They were out of supplies. Regardless of what others thought, Lightning was the first to fall into extreme anxiety. The midday sun was blazing, and the ship's deck was scorching hot. Su Li took the insect legs that the mech girls had finally pulled back, cut them into pieces with a knife, and then marinated them, and applied them directly to the scraped deck. With a sizzling sound, Lightning grabbed a piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth without waiting for Su Li to flip it over. Master, it's so tender. Nonsense. It's not even cooked. Master, should we continue searching? There are only 2 coordinates left. Check it out. It's not far. Before he could finish his words, the small tree in his mind shuddered, finally giving him a response. A faint pinprick of light appeared in his mind's eye. If he hadn't examined it carefully, he would have been nearly blinded by the golden light of the mechanical tree. Ship turned southeast. Following Su Li's excited command, the mecha girls instantly perked up. They knew the long-awaited battle was finally about to begin. As the transport hovered above the hive entrance, the golden mechs carrying everyone descended directly from the transport. The flight module fired 2 bursts of fire, and the spears directly ripped through the hive. Regal's golden figure flashed in, his searchlights blazing. The entrance, which could only accommodate 3 mechs at a time, was flooded with a swarm of mech girls. They completely filled the hive entrance, so that the mech girls who jumped out from behind could only hover in midair. What's going on? Let's go! Opportunities are fleeting. Don't block the road ahead. Don't push. Don't push. We can't move forward. What's going on? Are there a large number of enemies? No, the road ahead is narrowing. 500 mech girls were still too many. They were crammed together, and if they weren't careful, their weapons could pierce the butts of those in front. The suddenly narrowing tunnel forced the 3 mech girls, who had previously been able to walk side by side, to follow Su Li alone. It was clearly the main passageway of the lair, yet it was so narrow that the walls showed clear signs of backfill. The work was sloppy, so the slime hadn't penetrated properly in many places. The slightest vibration in the tunnel sent dirt tumbling downward. The mecha in the tunnel slowed down again, and finally, the first enemy appeared ahead. The small insect suddenly appeared, its form trembling. The mecha's massive headlights momentarily defocused its eyes. Amidst the rustling, the small insect timidly recoiled, its mouthparts moving, releasing a pile of broken dirt. Under the light, Su Li raised his spear and forced the frail small insect against the wall. As the pilot girl in the back tried to open her eyes wide, her commander speared the dirt-eating little bug through with a single blow. In the cockpit, Jun Zhe, for some reason, felt an inappropriate pity for the bug before her. This bug looked like a child. Okay, a malnourished one at that. For a moment, even she, who had been reading all sorts of books with lightning, felt a surge of excitement. She instantly imagined the bug being bullied by its own kind. The pilot girl in the back leaned halfway out and pointed at the small creature on the ground, its stomach visibly shriveled. Captain, is this a problem? We've been in the tunnel for quite some time, only to encounter this tiny thing. Is this a real insect nest? Su Li glanced down, pulled out his spear, and brushed off the blood. It's pica. Chewing on dirt all day, how could you possibly get any meat? Remember to tear off the legs, we're running low on food. The mech girl at the back nodded, turned and gave instructions, then followed Su Li, stepping over the creature's corpse and moving forward. The last mech girl took a look at the tunnel, and had to do the same. The space was truly too narrow. If she crouched down to process the food, no one in the group behind her would be able to get through. So, they passed the message back, one by one, until the last mech girl. Yihua raised an eyebrow, and when she turned back, she realized she was the last one. Cursing, she squatted down, grabbed the small creature's legs, and ripped them straight from its body. She tied them with a large cable tie and hung them around her waist. She couldn't understand why a simple task like that had to be left to the last person to do. Twice, last time, she didn't get to fight. This time, trailing at the back, what could she get? 2 legs? Cursing, she walked forward, completely unaware of the dark shadow behind her. Chapter 271. The shadow stretched out its long shadow, and in the darkness, it precisely touched Yihua's shoulder. Yihua reacted with remarkable speed. As she dashed forward, she held her longsword upside down with one hand, and thrust it diagonally upwards behind her. Judging from the size of the cave, she could tell the creature wasn't very large. At this angle, even if it couldn't kill it instantly, she surely hit a vital point. The sword missed, and she subconsciously gave a startled look. She rolled on the ground, pulled out her shotgun, and turned to pull the trigger. But the narrow alley had quietly shifted as she tumbled. The searchlight illuminated nothing but the rustling, falling earth. She held her gun tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. If it poked its head out from the side of the alley, with her reflexes, she could definitely blow it off with a single shot. Careless. The enemy had actually reached her back. A trace of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. This time, the enemy had placed its arthropod on her shoulder. If it had pierced the mech's back directly, she could have returned directly to the embrace of her mother tree. In the cockpit, her hair stood on end, and she couldn't help but hold her breath. 1 second, 2 seconds. A full 10 seconds passed, but no sign of the insect appeared. Her comrades ahead had long since vanished, and she was alone in the at least 200-meter tunnel. What if the insect had quietly used the tunnel to crawl over her head while she was flipping over? A thought occurred to her, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Her body's perception instantly reached its peak, turning back. But what if I turned around and the bugs emerged from the other side? A sound of falling earth and rocks came from the front, causing Yi Hua to tighten her grip instantly. What's going on? You already been bumped into, yet you're still running forward. A familiar voice froze Yi Hua. Then, she saw the tip of a spear protruding from the tunnel entrance. Due to its length, the spear had become stuck at the corner. Its owner seemed to be somewhat mentally unstable, not even realizing how to retract the retractable spear. Yi Hua held the spear and waited for another 2 full minutes before she saw a bright yellow mech with startling front armor struggling to squeeze into the tunnel. Not only was the spear stuck in the tunnel, but she was also unable to move forward due to her sideways position. Yi Hua, I'll carve you into lame moo. The two finally met at the corner. Han Hai looked at Yi Hua, who was holding a shotgun, and couldn't help but complain, "You didn't leave. If you didn't leave, why didn't you turn around and help me? I've been stuck there for so long. You civilian, what are you doing here? Besides, all of Su Li's mech girls are in the Regal's cockpit. Why are you at the back? There's no room. 8 mech girls in one cockpit. I can't fit in. Stop talking nonsense and help me." Yi Hua put away his gun and said angrily, "Just undo the deployment and get right into my cockpit. Help me, as if I'm pulling you out so you can get through later." "Oh." Han Hai obediently undid the deployment and jumped onto Yi Hua's hand. As the cockpit opened, she quickly jumped in. The sight of Yi Hua sweating profusely filled her face. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Hua rolled her eyes. She couldn't say, "I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Who could have imagined that the spear poking at her shoulder from behind would be Han Hai's? This woman wouldn't just yell, but would have to stab someone with a weapon. If she hadn't heard the sound first, and had the spear really been fired, Su Li would have been ready to kill her. She pulled at Han Hai's spear, which was stuck in the tunnel, and gave it a sharp force, sending debris and rocks tumbling down. Before she could put the spear away, the tunnel collapsed before her eyes. Yi Hua retreated and ran. Dust flew, covering the more than 200 meters of tunnel, making it pitch dark. Yi Hua rushed out of the dusty area, turned around, and shook his head with lingering fear. "Damn it! I'm in, but I can't get out." She didn't rush forward to catch up with the main force. Instead, she stared at the tunnel, waiting for the dust to clear. The tunnel behind her had indeed collapsed completely. In the cab, Yi Hua cursed, "Look, it's all because of your big breasts." The tunnel collapsed. "Now you're in trouble. Expect that Su Li kid to nag you." Han Hai wiped the sweat from her forehead. Before she could retort, she saw something above the collapsed tunnel, reflecting the light of the searchlight. "Yi Hua, what do you think that is?" The searchlight swept across the tunnel, revealing tiny, transparent lenses wrapped in dense plant roots. She wished she could stick her mech's head against them, finally getting a clear view of the colorful crystals. "I don't know. I never seen them." Han Hai, If you haven't seen it, why don't you collect some? Test it first to see if there's any danger." Yi Hua heard this and opened the cockpit again, stepped down from the driver's seat, and climbed up the mech's arms. What are you doing?" "I'm trying it. I'll know if it's radioactive or not by licking it." Han Hai suspected she was possessed by lightning and quickly grabbed her ankle. "Use your spear. Use your spear to poke 2 crystals off and put them in a cylinder." Yi Hua rolled her eyes. "You should have told me earlier." She turned back to the mech, controlled her spear to sweep down 2 crystals, and put them in a cylinder. The transparent pink crystals didn't look dangerous at all, lying quietly in the cylinder like 2 crystal clear sugar cubes. The team ahead, after enduring the torment of a long, narrow tunnel, finally emerged onto a wide avenue. In her mind, at the location provided by the sapling, the queen insect huddled there, motionless. The vast tunnel belied the former glory of this hive. A few small species swarmed through the tunnel. The mech searchlight swept past them, searching the tunnel. No! Besides these few small species, the tunnel was empty as far as the eye could see. Where are the insects? One mech after another rushed in, staring in amazement at the empty tunnel before them. A few small species stood there in a daze, watching the increasing beams of light in the darkness, and involuntarily gathered together. Su Li's eyes widened. Are these still the fearless insects he remembered? They huddled together, like children trembling before an armed bandit. Could this plant really be so terrifying? With its own? No, the power of its entire colony, It had forcibly tormented a swarm of insects that had covered the entire sky and sun, reducing them to only 2 or 3 right before its eyes. What was the mother insect supposed to do? Suli, who had assumed plants could only deal with small species, was completely unnerved. This damn place, the singing was terrible, but even the insects were being tortured to death. Is insect meat like this even edible? He turned and glanced at Lightning, who was clutching a snack, his mouth full of crumbs. Chapter 272. Stay put. I'll go ahead and explore. Suli gave the order, wasting no time as he quickly teleported towards the queen's location. The lighting state made it impossible to judge. A golden figure broke through the void tunnel. Within the vast insect nest, a queen lay slumped, her life force pitifully weak. Her belly was shrunken to the extreme, almost like nothing more than skin. I had thought that insects in such harsh environments would have achieved astonishing levels of evolution, but the result was the exact opposite. Not only had they failed to achieve their extraordinary evolution, they had actually exhausted themselves. For a moment, Suli even thought of the seeds produced by his mechanical tree. Could the thorns on Sound Source Star be a similar product? The queen's abdomen was shrunken, and her human-like torso was nothing but skin and bones. 2 lumps of skin drooped from her emaciated body, and her face was so thin that it looked inhuman. The shrunken body resting on the giant insect's body was like a toothpick stuck in a deflated watermelon. It was hard to imagine how long it would take for a queen to starve to this point. The mech girls in the cockpit were silent. None of them had imagined that a queen could be in such a miserable state. At the side of the group, a strange light suddenly shone in the queen's eyes. The cockpit of the golden mech before her emanated an aura that was intoxicating to the extreme. If she could devour him, she could make a comeback, revive her kingdom, devour everything on the ground, and completely exterminate that plant species from this planet. She stretched out her arms tremblingly, as if trying to embrace something. But as soon as she raised them, they fell limply. She was starving. She couldn't even muster the strength to move. As the golden mech slowly approached, she could only sniff her nose, trying to take in as much of the sweet aroma as possible. Suli raised his spear. The queen was so distorted that he had no idea what kind of insect she was. Master, won't you take this? It's the only one on this planet. It's too thin. I'm not sure I can keep it alive. The golden spear thrust forward, and the next second, a golden cocoon of light enveloped the queen, instantly disappearing into the cave. In her mind, the small tree swayed its branches, like a hen brooding on its nest, its roots tightly wrapped around the golden cocoon, channeling energy into it. This unusual movement undoubtedly startled the mech girls in the cockpit. The golden mech twisted around, but found no sign of the queen. Even Lightning, Junwei Junsho, and Hongying, who had accompanied Ruozi in capturing her the previous time, were bewildered. They had all been lost in their own hallucinations, and when they awoke, the queen was gone. Seeing this strange situation occur again, they all turned their attention to Suli. Suli offered no explanation, simply staring blankly at the golden cocoon in his mind. This thing is starving to death. Didn't Ruozi say there were no high-level queens? Although Xiaoshu didn't know how he determined that. Since he had captured it, it must be more than just an ordinary queen. There's a big catch on Sound Source Star. Whether it was just one queen or the black thorns covering the planet, they didn't encounter a major insect swarm, which resulted in a somewhat tight food supply, but the unexpected surprise was enough to offset everything. Master, we discovered a strange substance, but we're unsure of its purpose. Hanhai's voice echoed over the communication channel. Hanhai had just finished her report when a golden mecha appeared before her. Fuck, that's terrifying. Yihua took 2 steps back. Even though she was used to seeing the June sisters teleport at any moment, their sudden appearance beside her still startled her. The cockpit opened, and Hanhai immediately handed the steel drum to Heiyu. Heiyu glanced at Junzei and reached out to hold her arm. The 2 figures vanished in an instant, leaving Yihua with a swarm of envy and jealousy. If she had that ability, any extra steps she took would be a sign of her worthlessness. Master, it's right there. Hanhai stood in Yihua's cockpit, pointing to the plant roots exposed by the collapsed tunnel across from him. Suli picked up his spear and gently poked at the other layers of soil. As the soil fell away, more and more crystals emerged from the dense roots. They varied in color and size, but their shapes were remarkably consistent. He didn't explore further. After confirming that the hive was safe, he gave the order to retreat over the channel. It didn't matter if the tunnel collapsed, the mecha girls would always find a way out. Their long cave training had enabled them to develop more than one method for breaching the hive. If all else failed, there were no bugs inside, they could dig their way out. Junwei placed his hand on Yihua's mecha, and the 2 mechas instantly disappeared into the tunnel. At the edge of the defense line, monitoring satellites relayed the fleet's footage in real time. They were pressing heavily against the defense line, causing panic among the inhabitants of the neighboring planets. Fortunately, a large number of armed mecha girls had already been deployed on the planets. Thanks to their propaganda and stability maintenance, the fleet's approach had no impact. Gao Mingrui knew his plan had worked. The only possible reason for the corporate federation to further mobilize its forces was unrest on the planets behind them. Information flooded in from all over, further confirming his suspicions. The ordinary citizens of the corporate federation were extremely dissatisfied with the withdrawal of their forces. This public opinion spread further, from one planet to another. Gao Mingrui didn't even need to fan the flames, they were like a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest touch. The march on the home planet was forcibly suppressed, and unrest broke out again in the star systems near the southern war zone. Such unexpected situations would have been enough to give Gao Mingrui a headache, even if it had happened to him. However, the main leaders of the business association remained hidden behind the scenes. This frustrated Gao Mingrui's plan to seize control of them. For those who only knew how to hide behind the scenes, the greatest role of those in public was to further inflame public conflict, and then, at a certain critical point, to be pushed out to quell public anger. The main reason why those seemingly aloof gentlemen in the parliament were still so active was that public anger had not yet reached its peak. He pinched his nose and put his reading glasses back on. But after a moment, he set them aside. Su Li's gene-enhancing fluid was very effective, and he was gradually no longer needing the glasses. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. A single spark can start a prairie fire. He firmly believed that under such a political system, there would always be someone who spoke out against the trend. Don't want to be caught? Then it's best to stay in the shadows forever, not even reaching out. Chapter 273. The Mecha Girl's grand retreat paralyzed the security systems of most planets. On the home planet, the area where the dragon flag flew became the safest on the home planet. Countless passenger ships were intercepted daily along the border and prohibited from entering the area covered by the dragon flag. 3 major legions were stationed on the home planet, and a constant stream of mecha girls patrolled the border, completely cutting off all outsiders from entering. The departing legions left behind all their legion-level protective shields. After setting new directional instructions, they completely enveloped the area protected by the dragon flag. Gao Mingrui issued a strict order: no one is allowed to leave, no one is allowed to enter Longzhou, a vast land with abundant resources. Even if it is closed to the outside world, the remaining people can live a carefree life. Now, they spend their days either monitoring the war situation or analyzing the world situation after dinner. They all look kind and easygoing, but no one could deny that, no matter how many years had passed, their blood was still hot. Crazy and belligerent, even the old men playing chess with each other could exude a dominating aura. The chess pieces clattered onto the board, and the battles were more than just a simple battle. Another planet conquered. I knew that kid was capable. TSK. Look at all that land. It's been ravaged by the Zerg. If I were farming it, I could easily turn it into a fully automated ecological farm. By the way, Su Li, that kid, needs military funds. I can still donate some of my pension. I wonder if he needs help. I would have gone with him earlier. Eat your horse. You went with him. What's the point of going with him? What are you talking about? I can't fight, and I can't farm. If things really don't work out, I can even direct traffic for him on crutches. It's so hard for Longzhou to produce such a capable fighter. I have to give him my full support. I support you, everyone. I even bought 2 packs of cigarettes today. Just to support the military. My wife saw me buy them, but she didn't say a word. The old man looked up at his neighbor, then watched him pull cigarettes from his pocket. His throat tightened and he swallowed. TSK, I don't think it's to get you to support the military, it's to get you to die early. I saw her square dancing with another old man yesterday. The old man stopped smoking after hearing this. Which old man? Old Lou from next door? Or old Wong from the street down the street? I didn't see clearly. You're not nearsighted, what are you seeing? Isn't it clear? Well, I can't help it. My wife's covering my eyes, and won't let me see. I can't go against a woman's will. You lived your whole life. Can you just be tough for once? Of course I can. That's why I took over her housework yesterday. It drove her crazy, haha. I'll eat your rook again. You'll have to stop talking nonsense to me. The old man glanced at the chessboard, tilted his head, and sneezed, flipping the table over. Ouch, sorry, I caught a cold and couldn't control it. The chess piece rolled further, and further away from his opponent's sight, hidden by a pair of pitch-black military boots. "Qin girl? Why are you still on the home planet?" Qin Yao grinned and gently rubbed her belly. "Grandpa's, go ahead and have some fun. I was just taking a walk. It's starting to look a bit pregnant, so I was thinking about not going aboard." The two old men glanced at her and saw that her belly was indeed slightly bulging, but it was still far from obvious. "Be steady. This is the Su family's child. It hasn't been long since he's grown this big. He's sure to be a remarkable figure in the future." Qin Yao smiled, silent, a flicker of maternal radiance on her face. She didn't know what had happened, but she had rejected the incubator and, on a whim, opted for her own birth. But as the little life began to grow within her, she felt as if her entire world revolved around it. A single compliment from someone would bring her joy for hours. Behind her, two mecha girls quickly gathered the chess pieces for the old man and placed them in front of them. "That's a great move. I finally understand what old Gao is up to. This time, he's determined to help Su Li rise to power." "You only just figured it out? I thought you figured it out when he left us behind." "What? Haven't you had enough of the martial position? You old fellows, just settle down. Old Gao never had children his whole life and poured so much into the country. Even if he's being willful just once, I accept it. I know my family well. No one is capable of taking on this position. Yours certainly isn't. So, everyone in this compound who has ideas. Damn it, hold it all in. I don't care what kind of political system Su Li adopts or what path he takes in the future, he'll be emperor. As long as he has the courage to centralize power, our family will follow him. As long as he wins. Always wins. He can strike fear into the insects, and he can strike fear into the corporate federation. He's already raised the dragon flag in enemy territory, and he'll definitely be able to raise it back in the future." Okay. Raise it back? You're talking like the flag isn't the right now. Set up the chess pieces. I'll follow. Is that okay? We soldiers don't have the whims of you politicians. We'll follow whoever can fight. But that old idiot from the Qin family is truly something. He's playing chess ahead of everyone else. "Qin girl, that little jar of yours." Qin Yao's smile faltered slightly, but facing a group of former national leaders, she'd definitely be caught if she told a lie. She suddenly felt like she shot herself in the foot. She'd come out and show off, only to have her children become brothers for nothing. The jar's at home." The old man stopped playing chess and raised his head, his eyes gleaming. "That's great. I'll have the guards get it. This thing's always frozen, which isn't good. We better use it soon, don't you think?" Qin Yao felt like she was about to cry. If she'd known these old men had such thoughts, she wouldn't have shown off at all. Now, her belly was only just beginning to show, and her competitors were probably already outside the hospital. "It's not for nothing. We old hands have already given away all the power we should have, so you should at least leave some for us. With this little one, at least the people in the team will be much easier to lead. You don't want him to reach that position in the future, only to have a few people respond to his calls." Qin Yao smiled. "Grandpa's, that won't happen. If he makes a call, there will definitely be many who respond." Having experienced it firsthand, she understood it better than anyone else. She would never forget what she witnessed at the outpost. A team with that kind of cohesion would only snowball, growing bigger and bigger. Chapter 274. In the small laboratory aboard the ship, Hei paused her work with an excited expression. This was a high-purity energy crystal. Although she didn't know how it was produced, it was definitely related to those black thorns. Though it was just a simple test, countless possibilities arose in her mind regarding this crystal. Ship energy, weapons energy. Even more directly, even a piece the size of a fingernail could explode with the force of 4 cluster high-explosive bombs combined. This meant that even large species would be ripped apart by this bombardment. The intelligence was immediately compiled and placed on Yi's desk. As Su Li and the others left Sound Source Star, numerous transport ships carrying researchers headed for Sound Source Star. "Master, could that crystal be the fruit of the black thorn?" Lightning shook the transparent crystal in the cylinder. The pink color was captivating at the first glance. "I can't rule it out, but I do hope there's a small Zerg swarm on the next planet." Even without signing a contract with the mech girls, he could see the loss in their expressions. It was as if not being able to fight was like losing their lives, making it unbearable for them. The ship's supplies could last for 3 days. They had 1 day to reach the nearest planet. 2 main fleets were roaming the system, their missions completely different from Su Li's. Even from a distance, he could see the massive fleet at a glance the moment he passed through the warp tunnel. Beneath the mothership's massive bulk, Numerous similarly designed transports crisscrossed the fleet like ants, ferrying supplies. Between the fleets, dense island force fields wove into vast blue webs, sweeping across space. Above these webs, sparks of fire never ceased. That was the fire emitted by the Oathisi, loaded with Zerg eggs, released by the Zerg motherships, colliding with the force fields and burning. They could wander through space, landing randomly on various planets. The oxygen-rich Oathisi provide them with the potential to invade other worlds. The main fleet's combat mission was primarily to clear out the wandering Zerg motherships and their ejected Oathisi. Sully watched a massive Oathisi float past the transport's porthole and quickly had it scooped up and placed on deck. Just kidding. This thing has extremely high nutritional value. It embodies the essence of every Zerg military branch. He glanced at the main fleet, watching helplessly as countless egg cases were reduced to a ball of fire by the giant net. He felt it was a sheer waste of natural resources. Tell the mech girls to disembark and collect the scattered egg cases from space, filling our transport bays with them. Be careful to stay away from the main fleet. We won't be staying here for long. The mech girls walked onto the deck, deployed their nets, and flew out of the shield. There were many egg cases here. 2 mech girls, pulling a giant net, only needed to fly around in one circle to reap a bountiful harvest. Sully didn't approach the fleet. He simply leaned over to the observation equipment, observing the enormous ships from afar. He had always dreamed of one day sailing across the universe in a ship, but after his one trip aboard and witnessing their vast command system and complex orders, he had completely given up on that dream. Human resources are limited, and knowing oneself is crucial. A mothership can easily have tens of thousands of gun barrels, with weapon systems of all sizes, reaction systems, and balance systems. Mastering all of this requires a brain with immense computing power. Even if Sully had another brain, it wouldn't be enough. Just stick to driving the mech. When his rank rises, he can sleep on the mothership. The main fleet in the distance suddenly began to turn, and the mothership's massive gun barrels began charging. Sully instinctively looked in the direction of the guns, only to see a bizarrely shaped behemoth suddenly materialize from the void. A blinding beam of light swept across, and countless flames instantly exploded from the behemoth. The 2 main fleets formed a horn-like formation, encircling the Zerg mothership. A volley of main gun fire from each ship cleared the numerous void Zerg floating around the Zerg mothership, revealing its true form. It looked hideous and terrifying, like a giant insect nest. Beside him, Ruazi's delicate body trembled slightly, as she huddled tightly against Sully's back. In his mind, he could sense her fear and yearning. Your Majesty, that is the remains of the Insect King. The Zerg mothership is composed of the remains of the Insect King. Sully held Ruazi's trembling hand. He stared at the terrifying mothership, finding it hard to imagine that it was the shed shell of a higher-order insect life form. Because in his mind, such Zerg motherships were like factories of flesh and blood. They could carry a vast number of egg cases, because they were producers and seed sowers themselves. They offered a one-stop service. No, not the shed shell. It's the body left after the soul was wiped out. Sully's pupils trembled. He stared in disbelief at the massive vessel engaged in battle with the main fleet. That thing was actually the body of the Zerg Emperor. Some? How many? Some of the Zerg Emperor's body, with its souls wiped out, had, through special means, formed the massive ship before him? How could he possibly fight against something like that? He was going to charge at a mech that was nearly as massive as the mothership? Blinding fiery red beams shot out from the Zerg mothership, striking the shield and creating tiny ripples. Even from this distance, he could sense the enemy's might. If he were any closer, the aftermath of the battle alone would have been enough to devastate him. Watching the ships clashing in space, Sully's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the Zerg mothership. The artillery fire from it must have been unleashed by a more powerful elite species. In his mind, the small tree swayed, its voice constantly echoing. A large amount of energy has been detected ahead. Sully knew it was a vast amount of energy. But first, he had to fight for it alive. The blinding beam of light finally penetrated the Zerg mothership, severing it in half. Under the glare of the main fleet's energy weapons, the remaining wreckage slowly melted away under the blue light. Huge elite species twisted their bodies in space, targeted by smaller warships, and targeted with precision. But there were always some that slipped through the net. They had only destroyed the half of the Zerg mothership exposed outside the void tunnel. Another half remained unseen in the back of the tunnel. Sully stared intently at the void rift for a long time, but he didn't see it break through the tunnel. If the Zerg mothership had lost consciousness, why would it retreat into the void tunnel, never surfacing again? Your Majesty, while the ship may lack a soul, it possesses the most basic instincts. If it can't defeat them, it won't come out to die. Chapter 275. Su Listen bled as he watched the vast amount of energy drain away before his eyes. If the energy gained from the Zerg killed by the main fleet could be counted towards his own, his legion could muster at least 500 SS-rank mecha girls. What did 500 SS-rank mecha girls mean? They could allow him to roam freely in the human-occupied territory. If the mecha trees on the mecha island could gain energy from the high-level Zerg killed by the mecha girls, then theoretically, he could simply circle the battlefield with his ship and intercept the lost energy from the fleet's kills. Su Li was excited and immediately ordered Yi Hua to contact the fleet, saying he wanted to go for a circle. As the ship moved closer, Ruozi trembled more violently, curling up into a small ball. It was obvious that the might of the Zerg kings, even without souls, oppressed her to the extreme. "Can you still hold on?" "Your Majesty, there's no problem. It's just a matter of rank. I'll go back to my bedroom." Ruozi stumbled away quickly, and Su Li finally felt his little tree begin to sway comfortably. Interception successful. It wasn't really an interception, but rather that this energy dissipated. Without the elders roaming around to collect it, the energy here had only one path: dissipation. He suddenly felt a surge of regret. If he had enrolled in the naval major from the beginning, the mechanical tree in his mind would undoubtedly have grown at the fastest rate. But this was also good. At least, he had his own mecha girl by his side. If he had really enrolled in the naval major, he'd probably still be slaving away in school right now. If he met an unreliable captain, premature death would have been almost certain. The commander of the main fleet watched helplessly as two bizarrely shaped armed transports approached the battlefield. He assumed he'd board them for a tour, but this rising star from Longzhou merely circled the battlefield before turning back and leaving. He glanced at his adjutant with a puzzled expression. What does he mean by this? Li Jianguo grumbled to himself. They say ships are a man's romance, but you're already at the gate, and you're just going to leave after a while? Are you sure you're not coming in? The adjutant smoothed his hair and rolled his eyes. How would I know what he means? Do you think your father was planning to take advantage of them and got caught? What about old Wang's family? Their fleet is right next to them, and he didn't even go over. Who of you? Aren't you interested in Qin Yaoyao's little jar? I don't even bother to tell you. Why bother making friends? Why do you have to resort to such things? And you're even calling it helping others continue their lineage. Come on! Aren't you two just jumping in on our daughter's business? And you're blaming me for it. The adjutant glared. Commander, be aware of your status. This is a fleet, not your bed. Please address me by my rank. I'm calling you names. Turn around and patrol the designated route. Leave the rest to the Wang family. The armed transport docked at the stern of the Fourth Fleet, half tilted, its bridge pointed at the still open void passage. The June sisters closed their eyes, sensing it, and nodded with a gleam in their eyes. Ruozi, are you sure only instinct remains in the bodies of those insect kings? Your Majesty, they no longer possess any offensive capabilities. All their defenses are based on the elite species they produce. The combat power of these elite species is comparable to SS level in human terms. Su Li nodded and looked at the June sisters. This time, he didn't plan to bring anyone else with him. Firstly, it was dangerous. Secondly, if he left such a defenseless being to escape, he feared he would regret it and be unable to sleep at night. That was the path to advancement for 250 mecha girls. The golden mecha was fully deployed. Jun Shou lay in the pilot's seat, while the others stood to the side. After Su Li briefly explained the mission, sweat broke out on Jun Shou's forehead, even before the mecha started. Ruozi huddled in a corner of the cockpit, trembling. Your Majesty had said that if she got the chance, she should take a bite. What if she could eat it? What if she ate it and evolved again? He seemed very confident in her teeth, as if he had never considered the possibility of breaking one. Under the fleet's gaze, the golden mecha plunged headfirst into the void tunnel. The fleet commander's eyes widened, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they were seeing. Is that a place you can go? That's the enemy mothership. It's a hive of insects suspended in space. Where are your troops? Even if you force your way aboard, you'll need someone to provide cover, right? Su Li clearly didn't offer them an explanation. Jun Shou, entrusted with this important task, rushed headfirst into the void tunnel and stared at the remaining half of the mothership before him, slowly retreating backwards. On the severed surface, countless granulations twisted and grew frantically. Huge elite species filled the gap, rapidly engulfed and swallowed by the granulations. Their mouthparts rubbed frantically against each other, yet no sound escaped. Everything before him was like a silent play, a vibrant life engulfed within, forming new sections of the ship's hull. The void arsenal instantly opened. Su Li, with no intention of approaching, zeroed in on the trapped elite species. With a single hand, he lifted them, and over 20 spears transformed into sharp arrows, piercing the struggling elite species. He simply couldn't bear to watch the Zerg mothership's inhumane method of repairing itself. One shot, one kid. He watched the elite species' mouthparts cease their wriggling, feeling heartbroken for them. Rather than suffering in agony and becoming one with the mothership, they could become his energy, paving a smooth path for his mecha girls. The lifeless elite species instantly ceased their fusion with the mothership, and like garbage, were expelled by the granulation tissue. Their bodies were covered in rows of transparent holes, and their limbs, compressed to the point of losing their original shape, made Su Li's scalp tingle. Rosie, is this what you said? We won't attack? If he were to be struck by this, he would be reduced to a thin coating on the deck. The spear swung rapidly, swiftly dispatching each elite. She was right about one thing. The ship seemed to be operating on instinct only. Its presence didn't register a threat from Su Li. It seemed that they believed such an extremely small creature couldn't pose any threat to the mothership. So, the elites continued to be deployed, and repairing the ship was their top priority. Master, the elites are acting strangely. They don't seem to be paying any attention to us at all. Chapter 276. Giant swarms of Zerg, their glowing red tails trailing, crawled across the surface of the Zerg ship. The intense sight made anyone who witnessed it shudder. Above this behemoth, it seemed as if ordinary Zerg existed nowhere. Fundamentally, it was a nest of all the elite species. The Zerg Emperor, having evolved a special structure, was responsible for producing egg cases. The remaining Zerg Emperors, on the other hand, were responsible for producing elite species to defend against external attacks. They clung to each other, their independent consciousness obliterated through special means. Relying solely on instinct, they roamed through space, shouldering the mission of sowing seeds throughout the universe. It was like an enormous, self-defensive vending machine. Gazing at the massive ship, Su Li felt a profound sense of his own insignificance. The elite species aboard the mothership might be of a different rank than Rosie, but the strength of their pheromones far surpassed hers. Every kill of such a powerful and formidable being would bring Su Li considerable rewards. But the little tree in his mind wasn't satisfied. Su Li knew what it wanted, the Zerg mothership. Hiss, he gasped. The tree wasn't big, but its appetite was enormous. But it had to be said, sometimes, people just need to go crazy. A horse can't grow fat without night grass, and a man can't become rich without unexpected wealth. This massive ship, built by the Zerg Emperor, made him see clearly the possibility of sudden wealth. Yihua followed Su Li's orders, following behind him in the armed transport at a distance. She couldn't get too close. If she did, she would instantly alert the elite species. With the armored transport's energy shield, the elite Zerg could wipe them out with a single volley. 500 mechas gazed longingly at the distant golden figure, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment mingling with an indescribable discomfort. They too wanted to join the fight, not just follow behind, picking up the slowly drifting corpses of the elites. They were battle-hardened, skilled soldiers, and they quickly cleared out the bodies, punctured by flesh buds. They kept the useful ones, and threw the unusable ones directly to the mother Zerg on the deck. It had been ages since they had a full meal, especially one of this quality. Though the elites were already higher in rank than them, starving, they still chose to follow their hearts. Piece after piece of severed limbs and minced meat crammed into their mouths. Even though they could only savor most of the food, it still gave them a strange sense of satisfaction. The golden spears hovered, not striking a single elite outside the mothership. Su Li was very focused, targeting only those pitiful creatures whose bodies had been pierced by the granulation. He considered himself a good person, at least for now. He was dedicated to relieving the insect's pain. The June sisters had already overcome their initial shock and fear. June slowed her breathing and leaned back slightly, feeling Su Li's warmth, which brought her peace of mind. The Zerg mothership seemed determined not to hasten its evacuation until repairs were complete. But as time passed, the repairs made no progress. Su Li was like an extremely annoying little bug, clearly posing no threat, yet completely stalling the repair work. The granulation needed the bodies of the elite species to fill the gaps. But the elite species, having lost their lives, lost this ability. Su Li had plenty of patience. If possible, he would even be happy to follow the Zerg mothership, slowly wearing down its forces. He didn't believe the ship's elite species were endless. Even if the Zerg Emperor was fertile, breeding the elite species would take time. The little tree was happy. Su Li was happy too. With piles of energy flowing into his account, It was obvious that the mech girls at the base would be happy too. Thus, a world where only the Zerg were hurt had been achieved. He followed it tirelessly, over 20 spears controlled by telekinesis, killing each one he saw. As the valves on the spears rang again and again, lives were snatched away. The meaning of life lies in dedication. Su Li's heart warmed. This was the first time he had felt such deep love from a Zerg. No, to be precise, this was the second time. After all, Ruozi was also a Zerg. And her love for him was even purer, untainted by any other thoughts. It fled at the speed of a snail, and he chased it with his spears flying. Yihua cursed, turning the engine on and off and on again. Each incremental advance brought her to the brink of collapse. She even suspected that even if she took a nap on the console, the ship wouldn't be able to move more than a few hundred kilometers. Lightning frowned as she stared at the warship, which had barely moved for ages. Its snail-like pace made even this speed-conscious mecha girl want to die. Fortunately, the elites who handled the casualties had ensured a sufficient supply of food on board, otherwise, she would have been utterly terrified. In the command room, Ha-Hai stared at Su Li in front of him, constantly updating Eve on the latest developments. In the video, Eve's eyes were bloodshot, and she was furious, pacing the office in circles. Insane. Truly insane. Chasing the Zerg mothership with 2 armed transports. Is this something a normal person could think of? Brother. All you have in mind is the hope of the mechanical island, the mechanical tree. You're risking your life like this? And you're leaving us to stare back and watch? She didn't dare contact Su Li, fearing he'd be distracted by the intense battle. But now, after attacking the Sound Source Star, he's turned to chase the mothership. He's just asking for too much. Why chase them anywhere else? Chasing them in the void tunnel? Do you even know where you're going? The communication screen suddenly began to blur, as if it were being interfered with. A moment later, it was completely black. Ha-Hai raised his head in bewilderment, glancing at the colorful void tunnel outside. They had completely left the signal's range. Looking ahead, Su Li was still chasing them with all his might. The number of elite species was dwindling. This harvest had already exceeded his expectations. With the final elite species utterly slain, his mind instantly connected with the 5 sisters of the June family. A golden shadow suddenly appeared in the tunnel, solidifying in an instant. The king arrives. A crown appeared on its head, and it was clad in heavy armor, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. The massive golden sword swung a sword flower, fiercely slashing down upon the damaged flesh bud. In his mind, Su Li could clearly sense the 5 mechas splitting into 5 sections, tightly enveloping his body. With this high-level mental connection, he became the entire mecha. Looking at the gap created by the sword, he, nearly 150 meters tall, stepped into the giant ship. Chapter 277. The feeling of operating the composite mecha was like a heightened sense of his own. The entire mecha was like a projection of himself. While operating a single mecha still required keying and commands, that was no longer necessary. Master, I can feel you within me. Shut up. He's within all of us. Don't be distracted. Hiss. This is the second time Master has driven me. So you want 5 of us all together? Jun Quan, what are you doing? Su Li tried hard to clear his mind of all thoughts, but the sudden presence of 5 voices in his head made him feel a bit schizophrenic. Behave. We're in the Zerg mothership. Jun Quan heard this, and quietly withdrew his hand. The interior of the ship was very different from what he had imagined. The wide passageway was circular, like the interior of a Zerg hive, interconnected in all directions, and the walls were covered in veins like blood vessels. He piloted the mecha forward, turning again and again. Nourished by the vast amount of energy, the small tree had clearly become much more intelligent. As if fearing he wouldn't be able to locate the enemy's energy core, it pointed the way ahead for him. With the influx of different auras, the mothership seemed to finally realize it had been invaded by an outside enemy. The veins on the wall turned from dark to bright, and streaks of orange-red light rapidly flowed through them, rapidly flowing in a single direction. Even without the small tree's warning, he sensed that something terrifying was rapidly brewing. The longsword slashed through the wall, spilling orange-red light onto the ground. The light was thick and highly corrosive, corroding the ground and carving deep pits. He slashed through the bright veins on his side as he advanced. As blood vessels ruptured, a flood of orange-red blood spurted out. Su Li didn't know if this would slow the insect's growth. He could only wantonly destroy everything he could see while sprinting in the direction indicated by the small tree. Now that he was here, there was absolutely no turning back. The intricate path was so complex that he had no time to memorize it. He could only follow the instructions and charge forward. The coordination of the monarch's authority and the blessing of the monarch's defense made him feel as if he possessed boundless power. He knew that with the help of the 5 sisters, he could go completely mad. Dazzling sparks flew. The immense force of the collision instantly released his shield. He turned, and the air valves around him released the pressure, completing a rapid rotation. With both hands, he fiercely slashed the giant sword into the elite's head. As its ferocious mouthparts flared, a dazzling beam of light burst forth. Sully grasped its head, and the massive mecha leaped directly onto its neck. With a flick of his telekinesis, the dagger was in his hand. He thrust several times, piercing its compound eyes. The blade was stained with blood, and with each rise and fall of the blade, thick mucus ripped up large strands of sticky threads. The elite's massive body twisted and slithered through the tunnel, attempting to shake him off with its violent movements. But he exerted force with his legs, firmly gripping its neck. His left hand held its head firmly, while his right hand, holding the dagger, stabbed it relentlessly. The beam incinerated everything it touched, including the elite that had come to support from the opposite side. They were undoubtedly a special breed with enhanced offensive capabilities. Their armor wasn't particularly protective, but their offensive power was incredibly formidable. Sully unsheathed the sword and dagger lodged in the elite's head, and the entire mecha flipped over and rolled off its body. The insect's resilient vitality was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. Even though its head had been shattered beyond recognition, its neck nearly broken by the pinch, it continued to charge forward, plunging through the passage. The discarded shield hovered quietly beside him, and the mecha, shimmering with golden light, pressed deeper into the depths. As long as their brains were destroyed, even if death was still a long way off, they would no longer pose any threat to him. The nerves in their torsos couldn't do much, so they could only crawl across the ground. He fully utilized the June sisters' telekinetic properties. The spear hovered beside him, poking holes everywhere as he advanced. Sully finally understood why Ruozi had said the Insect King's consciousness had been wiped out, depriving him of the means of independent attack. Whether he was currently traversing the Insect King's intestines or belly, it was undeniably enormous. Your Majesty, this is a ship composed of 6 Insect Kings, with a total of 6 cores. Ruozi trembled as she betrayed her own intelligence. After completely entering the Insect King's body, her large eyes finally opened and surveyed the surroundings, as if selecting a suitable place to gnaw. But the endless stream of elite species in the tunnel kept her confined to the cockpit, abandoning any plans to venture out for a bite. Sully narrowly avoided the elite's attack with a sliding tackle. He dodged, releasing his long sword, and grasping a spear, he launched a sudden, piercing strike, piercing the skull of an elite species. As they went deeper, the dense, swirling specks of light became more numerous. The locations of the elites began to appear in Sully's mind, some even overlapping with his own. Jun Quan's body began to tremble slightly. She finally couldn't bring herself to speak. She clenched her teeth, her cheeks flushing crimson. A vast stream of information flowed through her, coordinating Sully's every movement. The high-frequency rhythmic movement heated her core, and her body gradually began to heat up. Third sister, cool down, cool down. Jun Zhe's energy surged, distributing a little more of the evenly distributed energy, which finally made Jun Quan feel better. Third sister, I'm gone. Trust me, you can hold on. Jun Zhe interrupted Jun Yu's words. Sully drew his longbow, and a dazzling golden arrow instantly gathered and shot towards the tunnel before him. 3 arrows were released in quick succession. Except for the first arrow, which missed, the other 2 arrows were all aimed straight at the swarm of insects rushing towards him. Those were no ordinary insects, but a series of elite species. He instantly unleashed his ultimate attack. With a flurry of arrows, the elite species in the entire tunnel were instantly emptied. Even they could not withstand Jun Yu's arrows. A dazzling golden light flashed, shattering the tunnel wall. Sully stared intently at the end of the tunnel, where a core, as large as his mecha, was exposed. Void teleportation was not possible in the void tunnel. Sully tightened his grip on his spear, as he watched the 3 elite species surge forward again, blocking his way. Chapter 278. The Insect King, worthy of its name. Even without consciousness, it responded swiftly enough. Sully's speed was so rapid that he lost almost no time. Even when faced with an attack from an elite species, he relied on his combat skills to swiftly counterattack in the confined space. Even so, the speed at which it was breeding elite species was a bit too fast. It completely exceeded Sully's imagination. In just over 10 minutes, he encountered no fewer than 30 elite species. Their bodies were covered in mucus, revealing that they had all just hatched from eggs. He shook the blood off his sword and could clearly feel Jun Yu's small ball of light visibly weakening. Fortunately, with the assistance of others, she was no longer in a state of being easily destroyed. He kicked away the corpses of the elite species in front of him and pulled the spear out of their bodies. Su Li finally reached the front of the core. A golden energy suddenly surged from his brow. Before he could even react, the mecha's hands enveloped the core in front of him. As the golden energy poured into the core, golden ripples spread out. Then, a somewhat clear voice echoed from within his mind, "Master, quick! Go get the other 5. They're trying to escape." The massive core was gathered by the mechanical tree. Su Li felt as if his brain wasn't really a brain at all. Whether it was the queen or the core, it was cramming everything into his head. In his field of vision, the hull began to show signs of abnormality. A sense of rapid decay reached him. The walls, including the blood vessels within them, were rapidly shrunken and withering. Their hardness was no longer as strong as before. Su Li quickly stood up and chased in the direction indicated by the mechanical tree. Behind him, the passageway was gradually collapsing. Without the core's energy supply, the insect eggs in the incubator completely lost their light. And the massive ship, lacking the energy to protect it, began to be torn apart bit by the tearing force of the void. Without wasting any time, he increased his speed to the utmost in the long straight passageway and crashed into the wall. A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. His devastating impact tore through the hull, already on the verge of collapse, as if it were leather, and he rushed straight towards the other core. The mecha slammed heavily into a solid wall, causing him to grit his teeth. The pain in his shoulder was slightly relieved by Jun Zei's energy. He knew he had reached the point where the insect king connected. A thin layer of granulation tissue slowly grew on the dented wall, slowly repairing the hull as it moved. Su Li slashed at the wall with his sword, but besides severing the flesh covering it, it had no effect. He could only turn around, searching for a passageway through. Fortunately, he soon found one. A passageway was shrinking at an extremely rapid rate. He had no doubt that once the contraction was complete, that part of the insect king's body would be completely separated from the hull. 3 golden shields spun, firmly blocking the shrinking hole. The golden mecha leaped into it. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp sound of shields breaking and twisting, and Su Li's back was covered with cold sweat. He struggled to get out through the gap between the shields. The entrance to the tunnel was completely closed. The 3 shields could no longer be recovered. Even though the Jun sisters were each a mobile weapons depot, Su Li felt heartbroken. He turned to glance at the broken shield. If he had been even a little slower, he would have been completely cut in half. "Master, a large number of elite species have been detected ahead." Jun's powerful voice drew Su Li's attention. Watching the elite species pouring out from ahead, Su Li exhaled slowly. A dazzling orange-red light converged in their mouths. The large golden mecha suddenly dodged to the right, avoiding the dense beams of light, and the entire mecha rushed towards the right passage at a desperate speed. An elite species collided head-on, and his sword severed its forelimb. The golden mechanical arm locked onto its neck, preventing it from breaking free no matter how hard it struggled. Streams of orange-red energy began to converge from its tail. Seeing this, Su Li grabbed its neck and aimed it back the way he had come. A blinding beam of light shot out, and under Su Li's control, it seared through each of the pursuing elites. A pungent odor emanated, making the already fishy passage even more unpleasant. With a sudden force of his arm, he severed its neck and returned to his original route. After peering around for a moment, he followed the small tree's guidance and ran forward. Too dense, even though the Junlin, composed of the SS-level Jun sisters, had off-the-charts attributes, which of the elites present wasn't comparable to Ruozi's king level? While they didn't possess the same extensive range of skills as Ruozi, the beams they unleashed were so powerful that they could kill anyone on contact. Those were weapons comparable to a ship's main guns. The Zerg Emperor mothership relied on them to engage the main fleet in a firefight. Going deep into the Zerg mothership alone was indeed an extremely reckless act. If the main fleet hadn't cleared out the other small Zerg ships that were hovering around the mothership, he wouldn't have even been able to get close to the hull. If the main fleet hadn't destroyed half of the mothership, he wouldn't have had a chance to break in. A series of coincidences had led to this opportunity to make a killing. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to take a chance. He didn't consider himself a gambler, but the pressure he carried had taught him to seize opportunities. Hold on. We still have 5 cores. Once we collect them, we can retreat. Jun Yu's already pale face turned even paler at this. Hold on? 3 arrows had nearly drained her. How could she hold on? Be good, listen to me. Don't think about anything. Just give me your body. Su Li dodged and unhooked the longbow from her saddle. Junyu felt something being pulled out of his body once again, and then the emptiness was filled with a rich spiritual power. A golden arrow of light shot out, carrying a visible blast of air, shattering the insect swarm like a whirlwind. He charged forward, his swirling spear piercing the air with precise, finishing blows. He was like a mobile arsenal, running along, unleashing a myriad of weapons. A massive warhammer lodged itself into the insect's skull, and a telekinetic shield blocked the elite's attack. He didn't even need to pull the hammer out, simply letting go. The law sword flew into his hand, and the moment the shield moved away, he thrust the tip into the elite's mouth. Master, I feel a burning sensation in my legs. The elite's highly corrosive blood stained the mech, emitting wisps of green smoke. Junzai squeezed his eyes tightly shut, evenly distributing his energy throughout the entire fuselage. Her face also paled. The modular mech, numbered 3347, was designed for armed assaults, destroying the enemy's most advanced forces. Although it had been significantly enhanced in every way, who could have imagined its pilot would drive it into a Zerd mothership? Chapter 279. She actually wanted to tell her master that number 3347 wasn't meant to be used like this. But when she saw the enemy before her, she wisely shut her mouth. Not like this. How else could she be used? Each of the enemies they faced was a force they couldn't defeat alone. It seemed that, in a place like this was the only way to do it. Junlin, at this stage, hadn't been fully developed. It could handle Zerd forces one level higher than Ruozi, but against a Zerd king that had reached its peak, it was a sure death. In the past, powerful troops were few and far between on the battlefield, and even fewer were king level. Under the command of Mecha number 3347 Junlin, they were all mere petty mortals. With such overflowing combat power, Su Li hadn't even had a chance to dominate the battlefield before he was sucked into the Zerd king's stomach, and then they were once again caught in a bitter battle. It seemed that all their advancements weren't meant to crush the enemy with ease. Rather, they're equipped with a formidable arsenal of skills, specifically designed to tackle tough challenges. The 5 sisters of the Jun family each possess distinct personalities. While they share a spiritual connection, they're ultimately not one. Short-term combat might be sufficient, but in prolonged combat, if any one of them fails, the machine will inevitably disintegrate. Their overall coordination needs improvement. Their first time together, facing such a massive battle, had them all straining their mechanical cores. She wasn't worried about Jun Wei and Jun Shou. They'd been with Su Li the longest. Even she herself, though this was only her second time piloting a machine, had the ability to effectively compensate for her lack of stamina. But Jun Quan and Jun Yu were far worse. Both were mentally exhausted. One, struggling to coordinate the operations of the mecha girls, was repeatedly assaulted by Su Li's mental energy, rolling his eyes. The other, lacking the ability to regulate energy, was nearly exhausted. Junzai swallowed hard, as he watched Jun Yu nearly lose consciousness. I absolutely mustn't let you down. If I do at this moment, I'll be completely doomed. The armed transport ships on the periphery witnessed the entire process of the Zerd Emperor's remains falling away. Torn by the void tunnel, it was instantly shattered from the inside out, the moment it lost its energy. Watching the massive ship disintegrate before her eyes, Yihua subconsciously swallowed and shrank back. She felt sorry for speaking so loudly to Su Li earlier. While she didn't know how he managed it, the fact that he could dismantle an entire Zerd mothership piece by piece was clearly beyond the capabilities of a human. The mecha girls were once again in a frenzy of shock. Seeing such a behemoth disintegrate before their very eyes was undoubtedly an exhilarating sight. Where's the commander? Why can't I see him? He's probably still in the halfway point ahead. Is he that powerful? Sister Lightning, why don't you ask him? See if the commander needs support. Stop it! This kind of battle is simply not something we can participate in. Look at the corpse of the elite in his hands. The commander's current situation is definitely dangerous. Listening to the mecha girl's words, Lightning cast a hint of worry into her gaze outside. She bit her lower lip, her heart aching with panic. No one knew better than she that every mecha in Su Li's hands had a certain threshold. Even if the Jun sisters had a higher starting point and a higher threshold, there was always a limit. If that limit was truly reached, Su Li would perish alongside the Jun sisters on the Zerd mothership. Too risky. Why would he choose to take Ruozi with him instead of her? Lightning's hands tightly gripped the armrests of the chair, and for the first time, he lost all interest in his food. They couldn't see Su Li's battle, but they could imagine it. In the passage, Su Li once again cut open a compartment containing the core and placed his palm on it. The orange-red core, covered in dark blue veins, glowed with tiny dots of light, imbued with a strange, Cthulhu-like quality. Within his mind, golden energy once again overflowed, drawing it back into his mind the moment it touched the core. The golden mecha began to ripple. Jun Shou's struggled to maintain the mecha state. A golden membrane spread from Su Li's mind, enveloping the entire mecha. Master, activate Void Teleport now. We cannot let them escape, no matter what. The golden mecha vanished from the cabin, reappearing in another. In his mind, the dense swarm of light points outside the cabin nearly blocked the entire passage. Clearly, they hadn't imagined someone could activate Void Teleport again within the Void Tunnel. The core had been stolen. The next second, the ship began to disintegrate. After no longer experiencing combat, the golden mecha's condition finally began to stabilize, but it was clear to the naked eye that the 5 mecha girls had reached their limit. 5 cores were taken away one after another. Outside the mech, the golden film of light grew thicker and thicker. Only one remained. The one responsible for producing egg cases. The golden mech activated its void teleportation again, but it seemed to be stuck at a critical point, unable to move forward no matter what. In a moment, then what seemed like an eternity, the golden mech was ejected from the void tunnel, its massive form crashing backward like a cannonball. It pierced through the pulverized mothership, and was noticed by the people on the armed transport ship behind it. Several figures flew up to catch Jun Lin. As they pulled him into the protective shield, the massive mech began to disintegrate. The Jun sisters fell to the ground, each pale. Jun Shou raised his hand, about to say something, but his arm collapsed. Su Li, dressed in combat uniform, stood on the deck, standing firm even despite his severe mental exhaustion. He watched the Zerg mothership accelerate. Its once massive form was now reduced to a mere fragment. Chase! Start the engines and catch up. Main guns. He suddenly remembered that neither of his ships had main guns. Above the mothership, a flash of orange light began to flicker. At a single glance, Su Li shouted, "Tactical evasion! Tactical evasion!" Yi Hua, watching the energy beams blazing from the mothership, instantly became alert and issued a series of commands. Dense beams spread through the void tunnel. The armed transport transformed into an amorphous falling leaf, drifting back and forth in the tunnel, dodging the incoming beams. A beam grazed the ship's hull, causing everyone on board to gasp. Only Su Li remained standing on the deck, squinting his eyes, as he watched the Zerg mothership vanish before him. Ruizi's perception was wrong. Or rather, her perception was limited. The Zerg mothership was not without consciousness. It just silences its own consciousness, and will open up at special times. Chapter 280. An explosion echoed from behind. Ship number 2, unable to dodge, had one of its engines destroyed. The ship's shields absorbed less than half the energy before being shattered. Ship number 2's captain desperately dodged, but still paid the price with one engine destroyed. There was no pursuit. Ship number 2 began to spiral and stall, its warp gear disabled, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the void tunnel. Don't stand there. Save them. Yi Hua immediately located ship number 2's position and turned to pursue it. Amidst the vastness of space, ship number 2 had already begun its own rescue efforts. The layers of closed hatches completely cut off the oxygen supply, and the combustion was suppressed at an extremely high speed. One of its engines was charred, completely useless. The simultaneous destruction of both the primary and backup engines rendered the ship unable to warp. Repairs to the ship were limited to either towing it with a large warship or landing on a nearby planet. Repairs were attempted using existing materials. They had already strayed too far from their course, unable to contact the mechanical island. Ship 1 broke through the void tunnel and arrived beside Ship 2. In the vast expanse of space, only 2 solitary ships remained. Beside them lay a planet, a brilliant blue. Your Majesty, this planet must have mature queens. Only queens with a certain level of intelligence would allow vegetation and other life on their planets, as they need the necessary elements for evolution. Then let's go! We can't go back now anyway. Ship 1 slowly hovered above Ship 2, lowering the steel cables that held it in place. The mecha girls deftly secured Ship 2, and Ship 1 towed it, slowly approaching the uncharted planet's low Earth orbit. On the mechanical island, Eve listened in stunned silence as the main fleet's report arrived, barely believing her ears. Gone! You told me it's gone! Yes, the void passage closed shortly after they pursued it. Because it wasn't clear where it led, the main fleet didn't follow. In his field of vision, the fleet commander's forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. The hope of national rejuvenation had vanished before his very eyes. Even if he didn't want to take the blame, it would be pinned on him. Looking at Eve's sullen face, he could imagine her fury. You better hope he comes back. Otherwise, watch your leg. The commander swallowed. He had given up hope his leg would ever be healed. Even if Eve spared him, his father would still break it. The communication was severed, and Eve sat in her chair with a dark face, silent for a long time. She knew she couldn't let him go out and have fun. What bullshit. 500 mechs can take it down. He did take down the planet, but he turned around and went after the Zerg mothership. Who gave him the courage? Go ahead and chase it. If you can't catch up, come back. Now everyone's gone. If you were gone, you would have been gone long ago. You broke up with the corporate federation, and you're gone. You left a mess behind, and you're going to go out and play? You're not training your pilots anymore? Your mechs. Yeah. He took all his mechs away. For a moment, Eve felt her teeth itching. She immediately called Gao Mingrui and barked at him. Are you happy? I said no, but you insisted. Now everyone's gone. You're going to compensate me for the hope of Mechanical Island's revival. You're going to compensate me. Gao Mingrui was stunned, a moment before he realized what he had said. His brows furrowed tightly. Su Li is gone. Those 4 simple words made him feel as if the sky had fallen. He had finally found a sympathetic successor to the Mechanical Island, and he hadn't even begun training him yet. Gone? The original intention of criticizing his military action report was to build a closer relationship with him, so that, after a few familiar interactions, he could be brought into the center of power. But now it seemed like they had put the cart before the horse. There was no need to train him. He was wiped out in one action. What good was training? In an instant, Gao Mingrui seemed to have aged several years. Everything was clearly going in the right direction, so why? Why did accidents always refuse to spare an old man like him? He's dead? Bullshit! He won't die even if you do. He chased the Zerg mothership into the void tunnel. It's completely beyond our control now. I don't know where he is now. Gao Mingrui breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's not dead. Keep this news a secret. Tell everyone that our hero has gone to explore new territory. Eve felt a surge of anger rising. She had no choice but to put her hand to her forehead, pressing hard, which only eased a little. I don't care. He's the hope of our Mechanical Island. If he comes back this time, and if I let him go out and have fun again, Eve, will take his last name. I'm telling you, Gao Mingrui, you'll take care of most of the work from now on. I'm going to Lingsue Star now. Even if I'm his secretary, I won't let him out of my sight. The call was instantly disconnected, and before Gao Mingrui could say anything more, Eve had vanished. Clearly, she wasn't asking for his opinion. He glanced blankly at the tableware, then raised his head to look at his mecha girlfriend. His age sometimes slows his brain to react. He felt as if he had just heard something unbelievable. By the way, the governor just said Su Li wasn't dead. What was he doing? When Jing bit her lower lip, her expression uglier than tears. He went after the Zerg mothership. Clang clang. The teacup fell to the ground, rolling a long way away. Gao Mingrui stood up. Such an important thing. Why didn't you tell me earlier? When Jing hesitated. She wanted to tell him earlier. She wanted to know sooner. Who could have imagined he would drive 2 armed transports to chase a Zerg mothership? Everyone else was just trying to survive. But is Su Li an ordinary person? No one can match his eagerness to die. Chase the mothership, chase the mothership. Carve up your mother's ship. This is no different from being dead? Is there a difference? At least, he didn't die openly. His mecha girls are registered on the Mechanical Island. If they die, the mechanical laws within them will dissipate. At least for now, it seems he's still alive. When Jing's words didn't comfort Gao Mingrui in the slightest. He clutched his heart. For the first time, he felt that he might not be worthy of being Su Li's teacher, let alone being his teacher and getting him into this. Just thinking about it made his head ache.